Chapter 1. The milestone war atop the summit concludes with the fall of Whitebeard, Edward, and Fire Fist Ace. Less than a month has elapsed since these events. On the shores of Amazon Lily, the island closest to the calm belt, a peculiar individual, who ought not to exist in this realm, has constructed a modest wooden boat. As of today, he has been in this world for a full 3 days. Those familiar with him affectionately refer to him as Xiao Bei or San Xiao, nicknames bestowed upon him by the reclusive enthusiasts of the 21st century. In truth, he possesses a rather conventional name, Shi Bei. This Shi Bei, standing upon the wooden vessel, met an untimely demise at the age of 21, collapsing before his computer screen. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself on a small island. Drawing from his extensive experience in the digital realm, he quickly deduced that he had traversed into another world. Moreover, he had landed in the realm of One Piece, specifically the land of women. His certainty stemmed from the sight before him. Upon glancing skyward, he beheld the towering cliffs inscribed with the characters of 9 snakes. He had watched One Piece, not merely once, but countless times, both in animation and manga, often jesting that he might never witness the series' conclusion within his lifetime. Ironically, he had become the harbinger of his own misfortune. Forget the distant conclusion, he had barely scratched the surface of the Amazon Lily arc before meeting his end. Well, since he had traversed into this long-desired era of piracy, it seemed a cause for celebration. Rather than languish before a screen, waiting a week for each episode, he would immerse himself in this world, bearing witness to the intricate familial ties of the Rubberman and exploring the myriad mysteries of the One Piece universe. With this intention, he prepared to set sail. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the calm belt harbors sea kings, and as a mere novice devoid of nautical skills or martial prowess, venturing out alone would surely spell disaster. He hastily returned the wooden boat to shore and took a seat upon the beach. What a predicament he found himself in. Shi Bei had spent 3 whole days in this place. 3 days. Each morning, he awoke to the sight of the azure sea and clear skies, subsisting solely on mushrooms that sprouted beneath tree roots. He dared not wander the island, for the women who inhabited it might discover him, and that would lead to dire consequences. Additionally, the island teemed with ferocious beasts. As a traveler from another world, he could not afford to be devoured by a creature, leaving no explanation for his untimely demise. Caution was prudent. Yet, remaining idle in this location, with no means of escape, raised the question of his very survival. Reclining back, he gazed at the cerulean sky. What am I to do now? I cannot set sail, and if I encounter the women of the island, they will surely capture me to feed that beast named Bakila. With a deep sigh, Shi Bei suddenly spotted a white seagull wearing a hat approaching from the distance, gliding closer until it dropped a bundle of newspapers right onto him as it passed overhead. Startled, Shi Bei quickly sat up and began to peruse the papers. The Warring States General has just tendered his resignation, and Qingji has had a falling out with the Kainu, arranging for an unknown duel at Punk Hazard. What a wealth of information! Shi Bei was momentarily bewildered, realizing he had arrived in this particular time frame, that, if that were the case, the Straw Hat Pirates had temporarily withdrawn from the stage, embarking on a 2-year hiatus for intensive training, a complete blank period, indeed. Moreover, the training location of Monkey D. Luffy coincidentally happened to be this very island, Amazon Lily. What an extraordinary coincidence. Turning his gaze towards the forest, Shi Bei pondered. Somewhere on this island, Luffy was present, and Shi Bei yearned to meet this singularly minded individual. Alas, the forest was rife with wild beasts, and he feared that the moment he stepped into the thicket, he would be devoured, rendering his efforts futile. The illustrious captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was right behind him, yet he lacked the courage to even steal a glance. There could be no greater torment in the world than this. As Shi Bei wallowed in his frustration, suddenly a wild boar burst forth from the adjacent thicket, drooling profusely. This was no ordinary boar. The 2 tusks protruding from its mouth were as thick as Zaibai arms. The creature's immense form loomed like a small mountain, its snorts resonating like firecrackers, while its lantern-sized eyes, bloodshot and unblinking, were fixed upon Shi Bei. Shi Bei had no doubt that this boar could swallow him whole in a single bite. Damn, just when I thought I was safe. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Bei turned and fled. Unfortunately, as he pivoted, he collided with a tree, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. First came a ringing in his ears, followed by a persistent humming in his head, akin to the sound of a computer fan whirring to life. System updating. Please wait. Update complete. Initiating. Identity confirmed. Welcome to the Utopian Honor Mall system. This is the Dimensional Transfer Station, number 007, at your service. Before proceeding, to ensure the confidentiality of your personal information and safeguard your interests, please set a secondary security password promptly. For inquiries, Please consult programmer number 007. Hello. How may I assist you? A voice suddenly echoed within his mind, and Shibe was momentarily taken aback. He soon regained his composure. A system. This was indeed a system. What a timely boon. Indeed, the reason why time travelers stand out from the crowd is intricately linked to their systems. Otherwise, individuals like Shibe, who cannot even carry a bag of rice, would scarcely dare to dream of thriving in the world of One Piece. Even a random passerby, with a mere flick of their wrist, could send him reeling. Under such circumstances, even if he were to set sail, he would merely be a vessel for another's experience points. He had only recently been troubled by this predicament. However, the situation has changed with the system in his grasp. The world is at his command. As a self-proclaimed Sudataku of the 21st century, he has engaged with every conceivable form of online gaming, anime, and literature. The term system is not foreign to him, rather, he is acutely aware of its implications. Any ordinary individual implanted with a system, if wielded wisely, can ascend to the role of a protagonist among protagonists. This is a fundamental truth. Shibe, known for his carefree and whimsical nature, now intends to utilize this knowledge to issue his first command to the system embedded within his mind. What command, you ask? He jumped up and shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Hurry and save me. Greetings. Utopia operates on a layered system and lacks the capacity to intervene in reality. I can unlock the honor mall for you, however. Prior to that, to safeguard your personal privacy and prevent direct harm to your interests, please establish a secondary security. Password. Although the Windless Zone is a nesting ground for sea kings, large sea creatures do not frequently appear near the shores of Nine Snake Island. Shibe, with 2 legs, could not outrun the 4-legged giant wild boar. In an effort to evade it, he plunged into the water, sending up splashes like a flurry of blossoms. Fortunately, having learned to swim at a young age, he was adept at treading water. While he could not compare to a champion, he was assured he would not drown in these calm seas. Utilizing his signature dog paddle, he swam a short distance and turned back to see the giant wild boar pacing anxiously along the shore. Initially, he had been concerned that the boar might swim, but it became clear that this worry was unfounded, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he could take a moment to comprehend what the honor mall entailed. How do I set this secondary security password? The Utopia Honor Mall system has been updated, and you may choose from the following 4 types of secondary security passwords: lip lock, fingerprint, serum, or voice control. Please select one at your convenience. Shibe pondered carefully that he was familiar with the lip lock option, which was certainly out of the question. Imagine a grown man having to pucker up every time he accessed the system. How utterly awkward. Fingerprint recognition is relatively commonplace. However, the serum option left him perplexed. Did it entail using his own blood to unlock it? Absolutely not. That would be far too cruel. He, being a compassionate soul, could not bear to do such a thing, unless it involved someone else's blood, which was a different matter entirely. In comparison, voice control seemed much simpler. A mere flick of his lips would suffice to unlock Ida, true boon for the lazy. Very well, he decided, this shall be my choice. Shibe raised his head and declared, I choose voice control. Very well, please state the command, consisting of a minimum of 2 characters and a maximum of 4. Without hesitation, Shibe exclaimed, what the hell? Is there another command? Such grandeur. Command confirmed. Please hold on. System verification in progress. Please repeat the command. The phrase what the hell, which had slipped from Zybai's lips, was identified by the system as the command. He was taken aback. It was not intentional, merely a spontaneous utterance, a mere catchphrase. How could the system not discern this? It seemed overly formulaic. Perhaps it was a faulty product. The 2 words I just spoke are not a command. They don't count. Let me try again. The command has been input into the system and cannot be changed. Please repeat the command. Programmer number 007 was clearly an inflexible individual. His voice revealed that his masculine hormones had significantly declined, speaking in a manner that was almost effeminate. Perhaps some ladies might appreciate such a soft tone, but Shibe was a man. Shibe began to silently grumble about this programmer, hidden somewhere, conversing with him through the system. Surely, he must be an old rabbit. Passwords can be modified. I'm merely changing a command. Why is that not permissible? Please repeat the command. His complaints were entirely disregarded. Shibe, in a fit of anger, shouted, what the hell? Secondary security password has been verified. Please remember your command that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances leading to memory loss, the system will be unable to assist you in recovering it. Please take care of yourself. The Utopian Honor Mall system has been activated for you. Wishing you safe travels and longevity. Shibe hurriedly called out, wait, at least tell me how to access the mall. Alas, the effeminate programmer fell silent, leaving Shibe feeling quite frustrated. In novels, Systems are typically responsive and exceedingly polite, yet this system merely provided a mechanical explanation of the secondary security password's basic steps before retreating into silence, unwilling to elaborate on what treasures might reside within the honor mall. Most importantly, Shibei still had no idea how to view the honor mall. This system was indeed rather pretentious. Now, he had no choice but to figure it out on his own. Remaining stagnant in the water was not a viable option. The massive wild boar seemed to have taken a stand against him, lurking by the shore and refusing to leave, evidently waiting for him to come ashore. With a wild boar guarding the way, he felt too intimidated to approach the land. His mood was understandably grim. If there were indeed treasures within the honor mall, he was determined to feast on this boar, which would likely sustain him for several days. Shibei attempted to utter the command once more. What the hell? As soon as the words left his mouth, a large fruit machine suddenly materialized before Shibei. Indeed, it was a fruit machine resembling the vintage model Star 97, semi-transparent, and presumably invisible to anyone but him. This fruit machine was as large as a security door, suspended in midair. The image displayed on the screen was neither fruit nor a sequence of 3 sevens. Instead, the first thing Shibei noticed was the phrase spiritual art. There were a total of 9 slots, each adorned with a note, including reincarnation from filth, dragon-slaying magic, styling magic, instant step, breaking path, bloodline limit, conqueror's haki, and byakugan. Alongside spiritual art, Shibei was certain that this fruit machine was the so-called honor mall, that he instinctively reached out to touch it, only to find it intangible, confirming its semi-transparent nature. At that moment, he noticed a display in the lower right corner of the honor mall. Honor balance, 0. Available turns, 0. Free turns, 1. A sudden realization struck Shibei. Since it was called the honor mall, everything within it must require honor. Yet, he had no understanding of what honor entailed, and having been here for merely 3 days, he was unaware of possessing a system, let alone any honor balance. Fortunately, this honor mall appeared to be quite user-friendly, likely considering that newcomers wouldn't have any honor upon arrival, thus granting a complimentary turn. What a peculiar notion! This was hardly an honor mall, it was essentially a spinning wheel. The outcome would be determined solely by chance. The pressing matter was that he had yet to figure out how to utilize this free turn. He tentatively uttered a command that, to his surprise, it worked. With his command, the slots of the honor mall began to spin slowly. Shibei rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. May the deities bless me, I earnestly seek an extraordinary dragon-slaying magic. After a brief flurry of dazzling names, the spinning gradually decelerated. His coveted dragon-slaying magic had yet to appear, and as he noticed Conqueror's haki nearing alignment, Shibei's excitement soared to unprecedented heights. However, just then, the 3 characters for Conqueror's haki slipped away at an agonizingly slow pace, vanishing from the honor mall. In an instant, Shibei's spirits plummeted. Once all the slots came to a halt, the bottom 3 slots finally aligned with identical notes, akin to a fruit machine hitting the jackpot. Shibei focused intently. Flow fist technique. In his youth, Shibei had a profound fondness for arcade games, often sneaking away from classes to visit the gaming halls. Notably, despite his average academic performance, he possessed an exceptional talent for arcade gaming. At the age of 14 or 15, he had never lost a coin in battles against others, boasting an impressive record of winning 101 coins in a single day, all within a mere 6 hours from noon to afternoon. Upon exiting the arcade, he found his coins swiftly snatched away, and he even endured a beating. He became enamored with the era of arcade games, fervently devouring the comics of KOF King of Fighters. While he would not claim to know every detail with precision, he at least recognized the fighting styles possessed by each combatant. Take the Iori style, for instance. This is a rather unique martial art, comprehensible only to those of exceptional talent. The figures he knows who embody this style include Iori Yagami and Kyo Kusanagi. It is only natural that these two, being the primary and secondary protagonists, exhibit extraordinary abilities to master and wield such a fighting technique. In summary, the Iori style is a formidable hand-to-hand combat skill not to be overlooked. Its power is unquestionable for its practicality. One can only ascertain its efficacy through experience. Although Shibei did not primarily seek this skill, it was certainly better than being empty-handed. In a certain sense, compared to the elaborate dragon-slaying magic, the Iori style, which enhances physical prowess, aligns far better with his current circumstances. After all, in this era of grand piracy, it seems that nearly everyone possesses the resilience of an indomitable cockroach. Without a modicum of physical prowess, one would indeed feel rather embarrassed to traverse the streets. Shibei gazed at the data in the lower right corner of the honor mall. Noting that the free attempts had dwindled from 1 to none, Shibei felt a twinge of disappointment. If only he could spin a few more times. Perhaps he might obtain other fanciful items. Possessing merely one style of his martial arts, the flowing fist technique, left him feeling somewhat insecure. When the opportunity arose, he was determined to inquire with the programmer designated as 007 about the true meaning of honor. Shibei uttered the command. The honor maul responded to the call, vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, Shibei utilized a free opportunity to acquire the reward, the martial art technique known as Iryu Fist, which he absorbed into his being as effortlessly as inhaling oxygen. Shibei exhaled a breath of murky air, instantly feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being, as if he had possessed this formidable fighting prowess since childhood, without a hint of discomfort. At that moment, he felt capable of consuming 8 bowls of rice in one go. No. It was more accurate to say that he could effortlessly subdue the enormous wild boar lurking by the shore with a single blow. To be on the safe side, he submerged himself in the water and unleashed a punch towards the sea's surface. Bang! A splash erupted, followed by a cascade of waves that surged towards the shore. The colossal wild boar, caught off guard, was drenched in a sudden deluge, prompting it to retreat to a safe distance. Once it had shaken off the sea water, it gazed at Shibei with wide, questioning eyes, clearly perplexed. Though possessing the brain of a pig, it could sense the significant transformation in Shibei compared to before. Unbeknownst to the boar, something extraordinary had transpired during Shibei's time in the water. An instinctive awareness warned it not to linger any longer, as it perceived a terrifying aura emanating from Shibei. To survive in the intricate web of the food chain, one must possess the instinct to foresee potential threats. This wild boar, having grown to its impressive size, had undoubtedly weathered many trials and tribulations. It could discern who was vulnerable and who was not. Thus, the wild boar resolved to execute a strategic retreat. Can Shibei simply let it slip away like this? At the very least, it ought to leave behind 2 pieces of meat. Shibei, hindered by the water's embrace, found himself unable to exert his full strength. Thus, the preceding strike was delivered with only about 60 to 70% of his capacity. Possessing such skills, while not sufficient to claim sovereignty, certainly rendered him capable of confronting a wild boar with ease. After enduring the prolonged ambush of the formidable wild boar, coupled with the pretentious antics of programmer 007, Shibei felt a growing sense of frustration. Employing his signature dog paddle, he swiftly reached the shore and, with unwavering composure, approached the wild boar. Shibei is brimming with confidence, perfectly poised to engage with this wild boar and assess the true potency of his instinctual combat techniques. Sensing Shibei's ulterior motives, the wild boar attempts to flee. With remarkable agility and swiftness, Shibei seized the wild boar by its tail. It was said to be a colossal creature, and its brute strength was undeniable. Dragging Shibei forward for several dozen meters, nearly wearing out the soles of his shoes. In previous times, Shibei would have lacked the strength to grasp the tail of such a beast. However, the martial art drawn from the honor maul had significantly enhanced his physical attributes, resulting in a qualitative leap in agility, strength, and reflexes. More importantly, his resilience had reached an extraordinary level, akin to that of an indomitable cockroach. Despite the wild boar kicking at him with its hind legs as it raced through the forest, Shibei remained unscathed, leaving him puzzled as to whether he had grown exceptionally strong or the boar had simply been feeble. Though he emerged uninjured from the encounter, being kicked by a pig was still a source of annoyance. With a sudden leap, he vaulted onto the back of the wild boar. "Not only do you lie in wait for me, but you also dare to kick me?" he exclaimed, raising his fist and delivering a powerful blow to the boar's head. The wild boar let out a howl, collapsing to the ground and dragging Shibei along, who slid a short distance before both man and beast collided with a rock. Finally coming to a halt, Shibei gazed upon the wild boar sprawled on the ground, akin to observing a heap of succulent pork, and involuntarily swallowed his saliva. Despite its unappealing appearance, the boar's muscular form exuded strength. After 3 days of subsisting on mere mushrooms, which scarcely sufficed to quell his hunger, he found himself on the brink of starvation. However, igniting a fire in this location was out of the question, as it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the women on the island. Although Shibei had acquired a modicum of skill, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could act recklessly on Nine Snake Island. Setting aside Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the island's guardians alone posed a substantial threat. To avoid alarming the inhabitants, Shibei resolved to transport the wild boar to the shore. Yet, before doing so, He deemed it prudent to remove its 2 tusks, as he harbored a slight fear that the boar might awaken suddenly and inflict harm upon him, leading to a disastrous turn of events. Exercising caution was never unwarranted. Shibei stepped forward, ready to take action. Suddenly, an arrow flew in from the side, grazing Shibei's cheek as it passed. Shibei gently touched his face, feeling the warmth of blood. He turned his head to see a woman clad in a bikini and draped in a trench coat, standing not far away. A serpent coiled around her body, and she held a drawn bow, its arrow poised directly at Shibei, ready to unleash at any moment. With a stern expression, the woman shouted, "Who are you?" Shibei was somewhat taken aback. If he recalled correctly, this woman with raven hair styled into a high ponytail was named Kaiki, the guardian warrior of the Kingdom of Women, and she held the esteemed position of captain. Her striking beauty was comparable to that of Hancock, perhaps even more formidable in certain respects. After all, Shibei was aware of Hancock's vulnerabilities, yet Kaiki, the guardian warrior, seemed impervious to scrutiny, her portrayal in the animation being woefully scant. Shibei found himself at a loss for words in her presence. Most importantly, men were strictly prohibited from setting foot on the island. Standing there, he realized that no matter what he said, he could not deny the fact that he had already committed an offense. To his surprise, he could understand Kaiki's words, despite having no knowledge of the Japanese language. Perhaps it was due to the system's influence. Although Shibei harbored some dissatisfaction with the system's pretentiousness, he had to admit that it illuminated a promising path for him. This was Amazon Lily, an empire of women where men were forbidden to land without permission. Speak quickly. Who are you, and why have you appeared here? Shibei was unwilling to provoke the formidable woman, for they were in the territory of the 9 serpents. Although the island was populated entirely by women, each possessed formidable strength that rivaled that of men. In the event of a confrontation, Shibei recognized his slim chances of victory. He raised his hands to signify his lack of ill intent. However, his gaze frequently wandered to the revealing attire of Kaiki, who, despite her stern expression, exuded a captivating allure, embodying a mature and composed elegance. A hint of a smile would undoubtedly enhance her beauty, particularly accentuated by her elongated, phoenix-like eyes, which added a touch of grace. In essence, she was exactly to Shibei's taste. Yet, he dared not flirt recklessly. This woman's temper was notoriously volatile. A mere misstep in conversation could provoke her to draw her bow, and Shibei was acutely aware that Kaiki's arrows were imbued with an intimidating power. A careless misfire could result in severe repercussions, if not death. With a frosty demeanor, Kaiki drew her bowstring once more and released another arrow. Shibei was taken aback and hastily sidestepped to avoid the impending danger. An arrow as thick as a pinky finger, upon striking a stone, could shatter it to pieces. This was no mere arrow, but rather a mobile artillery unit. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to evade the attack. Otherwise, a single shot could have left him a mangled mess. He immediately adopted a more submissive demeanor, no longer daring to glance around recklessly. Raising his hands, he focused his gaze inward, embodying a sense of calm. I inadvertently wandered into this place, unaware of the customs. I shall take my leave now. After Shibei finished speaking, he prepared to leave. He had no desire to further entangle himself with this fierce tigress. If the situation continued to drag on, and other women began to arrive, it would likely become quite challenging to make his exit. Kikyo once again drew back her bowstring, roaring, "You are lying." 9 Serpent Island is situated in the doldrums, a bastion for the Sea Kings, and it is utterly impossible for any living creature to drift to that island. Who exactly are you? As expected of the captain of the National Guard on 9 Serpent Island, her words struck with precision, leaving Shibei momentarily at a loss. The tranquil waters of the doldrums are so calm that even ships cannot enter, let alone a solitary person, even if one were to miraculously reach this maritime zone. The surrounding Sea Kings are not to be trifled with. Kikyo effectively shattered the lie on the spot, leaving no room for dignity. Shibei truly finds himself at a loss for words. Jieging is an exceptionally resolute and decisive woman. As the captain of the national defense team, it is her duty to eliminate all unstable elements on the island. Furthermore, her lack of fondness for men only adds to her disinterest in hearing Shibei's explanations. She promptly launches an attack. Shibei had long recognized the cunning nature of this woman and had remained vigilant throughout. Even before the second arrow of the orange flower was released, he had already devised an escape plan. However, the orange flower clung to him relentlessly, much like a stubborn adhesive. Being pursued by a woman was certainly not a matter of pride for him. He had contemplated turning around to confront her, yet he feared that if a reinforcement arrived during their skirmish, he would find himself trapped in a dire predicament. As Shibei ran while shouting, "I have already said I will leave shortly. Why do you continue to pursue me?" He reflected, "From the moment you set foot on this island, you have committed a transgression, man. Hurry and cease your resistance." This woman was relentless, and it was no surprise, as the customs of the land of women were notoriously unforgiving. However, expecting Shibei to surrender without a struggle was somewhat unrealistic. He was not foolish enough to entertain such thoughts. If he could run, he would run with all his might. Had he been in another location, he might have succumbed to the urge to engage in a scuffle with this woman. After all, this was her territory. Truly, when one is under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Bang! Another arrow whizzed past Shibei, striking a nearby tree with such force that it nearly splintered. The sheer power of the arrows, augmented by their sheer size, was formidable. Given that words were futile, he resolved to focus solely on his escape. Ephelandra, capture the intruder. Suddenly, as Shibei was deeply engrossed in his flight, he heard Kaiki's voice bellowing behind him, which filled him with foreboding. He turned to the left, and upon doing so, was startled by the sight before him. Emerging from the woods was an extraordinarily tall woman, easily towering at least 2 to 3 meters, nearly resembling a small giant. A large sword was slung at her waist, concealed beneath her cloak. The names of the women on Nine Snake Island were somewhat difficult to remember, and Shibei had failed to recall many. Nonetheless, while he might struggle with their names, he could certainly recognize them upon sight. This imposing woman, Ephelandra, was the very one who had brought the mushroom-clad Luffy onto Nine Snake Island, and as a result, had once petrified Hancock. She was also one of the island's guardian warriors. As for her strength, it remained uncertain, but it was undoubtedly formidable. Shibei barely had time to react when Ephelandra, moving with an imperceptible swiftness, positioned herself before him, effectively obstructing his path. Her expression conveyed a semblance of reluctance, as if she felt a twinge of sympathy. However, duty compelled her to act. Apologetically, she raised her arm. In the next moment, with a single, forceful strike, she sent Shibei hurtling through the air, crashing into a tree with such force that it splintered upon impact. He continued his trajectory until he collided with a second tree, which too succumbed to the violence of the encounter, before finally regaining his balance and sliding slowly to the ground. One can only imagine the sheer ferocity of Ephelandra's blow, which was evidently tempered by her restraint. Fortunately, Shibei had drawn the instinctive martial skill known as the flowing fist from the honor shop, which fortified his physique significantly. Had he possessed his former, ordinary body, that strike would undoubtedly have left him utterly incapacitated. The combat prowess of these individuals is truly beyond comprehension. Shibei propped himself up, preparing to rise. Drekking approached him, looking down from a height. At nearly 3 meters tall, Ephelandra stood beside Drekking, wearing an expression of regret. Shibei gritted his teeth, acutely aware that escape was futile. What a stroke of misfortune. A formidable woman is not to be trifled with, and a powerful woman of high standing is akin to a force of nature. Take, for instance, the captain of the National Guard from the Kingdom of Women on Nine Snake Island, Kaiki. She unceremoniously bound Shibei and carried him back to her realm. When Kaiki's figure emerged onto the streets, it elicited a considerable gasp from the onlookers. A throng of women, each varying in stature and appearance, hastily gathered around her, their attire revealing and provocative, exposing skin and limbs. Nearly every woman bore a bow slung across her back, with some individuals whose weight could only be measured in tons, their arms thicker than Shibei's thighs. The air was thick with an intoxicating femininity, while Shibei was certainly treated to a feast for the eyes. He realized that he had indeed penetrated the very heart of this warrior tribe's stronghold. To his recollection, apart from the likes of Monkey D. Luffy, he was the second man ever to set foot in the Kingdom of Women, a place where even the first mate, Silvers Rayleigh, had never ventured. Shibei was unaware of how this group of female guerrillas would mistreat her. As they surrounded her, they chattered animatedly. Men? Why would there be men? Could they be here searching for Lord Luffy? Perhaps they are companions of Lord Luffy? Then his hands must also stretch, right? Clearly, having never left the Daughter Kingdom, they had rarely encountered men and assumed every man was like the rubber-bodied Straw Hat Luffy. As they continued their conversation, their hands reached out to Shibei's face, tugging at it vigorously. In no time, her visage was marred with bruises. If this ignorant group was not curtailed soon, Shibei would surely suffer the tearing away of her skin. Fortunately, at that moment, Kikyo interjected. Enough. Lord Luffy is training here, and no one knows of his presence. Even if he has companions, they could not have heard anything. The onlooking women exchanged glances, finding reason in her words. If they were not here to seek Lord Luffy, what could explain a man's appearance in this place? Had he traversed the calm belt alone? How could that be possible? Kikyo's expression darkened as she spoke in a grave tone. I do not know the answer, but one thing concerns me greatly. The women furrowed their brows in confusion. Kikyo, beads of sweat forming on her brow, continued. This man may very well be from the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this, the women erupted in uproar. Ephelandra, who had been trailing behind, exclaimed, from the Navy headquarters. Why would they come to Amazon Lily? Kikyo cast a glance at Shibei and clarified. I am merely speculating. I have no proof. Ephelandra, pondering with her finger on her chin, tilted her head and said, That's right. Lady Snake once mentioned that the world government has been recruiting soldiers vigorously everywhere, urging us to remain vigilant in the waters surrounding Amazon Lily. I heard that the Navy headquarters has developed warships capable of freely navigating the calm belt. Could this man have been sent here by such a vessel? The world government has an agreement with Lady Snake not to allow ships within 3 kilometers of Amazon Lily shores. Kikyo's expression grew increasingly grim as she replied, If this man truly is a lackey of the Navy headquarters, it indicates that news of Lord Luffy's presence has reached the Navy. Perhaps considering Lady Snake's position as a warlord, they have refrained from acting rashly, opting to send someone to scout instead. Should the Navy discover that Lady Snake is harboring pirates, the world government would not only strip her of her warlord status but might also seize the opportunity to attack the daughter kingdom. All the women present were drenched in cold sweat. Ever since Monkey D. Luffy wreaked havoc during the Marineford War, everyone believed that the Straw Hat Pirates had disbanded. If the Navy were to discover that Luffy was training right here on Amazon Lily, they would undoubtedly spare no effort in capturing him. For he is not merely a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, but also the son of the Revolutionary Dragon. His existence is intolerable to the world government. Kikyo, the valiant protector of the nation, exhibited remarkable clarity of thought, articulating her points with such conviction that the fictitious narrative almost seemed plausible. Ephelandra inquired, however, how could the Navy headquarters possibly know that Lord Luffy was here? Kikyo gritted her teeth and replied, This is precisely the aspect I find perplexing. Thus, I am merely speculating. However, as protectors of the nation of women, we must consider all potential threats to ensure the safety of our realm. Currently, Lady Boa Hancock is leading the Kuja pirates to gather provisions and will not return for another 2 days. To prevent this man from escaping, we shall confine him with Batchula until Lady Hancock returns to address the situation. No sooner had Kikyo finished speaking than Saibi erupted in protest. Do not speak recklessly. I am not a member of the Navy. This is a colossal misunderstanding. Saibi could not possibly bear the weight of such an enormous accusation. Although he admired Kikyo's lucid reasoning, he was certainly not any sort of naval investigator, nor had he come to Amazon Lily to inquire about Monkey D. Luffy. He was merely an unfortunate soul who had unexpectedly collapsed before his computer and found himself on this island. He had foreseen the complications of being discovered by these women, but had never anticipated the magnitude of the trouble he now faced. Shibei felt like a mute person consuming a bitter melon, burdened with unspoken grievances. Jieging shouted, Silence. If you are not a member of the Navy headquarters, then who exactly are you? Shibei stood there, speechless, unsure of how to respond. It seemed that the misunderstanding was irreparable. However, there was one matter that brought him a sense of relief. Hancock had set sail, leaving the island. In the entirety of the Kingdom of Women, Hancock was the person he feared the most. Her abilities were far too perilous, especially for men. She was practically their nemesis. And he certainly did not wish to be turned to stone. With a wave of her hand, Jekin commanded, Seize him. Initially, the numerous women surrounding Shibei had been quite curious about him, but after hearing Jeking's assessment, their expressions shifted entirely. They now regarded him as an agent of the Navy, their faces growing cold with hostility as they encircled him. Zybe harbored an inescapable sense of entrapment. Surrounded by a throng of women, he found himself at the far end of the street. As the leader, Jeking, came to a halt, he began to scan his surroundings. On either side of him stood iron bars, presumably intended for the confinement of prisoners. To his left, within one of the iron enclosures, lay a jet-black leopard, shackled by chains as thick as a man's arm, currently nestled in a corner and snoring. This formidable creature, known as Bakila, had been employed by the emperors of the Kingdom of Women for the execution of criminals, and to this day, its appetite had claimed an untold number of lives. Shibei stood outside the iron bars, immediately assailed by a pungent scent of blood. To claim fearlessness would undoubtedly be a fabrication. He lingered in a daze just beyond the confines of the cage. Without affording him a moment to compose himself, Jegging hastily opened the gate and unceremoniously thrust him inside. Shibei stumbled and fell directly at the feet of a slumbering Black Panther, who, fortunately, paid him no heed. Shibei hurriedly sprang to his feet and rushed to the front of the iron railing, shouting, "I am not a Navy man." Unexpectedly, Jegging mocked him, saying, "You look utterly ridiculous. Why would the Navy send such a frail monkey like you to the island for reconnaissance?" Shibei spoke in a low voice, "You wretched woman. Do you not comprehend human speech? I have stated clearly that I am not a sailor." As soon as his foul words escaped his lips, they incited a chorus of furious shouts from the women surrounding him. Some even began to draw their bows, poised to shoot him down within the confines of the iron bars. The cacophony was relentless, rousing the slumbering Black Panther, which lifted its eyelids to fix its gaze upon Shibei. Gradually, it rose to its full height, towering over him at more than 2 meters. Silently, the panther crept behind Shibei, looking down upon him, drool dripping from its mouth onto his head. At that moment, from the throng outside the iron bars, a woman cried out, "Bakula, devour this barbaric man." Accompanying her voice, others began to chant in agreement. "Go on, Bakula. Bite him to death." With a fearsome roar, the Black Panther lunged forward, aiming its powerful jaws toward Shibei's head. Shibei was filled with pent-up grievances, with no outlet for his frustrations. Had it not been for Ephelandra's unexpected ambush, he would not have found himself ensnared in this predicament, mistaken for a naval officer. Now, he was trapped alongside the ferocious Black Panther, Bakula, and it was evident that these women were genuinely intent on his demise. In a fit of rage, he turned and unleashed a powerful punch, striking the panther's leg bone. The panther staggered back a step. Shibei advanced with determination, delivering yet another powerful punch. The Black Panther collided violently with the iron bars. As he closed the distance once more, he unleashed a third strike while proclaiming in a deep voice, martial technique. Savage bite. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Black Panther was sent crashing through the iron barrier, soaring into the air. The women, who had been clamoring incessantly just moments before, fell into an abrupt and profound silence. Shibei is the second individual to find himself imprisoned behind the iron bars of the Daughter Kingdom, following the illustrious Monkey D. Luffy. He is also the second person, after Luffy, capable of sending the formidable Bachura flying with sheer arm strength. The technique Guy, a hallmark of KF protagonist Kyo Kusanagi, would surely have obliterated the Panther with a single blow had it been executed by Kyo himself. Regrettably, Shibei is not Kyo, and thus his rendition of Guy possesses at most half the potency. Nevertheless, even at only 50% of its full power, it is sufficient to leave Bachura incapacitated for an extended period. The warriors of the Daughter Kingdom stood agape, astonished. This man did not employ haki. How could that be? He was reminiscent of Luffy himself. Almost simultaneously with Bachura's flight, Kikyo had already leapt aside, her expression one of cold intensity. Previously, she had pursued Shibei with relentless fervor, believing him to be a mere monkey lacking in capabilities, merely evading her grasp. Now, she realized that Shibei's strength far exceeded her initial estimations, amplifying her suspicions. How could such a formidable individual suddenly appear on Amazon Lily? Surely, he harbors ulterior motives. As the captain of the national defense team of the Daughter Kingdom, Kikyo's capacity to respond to crises is undoubtedly exceptional, placing her above the surrounding warriors, who were still reeling from shock. Once she retreated to the periphery, she called out decisively, "Attack!" The still stunned warriors, upon hearing Kikyo's commanding shout, regained their composure, swiftly knocking arrows to their bows. Their movements were fluid, devoid of hesitation, and even their expressions transformed to reflect their usual calm demeanor. Shibei is acutely aware of a profound truth. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. Once the one who issues commands, the orange flower, is apprehended, this band of female warriors shall lose their backbone, leading to a victory without confrontation. Thus, at the very moment these women knocked their arrows, he propelled himself forward, aiming directly for the orange flower nestled among them. Capturing her would render all efforts moot. However, Shibei underestimated the strength of these women. Before he could approach the orange flower, a colossal figure loomed directly in his path, the nearly 3-meter-tall female giant, Ephelandra. It is difficult for Zybe to fathom how such a colossal and cumbersome figure as Ephelandra could possess such remarkable speed, akin to instantaneous movement. Just mere moments ago, Ephelandra was clearly amidst the crowd, and before Zybe's foot could even touch the ground after taking a step, Ephelandra suddenly materialized right in front of him. Furthermore, this giantess named Ephelandra not only exhibited astonishing swiftness, but also possessed immense strength. Shibei had previously been sent flying by a slap, crashing into 2 trees, and even now, pain lingered in his body. Reluctantly, he had to evade the onslaught and come to a halt. Just as he paused, the female warriors surrounding him, who were already prepared, released their bowstrings, unleashing a volley of arrows. Kikyo shouted from the back, "Ephelandra, come back." Each protector of the daughter nation exuded a formidable aura, and every arrow they loosed was imbued with that same power. To be struck by even a single arrow would be excruciating. At best, it would leave one severely injured, and at worst, it could lead to instant demise. Thus, Shibei dared not be careless. He rolled awkwardly on the ground and found refuge behind Ephelandra, whose imposing stature served as an excellent shield. At this critical juncture, Shibei had no qualms about hiding behind a woman like a turtle retreating into its shell. Kikyo drew back her bowstring and shouted, "Shameless man, keep your distance from Ephelandra." No sooner had she spoken than Ephelandra suddenly drew her sword and turned around. It was a massive blade, concealed beneath her cloak, and it seemed as though she had never unsheathed it before in any animated depiction. Even without her weapon, Ephelandra was already formidable, but now that she had drawn her massive sword, Shibei felt an icy chill seep into his heart. However, surrender was not an option for Shibei. He resolved to seize the initiative. As Ephelandra turned, he leapt into action, executing a low sweeping kick. This was the signature move known as Duel of Joy, a fighting technique from KF's Kyokuzunachi. Its swift execution and invincible recovery made it particularly effective against towering opponents like Ephelandra. Launching himself into the air, Shibei soared over 3 meters high, executing the kick that connected perfectly atop Ephelandra's head, catching her off guard. Ephelandra was taken aback by his sudden elevation and hastily raised her arm to block. Yet, the unconventional and forceful nature of Duel of Joy was such that even this female giant was brought to her knee, her massive sword clattering to the ground. A gasp rippled through the crowd of women. Is this a trick? Ephelandra has actually knelt? How impressive. Nevertheless, as an elite warrior of the daughter nation, Ephelandra quickly regained her composure. Though her sword had fallen, her other hand was now free. She grasped Shibei's calf, rose to her feet, and spun rapidly, disorienting him to the point where stars danced before his eyes. Finally, with a release of her grip, she flung Shibei into the air. Afterward, Ephelandra rested her hand on her forehead, gazing intently at Shibei's receding figure. Kikyo, her expression darkened, inquired, "Where have you thrown him?" Ephelandra wore an expression of innocence, declaring her ignorance. Kikyo, resting her forehead on her hand, then commanded all the warriors present. It was evident that this man had been abandoned by Ephelandra at some remote corner of the island. They must locate him swiftly and ensure he does not escape from Amazon Lily. He had already learned that Lord Luffy was here, and should he return to the Navy headquarters, the consequences would be dire. Given his earlier display of strength, he might even be a Navy captain. I must relay this matter to Lady Hancock immediately. Summon the snail. The warriors, understanding their roles, took Kikyo's words to heart, their expressions grave and swiftly dispersed, each heading in different directions to conduct a thorough search of Amazon Lily. After careful consideration, Kikyo resolved to inform Lady Hancock of the events unfolding on the island. Although she might face a torrent of reprimands and potentially lose her position as captain of the Guardians, the safety of the daughter nation was at stake. A burden too great for her to bear alone. Since her appointment as the captain, the long-standing ironclad rules of the daughter nation had been breached twice under her watch, first by the arrival of Straw Hat Luffy and now by the escape of Shibei. Kikyo felt a profound sense of shame. Even if Hancock did not revoke her captaincy, she could no longer bear to remain in her position. Kikyo picked up the transponder snail, preparing to communicate with Hancock when a diminutive old woman, resembling a gnome, approached, leaning heavily on her cane. The female warriors, upon seeing her, respectfully stepped aside, and even the typically impatient Kikyo greeted her with deference. "Granny Za, what brings you here?" Indeed, this old woman was Granny Za, the former empress of Amazon Lily, Girolioza. During her reign, she had recklessly ventured out to sea, abandoning the daughter nation, earning her the title of the nation's sinner as designated by Hancock. However, it was also due to her being away in other waters that she fortuitously rescued Hancock and her sisters, bringing them back to the daughter nation. Without her, Hancock could never have ascended to the throne. Furthermore, She was the only individual in the entire daughter nation privy to the truth behind the scar on Hancock's back. Granny Zod always regarded Hancock as her own daughter and shared a long-standing acquaintance with the Pirate King, Rayleigh. Her life was undoubtedly filled with stories. Though age had diminished her stature, one could only wonder if she had been slightly taller in her youth. Regardless of her short stature, she had once ruled as Empress. Her strength unquestionable. In her leisure time on the island, she enjoyed reading newspapers, making her a well-informed figure within the daughter nation. Whenever there was confusion on the island, the inhabitants often sought her counsel. With a voice that carried the weight of years, Granny Zod remarked, "There has been quite a commotion. I thought I would come and see for myself." Immediately, upon seeing the motionless figure of the Black Panther, Bakshula, the matriarch, with her wealth of experience, deduced that Bakshula had been felled by a blow from a fist. With a grave expression, she inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" Kikyo was drenched in cold sweat. The reason that pirates had not dared to invade the land of women for centuries was not solely due to their fear of its regulations, but also because the unique geographical environment played a crucial role. The land of women is situated on Amazon Lily, and the windless zone surrounding the island renders navigation impossible. Ships cannot sail, nor can men swim. Even naval vessels are unable to penetrate these waters. This windless zone is but one barrier. Should anyone miraculously manage to navigate their vessel into this area, they would then face relentless attacks from sea kings. Thus, a confluence of factors has led to the isolation of Amazon Lily. Even seagulls delivering newspapers seldom fly over this region. Only legendary figures like the Dark King Rayleigh would dare to swim across these waters, bare-chested. Legends, indeed, are just that, mythical. Presently, Sib finds himself unable to compare. He yearns to emulate Mr. Rayleigh and swim out of the windless zone. Yet reason warns him that to tempt fate is to invite disaster. Thus, he continues to rack his brain, seeking a means to escape this maritime prison. Fortunately, the giantess, Ephelandra, cast him to the fringes of Amazon Lily, right to the shore, saving him considerable time. Although he was severely injured from the fall, spitting up blood several times, he bore no grievances. Instead, he seized the opportunity to gauge the resilience of his own constitution. 2 words, remarkably sturdy. Being thrown several kilometers and merely bleeding a bit is, by all accounts, a profitable venture. However, as Sib wiped the blood from his mouth, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Ephelandra belongs to the giant race? She deliberately stood on tiptoe, glancing back at the 2 characters' 9 serpents etched upon the crumbling wall. This female giant is truly ruthless. She actually cast me from the bustling streets of the kingdom of women to this forsaken place. Were it not for my indomitable physique, impervious to blades and weapons, I would surely have been reduced to a mere pulp. Oh my heavens, this truly is a den of dragons and tigers. If I do not swiftly devise a means of escape, I fear that before I even embark on my campaign, I may meet my demise at the hands of these women. Shibei limped around the periphery of Jioshi Island, traversing nearly half a circle. He intended to return to the shore where he had initially lingered, for there lay a small lumbering boat he had painstakingly crafted over the span of 3 days. Just as fatigue began to weigh upon him, and he contemplated taking a moment to rest and perhaps gather a few mushrooms to stave off hunger, he suddenly noticed a small vessel anchored at the edge of a bay, approximately several hundred meters away. Shibei used to be nearsighted, a common affliction among those who spend excessive hours at the computer. However, ever since he acquired the KOF fighting technique, all of his ailments have vanished. His vision has become remarkably clear. Even at a considerable distance, he can discern the skull emblem representing pirates emblazoned on a small boat moored nearby. Furthermore, it appears somewhat reminiscent of a smiling skull. Shibei was taken aback. Among the few skull insignias he recognized from the world of pirates, this one, located hundreds of meters away, was certainly among them. With a heart filled with both trepidation and excitement, he cautiously approached the small boat nestled in the bay. Uncertain whether anyone occupied this miniature pirate vessel, he treaded with utmost care. It took him nearly 20 minutes to traverse the 100-meter distance. Shibei concealed himself behind a rock at the water's edge, intently observing the miniature pirate ship. Even after straining his eyes to the point of discomfort, he failed to discern any movement aboard the tiny vessel. Shibei summoned his courage and emerged from behind the rocks. He then approached the cove cautiously, every sense alert. Should he detect any signs of danger, he intended to turn on his heel and flee. However, as he drew closer to the pirate vessel, he found no one in sight. Now face to face with the ship, the grinning skull painted on its hull became unmistakably clear. and he could now affirm with complete certainty that this vessel undoubtedly belonged to Trafalgar Law. Shibei rested his chin on his hand, pondering the situation from a temporal perspective. It had been a month since Law had brought Luffy to this location, suggesting that he should have departed long ago. Yet, why did his pirate ship remain here? At that moment, Shibei was struck by a realization. Law's vessel was a large submarine. Thus, it was highly plausible that this small boat had been deployed from the submarine. However, why would Law leave a small craft here? Was it perhaps intended for Rayleigh? It certainly seemed likely, especially since Rayleigh was currently somewhere on Amazon Lily, instructing Luffy in the art of hockey. If he were to leave, having a small boat would indeed be quite convenient, despite being a living legend. Constantly traversing the seas seemed rather unreliable. Just as Shibei was lost in thought, a woman suddenly emerged from the thicket. Shibei heard a sound and turned to look. The woman had a head of golden short hair and a complexion that radiated a healthy wheat hue. An arrow quiver was strapped to her thigh, filled with numerous arrows. Like the other guardians of the Kingdom of Women, she was also adorned with a serpent, a green snake as thick as an arm, wrapping around her. She appeared to be slightly shorter than Shibei, yet possessed an exquisite figure, particularly her facial features, which were remarkably delicate. Prior to this, Shibei had encountered numerous women in the Kingdom of Women, yet only two could elicit a genuine compliment regarding their beauty from him. Apart from Jike, there was the woman before him now. Shibei couldn't help but exclaim, Marguerite. Indeed, she was Marguerite, the first woman to discover Luffy, and the one who had grown closest to him in the entirety of the Amazon Lily, aside from Hancock. When Luffy was thrust onto the arena, she was the only one who boldly defended him, although her words bore little tangible impact. Yet she was the first woman in the entire kingdom who did not shun Luffy. Marguerite possessed a kind heart. However, her kindness was exclusively reserved for Luffy. Thus, Shibei was undoubtedly out of luck. Like the other warriors of the kingdom, Marguerite harbored a complete animosity towards Shibei. The moment she leaped from the forest and laid eyes on Shibei, she immediately aimed her arrow at her, first drawing the bowstring, then releasing the arrow without any hesitation. Shibei was taken aback, swiftly turning over and seeking refuge in the nearby small boat. However, Margaret had no intention of granting Shibei a moment's respite. With one missed arrow, she knocked another and shouted, Stobby, the man is here. No sooner had Margaret's words left her lips than a woman with twin ponytails sprang forth. Oh no. It was not a gorilla, but rather a woman resembling one. If Shibei hadn't taken a closer look, he might have truly mistaken her for a primate. It was not entirely unreasonable for Shibei to make such an error, for this woman named Stobby was as hefty and robust as a sumo wrestler. And to put it bluntly, rather unattractive. As if her lack of beauty were not enough, she sported a rather delicate twin ponytail hairstyle. Shibei incites a visceral anger merely by being in sight. However, Stobby, this stout and robust woman, exhibits remarkable bravery, unlike Margaret, who stands at a distance to shoot arrows. She charges directly towards Shibei, her expression resolute. As Stobby's intimidating visage and formidable figure draw ever closer, the atmosphere thickens with tension. A surge of inexplicable fury ignited within Shibei. Stobby bellowed, Men, surrender your resistance at once. Shibei was seized by a wave of goosebumps as he clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. The martial artist turned his back to the rapidly approaching Stobby, who mistakenly believed that Shibei had truly surrendered. With a swift push off the ground, she accelerated towards the deck of the miniature vessel, extending her hand to pin Shibei down. In that critical moment, Shibei suddenly pivoted, unleashing a frenzied roar, venom strike. Stobby was struck squarely in the face, sent hurtling backwards, her mouth spraying a flurry of frothy spittle. Shibei exclaimed in fury, Mother Gorilla, you startled me. Standing nearby, Margaret, poised to release her arrow, gaped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Stobby had been sent flying? As an elite guardian warrior of the Daughter Kingdom, Stobby's prowess was unparalleled among her peers. Even the formidable giantess Ephelandra had never bested Stobby in an arm wrestling match, indicating that Stobby's strength surpassed Ephelandra's by a significant margin. Yet, a warrior of Stobby's caliber, ranked among the top 3 elite fighters, had been struck down with a single blow? Margaret was clearly taken aback. In this moment, both Margaret and Stobby were rendered immobile, one in shock, the other dazed from the blow. Shibei intended to make a swift retreat. He had no desire to linger here, flaunting his prowess. Once the valiant warriors arrived, he would truly be in peril. Thus, he directly entered the cockpit of the miniature vessel, preparing to set sail. Upon stepping into the cockpit, Shibei suddenly emerged with half of his head poking out, gritting his teeth as he muttered a curse. Damn those female gorillas. A whole pack of them. The miniature boat, left behind by Trafalgar Law on the shores of Nine Snake Island, proved to be quite reliable. Although Shibei had never piloted a vessel before, he could grasp the essential operational steps. Within the confines of this cockpit, which spanned only a few square meters, there was a cold control panel adorned with buttons, alongside a joystick reminiscent of an arcade game console. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. Shibei gazed at the two buttons on the console, one red and the other green. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly slapped the green button. In that instant, the cockpit was suddenly illuminated, and the console emitted a cacophony of mechanical sounds. The deck of the miniature vessel began to fold up gradually, and to his astonishment, the tiny boat transformed into a submarine. However, the confines of the cockpit were rather cramped, including the space occupied by the console. It could accommodate at most 3 to 5 individuals. It certainly felt a bit constricted. Shibei sensed the movement of the small, morphing vessel as he turned his gaze towards the window. Indeed, on either side of the cockpit, there were small windows, each no larger than a palm, shielded by a particularly thick pane of glass. The sturdiness was beyond question. After all, this was a vessel left behind by Luo, and its quality was undoubtedly assured. Shibei felt no apprehension whatsoever as he observed Jushideo gradually receding into the distance. Zyb's heart raced with an overwhelming excitement, nearly bursting forth in jubilant exclamations. Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates, known by the moniker Surgeon of Death, wields the powers of the Opop no Mi and stands as one of the 11 supernovas of the pirate world, navigating the thin line between the old era and the new, always armed and ready. Law is an astute individual, a pirate skilled in the art of strategy. Though his life may be somewhat burdensome, if Zybe were compelled to select 3 of his favorite characters from the realm of One Piece, Law would undoubtedly secure a place among them. The sensation of being aboard Law's submarine felt surreal, akin to a dream. He resolved to make this transforming vessel his home. Anyone daring to disrupt his abode would surely face his wrath. From the cockpit, Shibei gazed out and observed an increasing number of the nation's guardians emerging from the forest. However, these valiant warriors could only watch helplessly as Shibei ventured further away, refraining from pursuit. Why did they not chase after her? Was it fear of the Sea Kings? No, it was not that. Without the permission of Lady Serpent, they were bound to remain on Nine Serpent Island, regardless of the circumstances. After 3 days of anxious waiting, Zybe finally found himself ready to set sail in peace. Even drifting upon the waves was far preferable to languishing in the realm of the Daughter Kingdom. However, given the multitude of women residing on Nine Serpent Island, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. The mere thought of abducting one of them sparked a fleeting excitement. Yet he knew all too well that the reality of such an endeavor would leave him trembling with trepidation. As Shibei found himself in a state of exhilaration, the sudden image of Stobby, the female gorilla, intruded upon his thoughts. Instantly, he resembled someone who had swallowed a fly, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of pale. And he could not help but utter a curse. Damn it! These 2 words were not merely Shibei's catchphrase. They also served as the vocal command to activate the honor maul. The unexpected utterance prompted the maul to materialize before him. It was the same semi-transparent spinning machine, hovering in midair. Fortunately, it was not a physical entity. Otherwise, the cramped cockpit, barely a few square meters in size, would hardly accommodate an honor maul comparable in size to a security door. Shibei was particularly concerned about his honor points, so the moment the maul appeared, his gaze swiftly shifted to the data display in the bottom right corner. Honor balance, 320 transfer attempts, 0 free attempts, 0 pay. Where did this sudden influx of 320 honor points come from? He pondered. Moreover, given that he had accrued honor points, how could the transfer attempts still be at 0? This was utterly perplexing. Shibei felt utterly lost. He had no idea where the honor points originated, nor did he know how many points were required for a single transfer. Shibei suddenly exclaimed, 007. If you can hear me, let out a shout. There was no response. Shibei was furious. Can you fart? The programmers of this utopian system are truly insufferable. If I don't berate them a little, they would never dare to emerge. Greetings, I am programmer number 007. How may I assist you? Shibei has discerned the formulaic nature of 007. Regarding casual conversations beyond the system, 007 remains unresponsive. Thus Shibei, with candor, inquired, from whence do my 320 points of honor originate? Why, Despite possessing honor, do I still have 0 transfer attempts? At the very least, you should enlighten me on how to earn honor. It seems rather irresponsible of you not to provide these crucial steps. Even if you are disinclined to engage with me, you ought to furnish a manual. My sincerest apologies for this oversight. The programmer 007 began with an official apology, followed by, the greater your renown and prestige, the more honor points you shall accrue. The Utopian Honor Mall system is a beginner-level system devoid of barriers, currently in its trial phase. For every 1,000 points of honor, 1 transfer attempt is permitted. Acknowledging that you might not have had access to shortcuts for earning honor initially, we have graciously granted you a complimentary opportunity to transfer skills. You have now departed from the trial base and received an additional 300 points of honor courtesy of the system. The extra 20 points of honor balance is a reflection of your renown and prestige on Nine Serpent Island. Goodness gracious! Shibei was on the verge of a breakdown. The Nine Serpent Island turned out to be merely a training ground? The starting line was rather elevated. What infuriated Shibei even more was that after exhausting himself to leave the Nine Serpent Island, he was left with a mere 300 points of honor. There was nothing more to say. This so-called Utopia system was exceedingly stingy. After all the chaos he caused on Nine Serpent Island, almost risking his life, he had only gained a meager 20 points of honor and fame. It was practically worthless. Was it truly so arduous to earn reputation and prestige? Wait a moment. It seems that Shibei has overlooked something. With a swift turn of his eyes, he exclaimed in anger, "What did you say? A trial phase?" Programmer 007 remained silent for a moment before responding. Please do not concern yourself. Although the Utopian system is currently in a trial phase, it is fully functional and equipped, ensuring that your usage will not encounter any inconvenience. Shibei gave a thumbs up to the translucent honor mall. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Shibei exhaled deeply, calming his emotions, and said, "All I desire is to enhance my reputation, increase my prestige, and accumulate more points of honor, so that I may acquire additional skills from the marketplace." Brother 007, is that the correct interpretation? Indeed, you are quite astute. Shibei, gritting his teeth, remarked, "Flattering me will not quell my urge to curse you out. You present me with a trial version of your system. What are the true intentions of you executives from this utopian framework? However, I lack the time to dwell on this matter. Pray tell, how might I elevate my notoriety?" Programmer 007 contemplated. This is the world of pirates. You can assemble a pirate crew to increase your bounty, or become a bounty hunter to earn rewards, or even join the Navy to ascend to the rank of Admiral. Indeed, there are numerous avenues to enhance your fame and prestige. Forming a pirate crew? Finding competent crew members is quite the challenge, particularly exceptional ones. Joining the Navy is out of the question. It has never crossed my mind. However, being a bounty hunter offers much more freedom. Yet, I wonder how much honor one gains from capturing a pirate. It must correlate with the pirate's bounty, I presume? 1,000 points of honor to upgrade a skill is exorbitantly steep. Shibei yearned to continue his inquiries when, all of a sudden, the submarine jolted violently. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, causing the honor mall to vanish as well. Uncertain of the commotion outside, he hurried to the window for a glimpse. To his astonishment, he beheld a dozen colossal sea monarchs emerging from the depths, each towering at least 7 or 8 stories high. The submarine he occupied was now encircled by this formidable assembly of marine behemoths, leaving no escape. Shibei's face was ashen. When he was discovered by Marguerite, he had been so preoccupied with the thought of escape that he completely forgot this was the doldrums, the lair of the aquatic royalty. Even if he managed to set sail in a submarine, overcoming the challenge posed by the aquatic beings remained a significant obstacle. Shibei plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming in despair, "It's over." Before him loomed a colossal marine creature, resembling a long-necked dinosaur, which opened its enormous maw and lunged towards the submarine that Shibei occupied. Helplessly, he could only watch in horror, entirely powerless to intervene. No miracle occurred. As anticipated, the submarine was swallowed whole by the creature. Inside the submarine, Shibei was similarly engulfed, sliding down the gullet into the depths of the creature's belly. Had he truly been devoured so soon after venturing out to sea? In the cockpit, Shibei swayed unsteadily, stumbling about for an extended period. Just as he was beginning to feel the aches in his back and waist, the submarine came to a halt, presumably having settled on the ocean floor. Regaining his balance, Shibei leaned against the cockpit window, scrutinizing his surroundings with great care. He was acutely aware that he was nestled within the belly of a sea creature, thus refraining from any reckless actions. Should he dare to open the cockpit door, A torrent of gastric acid might surge in, leaving little more than a mere residue of bones. Gazing out through the window, the vista beyond was nothing short of astonishing. Shibe is currently aboard a submarine, drifting upon a pool of crimson waters. In the distance, a patch of land emerges, offering a place to alight. Adorned with a grand tree, surrounded by an astonishing tranquility. However, Shibe, with keen perception, soon discerns that several dilapidated pirate ships are also adrift upon the sanguine river. Likely the unfortunate victims swallowed by the Sea Kings. Shibe couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the space surrounding him. It resembled a tranquil beach. Had he not witnessed with his own eyes the moment when the submarine he was aboard was engulfed by a sea creature, he would have found it utterly unbelievable that he was inside the belly of such a beast. Remaining within the confines of the submarine, Shibe observed the unfolding events in silence. Approximately 30 minutes passed, yet there was no sign of any activity outside. Shibe mustered his courage and gently pushed open the door to the cockpit. A pungent, acrid odor assailed his senses, prompting him to swiftly cover his mouth and nose. Since the submarine was presently adrift upon the Crimson River, the strange liquid did not flood into the cockpit upon his entrance. Shibe, being inherently cautious, refrained from recklessly leaping into the sanguine waters. A suspicion lingered in his mind, and to further substantiate his hypothesis, he removed his clothing and cast it into the river. As soon as the fabric touched the surface, it began to emit a noxious smoke, swiftly eroded away. Shibe broke into a cold sweat, murmuring, "Indeed, it is gastric acid." Undoubtedly, these scarlet currents were the gastric acid of the Sea King. Fortunately, Shibe, with his quick wit, had tested the waters. Had he recklessly plunged into this cauldron without a second thought, the outcome would have been dire, with his bones likely to be completely eroded. At this moment, Shibe could not help but admire the craftsmanship of Luo's submarine, which remarkably floated amidst the gastric acid without succumbing to corrosion. Shibe turned and returned to the cockpit, deftly maneuvering the joystick on the control panel to guide the submarine to a nearby clearing, a rare patch of land yet untouched by the corrosive gastric acid. Surprisingly, within the belly of this sea creature, there thrived a tree, an astonishing sight indeed. Judging by the lushness of its foliage, it appeared to be a living tree. Utterly incongruous with the surrounding environment, Shibe maneuvered the submarine to the vicinity of an open space, then covered his mouth and nose as he exited the cockpit and leaped onto the ground. This expanse of land was a deep crimson hue, yielding slightly underfoot, creating a soft and cushioned sensation. Shibe understood that this was undoubtedly the flesh wall of a Sea King. He jumped vigorously upon it, sensing a profound sense of security. Shortly thereafter, he approached a tree, circling around its vibrant form. This tree was peculiar. Its roots were exceedingly slender, scarcely thicker than a pinky finger. Yet its trunk was remarkably stout, thicker than his thigh. As he gazed upward along the trunk, he beheld the branches that diverged in a multitude of bizarre and varied shapes. Shibe attempted to measure the thickness of the stoutest branch, and astonishingly, he found it impossible to embrace it alone. He had never encountered such an extraordinary tree with branches so thick, which compelled him to gaze at it with fascination. Soon, he discovered a fruit nestled among the branches. Shibe had not eaten for nearly a day and was already quite hungry. Initially, he was able to endure the hunger, but upon discovering the fruit, his stomach began to grumble uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and attempted to climb the tree trunk. Unfortunately, the trunk was too slender, making it impossible for him to ascend. Shibe abandoned his attempt to climb the tree. Instead, he crouched down and leapt into the air. With that single bound, he soared effortlessly to a height of 3 to 4 meters, plucking the fruit with ease. As soon as the fruit was harvested, the entire tree began to wither rapidly. In less than a minute, the tree succumbed to death. Shibe held a fruit as large as a watermelon, scrutinizing it with great care. After all, being inside the belly of a Sea King and discovering a tree was peculiar enough. The presence of fruit upon it only heightened his curiosity. Fearing the possibility of toxicity, he felt compelled to examine it further. At that moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He exclaimed, "Could this be a devil fruit?" In both size and shape, this fruit bore an uncanny resemblance to the devil fruits he had seen in One Piece. The only distinction lay in its color. Ace's flame fruit was orange. Luffy's gum fruit was blue, yet the fruit he now held was astonishingly white. Shibe hesitated, contemplating whether to take a bite and savor the taste. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled audibly once more. With a determined resolve, Shibe thought to himself, "It is certainly better than starving to death." He took a hearty bite of the fruit, which had a pleasantly chewy texture, yet lacked flavor, reminiscent of chewing on candle wax. Nevertheless, it served to quell his hunger. He swiftly devoured the watermelon-sized fruit, leaving no trace behind. Although it bore little taste, it provided some sustenance, alleviating his hunger to a degree. Thankfully, his body showed no signs of adverse effects. Shibei settled down on the spot, reclining within the belly of the Sea King, inhaling the acrid stench that assaulted his senses. A myriad of emotions surged within him. Having just departed from Snake Island, he found himself ensnared within the maw of the Sea King. Uncertainty loomed over whether he would ever escape this predicament. If he were to remain here any longer, he would succumb not only to the corrosive gastric acid, but also to the agony of starvation. Just as Shibei wallowed in his dismal fate, a sudden clamor broke the silence. "Captain Sayer, it's the Sea King. Flee. The Sea King approaches. We can't escape. What do we do? Captain Sayer." Silence. "How can a mere Sea King instill such fear in you? Stand back and witness as I cleave it in twain." Shibei suddenly sat up, glancing around in bewilderment. Where could that sound have originated? Could there be others inside the belly of this sea creature? No. The voices seemed to emanate from beyond, as if they were drifting in from the outside world. Shibei perked up his ears and listened intently for a moment longer. Captain Seer is about to make his move. Humph. The captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 67 million, known as the Swiftblade Seer. This foolish sea creature has chosen the wrong opponent. Brothers, swiftly prepare the dining table. Zybe was taken aback. Indeed, these sounds were emanating from outside. Shibei pondered to himself, how could I still hear voices from the outside while I am clearly inside the belly of a Sea King? Has my hearing become so acutely sensitive? This is illogical. Everything was perfectly normal before. At that moment, a sudden epiphany struck Shibei as he recalled the fruit he had just swallowed. It was indeed a devil fruit. To this day, no one knows where these devil fruits are harvested from. Not even the merchants in the black market who deal in them can provide a satisfactory explanation. The only consensus is that the ocean does not harbor two identical devil fruits. They are said to be incarnations of sea demons. And consuming one leads to being forsaken by the sea. Could it be that every devil fruit is extracted from the belly of a Sea King? Shibei has always found it peculiar that a tree grew upon the flesh of the Sea King. Now, through a series of fortuitous misadventures, he has inadvertently obtained a devil fruit, leaving him even more bewildered regarding the fruit's origins. Upon deeper reflection, could it not be said that the term sea demon refers precisely to these monstrous sea kings, known for their ship-swallowing, man-eating ferocity? The situation with Zybe is nothing short of serendipitous. Consuming the devil fruit indeed amplifies one's strength, which is quite remarkable. However, the accompanying cost is abandonment by the sea, rendering Zybe akin to a landlocked creature. He is now desperate to plunge into the water to ascertain whether he truly meets his demise upon contact with the ocean. Yet, all he encounters is a pool of crimson gastric acid, devoid of the vast sea he yearns to test himself against. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, tilting his head to listen attentively to the commotion outside. A surge of resentment brewed within him. Of all the fruits in existence, why was he bestowed with a pair of wind-catching airs? They proved futile in a brawl. Just as he was lost in thought, a tremor rippled through the foul-smelling confines. Moments later, a colossal sea creature was cleaved in two by the pirates outside, unleashing a torrent of seawater that washed away the crimson gastric acid, along with Zybe himself. Wasn't he just contemplating diving into the ocean to confirm his fate as a land creature? Now, his wish had inadvertently come true. Most importantly, he now comprehends that the fruit he had consumed was indeed a devil fruit. Immersed in the sea, he finds himself utterly devoid of strength. While his consciousness remains intact and the art of swimming is not forgotten, his body lacks the power to propel itself, slowly succumbing to the depths. The miniature submarine has also been swept away to an unknown location. "Captain Seer, look, a small boat is emerging from the belly of the sea creature," exclaimed a pirate. "Impossible. How could there be a boat inside a sea creature?" Came the incredulous reply. "It's true," insisted a pirate clad in a headscarf, intently observing the small vessel being cast out by the waves. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a skull adorned with a smiley face emblazoned on its hull. As a fellow pirate, he recognized this emblem all too well. It belonged to the notorious supernova of the worst generation, Trafalgar Law, whose name now echoed across the seas. The sight left him aghast, and he shouted in terror, "It's a pirate ship. The Heart Pirates of Trafalgar Law, the supernova of the worst generation. What are they doing here?" His exclamation stirred the entire crew aboard the ship. Captain Seer, sporting a full beard, rushed over. "What? Impossible?" he exclaimed, grabbing his spyglass. He scrutinized the approaching vessel and immediately recognized the skull insignia. A cold sweat broke upon his brow, disbelief washing over him. Indeed, it was the infamous death surgeon from the North Sea. From aboard the ship, a voice trembled. The Heart Pirates have been attacking other pirates relentlessly over the past few days. Captain Trafalgar Law has been merciless, claiming the hearts of many. Now that he is here, could it be that he intends to take our hearts? Panic spread among the crew. What shall we do, Captain Sear? Calm down, Captain Sear bellowed, striving to restore order amidst the chaos. The vessel appeared diminutive, seemingly incapable of accommodating more than a handful of individuals. Even the notorious Surgeon of Death, lacking any crew to accompany him, would not dare to act recklessly against us alone. We shall observe for now, my comrades. Load the ammunition and be prepared for an imminent assault. A throng of pirates scurried in a chaotic frenzy toward the powder magazine. Captain Sear continued to survey the scene through his telescope. At that moment, he suddenly discerned a figure slipping from the belly of the sea creature, subsequently engulfed by the ocean, leaving a trail of bubbles in its wake, never to resurface. Captain Sear failed to identify the visage of the figure and mistakenly presumed it to be Trafalgar Law. After all, the diminutive vessel bore Law's pirate insignia. Who else could it belong to? Captain Sear was beside himself with joy. Trafalgar Law, a wielder of formidable abilities, had now plunged into the sea. He was surely doomed. A crew member interjected, Captain Sear, since Trafalgar Law absconded with Straw Hat Luffy during the War of the Best, the Navy headquarters has escalated his bounty to 300 million. 300 million. Captain Sear was initially taken aback, but then exclaimed loudly, retrieve him. All the crew members widened their eyes in disbelief. Retrieve him? That was tantamount to courting death. Captain Sear laughed heartily. Securing Trafalgar Law's head would elevate the Cutlass Pirates to renown across the seas. What of the so-called Great Era of Pirates? What of the supernovas? All mere nonsense. With Whitebeard deceased and the New World in chaos, the Navy was scouring for recruits. If we did not devise a strategy to bolster our crew, survival in the New World would be arduous. Now, with Trafalgar Law akin to a dead dog adrift in the sea, he could serve as a springboard for our ambitions in the New World. The crew fell momentarily silent, then erupted in unison. Captain Sear, we are with you. Captain Sear, you shall surely uncover the grand treasure. Captain Sear bellowed, my comrades, retrieve him. One pirate, the most adept swimmer among them, secured a rope around himself and plunged into the depths of the ocean. Before long, he emerged with a figure in tow. However, the individual, having swallowed copious amounts of seawater, was utterly unconscious. The pirate, adorned with a headscarf, bound the rope around the unconscious figure's waist and signaled for assistance. The remaining pirates aboard the ship began to pull the rope collectively, finally bringing the figure aboard. Subsequently, they produced a bundle of ropes, binding the person securely before casting him at Captain Sear's feet. Upon closer inspection, Captain Sear realized something was amiss. Was this truly Trafalgar Law? How did he bear such a dissimilar appearance to the wanted poster? Upon hearing Sear's words, a crew member hurried over, clutching a stack of bounty notices. Captain Sear glanced at the notices, then shifted his gaze to Shibei. The comparison revealed the truth. This individual was certainly not Trafalgar Law. A group of crew members widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had indeed apprehended the wrong person. The pirate wrapped in a headscarf defended himself, stating, I saw only him in the sea. I did not make a mistake. Captain Sear, enraged, delivered a swift kick to Shibei's abdomen. With a sudden surge, Shibei awoke, drenched in seawater. The crew of the Quick Blade pirate group comprised approximately a dozen formidable individuals, each robust and exuding a palpable air of menace. After all, they were pirates. If they appeared too refined, it would indeed seem out of place. As for the pirate ship itself, it was not particularly large. Yet it had undoubtedly traversed the seas for an extended period. The deck was riddled with cracks, emitting creaking sounds with every slight movement, while the hull bore the scars of numerous battles, a testament to its tumultuous past. In short, the atmosphere aboard this vessel was anything but reassuring. It was hard to fathom how this fearsome band of pirates managed to navigate such a decrepit ship to this point. Now, these seemingly malevolent marauders surrounded Shibei, each brandishing gleaming blades and swallowing hard, even though Shibei was securely bound. The pirates remained vigilant, unwilling to underestimate the situation. Shibei was unaware of the true intentions harbored by the band of pirates. He mistakenly believed that they had benevolently come to his rescue, despite their notorious reputation. He felt a sense of gratitude towards his saviors and thus expressed his heartfelt thanks. Ahem, I nearly lost my life. Thank you, Captain Sear. Shibei recognized Captain Sear's name because he overheard the conversation among the pirates while inside the belly of the Sea King. Thus, he confidently concluded that the burly man with a ship's hat and a bushy beard was indeed Captain Sear. Shibei, uttering his thanks, was preparing to rise from the ground when he suddenly realized he was tightly bound. Confusion enveloped him. After all, this band of pirates had rescued him from the sea. So why were they now restraining him? Why are you tying me up? Captain Sear's face turned ashen as he delivered a kick to Shibei, gritting his teeth and demanding, "How do you know my name? You are indeed a member of the Red Heart pirate crew, aren't you? You came for us from the very beginning, didn't you? Is Trafalgar Law hiding nearby? That scoundrel Law. Does he also intend to seize my heart?" Shibei was utterly bewildered. How did he inexplicably become a member of the Red Heart pirate crew? Soon, he recalled that he had set sail aboard Law's submarine, and it was only natural that he might be mistaken for one of Law's crew. But where was the submarine? Shibei had resolutely decided to establish his abode within the submarine. Now that he felt secure, he was eager to ascertain the whereabouts of the vessel. Like a caterpillar, he cautiously maneuvered his body to the edge of the ship, tilting his head to survey his surroundings. It was then that he noticed the submarine being towed by a jump rope, trailing behind the swift pirate ship. A sigh of relief escaped him. After all, the submarine was the sole means of transportation in this place. If it were to vanish, he, an unskilled sailor, would find it utterly impossible to survive amidst the vast ocean. The pirates, somewhat apprehensive, dared not approach Shibei, instead opting to observe from a distance. Upon seeing him perched at the ship's edge, they mistakenly conjectured that he intended to leap into the sea, perhaps in a bid to escape after his identity was exposed. This fellow seemed to possess some abilities. Did he truly plan to jump? How foolish, for those endowed with powers are rejected by the sea. Trafalgar Law is a madman. Who would have thought his crew member would be such a simpleton? A chorus of laughter erupted among the pirates. Shibei turned sharply to glare at the raucous band of pirates, exclaiming with irritation, "You lot are the real fools. Who claimed I was about to jump? I merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of my little vessel. Moreover, I am not a member of the Heart Pirates, nor am I part of Trafalgar Law's crew. Do cease your baseless chatter and promptly untie me." Upon hearing his outburst, the pirates fell into a hushed silence. Captain Sear, his face adorned with a thick beard, suddenly lunged forward and pinned Shibei to the ground. With Sear leading the charge, the other pirates rushed to assist, restraining Shibei, as if fearing he might take flight. Within moments, 5 or 6 pirates had him pinned down, rendering him immobile. Shibei found himself in quite the predicament, having just been pulled from the sea. He was utterly exhausted. With his limbs bound and the robust Captain Sear pressing down upon him, he struggled to breathe as additional pirates joined the fray, leaving him doubting whether he might suffocate beneath their weight. "What are you doing? I have already stated that I am not a member of Trafalgar Law's crew," he protested. "Silence," roared Captain Sear. "Do not attempt to deceive me. Since you are familiar with my name, it is evident you are after my bounty. I've long suspected Trafalgar Law's recent actions at sea have been peculiar. Newcomers with bounties below 100 million have had their hearts seized by him. Speak. What is your true intention?" "Hearts seized?" Shibei pondered. Trafalgar Law, a user of the Ope no Mi, possessed a rather peculiar ability. Within a designated area, Law could disassemble individuals into countless pieces, yet they would not perish. This meant that even if the pirates' hearts were extracted and taken, as long as the hearts continued to beat, they could survive until natural failure or destruction ensued. However, the cool and composed Law always acted with purpose. A meticulous individual like him would never engage in such a reckless endeavor as to tarnish his reputation. The cruel act of stealing the hearts of other pirates would not only incite their wrath, but also attract the attention of the Navy, which was decidedly out of character for Law. As Shibei pondered deeply, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind, a silhouette adorned with spectacles, clad in a flamboyant pink feather coat. Shibei himself was taken aback, murmuring softly to himself, "Why did the thought of that monster, Doflamingo, suddenly cross my mind?" Zybe continued to delve deeper into his thoughts. Don Quixote Doflamingo, a member of the 7 warlords, is recognized by the world government as a legitimate pirate, endowed with numerous privileges. The so-called 7 warlords stand as a formidable mountain towering over ordinary pirates. To ascend to such ranks, one must possess the formidable strength to subdue other pirates. Undoubtedly, Doflamingo meets this criterion, and among the few who hold the title of 7 warlords, he is, in many respects, the most perilous. His prowess is indisputable. Moreover, what amplifies his threat is his lineage as a celestial dragon. Although it belongs to the past, it remains an unimaginable reality for other pirates. Trafalgar Law, once a subordinate of Doflamingo, spent many years by his side without ever discerning Doflamingo's concealed identity. Otherwise, he would not have suffered such a bitter defeat in Dressrosa. Upon contemplating this, Zybe was suddenly struck with astonishment. Ah, the 7 warlords. The sudden scream from Zybe startled Captain Sayre. Trembling, Captain Sayre stammered, What? What are the 7 warlords? What does it mean? Shibei has finally come to understand why Law sought to seize the hearts of other pirates. It is because Law exchanged 100 pirate hearts for the status of a warlord of the sea at the Navy headquarters. Indeed, Law aspires to become one of the 7 warlords. Shibei struck the deck with a resounding slap, exclaiming in unrestrained joy, Indeed. I have truly arrived at an opportune moment. Upon closer reflection, it becomes evident that during the 2 years of the Straw Hat pirate seclusion, numerous significant events have transpired. Trafalgar Law relinquished his heart. A duel among admirals took place. Akainu welcomed the young and ambitious Green Bull into the Blackbeard crew. Smoker sought the Navy's G5 division. And Fujitora and Green Bull experienced remarkable promotions to Admiral. Additionally, the legendary pirates from Level 6 of the underwater prison orchestrated a mass escape to wreak havoc. And there are still many more captivating developments on the horizon. Shibei suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Upon hearing Shibei's maniacal cackle, the entire Quick-Blade pirate crew broke into a cold sweat. The sudden burst of laughter from Zybe truly startled Captain Sayre, especially upon hearing Zybe inexplicably shout the name of the 7 warlords. Captain Sayre felt an immediate prickling sensation, akin to sitting on a bed of nails. His bounty stood at 67 million berries, not exceedingly high, yet not insubstantial either. However, encountering even a single warlord could lead to instant annihilation without hesitation. One of the pirates pressing down on Zybe, swallowing hard, inquired, Captain Sayre, did he just mention the 7 warlords? Before the bearded Captain Sayre could respond, another pirate interjected. I heard it too. He definitely said the 7 warlords. Upon hearing this, the pirates surrounding Zybe immediately stood up, distancing themselves from him, clearly intimidated by the formidable reputation of the warlords. It was not surprising that these pirates exhibited such cowardice. Any pirate who set sail was well acquainted with the term 7 warlords. In the delicate balance between the Navy and pirates, the identity of the 7 warlords held an extraordinarily significant status. To generalize, they were a means by which the Navy engaged in black operations against other pirates. The term legal pirates carries profound implications. Setting all this aside, the sheer strength of the 7 warlords was something that instilled great fear in pirates. Captain Sayre was also concerned, but in an effort to steady his crew, he shouted, Calm down. This boy is merely trying to scare us. How could he possibly be a warlord? He is just a crew member of Trafalgar Law. However, a pirate protested, But Captain, he really did mention the 7 warlords. Captain Sayre approached and slapped this mutinous subordinate across the face, admonishing, if he were a warlord, would he fall into the sea? I clearly saw him tumble out of a sea king's belly. He must have encountered a sea king and been swallowed whole. One must admit that Captain Sayre's leaps of thought and clear logic were akin to having witnessed Zybe's predicament firsthand. His ascendance to captaincy was not merely a stroke of luck. He possessed a keen intellect, unlike his crew, who seemed to believe every whisper of the wind. Following Captain Sayre's analysis, the pirates collectively sighed in relief. So that's how it is. You nearly scared me to death. I was puzzled. How could a warlord fall into the sea? How dare he try to intimidate us? At that moment, a pirate, his head wrapped in a bandana, who had pulled Zybe from the water, was now perusing a stack of bounty posters, flipping through them one by one. Knack, what are you looking at? Captain Sayre casually inquired, then continued, quickly, fetch another rope and bind this boy securely. We can't let him escape. If he had the audacity to come here alone, his captain, Trafalgar Law, might be hiding nearby. If that scoundrel Law is indeed after me, with his crew member in my grasp, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. The pirate, clad in a headscarf, was named Knack, appearing to be in his early 20s. Clutching a stack of bounty notices, Knack rushed forward, saying, Captain Sayre, I could not find this lad's bounty among the crew of the Heart Pirates. At this moment, Zybe had regained some of his strength and, tilting his head back, collided with Sayre's nose. Seizing the opportunity, he stood up, spitting with indignation as he exclaimed, I have long told you that I am neither a crew member of Trafalgar Law nor a part of the Heart Pirates. How much longer do you intend to keep me bound? Shibei is utterly exasperated, having been mistaken for a naval officer by a group of women on Nine Snake Island. Now, Confronted by pirates, he is again misidentified as a crew member of Trafalgar Law. What misfortune has befallen him today? Captain Sear, plagued by suspicion, is unlikely to believe Shibei's words. You scoundrel, are you truly not a member of Trafalgar Law's crew? If so, why does your small vessel bear the Jolly Roger of the Heart Pirates? Upon finishing his words, Captain Sear unsheaths his cutlass and shouts, Men, do not let him escape. Capture him alive. Let this miscreant experience the might of the Quickblade pirates. I, Quickblade Sear, am a supernova pirate with a bounty of 67 million berries. How could I allow Trafalgar Law to easily claim my heart? The young pirate, N.A.K., adorned with a headscarf, is undoubtedly Sear's trusted confidant. He echoes Sear's sentiments, declaring, This fellow is merely an inexperienced rookie yet to be targeted by the Navy. The crew of pirates raises their arms in fervor. So he is just a novice. This scoundrel has deceived us. Captain Sear, we cannot let him go. Capture him. Seeing his crew's fervent resolve, Captain Sear casts aside his inner doubts and, with cutlass drawn, leads the charge towards Shibei. He intends to deliver a couple of strikes to subdue Shibei, for he is aware that Shibei is a devil fruit user and cannot be underestimated. Shibei glared at the obstinate pirates charging towards him, his anger flaring uncontrollably. How infuriating. Were it not for the fact that this band of pirates had once saved his life, he would hardly have bothered to explain himself. Yet, having already attempted to clarify the situation, their refusal to listen left him with no choice but to confront them in battle. Previously, Shibei had consumed a here fruit while inside the belly of a sea king. Thus his auditory perception transcends that of an ordinary individual. At this moment, he is capable of discerning the sound of a trigger being pulled amidst the clamor of a bustling crowd. Indeed, someone is aiming a gun at him. Upon hearing the sound, Shibei took a small step to the left. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed Shibei's cheek, severing a few strands of his hair. How perilous it was. Had it not been for the assistance of the hearing fruit's ability, that shot would undoubtedly have been a fatal blow. What happened to the promise of capturing him alive? Shibei, having reached the limits of his endurance, found himself restrained, yet still capable of movement in his legs. With a determined expression, he raised his right leg high above his head and, with a fierce countenance, brought it down forcefully upon the cracked deck below. The martial technique, thunderous axe. A resounding crash echoed as the pirate ship trembled violently, followed by the emergence of a more significant fissure that slowly tore through the deck. Ultimately, the entire vessel split in two, cleaving asunder. Several pirates, unable to maintain their footing, tumbled overboard into the abyss of the sea. Captain Sear, too, was sent sprawling, and had it not been for his quick reflexes in grasping a wooden beam, he would have plummeted into the waters alongside his comrades. With a single stomp, Zybe not only shattered the pirate ship but also crushed the spirits of its crew. Such formidable strength, yet it remains unrecognized by any bounty? Have the Navy truly lost their sight? Captain Sear, swaying unsteadily, exclaimed in outrage, You scoundrel! Just look at what you've done to my pirate ship. Shibei's stomp was indeed impressive, yet he seemed to have forgotten that he had become a wielder of the devil fruit's powers. Falling into the sea would spell his doom. Now, having broken the ship beneath his feet and bound tightly, he was unable to grasp anything to save himself. It would not be long before he, like others before him, plummeted into the depths of the ocean. Truly, he had dug his own grave. Shibei stumbled over to Sire's side, then opened his mouth and bit down on Sire's clothing. Ah, what an overpowering stench of sweat. Captain Sire's nose was so startled that it produced a stream of mucus. What a rascal you are. Not only did they destroy my pirate ship, but they even dared to threaten my life? Captain Sear raised his blade, poised to strike at Sib. Shibei delivered a kick to Sire's groin. The pirate ship was on the verge of sinking. If he remained aboard, both he and Sire would inevitably plunge into the depths of the ocean. At that point, one could hardly expect Sire to come to his rescue. Shibei ambiguously exclaimed, wild excitement, Untie me. Captain Sailor was left bewildered, unable to comprehend. What? Shibei, with a piece of Sare's clothing clenched in his mouth, struggled to articulate his words, resorting instead to a playful sway of his body and a twist of his petite waist. With this movement, his intentions became markedly clearer. At that moment, Captain Sare suddenly recalled that Shibei possessed extraordinary abilities. Should he plunge into the sea, his fate would be sealed. Captain Sare had no desire to untie Shibei without caution. Thus, he pondered deeply, realizing that even while bound, Shibei had managed to elude him. If he were to release Shibei from his restraints, would he not soar into the skies? An ingenious idea struck Captain Sare, prompting him to consider dragging Shibei along as he leapt into the ocean. Zyb's eyelid twitched momentarily, and then he delivered another kick to Captain Sear's groin. Captain Sear doubled over, nearly collapsing to his knees. Shibei gazed at him intently, her eyes icy. Captain Sear began to tremble all over, and before he knew it, he found himself reaching out to untie the ropes binding Shibei. The ropes binding Shibei were untied, and he released his mouth, reaching out to grasp the nearby wooden plank. He then fixed his gaze upon Sear, enunciating each word with precision. Captain Sear? If I am not mistaken, your bounty stands at a staggering 67 million berries, does it not? Captain Sear began to perspire. Shibei suddenly seized Captain Sear's collar, coldly stating, I shall reiterate this one final time. I am neither a member of the Red Heart pirate crew nor an associate of Trafalgar Law, for I am not a pirate at all. Captain Sear swallowed hard, instinctively inquiring, Then who exactly are you? Shibei replied, I seem to have neglected my introduction. I am Shibei, a notorious bounty hunter of pirates. Captain Sear's pupils constricted sharply, a bounty hunter of pirates? As the words left his lips. In a sudden collision, Zybe struck Captain Sear squarely on the forehead, resulting in a fatal injury that left him bloodied and lifeless. Among the crew of the Quick Blade pirates, none possessed any extraordinary abilities. Thus, these relatively unknown pirates, possessing excellent swimming skills, quickly resurfaced after plunging into the sea, each clutching a piece of floating debris, narrowly escaping disaster. As the pirates, relieved to have survived, exhaled in relief, they were soon confronted with the gruesome sight of Captain Sear's bloodied visage. This harrowing scene sent shivers of dread coursing through their hearts. Among them was the young pirate with a headscarf, named Nak, who was Captain Sear's trusted confidant. Unlike his comrades, who had fallen into the water, Nak remained on the deck and witnessed the entire incident, including the exchange between Zybe and Captain Sear. The psychological burden weighing on Nak was substantial. As pirates, they had inadvertently retrieved a bounty hunter from the depths of the sea, which was alarming enough. But the most shocking revelation was that Captain Sear, with a bounty of 67 million berries, had been dispatched by this self-proclaimed bounty hunter, Zybe, with a single blow. Although the Quick Blade pirates were not particularly renowned, they had endured the trials of battle and had faced the Navy's pursuit with resilience. To find themselves in such a state at the hands of a mere bounty hunter was an affront to their pride. Overcome with emotion, Nak shouted in frustration, Despicable bounty hunter! Release Captain Sear! The other pirates, clinging to their pieces of wood, echoed Nak's outrage, with their captain incapacitated. Even the most naive among them understood that they stood no chance against Zybe, leading them to resort to curses instead. Yet, even in their anger, their resolve seemed half-hearted. While they vocally denounced Zybe, they simultaneously engaged in hushed conversations amongst themselves. Hey, did you hear? This guy is a bounty hunter? One asked. Yes. But why would a bounty hunter be aboard Law's pirate ship? Could it be that the notorious Trafalgar Law, with a bounty of 340 million berries, was also defeated by him? Another head bobbed over, shaking in disbelief. Impossible. A bounty hunter of such caliber would have long since ventured into the New World to amass riches, not linger here. Yet, they had all witnessed Zybe's formidable prowess, which was undeniable. Floating on the surface, these pirates were evidently oblivious to the details of the conversation between Zybe and Captain Sear, thus engaging in wild speculation about Zybe's true identity. However, after much discussion, there was one conclusion they unanimously accepted, regardless of who Zybe truly was. One thing was certain, he was undeniably powerful. Shibei had no time to engage in idle chatter with these ruffians. He hoisted Captain Sear onto his shoulders and, with a few powerful leaps, returned to the small submarine. At this moment, the pirate ship of the Quick Blade pirates had also succumbed to the depths of the ocean. Shibei cast Captain Sear into the cockpit, preparing to depart. With the pirate ship sunk, the pirates found themselves adrift, clinging to wooden planks upon the ocean's surface. Should Shibei choose to leave at this moment, the pirates would undoubtedly face certain doom, a reality that filled them with desperation. Help me. I do not wish to perish. I implore you. I have a daughter waiting for my return. I too have a daughter. I have 2 daughters. My household boasts 3. I have 5. Quintuplets. In the face of life-threatening peril, the pleas of these pirates became alarmingly synchronized. Just moments ago, they had cursed Shibei's ancestors in a fit of rage, yet now, the loudest cries for salvation came from a young pirate named Nak. It was not that Shibei was unwilling to assist. However, nearly 20 pirates floated helplessly upon the waves. While his submarine could accommodate only 3 or 4 individuals, including himself, Captain Sayer lay limply in the cockpit, effectively occupying the space of two. There was simply no room to save anyone. The reason he had hoisted Captain Sayer into the cockpit was solely to claim the bounty, 67 million berries, a substantial sum indeed. Every village has a naval garrison. And as long as the bounty notice does not specify capture alive, one could receive a handsome reward even for delivering a pirate's corpse to the naval office. Yet, what truly concerned Shibe was not the monetary berries but rather the system's honor points. He saw this as an opportunity to ascertain the value of a pirate with a bounty of 67 million berries in terms of honor points. He did not aspire for an exorbitant amount. A single skill upgrade should suffice, he hoped. Shibe was lost in thought, oblivious to the desperate cries of the pirates. The pirates had been shouting vigorously for quite some time, feeling both exhausted and parched. Particularly, Nak, who had been the loudest among them, was on the verge of losing his voice. Seeing Shibe remain utterly indifferent, Nak suddenly tore off his headscarf and rallied the other pirates. "Brothers, follow me. Let us seize his small boat together." Nak's bellowing roused Shibe from his reverie. Shibe crouched down, squinting as he scrutinized Naka, then questioned. "What did you just say? You wish to seize my small boat?" Naka's heart raced with trepidation. He was indeed fearful of Shibe. However, if Shibe did not rescue them, they would surely drown in the vast sea. Faced with such dire circumstances, even the most timid creature would fight back. After all, they were a band of unapologetic pirates. Naka shouted, "Brothers, he is a power wielder. We only need to find a way to drag him into the sea. We are currently in the water. He is at a disadvantage. Do not let him intimidate you. Remember how Captain Sear treated us in the past. Captain Sear is on that small boat. Even if it costs us our lives, we must reclaim him." The pirates, who moments ago had been pleading for help, suddenly transformed into ferocious beasts. "Ah, damn power wielder, hand over the small boat." "No, quickly surrender Captain Sear." These pirates, driven by their singular focus and heightened emotions, could be easily incited by a few flattering words. This had been true aboard the ship, and now, even as they floundered in the water, they showed no sign of learning from their mistakes. Must they wait until their lives were truly at stake to recognize their errors? Upon reflection, it seemed that in the world of pirates, the majority were not moved to tears until faced with the finality of death. Just as Shibe intended to teach the pirates a lesson, he suddenly heard voices coming from several hundred meters away. He looked up in the direction of the sound and spotted a warship approaching them. At the very moment Shibe beheld the warship, he heard a voice from aboard cry out, "Fire!" Shibe was taken aback and hastily retreated into the cockpit. However, the pirates floating on the surface of the sea were somewhat perplexed, as they could not hear the sounds from hundreds of meters away. Upon observing Shibe's retreat into the cockpit, they mistakenly believed that he had been frightened by them, prompting a cacophony of reckless laughter among the pirates. Just as their laughter reached its crescendo, a cannonball suddenly fell from the sky, landing squarely in the midst of their group. Boom! Water erupted. At last, the world fell silent. As Shibe hastily took refuge in the cockpit, the resounding echo of cannon fire reverberated through the air. He leaned against the small window, peering outside for a fleeting moment. A naval vessel adorned with a white sail drew ever closer. The sail emblazoned with an emblematic insignia of naval identity reminiscent of a seagull. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the seagull perched atop the head of the warring States General. At this moment, Shibe had successfully captured Captain Sear, pondering the absence of a suitable venue to claim his reward. Fortunately, the Navy had arrived uninvited, sparing him considerable effort. Dragging Captain Sear's lifeless body, he prepared to greet the Navy outside the submarine. However, as soon as he pushed open the door, he overheard voices from the warship. "Admiral Weasel, that is Trafalgar Law's pirate ship. Sink it." This straightforward command halted Shibe in his tracks. It dawned on him that he was aboard Law's pirate vessel, and Law had yet to ascend to the status of a warlord of the sea. He was merely an ordinary pirate. Thus, upon sighting Law's Jolly Roger, the Navy would undoubtedly unleash their cannon fire. What struck Shibe with cold dread was the presence of an admiral aboard the warship, specifically the one known as Weasel. Even among the 16 admirals at naval headquarters, Weasel stood out as a formidable figure. Shibe harbored little fondness for the Navy, and aside from the 3 admirals, few naval officers left a lasting impression on him. Smoker was one, and then there was this Weasel. If Shibe recalled correctly, Admiral Weasel was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also a master of the 6 styles of the Navy. Fortunately, he was not an entirely combative type. He possessed a rational demeanor and rarely allowed emotions to cloud his judgment, perhaps due to his involvement in a certain demon-slaying decree, which had instilled in him a steadfast commitment to his own sense of justice. Shibei believed that if it were the Flying Squirrel General, there should be an opportunity for communication. He certainly did not wish to engage in combat with the general, as he was well aware that he would be no match for him. Shibei hurriedly dashed out of the cockpit, fervently waving his arms and shouting, "I'm not a pirate." Admiral Squirrel, draped in a white coat, donned the standard uniform of the Navy. Each uniform distributed by the Navy headquarters prominently displayed the two characters for justice, and the naval attire currently worn by Admiral Squirrel was no exception, the word justice shadowing him like a specter. Upon noticing Shibei's animated gestures, Admiral Squirrel raised his telescope for a closer look. "Wait," he commanded, as the sailors had already loaded the cannonballs and were poised to attack. At the sound of Admiral Squirrel's order, they all halted their movements. He handed the telescope to a nearby sailor, stating, "The person on the ship is not Trafalgar Law." The sailor took the telescope and glanced through it, discovering Shibei standing outside the submarine's cockpit, waving energetically in their direction. Indeed, but why is he aboard Law's pirate vessel? Admiral Squirrel elucidated. "That is merely a small rescue boat. It must belong to Law, as it bears his pirate emblem. Go fetch the bounty poster to see if it features any other members of the Heart Pirates. Ever since Whitebeard's defeat at our hands, the equilibrium of the New World has been disrupted, giving rise to numerous new pirates. At this critical juncture, the Navy has undergone significant internal upheaval, leaving us little time to deal with these pirates. Hence, Law has grown increasingly audacious. What on earth is his intent?" The sailors swallowed nervously. Law's recent conduct at sea had indeed been exceedingly enigmatic, particularly his penchant for seizing others' hearts, a matter that had even reached the ears of the Navy headquarters. However, chaos reigned within the headquarters as Sengoku had relinquished the position of Fleet Admiral. The two admirals, Akainu Sakazuki and Akiji Kazan, were embroiled in fierce contention for the position, leaving no time to address Law's antics, thus allowing him to act with impunity. The remaining Admiral, Kizaru, was preoccupied with overseeing the repairs of Marineford. The Navy headquarters was utterly incapable of managing the rampant violence at sea, which is why they had begun to recruit forces from all corners. Some sailors hesitated to voice their opinions, clearly harboring unspoken thoughts. Admiral Squirrel, astute as ever, noticed their unease and mused aloud. Regardless of whether Akainu or Akiji ascends to the position of Fleet Admiral, the Navy headquarters will undoubtedly undergo a substantial transformation. Sengoku's recommendation of Akiji was not without reason. It might allow for a better existence for the Navy. However, if Akainu were to take the helm, the sailors listened intently, not daring to interrupt him. If Akainu becomes Fleet Admiral, it is likely that the Navy headquarters will relocate to the New World. At this moment, a young sailor murmured, "I would prefer Admiral Akiji to be the Fleet Admiral." Soon, someone echoed, "Indeed, there is always a sense that Admiral Akainu possesses an underlying ferocity." Vice Admiral Squirrel roared, "You imbeciles, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish for your own demise?" The naval officers broke out in a cold sweat, no longer daring to speak out of turn. Everyone returned to their designated duties. The helmsman steered the ship, while the lookout remained vigilant. Before long, the Grand Warship had navigated beside Shibei, and the sailors lowered a rope ladder, indicating in no uncertain terms that Shibei was to board the vessel himself. Shibei wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart filled with indecision. He had heard every word spoken by General Wushu and his subordinates, not because he was eavesdropping, but due to the ability of his listening fruit. Now, the Navy's ship loomed before him. Surely, he could not resort to dishonorable tactics. The crux of the matter was that he had committed no wrongdoing and was certainly not a pirate. What was there to fear? With this thought in mind, Shibei exhaled a deep sigh and, with unwavering resolve, ascended the ship via the rope ladder. As Shibei leaped onto the deck of the warship, the surrounding naval personnel trained their weapons upon him, their disbelief palpable. However, it was not long before a young sailor, clutching a bounty notice, approached and presented it before General Wushu. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "General Wushu, we have found no trace of his bounty among the crew of the Red Heart Pirates. Furthermore, I have perused the list of recently wanted pirates, and he is absent. Could he possibly be a newcomer yet to be issued a bounty?" Though the young sailor's voice was barely above a whisper, it did not escape Shibei's keen ears. Immediately, he interjected with a lofty demeanor, "Ah, my dear fellow, one must not speak so recklessly. I am no pirate. How could the Navy possibly place a bounty on my head?" General Wushu scrutinized the bounty notice once more before inquiring, "Who are you? And what brings you aboard Trafalgar Law's lifeboat?" This was a tale that would require some elaboration, as General Wushu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Shibei suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and continued, I hail from Zilabu village, and my name is Shibei, a bounty hunter of pirates. The expression on General Flying Squirrel's face softened somewhat as he murmured, the East Sea, is it? Following this, General Flying Squirrel instructed his subordinate. Inquire with the Navy headquarters to verify if there exists a pirate by the name of Shibei. The subordinate complied with the order and turned to seek out the transponder snail. Shibei, with an air of confidence and transparency, expressed his fearlessness regarding inspections. He continued, indeed, I recently encountered a pirate crew, known as the Quick Blade Pirates, led by Captain Searle. It is said that their bounty amounts to 67 million berries. I have captured him, and he currently resides on my small vessel. General Wushu, would you care to inspect the goods? If everything is in order, then I shall proceed with the payment. Shibei deliberately left his words unfinished. What? In the hands of General Wushu was a bounty notice. Upon hearing Shibei's remark, he lowered his gaze and happened to catch sight of Captain Sayer's bounty order. The captain of the Quick Blade pirate crew, hailing from the South Sea, is fully named Nyabong Sayer, known as Quick Blade Sayer, with a bounty of 67 million berries. General Wushu exchanged glances with several nearby naval officers and then stated, go check it out. Two naval officers standing not far away saluted and turned to descend the rope ladder, sliding down to the small boat. Although the small boat bore the Jolly Roger of Trafalgar Law, it had already been regarded by Shibei as his personal possession. Indeed, it was that domineering. Even if Law himself appeared, he would not reclaim it. However, when time permitted, he truly needed to devise a method to remove the pirate emblem from the boat, lest he be mistakenly associated with Law wherever he went. It was utterly outrageous. Fortunately, he encountered General Wushu, a person with whom he could converse. Had he crossed paths with a naval officer of Akainu's temperament, he would have undoubtedly been sunk long ago. Shibei stood at the edge of the warship, gazing down at the sailors rummaging through the small boat below. Hey, what are you doing? Shibei prepared to disembark in order to confront the two naval soldiers. Yet he was intercepted by General Wushu, who seemed apprehensive that he might make a sudden escape. Shibei was nearly incensed enough to shout in frustration. After all, such a formidable warship loomed before them. What reason did they have to fear his departure? The cunning nature of these naval officers was truly exasperating. Left with no alternative, he straightened his neck and bellowed, the pirates are in the cockpit. Do not rummage through my small vessel as if I were one of them. Do not make me appear as a criminal. Today has indeed been a most vexing day. General Wushu, unable to comprehend the latter part of his outburst, chose to ignore it selectively and inquired instead, you have yet to inform me of the origin of this small boat. Shibei, repeatedly questioned, grew irate and exclaimed, I seized it, all right? His voice resonated, capturing the attention of the surrounding naval soldiers. Who would dare to snatch a ship from the hands of Trafalgar Law? And successfully. At that, this was surely a tale of considerable magnitude, prompting numerous sailors to speculate about the true identity of Shibei. Could it be that he is none other than the formidable Vice Admiral himself? If Shibei were indeed a formidable pirate hunter, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for the Navy, especially in these times of personnel shortages. The jaws of the naval soldiers nearly dropped in astonishment. Shibei remained unconvinced. As a bounty hunter of pirates, is it wrong for me to seize resources from them? It is important to note that Shibei, in his boastfulness, never prepares a script. He speaks freely. The reason I am aboard this humble vessel is to lure out Trafalgar Law. Recently, Law has committed numerous heinous acts upon the seas. It is not only the pirates in the Navy who will not spare him, but we bounty hunters harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him as well. Shibei let out a sigh, his expression filled with melancholy. 10 days prior, I had a fleeting encounter with Trafalgar Law, during which I inflicted a severe injury upon him with a single strike. He was compelled to flee, separating from his crew. In my relentless pursuit of Law, I commandeered this small vessel, and to this day, I have been tracing his elusive whereabouts. However, that rascal Law is exceedingly cunning. Aware of his inability to best me, he has consistently evaded my grasp. Thus, I find myself aboard this modest boat, masquerading as one of his crew, patiently awaiting his arrival. A hush fell over the crowd. Even Vice Admiral Weasel appeared astounded. To inflict such a grievous blow upon Trafalgar Law? Even Vice Admiral Weasel lacked such prowess. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that there were no discrepancies in the timeline. Law indeed began acting independently 10 days ago. At that time, the naval headquarters was perplexed as to why Law would abandon his pirate crew. Who could have anticipated that such a tale lay behind it? Suddenly, Vice Admiral Weasel turned and called out to the two naval soldiers aboard the small vessel. "No need to search any longer. Bring Captain Sear here at once." The two sailors complied, dragging Captain Sear from the cockpit. Bloodied and lifeless, his appearance startled the two young sailors. As long as they were not blind, they could see that Captain Sear was beyond salvation. Nonetheless, as members of the Navy, they harbored no sympathy for the fate of a pirate. Within mere minutes of Vice Admiral Weasel's command, the lifeless body of Captain Sear was discarded upon the deck of the warship. Vice Admiral Weasel checked Sear's temperature and breath, confirming unequivocally that he was deceased. Any pirate listed on the bounty notice, whether alive or dead, would yield a reward upon capture. Therefore, Shibei's bounty of 67 million berries would be honored. The Navy would dispense the entire amount in accordance with the bounty. Now, the naval officers aboard the warship regarded Shibei with newfound respect, having all borne witness to his illustrious achievements. They perceived him as a pirate hunter even more formidable than Roronoa Zoro, with such an impressive figure aiding in the capture of pirates. The burden upon the Navy was significantly alleviated. Vice Admiral Weasel even contemplated the possibility of recruiting him into the naval headquarters. After boasting with unabashed bravado, Shibei smacked his lips, his face betraying neither flush nor flutter. At that moment, his stomach emitted a resounding growl. He had not eaten for an entire day, and it was evident that the devil fruit could hardly be considered sustenance. He was in dire need of nourishment, for no matter how grandly he spoke, he remained a mere mortal who would feel the pangs of hunger without the sustenance of grains and vegetables. Upon hearing the rumble from Shibei's belly, Rear Admiral Wushu turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Bring forth the food." A naval officer saluted in response, "But it is not yet mealtime." "No matter. Bring everything at once." The naval soldiers acknowledged and hurried away, accompanied by a few others. Upon hearing the prospect of food, Shibei's heart soared with joy. For the past few days, he had endured a meager diet, plagued by unsatisfactory sleep and a perpetual rumble in his stomach. Were it not for the fortifying skills of the king of fighters sustaining him, he would surely struggle to remain upright. In his earlier days of watching anime, he often marveled at pirates and marines devouring large chunks of meat, each morsel dripping with succulent grease, melting in the mouth with every bite. Simply gazing upon it was a feast for the senses. Now, the opportunity to savor such delights had finally arrived, and Shibei could no longer contain his salivation. The Navy's provisions were indeed commendable. Suddenly, Rear Admiral Wushu remarked, "It is rare to encounter a bounty hunter as formidable as yourself. Undoubtedly, you have drifted at sea for quite some time in pursuit of those villainous pirates. I see you are famished. Let us dine here, and I shall escort you to the Black Norsen archipelago." "Black Norsen? I have never heard of it." Shibei, smacking his lips, inquired, "Why am I being sent to Hennison?" "I am aboard a battleship, embarked on a mission specifically to apprehend a pirate. How could there possibly be a bounty of 67 million berries for you? In the Hennison archipelago, there exists a security division established by 16 of our Marine headquarters vice admirals, where you will be able to claim your reward." Shibei was somewhat perplexed. Pursuing pirates? Upon seeing his subordinates bring in the meat, General Squirrel ceased to elaborate further, gesturing for Shibei to indulge without reservation, emphasizing that only by consuming more could one gain the strength necessary to capture pirates. Most naval officers held a favorable view of the profession of pirate hunters, particularly when it pertained to a notably formidable one. Without much forethought, General Squirrel inquired, "Do you wish to join the Navy?" Shibei was voraciously tearing into the succulent chunks of meat when he heard the words of General Squirrel. He nearly choked on his food. The meat was incredibly tender and smooth, bursting with flavor, and such a delight could not be squandered. After all, to waste food is to invite divine retribution. Hastily, he covered his mouth with his hand and swallowed every morsel before he could engage in conversation. Without hesitation, Shibei replied succinctly. General Squirrel erupted in hearty laughter. Shibei paid no attention to him, engrossed in her meal. At that moment, a naval officer stationed at the lookout tower suddenly shouted, "General Wushu, ahead lies the Henosan Islands." As General Wushu made his way to the bow of the ship, he paused beside Shibei, gently patting her shoulder. With a weighty tone, he imparted a solemn warning. "The most perilous threat is not the pirates, but the treacherous sea. Take care, O hunter of pirates." Shibei chewed on a morsel of meat, his gaze fixed upon General Squirrel at the bow of the ship. It seemed that General Squirrel had sensed Shibei's scrutiny. He turned around and, casting a glance back at Shibei, remarked, "Ahead lies the Black North Islands. I have already informed the Coastal Guard. You may disembark on your own shortly." Shibei wiped his mouth and expressed his gratitude. Suddenly, the Squirrel General chuckled and remarked, "Until we meet again in our new world." Shibe was only familiar with the Shambadi archipelago and had never heard of the Hainosan Islands. After some inquiries, he learned from Admiral Squirrel that both the Hainosan Islands and the Shambadi archipelago serve as vital thoroughfares to the New World seas. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the Shambadi archipelago is predominantly frequented by pirates, resulting in many areas being labeled as lawless territories. In stark contrast, the Hainosan Islands are primarily inhabited by bounty hunters, making it a rare sight to encounter pirates on these shores. Consequently, the Hainosan Islands are considerably safer, and the residents enjoy a tranquil existence, thriving in their serene surroundings. If the Shambadi archipelago is deemed a haven for pirates, then the Hainosan Islands stand as a sanctuary for bounty hunters. However, every situation has its pros and cons. While the Shambadi archipelago is teeming with pirates, its proximity to the Navy headquarters and Marine Fort keeps the pirates somewhat in check, as they are wary of overstepping their bounds. Conversely, the flourishing nature of the Hainosan Islands, with its scarcity of pirates, has led to the Navy diverting their focus elsewhere. This negligence has resulted in numerous altercations among bounty hunters, disrupting the normal lives of the island's inhabitants. It is worth noting that the competitive nature among bounty hunters can sometimes become excessive. Consequently, the Navy headquarters had no choice but to have 16 vice admirals jointly establish a naval garrison on the Hainosan Islands. Since the inception of this garrison, bounty hunters have indeed moderated their behavior to some extent. Nevertheless, with an increase in hunters, friction is inevitable, making it impossible to completely eradicate brawls. Admiral Squirrel repeatedly cautioned Shibe that if he encountered trouble on the island, it would be wise to promptly notify the naval garrison. The underlying message from Admiral Squirrel was clear: refrain from causing disturbances on the island, and even if other bounty hunters instigated trouble, it would be prudent to endure and seek refuge with the naval garrison. The Navy is known for its swift and decisive actions. Should any turmoil arise that instills fear among the island's residents, they would not hesitate to take action against the bounty hunters. Shibe comprehended this straightforward advice. Although it might be challenging for him to simply endure, he could assure that he would not seek out trouble. Furthermore, he was merely there to collect a bounty and had no intention of lingering longer than necessary. At that moment, a battleship was drawing near the harbor. Shibe disembarked from the warship and beheld a myriad of sailing vessels of various sizes lining the shore. Upon closer inspection, there were at least several dozen, with the largest among them nearly rivaling the battleship commanded by General Squirrel. Shibe felt a sense of perplexity. It was customary for pirate hunters to operate independently, so what could account for the presence of such a grand ship? Even General Squirrel cast several lingering glances at the imposing sailing vessel. Shibe moored his modest vessel alongside the flamboyant pirate ships, meticulously comparing their appearances. It felt rather shabby. To avert any potential trouble, he draped a cloth over the pirate emblem adorning his boat. Given that this island was teeming with bounty hunters, should anyone discover Trafalgar Law's pirate ship docked here, it could very well lead to significant complications. After completing a series of preparations, he muttered with some discontent, "Bounty hunters come in various ranks." Suddenly, Vice Admiral Muskrat called out, "Bounty hunters from the East Sea, do not forget my earlier words." It seemed that Vice Admiral Muskrat had pressing matters to attend to, as he did not intend to linger any longer. After once again advising Shibe, he commanded the Navy to set sail. Shibe found Vice Admiral Muskrat to be quite commendable. At the very least, he did not exude an air of arrogance. Shibe held a favorable impression of him. Recalling that Vice Admiral Muskrat had mentioned he was currently in pursuit of a pirate, Shibe believed that if it were within his capabilities, he could extend assistance to Major General Wussmouse, so he inquired, "Who is the pirate you are pursuing?" Major General Wussmouse stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, and replied, "A woman." "A woman? A female pirate? Could it possibly be the formidable Big Mom?" He scoffed. "Do not jest. That is utterly impossible." Shibe, scratching his head in bewilderment, could not fathom the existence of any female pirates beyond the formidable matron. Just as he was about to press for further inquiries, Vice Admiral Squirrel had already departed the harbor aboard a warship. He watched the vessel recede into the distance, exhaling a sigh before turning away from the scene. Following the path indicated by Vice Admiral Squirrel, he made his way towards the naval garrison stationed at the Black Norsen Islands. The population density of the Black Norsen Islands was as formidable as that of the Chambord Islands. Indeed, it was a veritable haven for bounty hunters, where no pirates dared to run amok. contributing to the prosperity and tranquility of this vast archipelago. Shibei felt akin to a rustic entering the city, finding everything refreshingly novel. As he ambled down the street, the tantalizing aroma of takoyaki wafting from roadside stalls made his mouth water, though he lamented his empty pockets, rendering him unable to indulge. Eager to savor the delectable offerings of the Pirate King's world, he quickened his pace towards the naval garrison, knowing that once he secured the bounty, he would have no trouble satisfying his culinary cravings. Shibei walked hurriedly along the path, inadvertently colliding with a small girl. The girl, remarkably fierce, glared up at Shibei with defiance. "Hey, you bumped into me," she exclaimed, clad in a dark yellow cloak and barely reaching Shibei's waist. She held a slice of pizza in her hand. Despite her somewhat mature visage accentuated by a dab of lipstick, to Shibei, she embodied the quintessential essence of a lively little girl, a delightful, food-loving sprite. As she continued to scowl at Shibei, she nibbled on her pizza, presenting an irresistibly charming sight. Shibei sincerely desires to savor the cherubic visage of this little girl. The young maiden tossed an entire pizza into her mouth, only to repeat herself once more. "Hey, you bumped into me." Shibei involuntarily extended his hand to ruffle the little girl's hair, a smile adorning his face. Little did he expect that the girl would suddenly seize his hand, executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Shibei gasped in astonishment. Feeling as though his bones might shatter, the strength of this little girl surpassed even that of the guardian warriors from Nine Snake Island. It is worth noting that Shibei currently possessed a formidable fighting skill that rendered him impervious to harm from ordinary individuals. Zybe hastily rose from the ground, then began to scrutinize the little girl clad in a cloak with utmost seriousness. Mad, can even a young girl wield such prowess? Shibei gazed at the little girl for quite some time, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity. He grasped his head, pondering for a moment. A gourmand? A girl? In an instant, a realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "Ah, it's you." He recognized this young girl. Among the 11 notorious pirate supernovas of the worst generation, there indeed exists a female pirate. Jewelry Bonnie, nicknamed the Big Eater, is the captain of the Bonnie Pirates and a formidable user of a devil fruit that allows her to alter her age at will. However, following the Paramount War, Bonnie's crew was vanquished by Blackbeard, and she was captured by Admiral Akainu. The details of her escape from Akainu's grasp remain a mystery. Indeed, earlier, Admiral Squirrel had mentioned pursuing a female pirate. Who else could it be but Jewelry Bonnie? Shibei lamented. How could I have forgotten about this woman after watching One Piece so many times? The now transformed little girl, Jewelry Bonnie, gazed at Shibei with a look of incredulity. "Huh, are you out of your mind?" Shibei, speaking without a filter, pointed at Bonnie and exclaimed, "You are the gluttonous woman, Jolly Bonnie, aren't you?" Bonnie's identity was suddenly unveiled, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. At this moment, Shibei also realized that he should not expose Bonnie's true identity. The surrounding passers-by all turned their gazes towards them. However, the residents of the Black North Islands, largely unaccustomed to piracy due to the constant presence of bounty hunters in the area, were largely unaware of who Jewelry Bonnie was, which prevented any ensuing commotion. Shibei hurriedly covered her mouth. Meanwhile, the Naval Security Department, not far away, noticed the unusual commotion, prompting a few Navy personnel on duty to approach and ascertain what had transpired. TSK. Jolly Bonnie clicked her tongue, pivoted, and took off running. As she fled, she cast a glance back at Shibei and issued a fierce warning. "You better remember this. This is the notorious supernova pirate of the worst generation. At long last." Shibei encountered the real person. It must be said that even in her youthful form, Jolly Bonnie exuded an undeniable femininity. Two naval soldiers, clad in white shirts and blue trousers, hurriedly approached the gathering crowd. What was happening? Baffled passers-by shook their heads in confusion. One of the soldiers, armed and vigilant, stepped forward to face Shibei. He scrutinized Shibei closely, finding his face unfamiliar, not resembling that of a local resident. Since he was not a native of the island, it was highly probable that he was a pirate hunter passing through. Although the naval soldiers generally held a favorable view of pirate hunters, the thought of their frequent skirmishes on this island prompted the soldier to adopt a stony expression. "Hey there, you must be a pirate hunter, right? Don't cause any trouble here." Without further ado, the naval soldier issued a warning to Shibei. The latter could hardly contain his frustration. After all, he was the true victim in this scenario. Unjustly thrown to the ground by a pirate, remnants of dust still clung to his cerulean short-sleeved shirt. Moreover, The Black Norsen Islands served as a haven for pirate hunters. How curious it was that Jolie Bonny, a notorious supernova pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, would be found here, yet remain unrecognized. Shibei began to harbor doubts, realizing that the pirate hunters on this island were perhaps not as formidable as they seemed. The soldiers of the Navy's garrison appeared equally inept, failing to notice the presence of a notorious supernova pirate right under their noses. It seemed they were destined to remain mere soldiers for life. This naval garrison was merely a fade, lacking any true significance. Contemplating this, Shibei's expression soured. It was General Wusong who had sent me here. The two naval soldiers exchanged glances. Shibei continued, I have come to collect the bounty. Previously, Admiral Wushu had indeed made a phone call to the naval garrison stationed on this island, informing them that someone would arrive to claim the reward, which amounted to a total of 67 million berries. After hanging up, the naval garrison had already prepared the funds. Just a quarter of an hour ago, the two naval soldiers had been curious, speculating that a formidable pirate hunter was about to arrive on the island. Especially since Admiral Wushu had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of being courteous during their communication. However, upon witnessing Shibei's frail demeanor, the two soldiers could not help but harbor some doubts. One of the naval soldiers confirmed, You are Shibei from the East Sea? Indeed, came Shibei's affirmative response. With that assurance, the two soldiers sheathed their weapons. The naval soldier closest to Shibei said, Please follow me. Without uttering a word, Shibei followed suit. Behind him, a chorus of onlookers murmured their speculations. Another bounty hunter for pirates. Indeed, are those members of the Pirate Dispatch Organization still lingering here? They remain within the tavern. May fortune favor them, and keep their paths from crossing. Upon overhearing the murmurs of the group, Shibei furrowed her brow. It appeared that pirate hunters were not particularly well received in this vicinity. One could hardly blame them, as the incessant dueling of the hunters had undoubtedly left a negative impression on the residents of the Black Norsen Islands. However, what perplexed Shibei was the nature of the Pirate Dispatch Organization. What was it exactly, and what would transpire if one were to encounter it? Shibei, lost in thought, soon arrived at the naval garrison's base. Within this compound, a spacious parade ground was bustling with dozens of naval soldiers engaged in their running exercises. As Shibei wandered, his gaze flitted around, ultimately crossing the training field and following the leading sailor into a square-shaped guardroom. Although referred to as a guardroom, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary office, furnished with a desk and two chairs. On the desk sat a telephone device, accompanied by a myriad of documents and a stack of bounty notices. At the very top of the pile was a bounty notice for Luffy, boasting a staggering reward of 400 million berries. Shibei swallowed hard, striving to avert his gaze as he glanced at the wall. There, he beheld a grand nautical map elegantly displayed. Shibei, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward to gaze a little longer. Just as he was about to indulge his curiosity, a naval soldier emerged, carrying a bundle of money bags and placing them at Shibei's feet. This is the 67 million berries prepared by Vice Admiral Wusong. Would you care to take a glance? Shibei shifted his gaze from the nautical chart to the coin pouch on the ground. No need, he said. I have faith in Major General Wusmouse and the Navy. Upon hearing a pirate hunter express confidence in the Navy, the soldier's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, instantly adopting a warm smile and effortlessly complimenting Shibei. I never imagined you could capture the renowned Blade Sal. Although the Blade pirate crew is a small, fledgling group, their captain Sal wields his blade with astonishing speed, surpassing even our Lieutenant Duoya. Just moments ago, when Major General Wusmouse informed us to prepare for a bounty, we were left pondering who could possibly possess such prowess to have defeated the Blade pirate crew. Shibei rested the money bag on his shoulder, merely smiling without uttering a word. A pirate with a bounty of 67 million berries is indeed remarkable. It is worth noting that the notorious Creek pirates, once dominant in the East Sea, had a bounty of merely 17 million berries, an astonishing disparity of 50 million berries. Shibei believed it would be unwise to exhibit excessive modesty, as that might come across as rather contrived. Shibei, carrying a money bag, walked towards the door. Upon witnessing this, the naval soldier inquired, Are you leaving now? Are you planning to continue pursuing other pirates? Shibei turned and made a gesture as if to drink, saying, After all this effort to arrive at the Hainosan archipelago, how could I bear to leave without indulging myself in a hearty meal and fine drink? In truth, Shibei was not much of a drinker. But given the opportunity to explore the world of pirates, it would be a regret not to sample the exquisite wines here. Moreover, having resolved to become a pirate hunter, Abstaining from alcohol would hinder his ability to fully embody the role. In this realm, which pirate hunter is devoid of a taste for drink? Although lacking any logical foundation, it is often observed that those with greater tolerance for alcohol tend to possess formidable strength. Roronoa Zoro stands as a living testament to this truth. The hesitance displayed by the naval soldiers caught Shibei's attention. Shibei suddenly inquired, "By the way, I seem to have heard the island's inhabitants mention that a pirate dispatch organization is also present on this island. Who are they exactly? Could they also be bounty hunters?" Shibei's inquiry strikes at the heart of the matter. The naval soldier, his expression betraying discomfort, lowered his gaze and explained, "The pirate dispatch organization is a faction under the aegis of the 7 warlords of the sea. They traverse the seas accepting bounty missions, pursuing pirates, and earning rewards. However, they differ from other pirate hunters, as many ordinary people have suffered grievously due to their presence. Yet, they are affiliated with the 7 warlords, who are recognized by the world government as legitimate pirates, thus rendering us, the Navy, powerless in the face of this situation." Once again, the 7 warlords? Shibei does not recall any pirate dispatch organizations within the 7 warlords. He only remembers the Baroque Works, a hunter organization established by Crocodile during his tenure as a warlord. However, it was swiftly dismantled by Zoro, and subsequently, Crocodile was imprisoned in the underwater prison. Although Crocodile has since escaped, it is his belief that he has ventured into the New World and has not re-established such a trivial organization. Shibei jested, "Ha. What do I care?" However, the naval soldier promptly cautioned, "The pirate dispatch organization has not yet departed from the Black Norsen Islands. If you intend to linger here, be wary of encountering them. Avoid any conflict. They are currently recruiting pirate hunters, and those who dare to refuse their offers will certainly find themselves in trouble. I strongly advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, should a confrontation arise, it could adversely affect the local residents, and it would pose a significant challenge for us in the Navy." The soldier's warning piqued Shibei's interest. "Pray tell, which pirate dispatch organization do you refer to? And which of the 7 warlords do they belong to?" The naval soldier glanced around before responding, "One of the 7 warlords of the sea. The commander of the pirate dispatch organization, King of Clowns, Buggy." "Goodness." Shibei slapped his forehead in disbelief, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. At that moment, he recalled the enormous sailing ship he had seen at the harbor. He had been perplexed by the presence of such a massive vessel, comparable to a warship. Now, upon hearing the Navy soldier's remarks, it became evident that it belonged to a pirate organization, with the backing of the 7 warlords. It was no wonder they acted with such audacity. The ascent of Buggy the Clown to the rank of 7 warlord was undeniably theatrical. The title was intended to instill fear among other pirates, necessitating formidable strength. However, Buggy lacked such prowess. Everyone was aware of his limitations. If one were to inquire who among the current 7 warlords was the strongest, Shibei would hesitate to respond, but without a doubt, Buggy would claim the title of the weakest. Yet, Buggy's fortune was remarkably fortuitous. He had unwittingly benefited from Luffy's influence, releasing a multitude of notorious pirates from the underwater prison, all of whom mistakenly acknowledged Buggy as their leader. Coupled with Buggy's past experiences, as a former intern aboard the Pirate King's ship and a friend of the formidable Shanks, this series of coincidences culminated in his acquisition of the 7 warlords title. Just the thought of Buggy's comical visage made Shibei unable to suppress his urge to scoff. Shibei made a concerted effort to restrain his emotions and said, "Rest assured, I do not intend to linger here. Once I have satisfied my hunger and thirst, I shall depart, as I am eager to venture into the New World and reap considerable rewards." The New World constitutes the latter half of the Grand Line, a region where pirates of formidable caliber predominantly roam. The attrition rate in the New World is astonishingly high. Even those with bounties exceeding 100 million find it exceedingly difficult to survive. In the days when Whitebeard held sway, the New World maintained a semblance of order. However, in the aftermath of his demise, it has transformed into a chaotic battleground, where recklessness is ill-advised. Thus, the naval soldiers were taken aback by Shibei's words. "You must exercise caution. In the waters of the New World, peril lies not solely in the pirates, but also in the capricious climate. Navigating alone poses an immense challenge." Indeed, Shibei acknowledged this as a valid concern. Setting aside the nature of the pirates in the New World, without exceptional navigational skills, one would likely be swallowed by the sea upon entering those treacherous waters. Shibei began to regard this issue with the seriousness it warranted. To reach the New World, one must pass through Fishman Island, which lies 10,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface. It remains uncertain whether he could even reach Fishman Island, let alone the New World itself. Of course, there exists an alternative route, Mariejois, the abode of the celestial dragons, perched upon the Red Line. Landing at Mariejois would allow him to bypass the detour through Fishman Island, enabling a direct journey to the New World, thus saving considerable time and effort. However, this route presents its own formidable challenges. Given the celestial dragon's notorious temperament, would Shibei ever be granted passage to Mariejois? It is a fanciful notion, entirely implausible. Moreover, Shibei harbors a disdain for close encounters with the celestial dragons, fearing he might be unable to restrain himself from delivering a fatal blow to those arrogant beings. Alas, Shibei let out a sigh. One step at a time, I am a living being. How could I possibly let myself be suffocated by my own need to urinate? The naval soldier, seemingly perplexed, wore a look of utter confusion. Shibei, having once again shouldered his purse, expressed his gratitude to the naval soldiers before turning away from the guardhouse. He retraced his steps and soon exited the training grounds of the naval personnel. Upon returning to the street, he stopped at a roadside stall selling grilled takoyaki, purchasing 2 skewers of the delectable treat. The vendor, a woman with tea-colored hair in her 30s, exuded a captivating femininity. As Shibei lingered by the stall, though he savored the piping hot takoyaki, his gaze was anything but innocent. It fixated on the woman with an assertive intensity. The tea-haired woman, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutinizing stare, turned to Shibei and offered a strained smile. Shibei remained unmoved by the 8 winds, his gaze fixed intently upon the woman before him. With a flick of his fingers, he calculated her measurements. Bust 73, waist 55, hips 81. Her waist was sufficiently slender, her hips delightfully curvaceous, though her bosom was somewhat modest. Acceptable. After savoring a skewer of takoyaki, Shibei wiped his mouth and inexplicably gave a thumbs up to the woman before him. The woman, with tea-colored hair, felt a cold sweat bead on her forehead, yet she refrained from making a scene and merely recoiled slightly. The harmless individual, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Miss, this is my first visit to the Black Northern Isles. I am uncertain if there are any taverns nearby. Would you be so kind as to guide me? Look, my bag is filled with coins. Can you detect a hint of metallic scent about me? How much would you desire, fair lady? Please, feel free to say." The tea-haired woman, trembling slightly, gestured towards the distance. Shibei seized her pale arm and chuckled. "Miss, could you kindly lead the way?" The woman, startled, let out a piercing scream, brandishing a skewer for takoyaki and lunging towards Shibei. Taken aback, Shibei quickly released his grip and dashed away. Goodness. Even with a hefty bag of money on display, it proved ineffective. It seems that women in this world are not easily deceived. Could it be that a mere bag of money is insufficient? Surely not. 67 million berries is quite a fortune, one that would likely take a lifetime of selling takoyaki to amass. Shibei, grumbling under his breath, hastened to the tavern's entrance. Before he even stepped inside, he was enveloped by the boisterous sounds of laughter and conversation emanating from within. Straightening his posture and hefting his coin pouch, he pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was greeted by the comforting aroma of malt, which brought him a sense of ease. This tavern was quite spacious, spanning 2 floors. The ground level was already bustling with patrons. Upon a cursory glance, he estimated there were about 20 tables, each adorned with an array of drinking vessels. Some tables were surrounded by 2 or 3 individuals, while others hosted gatherings of 7 or 8, creating a lively atmosphere. Shibei could not discern the second floor, but he surmised it was likely similar to the first. The tavern was bustling with business. He shouldered his coin pouch and approached the counter, plopping down onto a high mahogany stool. With Shibei's arrival, a momentary silence enveloped the tavern. All eyes turned towards him. The patrons, predominantly bounty hunters, quickly recognized the significance of the bag slung over his shoulder, undoubtedly filled with riches. Who is this fellow? Look, that bag belongs to the Navy Security Division. Impossible. Could it be that such a large bag is brimming with bounties? TSK. A bounty hunter, indeed. The burly men gathered around the table could not help but swallow hard. Shibei nonchalantly tossed his purse aside and boldly proclaimed, "Bring me the finest wine you have." His voice resonated throughout the establishment, even reaching those engaged in casual conversation on the second floor. A burly man clad in a black iron helmet leaned over the railing, peering down inquisitively. To his astonishment, he spotted a large bag that Shibei had carelessly placed upon the counter. The man, his gaze fixed upon the bag for an extended moment, wore an expression of indifference. "Hey, Bane, what are you staring at?" inquired a companion nearby. Bane lightly tapped the helmet atop his head, producing a crisp sound. Have you seen this fellow before? The inquirer, following Bane's line of sight, shook his head. Bane gestured towards the purse beside Shibei, remarking, Willis. What do you suppose that is? The individual addressed as Willis, with his golden curls and fair complexion reminiscent of a Westerner, held a mug of malt liquor in his hand. He shook his slightly dazed head vigorously, focusing on the bag for a moment, before noticing a naval insignia adorning it. Instantly, Willis regained clarity. Is that a bounty? The robust Bane, instinctively tapping his helmet again, asked, How much do you reckon it is? Willis set down his drink, stroking his chin in contemplation. 30 million berries? Bane seized his cup, taking a hearty gulp, and chuckled. Shall we wager on it? What are the stakes? Bane abruptly rose to his feet, declaring, I bet it's 60 million berries. Willis chuckled. You're on. The tavern's patrons comprised a cadre of bitter, revenge-driven bounty hunters, and Shibei's ostentatious display of wealth had undoubtedly attracted their ire. As they observed Bane's descent from the second floor, knowing smiles spread across their faces, eagerly anticipating Shibei's impending misfortune. Shibei paid no heed to the avaricious countenance of the bounty hunters surrounding him. In his hand, he cradled a cup of malt liquor, the finest brew available, from which the entire tavern was infused with the rich aroma of malt. A mere small cup commanded a price of 5,000 berries, making it an indulgence few of the drinking bounty hunters on the first floor could afford. Shibei took a sip, finding it somewhat spicy yet remarkably smooth on the throat. Drinking weak spirits is the least enjoyable experience. The tavern owner, a portly middle-aged man, was exceptionally perceptive. He presented a plate of strawberry pie before Shibei, accepting graciously. Shibei reclined with one leg crossed over the other, savoring the drink while indulging in the pie, a look of sheer contentment gracing his face. Observing Shibei's elegant demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the raucous atmosphere, the pirate hunters swallowed hard once more. With a buoyant spirit, Shibei exclaimed, Let each and every one present be served the finest wine. The tavern owner, however, did not respond with exuberant delight. He appeared to be quite accustomed to the lavish tendencies of pirate hunters. After Shibei's proclamation, he gently polished the wine glasses, his eyes closed, remaining utterly still. Seeing this, Shibei casually took out 10,000 Bailey from his pouch. I am affluent. Allow me to treat them to drinks. The tavern owner slowly lifted his eyelids and glanced behind Shibei before remarking, Is this your first time here? Shibei, taken aback, nodded in confusion. He found it rather peculiar. Was it truly the case that newcomers to this establishment were prohibited from treating others to a drink? Such reasoning seemed unfounded. However, he soon discerned an unsettling glint in the tavern owner's eyes and turned to investigate further. Behind him stood Bane, clad in a black iron helmet, glaring down at Shibei with an air of authority. At the very moment Shibei glanced back, Bane seized the coin pouch at his side and tossed it to his accomplice, Willis, as if the pouch had always belonged to them. It dawned on Shibei that he was being robbed, and in such an audacious manner. Willis, unfazed, proceeded to open the pouch and count the money with indifference. Shibei, can you endure this? Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, accompanying his movement. The pirate hunters above and below began to shout. Hey, look, does this kid intend to confront Bayan? Don't be ridiculous. Fool, that is Bayan, the porcupine of the South Sea, captain of the third tier of the Pirate Dispatch Organization. And the rabid Willis is here too. This kid is merely posturing. If a commotion arises with the Pirate Dispatch Organization, the Clown Buggy, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, will not remain indifferent. Indeed, Bayan has already gathered quite a few pirate hunters here, and the upper floor is filled with their comrades. Upon hearing the discussions among the pirate hunters, Bayan grew somewhat displeased. He turned and shouted, Hey, I cannot pretend I did not hear that. Are you suggesting that I, Bayan the porcupine, bully the weak with my numbers? I alone am more than sufficient to deal with this kid. After that, Bayan continued to gaze at Shibei and inquired, You are also a pirate hunter, right? What is your name? With a cold expression, Shibei remained silent. How frustrating it is to encounter such petty provocations over a mere drink. At that moment, Willis had finished counting the money and looked up to declare, 70 million. Bayan erupted into laughter. Willis, you've lost. Damn it. Willis muttered under his breath, tossing the bag of money back to Bayan, resignedly stating, Fine, the money is yours. Bayan seized a handful of cash from the bag and threw it at Shibei. This money is a token of appreciation from me, the porcupine Bayan, for your arduous journey to deliver it. By the way, would you be interested in joining our pirate expedition organization? If you become our comrade, I might even share a bit more with you. Shibei ground his teeth, desperately suppressing his emotions. Both the general of the Flying Squirrels and the stationed naval soldiers had warned him against causing trouble here, lest it disturb the local residents of the Hanosan Islands. Moreover, he genuinely wished to keep matters from escalating. However, the fruits of his labor had been seized by others, and it was unreasonable to expect him to remain silent in such a situation. He contemplated the possibility of mitigating his losses by offering a sum of 10 to 20 million berries as a form of toll. Just as he was about to speak, the golden-haired Willis interjected with a jest. Hey, Bayan, not just anyone can join the Pirate Dispatch Organization. Our commander is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was berated by that esteemed individual during the Marineford War. We cannot casually recruit a pirate hunter without a certain reputation. Upon hearing this, the observing pirate hunters began to perspire nervously. The backing of the Pirate Dispatch Organization was overwhelmingly powerful. None among them could afford to provoke it. Nor did they possess the qualifications to be recruited. The mere title of a warlord of the sea was enough to instill fear in these pirate hunters, let alone a pirate of the caliber of an emperor. Bayan, upon witnessing the terror etched on their faces, felt a sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, he derived enjoyment from the moment. Since Willis had a bounty of 60 million berries, he must possess a degree of notoriety and should be eligible to join our Pirate Dispatch Organization. Recently, a giant regiment was also recruited by Commander Buggy. If we do not hasten to bolster our numbers, we may find ourselves unable to continue following Commander Buggy. A giant regiment? A flash of inspiration struck Shibei. Could it be the formidable pirate crew led by Hayarding? It is quite astonishing that Buggy, this fellow, has acted swiftly. Having barely assumed the title of warlord for less than a month, he has already begun to expand his military might. Bayan, with habitual impatience, tapped his helmet and inquired once more, Young man, what is your name? Before Shibei could respond, Willis stepped forward, placing a hand on Shibei's shoulder. Leaning closer, he delivered a mocking chuckle and said, Since Bayan acknowledges your capability to join the Pirate Dispatch Organization, you are now our companion, albeit merely a foot soldier. Remember to address me as Captain Willis. Following this, Willis stood side by side with Bayan, playfully patting the pouch of gold slung over Bayan's shoulder. Consider this bounty as your tribute to us. In the future, we shall take good care of you. Shibei, unable to contain his frustration any longer, uttered 2 words, Shut up. Bayan furrowed his brow, his expression turning exceedingly unpleasant. Willis pouted, lightly slapping Shibei's cheek, admonishing, You better recognize your place, kid. Shibei suddenly seized a tuft of Willis's curly hair and forcefully slammed it against the counter. In that moment, his rage had completely clouded his judgment, and he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. The entire counter crumpled under the impact of Willis's head, completely taken aback by Shibei's abrupt aggression. Willis had no chance to react. In less than the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness, a true knockout. The patrons of the tavern stood agape, their jaws nearly grazing the floor in disbelief. Shibei brushed the dust from his hands and fixed his gaze upon Bayan. So you are the porcupine Bayan, are you? In that case, you are a pig, aren't you? Unfortunately, pigs are the creatures I despise the most, especially those that come knocking at my door. Come, let me see just how extravagant you truly are. Shibei spoke no falsehood. Indeed, he harbored a profound disdain for swine. This aversion stemmed from an incident on Nine Serpent Island, where the first adversary to confront him was none other than a wild boar. The deputy captain of the 3rd Squad of the Pirate Dispatch Organization, the rabid Willis, had once pursued a bounty of 89 million berries for a notorious pirate hunter, only to be unexpectedly vanquished by a brash youth. The astonishment among the assembled pirate hunters was palpable, and even the seasoned hedgehog, Bayan, appeared as though his eyes might pop from their sockets. Having spent numerous years in close companionship with Willis, Bayan was acutely aware of his comrade's formidable prowess, which was undeniably genuine. Even Bayan himself would find it impossible to defeat Willis with a single strike. The Pirate Dispatch Organization comprised 8 formidable squads, with the 1st through the 3rd being filled with robust combatants. A deputy captain like Willis, should he traverse the pirate realm, could effortlessly command a bounty exceeding 100 million. With such capabilities, it was inconceivable that he could be dispatched with a mere blow. Barring an encounter with the 7 warlords of the sea, Bayan's heart raced. The companions who had been merrily spectating from the 2nd floor moments ago had now rushed downstairs, numbering over 20. Meanwhile, the onlookers on the 1st floor, who were deemed unworthy to join the pirate dispatch organization, sensed that a conflict was imminent. Fearing for their safety, they clutched their drinks and hastily exited the tavern. Outside, a throng of curious onlookers gathered. Though the sheer number of pirate hunters spilling from the tavern deterred the ordinary folk from approaching, leaving them to observe from a distance. Inside the tavern now remained only the 20-odd aides of the pirate dispatch organization and Shibei himself. Shibei clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. The tavern owner, crouched behind the dilapidated counter, cradled his head in despair. If a brawl erupted within his establishment, it would surely spell the end for his beloved tavern, a venture he had painstakingly built from his meager savings. Though fear gripped him, he could not merely stand by and watch his livelihood crumble. Thus, he ventured to interject. The naval garrison is not far off. If you cause a ruckus here, they will undoubtedly be drawn to the scene. Bane, gripping his tankard, hurled it toward the tavern owner. Huh? The Navy? Our pirate organization is led by a warlord of the sea, recognized by the world government as a legitimate pirate. Even if the Navy arrives, what can they do to us? Old man, you would do well to find a safe corner to hide, for we shall not stand idly by while our vice captain lies in this state. Bane tapped his helmet and called out, "Listen up, men. This fellow dares to look down upon our pirate organization. Whoever manages to take him down will claim the bounty of 6 million berries that awaits." Pirate hunters, much like pirates themselves, are driven by greed. Pirates pillage coastal villages for wealth, while bounty hunters pursue pirates for the same reason. Thus, upon hearing of the bounty, the ruffians standing behind Bane suddenly found their spirits soaring. They may not have cared for the fate of Vice Captain Willis, but seizing the opportunity for unexpected riches under the guise of revenge was undeniably enticing. 6 million berries? How dare he underestimate our pirate organization? Take him down. Though we have no personal vendetta, his head will be mine. A horde of reckless henchmen charged forward, clinging to Shibei with unyielding tenacity, their hands grasping his legs and arms. Yet, Shibei refrained from resisting, for he noticed Bane drawing his dagger, advancing slowly towards him. Shibei steadied himself in a horse stance. Then his entire body trembled. With a thunderous roar, he shouted, "Drink." Instantly, the dozen or so henchmen clinging to him were sent sprawling, crashing against the walls of the tavern, the corridor, and the surrounding tables and chairs, which were now utterly shattered. The henchmen lay groaning on the floor, a lamentation echoing in the air. Without pausing, Shibei charged directly at Bane. Martial arts. Kinyang. This was the signature rush technique of KOF's Kyokusanagi, a long-range attack. Swift and decisive, a veritable invincible assault maneuver. This move combined both offensive power and control. As he struck with an elbow, he seized his opponent's throat, lifting him overhead. And then, with a fiery explosion, it was as if he donned a bomb collar. Indeed, Kyokusanagi bore the illustrious title of the God of Fire. Regrettably, while Shibei could execute Kyo's fighting skills, he lacked the flames that accompanied them. Thus, he could only grip Bane's throat and hoist him aloft. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to instill fear in the porcupine-like Bane. As long as Shibei had him by the throat, Bane's very life was entirely in Shibei's grasp. Alas, Bane, as the captain of the combat echelon, possessed his own measure of strength. Therefore, upon seeing Shibei rush towards him, he wisely evaded with a backflip. The reason why Shibei was able to effortlessly defeat Vice Captain Willis with a single strike lies entirely in the element of surprise. Had Willis been prepared, it would have been implausible for Shibei to dispatch him so easily. After all, Willis serves as the vice captain of the combat team under the 7 warlords, indicating he possesses considerable skill. Let us not forget that, despite Buggy's comedic persona, he is fundamentally a self-serving pirate. If Willis lacked any competence, would Buggy permit him to hold the position of vice captain within the organization? Thus, it comes as no surprise that the formidable Hedgehog Bane, who is a level above Willis, was able to evade this attack. Encountering an opponent with a modicum of resistance ignites Shibei's competitive spirit. Since he has mastered martial arts, a one-sided thrashing would be rather uninteresting. At this moment, Bane executed a series of backflips, landing outside the tavern. Shibei, brimming with anticipation, followed closely behind. With Bane's formidable strength, it was evident that Shibei's previous move was exceedingly fierce. Bane realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. However, it was out of the question for him to simply apologize and retreat. After all, the crowd was numerous and vociferous, and should this incident reach the ears of Buggy, Bane's standing within the 7 warlords would be jeopardized. Without the support of such a powerful ally, his circumstances would undoubtedly worsen. Thus, Bane had no choice but to put on a brave front, threateningly declaring, "Young man, are you not aware that the commander of our pirate dispatch organization is one of the 7 warlords? Do you understand the consequences of opposing us?" When the war atop the sea commenced, even the mightiest pirate, Whitebeard, had to show deference to our commander. Do you truly wish to court danger? Shibei finds it amusing that threatening him with Baki is the least intimidating approach. However, if Don Quixote Doflamingo were to be invoked, Shibei might genuinely feel a twinge of apprehension. Shibei scoffed, "Allow me to share a secret regarding your commander, the illustrious warlord Buggy of the 7 warlords of the sea. I possess far more knowledge than you do. Do not invoke his name in our conversation. Even if your commander were standing right here, I would not be inclined to show him any deference. Let us dispense with trivialities and engage in a straightforward contest." Bane, taken aback, inquired, "What did you just say? Do you truly know our commander?" "I know countless individuals," Shibei declared, and without further ado shouted, "Martial arts. Solo butcher." He leaped into the air, executing a somersault before delivering a sweeping kick aimed directly at Bane. Caught off guard by the sudden aggression, Bane could only raise his hands in a futile attempt to block the attack. It is worth noting that during their encounter on Nine Snake Island, even the giant woman, Ephelandra, had been brought to her knees by that very kick. Clearly, Bane's capacity to withstand such force paled in comparison to Ephelandra's. Consequently, when he braced himself against Shibei's strike, he was overwhelmed and fell to the ground. His black iron helmet cracking under the impact. Bane's consciousness began to blur. Shibei was poised to mercilessly strike down the drowning dog. In a moment of desperation, Bane, as if hearing the tolling of death's bell, struggled to lift his head and implored, "Wait." Shibei halted his actions, eager to hear what he might say. Unexpectedly, Bayan suddenly proclaimed, "I permit you to join the Pirate Dispatch Organization." Shibei, filled with fury, could scarcely believe the audacity of mentioning the Pirate Dispatch Organization. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Bane quickly added, "I will appoint you as the vice captain." Shibei has already clenched his fist. Bayan immediately shouted, "I will give you all the money." Shibei had never encountered such unabashed audacity, and he could not help but utter a curse. "How dare you? That was my money to begin with." Before Bayan could utter another word, Shibei bellowed, "Martial arts, breakthrough." With a single punch, Bayan was sent crashing into the pit, utterly unaware of his fate. The ordinary spectators, witnessing the spectacle, screamed in unison and scattered in all directions, fleeing the scene. Only a group of astonished bounty hunters remained, dumbstruck. The commotion on the bustling street had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the naval garrison stationed nearby. Shibei could hardly be bothered to lend an ear, with a mere flick of his fingers. He could ascertain that the naval forces would undoubtedly be on their way shortly. After all, the naval soldiers had repeatedly urged him to refrain from causing any disturbances. If he were to encounter them face to face at this moment, even with his thick skin, he would inevitably feel a twinge of embarrassment. Thus, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he resolved that retreat was the wisest strategy. The surrounding pirate hunters quickly made way, unwilling to obstruct his path. Hey, how could it be that Hedgehog Bane and Rabid Dog Willis have been taken down? This must be a jest. Who exactly is this individual? Any ordinary person would possess a sense of vanity. Of course, Shibei was no exception. He reveled in the awestruck expressions of the onlookers. Thus, he deliberately slowed his pace, savoring a sense of monumental achievement that he had never before encountered. Ah, indeed. If one wishes for their name to be immortalized through the ages, there remains an essential step that cannot be overlooked. Shibei paused, turning his back to the crowd, and proclaimed with an air of grandeur, "Who am I? I am Shibei, a pirate hunter hailing from the Eastern Sea." After uttering these words, he departed without a backward glance, confident that his prestige had ascended to unprecedented heights. Given the rapid dissemination of information among this cadre of pirate hunters, it would not be long before another pirate hunter named Shibei would emerge upon the vast ocean. His name would resonate in every corner of the Grand Line. Is there a notion of attracting unwanted attention? Not at all. The greater the fame, the more honor points he would accrue. With an abundance of honor points, he could draw from the utopian honor mall system, acquiring an array of extraordinary skills. Just possessing a KOF fighting technique had already empowered him significantly. If he were to acquire some form of magic or grand prophecy, he would be able to command the seas with mere words, causing entire oceans to recede at his whim. What of the world government? What of the annals of history? All mere nonsense. When that fateful day arrives, the era of great pirates shall be entombed beneath his overwhelming might. Shibei suddenly erupted into a series of boisterous laughter, his exuberant sound fading away amidst the streets of the Black Nosen Islands. The pirate hunters exchanged glances upon hearing his devilish, unrestrained mirth. It was now dusk, with the sun dipping below the horizon. The afterglow bathed the Black Nosen Islands, casting a golden sheen upon the landscape, rendering the vast coastal archipelago an image of solemn grandeur. Yet, it is undeniable that this place possesses an exquisite beauty, one that starkly contrasts with the everyday lives of its inhabitants, creating a subtle sense of dissonance. Upon returning to the harbor, Shibei ascended the small boat without haste. He did not immediately enter the cockpit. Instead, he stood on the deck, savoring the vanishing beauty of the Black Nosen Islands. At that moment, he felt a longing for a cigarette and instinctively reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. It then dawned on him that the 67 million berries he had received from the Naval Defense Department had been left behind in the tavern. Earlier, concerned about the potential arrival of the Navy and preoccupied with thoughts of honor points, he had departed in a rush, forgetting even a bag of money. Frustrated, he stamped his foot on the deck. 17 million berries is no trifling sum. How could one simply forget it? He hesitated, contemplating whether he should return. Before he could finalize his decision, several Navy personnel came running in his direction. Wait, do not set sail. Shibei looked up and noticed that the group of naval officers was armed. If he did not leave soon, it would surely be too late. His apprehension did not stem from fear of the Navy's actions, but rather from the trouble it would bring, having just put on a show of bravado. The thought of being apprehended by the Navy and subjected to a lecture was simply unacceptable. A little money was inconsequential. Preserving his dignity was paramount. Seizing the moment while the naval officers had not yet approached, he hurried to the door of the cockpit and pushed it open. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was taken aback. Inside his cockpit sat a woman in her early 20s, casually lounging with one leg crossed over the other. She wore a light green cap adorned with white trim, and what caught his eye most was her ample bosom. "Ah, you finally returned," Shibei exclaimed. "Jewelry Bonnie, what are you doing here?" Indeed, the woman in her early 20s, adorned with a green hat, was none other than the notorious supernova of the worst generation, with a bounty of 140 million berries. Despite some changes in her attire, her appearance remained strikingly identical to that depicted in the anime, allowing Shibei to recognize her at once. Bonnie wore a sinister smile on her face. "So you do know me, pirate hunter." Shibei instinctively took a small step back. To be frank, he lacked the confidence to confront this woman. He was aware that Bonnie was a user of a devil fruit, capable not only of transforming herself into a child but also of turning her opponents into either children or the elderly. However, the precise mechanism of this transformation eluded him. His greatest suspicion was that it likely involved physical contact. Of course, this was merely a conjecture. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he felt it necessary to maintain a certain distance from Bonnie. At that moment, the Navy was swiftly approaching. Truly, it was a case of being caught between a rock and a hard place. Bonnie waved her hand, expressing her impatience. "Don't worry. I have no desire to fight you right now." Shibei gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "What do I want to do? Hey, you are a bounty hunter, after all. Here I am, a pirate with a bounty of 270 million berries, sitting right before you. Don't you wish to seize me and claim the reward? The Navy is on its way, so what will you choose to do?" Shibei swallowed hard. Wasn't Bonnie's bounty 14 million berries? How could it suddenly escalate to 27 million berries? It was almost a doubling. Shibei quickly deduced that perhaps Bonnie's bounty had been raised again after her escape from a Marine Admiral. 27 million berries. How many honor points could that yield? A stirring excitement welled up within Shibei, though he managed to conceal it. Shibei Jibei inquired, "What brings you here?" Bonnie did not respond directly. Instead, she teased, "It seems you have no intention of capturing me for a bounty, then." Shibei involuntarily clenched his fist. "How do you know this is my ship?" Bonnie suddenly stood up, tilting her head as she spoke. "Hey, the Navy is on their way. Do you still have time to ask these questions? You wish to venture into the New World, don't you? I can take you there." Shibei is not foolish. How could he possibly misunderstand Bonnie's intentions? "Are you attempting to exploit me? Intending to whisk yourself away to the New World?" Bonnie approached Zybe, circling around him before articulating, "Do you not wish to journey to the New World? Alone, with this absurdly small lifeboat, you stand no chance of reaching that expanse of ocean." In truth, Shibei was indeed troubled by this predicament. He possessed no knowledge of navigational techniques. Even if provided with a compass, he might struggle to comprehend its function. The presence of a seasoned pirate captain by his side would undeniably enhance safety and convenience. Bonnie was undoubtedly leveraging him, and he, in turn, could exploit Bonnie, a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, Shibe harbored concerns about the possibility of suffering a fate akin to playing with fire. It is indeed difficult to ascertain. He and Bonnie represented opposing forces, one a bounty hunter, the other a pirate. The inherent risks of sharing a vessel were undeniable, particularly as he remained uncertain about the true nature of Bonnie. The original narrative offered scant insight into her character. Bonnie placed her hand on Shibe's shoulder, exuding an air of intimacy. Hey, there is no time for hesitation. Shibe extended his head to take a glance. The naval soldiers were already within close proximity. He steeled his resolve and approached the control panel, slapping his palm down on the green button. The small vessel gradually came to life, and the deck began to fold. Shibe turned back and inquired, "If you have ventured into this place, why not navigate the ship yourself?" Bonnie twisted her mouth in disdain. "Huh, I am the captain. Have you ever seen a captain engage in such menial labor? Utter nonsense. So, does being a captain preclude one from sailing their own vessel? It's merely the circumstances that hinder me. Otherwise, I would certainly introduce this woman to the likes of Captain Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean, who not only sails, but also tows ships. In essence, Bonnie is simply seeking someone to command. What a stroke of misfortune it is." At that moment, 3 naval soldiers, who had been pursuing them, finally arrived at the shores of the Black North Islands. They beheld a small boat draped with a white cloth, gradually receding into the distance. One of the soldiers pondered aloud, "Hey, is he not going to take this money?" In his grasp was a bag of coins, containing the 67 million berries that Shibe had left behind in the tavern. Had Shibe known that these soldiers were not there to apprehend him for a cup of tea at the garrison, but rather to deliver him funds, he would have been profoundly moved, perhaps even impulsively revealing the identity of Charlotte Bonnie to them, potentially elevating their ranks. Of course, this would require that the soldiers possess the capability to capture Bonnie. However, at this moment, Shibe had no time to concern himself with a mere 67 million berries. He was seated beside a notorious pirate with a bounty of 270 million berries, which was more than 4 times the amount he had left behind. He contemplated whether he should wait until Bonnie fell asleep to execute a covert night raid. To be frank, he was indifferent to the money. What he valued were the points of honor. A bounty of 270 million would afford him several spins on the prize wheel, perhaps 2 or 3 at the very least. Yet, the allure of substantial profit is directly proportional to the peril of life. He meticulously calculated his own interests, pondering whether he should take such a risk. With Bonnie seated beside him, having already engaged in physical contact, he realized that if she were to touch another, transforming them into a child, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. What Shibe despises the most at present is his utter ignorance regarding Bonnie's devil fruit abilities. It is no wonder that Bonnie can so audaciously sit alongside him, a pirate hunter. She must have him completely under her thumb. Shibe, feeling helpless, scratched his head. The sensation of having one's vital points seized by another is far from pleasant, especially when it is a woman who wields such power. Bonnie cast a sidelong glance at Shibe, her expression somewhat unfriendly. "Hey, little brat, what is your name?" Shibe furrowed his brow, his tone equally unfriendly, carrying an air of confrontation. "I am not a child. My name is Shibe." "Oh." Bonnie suddenly turned to the side, raising her foot and resting it on Shibe's thigh. How rude. It was utterly uncouth. Shibe was aware that Bonnie's demeanor was undeniably somewhat tomboyish, particularly her manner of eating, which was utterly unappealing. Although Shibe had never witnessed it firsthand, his imagination conjured a vivid image of Bonnie devouring her food with a ferocity that was quite distressing. Nevertheless, considering Bonnie's modest charm, Shibe managed to restrain his irritation. With her arms crossed and a teasing smile playing on her lips, Bonnie inquired, "How did you recognize me?" Shibe, feeling inspired, remarked, "In truth, you are rather beautiful. My little imp, do you dare to believe that I would slay you?" Shibe glared fiercely and exclaimed, "Do not refer to me as a little brat." Indeed, Jolie Bonnie appeared to be merely in her early 20s, yet she persistently called him a little brat, though it might just be her catchphrase. He still wished she would refrain from such a title, as it was rather unflattering. Suddenly, Bonnie sprang to her feet, looking down at Shibe with an air of superiority. Shibe was acutely aware that if he yielded now, he would undoubtedly endure untold hardships on the journey to the New World Seas. He had no intention of being led by the nose by a woman. Not even a supernova of the most malevolent era could sway him. Thus, Shibe narrowed his eyes, steadfastly locking gazes with Bonnie. In truth, he had always harbored a deep curiosity about Bonnie's true identity. When Whitebeard perished during the Paramount War, she wept inconsolably, her tears flowing endlessly. What was her grief to him? Whitebeard had no tangible connection to her. Furthermore, there was the remark made by Admiral Akainu, who, upon hearing that she had escaped from the Navy, seemed to be unnerved to the core. It is indeed intriguing that a top admiral, one of the Navy's 3 greatest powers, could be so shaken. This statement hints at a perplexing narrative. Could it be that Bonnie had been apprehended by the Navy prior to her arrival at Submarine Archipelago? In any case, it was evident that this woman harbored some unspeakable secrets. Shibei resolved to remain vigilant, refusing to be swayed by Bonnie's enticing bounty, choosing instead to observe the situation. At that moment, Bonnie suddenly broke into a smile. If I were to eliminate you now, who would navigate the ship? She remarked. Subsequently, Bonnie raised her arm to glance at the device secured to her wrist, a recording compass. This instrument, akin to a terrestrial compass, is an indispensable tool for maritime navigation, capable of recording the magnetic forces between island chains. The ocean is vast, and navigating aimlessly would lead to an indefinite journey before encountering an island. However, with the recording compass, one can ascertain the precise direction of the next island with absolute certainty. Bonnie gestured forward. In the 2 o'clock direction, continue onward. Should anything seem amiss, call for me. Shibei, puzzled, inquired, what are you planning to do? Without acknowledging him, Bonnie strode directly to the door of the cockpit, turned her back on Shibei, and casually reclined on the floor. The cockpit was rather confined, lacking the ample space and amenities of a fully equipped pirate ship. Thus, when night fell, the only option for rest was to lie upon the bare floor. Shibei firmly secured the joystick on the console before rising to gaze out the window. The outside world had succumbed to darkness, the night sky adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. This marked Shibei's inaugural night spent upon the vast ocean, enveloped in an exotic ambience. Like a child, he leaned against the window, captivated by the enchanting nocturnal tapestry for an extended period. Meanwhile, Bonnie reclined on the floor, casting a sidelong glance at Shibei. Perhaps a certain three-sword-style swordsman crossed her mind, prompting her to mutter, "Humph, a pirate hunter? How absurd." Shibei overheard Bonnie's murmurs and withdrew from the window. He cast a glance at her slender waist and long legs, gently shaking his fist at her retreating figure, muttering, "You are the one with issues." At that moment, Shibei began to feel a wave of fatigue wash over him. He returned to his seat, resting his head on the control panel, preparing to take a brief nap. Suddenly, Bonnie turned her head and inquired, "Hey, is there anything to eat?" Shibei instinctively patted his body, realizing he had nothing to eat. Even a bag of money had been left behind in the tavern. It was one thing for Bonnie not to mention it, but once food was brought up, Shibei felt a pang of hunger. He let out a deep sigh, burying his head on the console, hoping to awaken to the sight of the village. When that moment came, he would surely gather ample provisions to store on the small boat for unforeseen circumstances. Bonnie, recognizing the foolishness of her question, simply closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. The little boat traversed the vast sea under the watchful gaze of the stars, enjoying a night of tranquil stillness. At the pinnacle of naval authority were 5 elderly men, collectively referred to as the 5 elders. These 5 old fellows now knelt before Shibei, shamelessly pleading for him to become their king. Among them was the notorious pirate Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, who lamented that the title of Pirate King rightfully belonged to Shibei. Monkey D. Luffy, having relinquished his dream of becoming the Pirate King, was solely devoted to following Shibei in his quest for conquest. Even the deceased Whitebeard and Ace had returned to life, kneeling before Shibei and calling him their captain. As for the celestial dragons, they were tethered by chains along the ship's edge, prostrating themselves before Shibei. Meanwhile, Shibei sat atop the back of Kaido, another of the 4 emperors, known as the Immortal Pirate, who carefully made his way towards this assembly of kneeling dignitaries, step by step. Shibei spread his arms wide, gesturing upward, and proclaimed with grandeur, "Oh, my esteemed ministers." As soon as his words echoed, a sudden slap resounded against his head. Furious, he turned around, only to find Xiao Ai Li Bo and I standing behind him, her face etched with anger. "Hey, you little rascal. I warned you to call for me if anything seemed amiss." Shibei wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and glanced around. Was it truly just a dream? What a pity, for it felt remarkably real. Bonnie, with a sullen expression, inquired in a low voice, "What are you grinning about?" Shibei hastily composed himself, rising to gaze out the window. Although the day had brightened considerably, He was taken aback by the sight before him. Enormous torrents of water surged skyward, resembling colossal whirlwinds. If his small vessel were to be ensnared by such currents, it would likely be reduced to mere splinters. To gain a clearer view, he opened the door to the cockpit and peered around. The nearest torrent was a mere 100 meters away. If he did not swiftly alter his course, the boat would surely be drawn into the maelstrom. In a fit of frustration, he uttered a curse. Damn it. At that moment, a command triggered the honor maul to materialize before him, hovering in his line of sight. Fortunately, Xiao Ali Bani was oblivious to this distraction. Shibei, in a state of urgent distress, found himself devoid of the luxury to ponder over honor points. Should he continue to linger, he would undoubtedly face perilous consequences. Moreover, both he and Bani were endowed with abilities. Even if they were to miraculously survive the tumultuous currents, plunging into the sea would spell certain doom. He could scarcely muster the desire to inspect the honor points, instead exclaiming twice in frustration, eager to summon the merchant system back to him. Upon his first utterance, the honor maul initiated its rotation, and as he voiced the second command, it came to a halt. Though his mind was preoccupied, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. 3 segments on the spinning wheel aligned perfectly, signaling a win. He had acquired yet another skill. However, before he could discern the nature of this newfound ability, the honor maul vanished from sight. In that moment, Bani grasped the joystick and called out for assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, Shibei turned and dashed to the control console, gripping the joystick alongside Bani, pulling it forcefully backward. The small vessel gradually began to change its course. Bani rushed to the doorway of the cockpit for a brief glance, then began issuing commands. 9 o'clock direction. Upon hearing this, Zybe exerted all his strength to move the joystick to the left, aiming at the 11 o'clock direction. Shibei exerted all his strength to push the joystick forward. Bani exclaimed in frustration, "You fool, quickly turn around." Shibei was suddenly filled with a surge of anger. He had merely followed Bani's instructions to change direction. What fault was there in that? However, this was not the time for quarrels. Lacking any nautical experience, he could only heed Bani's commands. After all, Bani had no desire to be swept away by the currents either. In this moment, they were like grasshoppers bound together by the same string. Shibei wholeheartedly manipulated the joystick. Bani shouted, 3 o'clock direction, charge out. Shibei was drenched in sweat, his entire body leaning towards the right as he exerted all his strength to stabilize the joystick. The small boat had evidently been buffeted by the waves several times. And just as he was on the verge of releasing his grip, Bani rushed forward, forcefully pressing her foot onto the joystick, while simultaneously stepping on Shibei's hand. The pain shot through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form, yet he found himself lacking the energy to confront Bani over the matter. Thus, he bore the agony in silence. The small, swaying vessel continued to tremble for a full quarter of an hour before it finally began to regain its composure. Shibei let out a sigh of relief, preparing to wipe the sweat that streamed down his forehead. However, his hand was firmly pinned down by Bani, rendering it impossible to withdraw. "Jolie Bani, kindly lift your foot." Bani suddenly seized Shibei's collar, her expression dark and menacing, as if she were about to devour him whole. This savage woman clearly lacked any sense of decorum, spitting words in fury as she berated Shibei. "You scoundrel! If you desire death, do not drag me down with you." Shibei wiped away the spittle that had been sprayed across his face, then forcefully swatted Bani's hand away. "I've always lived like this. Aren't you a pirate? Are you afraid of such trivial winds and waves? Yet here you are, having made it through. Look at you. So frightened. I find it rather exhilarating." Bani glared at him sharply. Shibei was suddenly overwhelmed, his hair standing on end, and a wave of goosebumps coursed through him, leaving him in a state of disorientation, as if on the brink of an illusion. He vigorously shook his head and bit down on his tongue, finally regaining his composure. At this moment, Shibei's heart was filled with profound astonishment. Confronted by this unexpected and peculiar sensation, a singular word immediately sprang to his mind: dominance. And more specifically, the dominance of the Conqueror's Haki. Zybe's breath came in quick gasps, astonished that Juori Bani possessed the formidable Conqueror's Haki. In the original narrative, even Roronoa Zaro, an ambitious aspirant to become the world's greatest swordsman, has yet to definitively demonstrate the possession of Conqueror's Haki, despite 2 years of tutelage under the warlord Dracul Mihawk. It is evident that Juori Bani is truly no ordinary individual. Shibei raised his arm, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, Bo and I retracted her hostile gaze and shrugged. "Never mind, I haven't eaten all night, and I don't wish to waste my energy on you. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Little brat, The new world is still a long way off. While I have no interest in your daily lifestyle, I must remind you that on these seas, even in slumber, it is wise to keep one eye open. The Grand Line is not as gentle as you might imagine. A pirate hunter like you could meet an untimely demise countless times in a single day within the new world. Shibei clenched his teeth and let out a huff. Indeed. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Your pirate crew was sunk by Blackbeard in the new world. So you must be well aware of the perils that lie within. Upon hearing Shibei's words, Bonnie unexpectedly displayed a rare expression of regret. She turned her head away, muttering a curse under her breath in frustration. Damn it, I will never let that scoundrel off the hook. Shibei plopped down onto the control panel and inquired, Do you require my assistance? Bonnie seemed to have heard an immensely amusing joke. She clutched her stomach, her expression one of disdain. Huh, help me? With your capabilities? Alas, she remained unconvinced, leaving Shibei in a position of helplessness. Nevertheless, Bonnie graciously offered a compliment to Shibei. Well, although you do possess some skills, it is still far from sufficient to navigate the new world. Words were of little use. Shibei merely scoffed. Let's see what happens then. At noon, the sun blazed high in the sky. Having gone without sustenance for a significant portion of the day, Xiao Ai Li Bonnie seemed to be growing restless. She rolled back and forth across the cockpit floor, loudly lamenting that she was on the verge of starvation. She truly rolled about on the ground like a little girl throwing a tantrum over a toy she could not have. Each roll brought her into collision with Shibei's seat, which increasingly tested his patience. Can you not be a bit quieter? He asked, exasperated. Bonnie sprawled on the floor, weakly muttered, Huh? Quiet? How can one possibly be quiet when there is nothing to eat? Typically, when individuals are hungry, they conserve their energy and refrain from excessive movement. Yet this woman, the hungrier she became, the more raucous she grew. At that moment, Shibei finally understood why others referred to Bonnie as the gluttonous girl. For she was indeed an amplified version of an epicure. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Shibei was also quite famished and parched. This small vessel had drifted on the sea for half a day and night. Not a soul was in sight, nor even a ghost. And it remained uncertain how much longer they would sail before land appeared. It would be rather amusing if they were to perish from hunger in the vast ocean. Shibei leaned over the console and inquired, Are you certain you haven't misdirected us? Bonnie glanced at the recording pointer secured to her wrist, then abruptly stood up, her entire being draping over Shibei's back. Her expression soured, and her tone took on a petulant edge. Hey, you little brat, are you questioning my navigational prowess? I am the captain of the Bonnie pirate crew. Shibei felt too soft, fuzzy objects pressed against his back, causing his mind to wander momentarily. He quickly withdrew and pushed Bonnie aside. How many times must I tell you not to call me a little ghost? Bonnie, accustomed to her carefree demeanor, took his words lightly and, with a playful ferocity, retorted, I could turn you into a little ghost right now. Hey, Shibei pointed at her, don't frighten me. If I become a little ghost, I want to have the strength to steer the ship. We sisters are already in a precarious situation. We mustn't create discord among ourselves. Aren't you hungry? I'm hungry too. Here's the plan. You keep watch here while I venture out to scout. If I spot a village or an island, I'll let you know immediately. What do you think, Captain? Bonnie made a face of disdain. Huh? Are you suggesting that you leave me, the captain, alone in the cockpit? Shibei disregarded her. Leaning against the wall, he circumvented Bonnie and approached the door of the cockpit. Upon opening the grand entrance, he ascended to the top of the small vessel and turned back to offer a parting remark. I trust you, Captain. Bonnie gritted her teeth and retorted, You scoundrel. Once we reach the new world, I shall have my revenge. Shibei feigned oblivion, embracing the ocean breeze as he settled himself upon the top of the small boat. At that moment, he finally felt a considerable sense of relief. After all, Jolie Bonnie was a woman, and the two of them, an isolated man and woman, alone in confined quarters, were bound to experience a degree of discomfort. Although Bonnie, the forthright woman, may not have pondered this deeply, Shibei was a modern man who had been single for quite some time. Just the way Bonnie leaned against him earlier was enough to send him into a spiral of contemplation. Remaining in the cockpit any longer was a gamble. Who knew what further boorish antics Bonnie might engage in? Thus, he had no choice but to tactically retreat. Shibei hastily shook his head and pressed his palms together. Oh, how wicked! How sinful! In truth, after spending a short while together, Shibei realized that Bonnie was not the type to engage in nefarious deeds. Although this woman was quite boisterous and prone to using foul language, she did not harbor any malicious intentions. Unlike other pirates, who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation, Bonnie, on certain occasions, exhibited a surprisingly endearing quality. Shibei felt that in this grand era, where pirates abound like stars in the night sky, the serendipitous encounter with Jewelry Bonnie, accompanied by the twist of fate that led them to share the same vessel, could only be described as a stroke of fortune. Ever since her crew was vanquished by Blackbeard in the New World, Bonnie had been left utterly alone. It was indeed a moment when she could truly benefit from the companionship of a man capable of sharing the weight of her burdens. Shibei rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. Indeed, he was offering assistance in a time of need. Yet, Bonnie was exceedingly fierce, bristling with thorns, making it nearly impossible to extend a helping hand. What to do? Just as Shibei was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a voice nearby. It was a woman's voice. "Lady Snake, I have spotted the man. He is just ahead." Lady Snake? In this vast sea, there is but one individual worthy of such a title. The reigning empress of Amazon Lily, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock. Hancock? Shibei suddenly lifted his gaze, only to behold a pirate ship gradually approaching from the distance across the sea, though the vessel was still far away, rendering the details somewhat indistinct. He could faintly discern that 2 oddly shaped colossal serpents accompanied the ship as it drew nearer. Shibei is no stranger to these 2 serpents. The sea snake, a highly venomous creature that even the mighty sea kings dare not confront. Shibei exclaimed in astonishment, "The 9-snake pirate crew?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding cry emanated from the 9-snake ship, "Arrow of captivity." Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming barrage of countless arrows descended upon Shibei like a darkened sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Shibei shouted, "Joey Bonnie, quickly turn around." The small boat rocked and began to change its course. Shibei unexpectedly slid from the top of the small boat to the cockpit door, forcefully kicking it open and rushing inside. Following closely behind Bonnie, he exerted all his strength to pull the joystick backward. At that moment, a series of thuds echoed from the top of the boat. It was the sound of arrows striking the hull, with Shibei now in control of the joystick. Bonnie finally had a moment to spare. She dashed to the window and took a quick glance, spotting 2 venomous sea serpents bearing down on the pirate ship, drawing ever closer. At that instant, Bonnie finally discerned the pirate insignia emblazoned on the Joshi ship. A cold sweat broke out as she pressed her forehead in disbelief. Why? Why must it be the 9 serpent pirates? This situation was utterly disastrous. Most distressingly for Shibei, who had already escaped from 9 Serpent Island, he naively believed that the ordeal was over, unaware that the 9 serpent pirates were relentlessly pursuing him across mountains and waters. Shibei firmly believed that this was no mere coincidence. For just a moment ago, he had distinctly heard a woman aboard the 9 serpent ship exclaim that she had found the man. It was solely based on this utterance. Shibei could ascertain with certainty that the 9 serpent pirates were specifically out at sea to hunt him down. Moreover, not a single member of the entire 9 serpent pirates, including Hancock, had ever laid eyes on him. Now that someone could accurately identify him, it could only imply one possibility: a guardian warrior from 9 Serpent Island, who was acquainted with him, had boarded Hancock's ship. Zybe could not help but burst into a torrent of curses. What enmity or grudge could provoke such ire? Truly, it felt as if he had fallen victim to some malevolent fate. Boa Hancock, too, is a wielder of a devil fruit, possessing powers that are both enigmatic and multifaceted. Much like the Gorgon Medusa, she has the terrifying ability to transmute a living being into stone. Yet, that is not all. She can conjure arrows from thin air. The captive arrow is one of Hancock's remarkable abilities. One must never underestimate the barrage of arrows that fly forth, each imbued with her formidable haki. A mere graze from one of these projectiles could result in immediate petrification, leaving no room for even the slightest injury. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hancock not only wields immense strength, but is also an awakened user of Conqueror's haki. To this day, Zybe remembers the moment the Great War erupted, when Smog's Sea Stone baton was turned to stone by a single kick from Hancock. The Sea Stone is indeed the nemesis of those with abilities, yet Hancock, as an ability user herself, managed to petrify the Sea Stone merely through her haki. This suggests that her Conqueror's haki has been honed to an extraordinary degree. The quality of their vessel was commendable. Had it been any other pirate ship, it likely would not have endured the initial barrage of arrows from Hancock. However, no matter how robust the ship, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of Hancock's attacks. If it were to endure another volley, the ship might very well succumb to the depths. Bonnie was infuriated. This insufferable woman. Why must she relentlessly pursue us? Shibei was reluctant to disclose the intricacies of the situation to Bonnie, for it would undoubtedly drive her to the brink of madness. Indeed, Bonnie was an innocent victim of circumstances that had nothing to do with her. The pursuit was aimed at Shibei. However, Bonnie's misfortune stemmed from her unfortunate coincidence of sharing the same vessel with Shibei. Bonnie exclaimed, "We are being rapidly overtaken." Shibei grasped the joystick with both hands and retorted irritably, "Stop yelling. The boat is only so big. How fast can it go?" Bonnie, infuriated, flung open the door to the cockpit. "I'm going out to confront this woman." Shibei turned and shouted, "Don't act recklessly." However, Bonnie disregarded his warning and climbed atop the small vessel. At that moment, the boat suddenly swayed violently again as a deluge of arrows rained down upon its hull. Concerned for Bonnie's safety, Shibei relinquished the controls and rushed out in pursuit. If anything were to happen to Bonnie, who would guide him to the new world? He possessed no knowledge of navigation. Upon noticing Shibei following him, Bonnie bellowed, "What are you doing out here? I'm holding off that woman. You need to get the ship moving." Shibei climbed to the top of the small boat, standing beside Bonnie, gazing at the imposing nine-snake pirate ship before them. He felt a surge of pent-up frustration within him. The women of Nine Snake Island were truly relentless. How long could one person hold them off? After all, a warlord of the sea was standing aboard the ship, and given the state of their small vessel, it was unlikely they could escape. Why waste energy on such futile efforts? He was curious to see just how far these women would go had he truly disturbed their ancestral graves. Bonnie tilted her head, exclaiming, "Huh? Is there something wrong with your head?" Shibei tapped his head and confidently declared, "There is nothing wrong with my mind." At that moment, the nine-serpent pirate crew had anchored alongside the small boat, extending numerous female heads from their vessel. Some were strikingly beautiful, while others resembled gorillas. In summary, the unattractive were exceedingly unsightly, while the lovely were undeniably exquisite. Shibei lifted his head and scanned the surroundings aboard the nine-serpent ship. To his surprise, he recognized three familiar faces. The towering figure of the female giant, Ephelandra, was particularly striking. Flanking Ephelandra on either side were Marguerite and Stobby. It was no wonder that the nine-serpent pirates could identify Shibei. These three valiant defenders were present on the vessel. Upon spotting Shibei, Marguerite immediately drew her bowstring taut, prompting the other women to follow suit. Just as they were poised to release their arrows, a notably mature voice resonated from behind Marguerite. "Wait a moment." Shibei's heart skipped a beat. The mere utterance of "wait" could bring all the women aboard the pirate ship to a halt. The individual who commanded such authority was likely the seven warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock, the captain of the Kuja pirates. Shibei couldn't help but swallow hard. If he were to face Hancock now, his chances of victory would scarcely exceed 10%, or perhaps even less. Shibei perked up, listening intently. The crisp sound of footsteps resonated on the deck, reminiscent of high heels striking against cobblestones. This rhythmic footfall intertwined harmoniously with the cadence of Shibei's heartbeat. Shibei gritted his teeth, firmly gripping Bonnie. He was terrified that this savage woman might suddenly charge out and meet her demise. Soon, Hancock approached the edge of the ship. Shibei instinctively scrutinized Hancock. At present, Hancock was adorned in a form-fitting, deep crimson dress, reminiscent of an evening gown, with a daringly low neckline. Her figure was exquisite, particularly accentuated by her B-111 bust, a spectacle unlike anything Shibei had ever encountered in his life. What stood out even more was Hancock's extraordinary aura of maturity, exuding a regal presence. Perhaps it was the influence of her devil fruit powers, but she radiated an irresistible allure that could ensnare any man. It was not merely lust, but a pure admiration that compelled one to kneel before her, eager to submit to her whims. Even the pain of her dominance would be perceived as a form of bliss. Indeed, that was the sensation she evoked. Hancock's flowing, lustrous black hair was yet another aspect that captured Shibei's heart. Shibei was somewhat dazed by the enchantment. Fortunately, Xiao Aili Bonnie was nearby and gave Shibei a firm kick. Shibei regained his composure, a cold sweat trickling down his spine. He bit down on the tip of his tongue, finally settling his nerves. That was a close call. Hancock truly was the nemesis of men. Bonnie stepped forward. Positioning herself protectively in front of Shibei, her gaze locked with Hancock's. Although Bonnie appeared calm on the surface, Shibei noted the beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. She was clearly holding on by a thread. The two women stared intently at each other, as if even the very atmosphere crackled with tension. Hancock suddenly furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who are you?" Bonnie remained silent, gritting her teeth. "Your Highness, She is Jewelry Bonnie from the South Sea, renowned as a pirate supernova of the worst generation, much like Lord Luffy. Her original bounty was 140 million berries, and she successfully evaded Admiral Akainu 10 days ago. Her current bounty has now risen to 270 million berries. The speaker was a woman with naturally curly green hair. She was Hancock's second sister, also a user of a devil fruit, possessing both observation and armament hockey, and an indispensable force within the Kuja pirates. Her name, if memory serves, is Boa Sandersonia. Shibe certainly recognized someone of her caliber. After Sandersonia's introduction, Hancock muttered to herself, "Is she similar to Luffy?" Then, with a darkened expression, Hancock growled menacingly, "What? This woman is akin to Luffy? Could she be the companion he often speaks of? That insufferable woman." Shibe lightly tapped his forehead. Realizing something amiss, the vinegar jar had been overturned. In truth, Boa Hancock, both in emotional intelligence and intellect, stands unparalleled among the 7 warlords. It is no exaggeration to assert that without Hancock's covert assistance, Luffy would never have reached the underwater prison. Had Luffy not arrived at the underwater prison, he would not have encountered Jinbei and Ivankov, the king of the transvestites. Without meeting these 2 pivotal figures, Luffy would not have appeared at Marine headquarters in Marineford. Nor would he have participated in the epic-defining battle at the summit. It is quite possible that Luffy would never have had the chance to see Ace one last time. This illustrates the magnitude of Hancock's contributions to Luffy prior to the outbreak of the war at the summit. She successfully deceived Admiral Smoker, allowing Luffy to board the warship. Moreover, she guided Luffy safely through the gates of justice, directly to the underwater prison. The wisdom and strength of this woman are indeed proportional. When confronted with Smoker's probing inquiries, she boldly permitted him to search her, fully aware that Luffy was concealed beneath her ample fur coat. A mere touch from Smoker could have revealed Luffy's presence. Yet she maintained her composure and uttered, "It's all right. I permit you to do so." Even Luffy was taken aback by her audacity. Although Smoker eventually relented, it is evident that Hancock possesses a keen understanding of men's psychology, which she adeptly exploits. Hence, Shibe perceives Hancock as the quintessential nemesis of men. A woman who is both powerful and intelligent, coupled with beauty, is a formidable presence that any man would find intimidating. To extol her as a goddess is devoid of flattery. Yet, this very goddess, who instills fear in pirates, harbors a character flaw. Ever since she became uncontrollably infatuated with Luffy, any mention of him causes her to fall from grace, transforming from a deity into a lovesick maiden. As she dreams of marrying Luffy, consequently, driven by a woman's instinct, any female who appears in Luffy's vicinity becomes her imagined rival. Hancock glared at Bonnie, gritting her teeth, and declared, "So, you are Luffy's companion?" Bonnie, as usual, tilted her head in confusion, responding, "Huh?" Shibe felt compelled to speak up in defense of fairness. If Bonnie were to incur Hancock's jealousy as a result, it would indeed be a grave injustice for her. Moreover, Shibe, who proclaims himself a bounty hunter, would never hide behind pirates like a cowardly turtle, especially when the pirate in question is a woman. Hold on. Although she is a notorious supernova of the worst generation, she is not a companion of Luffy. At this moment, Hancock's younger sister, Boa Sandersonia, also voiced her opinion. "Your Highness," she said, "that man speaks the truth. Jewelry Bonnie is not a companion of Lord Luffy, but the captain of her own pirate crew. Just 10 days ago, I saw in the newspaper that she was captured by Admiral Akainu, though I am unsure why she has appeared here." Upon hearing this clarification, Hancock's expression softened considerably. Then, Hancock adopted a haughty demeanor, pointing at Bonnie and questioning her loudly. "If you are a pirate, why are you associating with the Navy?" Bonnie frowned and shot a glance at Shibe, exclaiming, "Navy? Hey, what is going on? Aren't you a bounty hunter?" This situation was more unjust than anything could convey. However, faced with a formidable adversary like Hancock, Shibe was reluctant to resort to violence. If they could engage in a conversation and clear up the misunderstanding, that would be ideal. Therefore, Shibe patiently offered his explanation. "I have already stated that I am not part of the Navy. I merely found myself accidentally stranded on Amazon Lily and was subsequently captured by the warriors of the Kuja tribe. Unfortunately, they would not heed my explanations and insisted on imprisoning me alongside the Black Panther. In such a predicament, I had no choice but to find a way to protect myself, which inevitably led to conflicts with those warriors." Afterward, Shibe raised his hand and pointed towards the giantess. Ephelandra, continuing, "Why not ask her? She is the one who bound me and brought me into the land of women, branding me as a Navy officer based solely on conjecture. Where is the evidence?" Do you have any evidence to present? Hancock turned her gaze towards Ephelandra. Oh dear. Ephelandra stated, looking around and waving her hands. I know nothing. Shibei grew anxious. Hey, Lady Giant, how can you claim ignorance? It was you and Kikyo who brought me to the land of women. Now, at this critical juncture, you wish to evade responsibility? Where is Kikyo? Bring her forth for a confrontation. Ephelandra turned her head away, hesitant to speak. At that moment, Margaret stood beside Ephelandra, naturally aligning herself with her. For though Shibei's argument seemed quite reasonable, should Ephelandra concede that there had indeed been a misunderstanding regarding Shibei, she would have to shoulder the responsibility of bringing a man into the land of women. Consequently, Ephelandra would surely face punishment from Hancock. Thus, Margaret felt compelled to interject. Kikyo, as the captain of the national defense team, would never easily leave the island. This cunning man still hopes to turn the tables? Margaret knocked an arrow, drew back the bowstring, and aimed once more at Shibei, declaring, Lady Snake, this man unlawfully boarded Nine Snake Island without permission. Which is why Kikyo and Ephelandra brought him back to the land of women, intending to leave matters for your judgment upon your return. However, this man injured our warriors and fled, clearly harboring ulterior motives. The mother orangutan, Stobby, who had once received a punch from Shibei, echoed her sentiments. Lady Snake. This man possesses formidable strength, far from ordinary, which is why Kikyo suspected him to be a Marine Rear Admiral. He may have already relayed news of Lord Luffy's presence on Nine Snake Island to the Marine headquarters. Hancock pondered, biting her thumb for a moment. No, if the Marine headquarters were aware of Luffy's presence here, they would have notified me immediately. Currently, the Marines are not taking significant action. Akainu and Kazan have already agreed to duel in 10 days. The Marine headquarters cannot afford to divert their focus to Nine Snake Island. The news of Luffy's presence should not have leaked. Look at that, look at that. A clever woman indeed, capable of drawing inferences from one instance to another. The heart of Shibei, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. However, the subsequent remarks from Sandersonia incited a profound fury within Shibei. Your Highness, regardless of who this man may be, he is already aware that Lord Luffy is present on our Amazon Lily. If we allow him to leave unscathed, we cannot guarantee he will not divulge Lord Luffy's whereabouts. Hancock continued to bite her finger in contemplation. Indeed, that is precisely why I have come to pursue him. No sooner had Hancock spoken than the women aboard the ship suddenly drew their bows, aiming directly at Shibei. With a mere command, they would render him full of arrows. Sandersonia pressed on. What shall we do about this supernova pirate? Shall he face execution as well? Ignore her. Hancock raised her arm, finally executing the signature disdainful gesture often seen in the original tale, leaning back and pointing at Shibei. The Kuja pirates, heed my command. This man has unlawfully set foot on Amazon Lily, violating the long-standing edicts of the Kuja tribe. In my capacity as the current Empress of Amazon Lily, I hereby sentence this man to death. This was dire. The narrow perch atop the small boat offered little refuge. If these women unleashed their arrows simultaneously, there would be nowhere to hide, with the vast ocean surrounding them. To resist would entail the perilous gamble of leaping onto the Kuja ship, a desperate bid for survival. Despite Hancock's formidable prowess, it was inconceivable for Shibei to remain passive. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the cub. Moreover, Shibei retained a modicum of confidence in his hand-to-hand combat skills. These wretched women had clearly reached a point of reckless abandon. Shibei began to gather his strength and suddenly leaped from the top of the small boat, heading straight for the Nine Snake ship. At the same moment, Hancock shouted, "Attack!" A barrage of arrows rained down upon Shibei, who was still suspended in midair and unable to evade them. Just as he was about to be struck, Jewelry Bonnie unexpectedly leaped in from the side, colliding with him. Together, they tumbled onto the deck of the Nine Snake ship, and Shibei managed to save his life at the last moment. Bonnie, pinning Shibei down, scolded him, "You idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Although Bonnie appeared haughty and brash, frequently threatening to end Shibei's life, he understood that her heart was not entirely unkind. Despite their somewhat awkward positions, Shibei did not hesitate to entrust his back to Bonnie, for he believed in her, even though she incessantly called him a brat and vowed to slay him. There is a saying that goes, to beat is to care, to scold is to love. If Bonnie truly intended to kill him, why would she bother to venture into the New World? Shibei contemplated that as long as he could survive today's tribulations, he would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to properly mentor Bonnie in the future. No, that is not quite right. He meant to guide her. After all, Bonnie was far too wild, lacking any semblance of femininity. The journey through the new world was still long, and one could never predict what challenges or encounters lay ahead. It was imperative to instill a sense of organization and discipline in Bonnie, as it would greatly enhance her personal safety. With a bounty of 270 million berries and the formidable conqueror's hockey at her disposal, who would dare to overlook her? Furthermore, Shibe harbored a personal ambition, such as the desire to conquer a woman deemed unconquerable. How fulfilling that would be! Shibe rose from the deck, instinctively shielding Bonnie behind him. He had already entangled her in this predicament. No matter the effort expended, he could not allow Bonnie to endure further suffering. Upon reflection, one could consider Bonnie's plight quite tragic. Having barely escaped the clutches of Akainu, she had yet to catch her breath before being thrust into another calamity. Were it anyone else, they might have wished for Shibe's demise rather than offer assistance. Bonnie exclaimed, "Hey, you're blocking my way." What a stubborn woman she was. Shibe was clearly endeavoring to protect her, yet she perceived him as an obstruction. Shibe could only acquiesce and say, "Do not intervene." Upon hearing Shibe's words, a smirk spread across Bonnie's face, yet she refrained from further comment. Instead, she crossed her arms and moved to the edge of the boat, settling herself on the steps. Observing Shibe with a bemused expression, even she harbored doubts about extracting any advantage from Hancock. Thus she was genuinely intrigued to witness what skills this pirate hunter named Shibe possessed. At that moment, Hancock stood directly opposite Shibe, merely a short 10 paces apart. The closer they were, the more Shibe could sense Hancock's allure. He could even hear his own heartbeat quickening. Just the presence of Hancock before him had rendered him nearly devoid of 90% of his fighting spirit. What was the point of even attempting to fight? Shibe suddenly recalled that he too possessed the powers of a devil fruit, granting him hearing far superior to that of an ordinary person. With a mere intention, he could discern the sound of a feather gently landing upon the ground. With such an extraordinary auditory ability at his disposal, what need was there for any apprehension? Shibe tore a piece of fabric from his short-sleeved shirt and covered his eyes, resorting to this desperate measure to prevent Hancock from deciphering his every move. To his surprise, it proved effective. Once the silhouette of Hancock faded from his view, his state of mind returned to its original tranquility. So it was. Hancock let out a cold chuckle and then called out, "Sandersonia." As his voice echoed, a figure with emerald green hair, Boa Sandersonia, suddenly stepped forward. "Leave it to me, dear elder sister." Shibe recalled that Sandersonia is the possessor of the snake fruit, a power of the Superman lineage, capable of transforming her hair into serpentine forms for attack. Most notably, Sandersonia wields the Conqueror's hockey, a testament to her formidable strength. Even Luffy, without activating his second gear, had suffered overwhelming defeats at her hands. This illustrates her extraordinary prowess. In his peak state, Shibe harbored no confidence in overcoming her, let alone now, shrouded in uncertainty. However, he felt a glimmer of hope. As long as Hancock was not the one to confront him, the situation could be manageable. Upon reflection, although Hancock is a warlord of the sea, she is also an empress. Surely, one would not expect an empress to engage in battle right from the outset. It is only reasonable to anticipate that he must first navigate through a series of challenges. Shibe took a deep breath and assumed a combat stance. The women standing nearby continued to draw their bows, aiming directly at him. Hancock waved her hand, declaring, "Stop. This is to be handled by Sandersonia." The mother gorilla, Stobby, who had previously been struck by Shibe, expressed her dissatisfaction and said, "Lady Snake, there is no need for Lady Sandersonia to intervene in dealing with this cunning man. Allow me to take care of him." At such a critical juncture, they were still quibbling over who should enter the fray? This was nothing short of an affront to Shibe. Fed up with the incessant chatter of the women, he decided to take the initiative and charged straight at Sandersonia. A chorus of curses erupted from the women. What a despicable man, launching a sneak attack. How shameless. He must know he cannot defeat Lady Sandersonia. Lady Sandersonia, please toss this ugly man into the sea. Hancock frowned as she perched upon her pet snake, resting her chin on her hand while observing the unfolding battle. Enough. Watch closely. This man exudes an aura that I find exceedingly repugnant, akin to that of a fierce beast. At that moment, someone presented a small plate of pastries before Hancock. She delicately pinched a piece with her thumb and forefinger, bringing it to her lips, murmuring, "Is this merely an illusion?" Shibe was blindfolded, rendering him utterly unaware of his immediate surroundings. He could only rely on his acute sense of hearing to discern the current position of Sandersonia. However, he found himself perplexed. Despite the unmistakable sound of her breathing right before him, Every punch he threw felt as if it struck nothingness, each blow landing in vain. Frustrated, he lifted his leg for a sweeping kick, yet it too met with emptiness. It was peculiar. Sandasonia's breath had never left his front. Yet he could not make contact with her at all. What could be the reason for this? Were it not for the concern that Hancock might affect his combat effectiveness, he would have been inclined to remove the blindfold and see for himself what was truly happening. Shibei lifted his leg and bellowed with fervor. Martial technique, thunderous axe. This was a skill he had previously employed against Captain Sear's pirate ship, a technique that had once cleaved the vessel asunder. Initially, he had hesitated to unleash this move, fearing it might lead to a disastrous plunge into the sea should the ship be compromised once more. However, the pressing circumstances compelled him to resort to this formidable technique. His foot, as anticipated, struck the deck with a resounding thud. Yet, contrary to expectations, the deck of the Nine Serpents ship did not splinter or shatter beneath the impact. He did not even perceive the slightest tremor. The Nine Serpents ship was not only grand in size but also remarkably sturdy, reinforced with iron plating throughout its structure. If it were so easily broken by Shibei's stomp, where would the dignity of the seven warlords be preserved? The dilapidated vessel of Quick-Blade Seer could not be compared to the formidable Nine Serpents ship. To fracture the ship would require the strength of a giant warrior from Elbath. At that moment, Sandasonia suddenly spoke up, declaring, "Futile." Shibei, attuned to the direction of the sound, prepared to deliver a punch. However, he suddenly felt a blow to his abdomen, and in an instant, he was propelled backward, crashing against the side of the boat. Before he could rise, he heard the swift approach of Sandasonia charging towards him. The speed was so remarkable that Shibei had no time to evade. At that moment, unable to contain his impatience any longer, he tore away the rag that covered his eyes. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Sandasonia brandishing a trident, thrusting it toward him. Shibei was taken aback, raising his hand to block. How foolish one must be to attempt to intercept a sharp trident with one's bare hand. It is akin to someone firing a gun at Shibei, while he naively thinks to catch the bullet with his palm. Undeniably, this exhibits a certain bravery. Yet the outcome is often rather tragic. Consequently, Shibei's palm was pierced by the razor-sharp prongs of the trident, blood gushing forth. However, at the very moment this blood spilled, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, dense smoke erupted from Shibei's entire being, enveloping him completely. Sandania, bewildered by the strange occurrence surrounding Shibei, instinctively leaped back, distancing herself from him. Hancock, who had been closely observing the battle, abruptly rose to her feet. Could it truly be? Bonnie gazed intently at the thick fog, whispering, "Hey, is this real?" Both Hancock and Bonnie possessed the Conqueror's haki, allowing them to sense the change in Shibei amidst the enveloping smoke. Hancock had long harbored an aversion to the aura emanating from Shibei, and this peculiar event finally confirmed her suspicions. However, the other women aboard the pirate ship remained oblivious to the unfolding events. They merely noticed Hancock displaying an unusual expression of concern. "Protect Lady Snake Princess," Marguerite shouted. A group of women assumed defensive stances, shielding Hancock within their ranks, drawing their bows and aiming at the fog. The density of the smoke obscured their view of the situation within, causing them to refrain from hastily releasing their arrows. At this moment, murmurs arose from the crowd. "What is happening with that man? I don't know, but he resembles Lord Luffy. Is it possible that every man produces smoke like this?" Upon closer inspection, Shibei's current state bore a striking resemblance to Luffy during his second gear transformation, both surrounded by swirling smoke. Previously, Luffy had generated smoke on the execution platform in the Land of Women, defeating Hancock's two sisters single-handedly, a spectacle witnessed by many women in the audience. However, Marguerite was unaware of this, as she had been turned to stone at that time. Curiously, upon hearing the surrounding discussions, she inquired, "Does Luffy also produce such smoke?" Stobby, crouching nearby, shook her head. "I do not know." This mother gorilla was, of course, unaware, as she had been turned to stone alongside Marguerite. Not only them, but also the giantess, Ephelandra, had not witnessed Luffy's fighting stance, leaving them all perplexed by the inexplicable smoke. Mentioning Luffy seemed to solidify Marguerite's resolve. She drew her bowstring taut, focusing intently on the smoke. Determined to prevent any information about Luffy from leaking, she was willing to do anything. Gradually, the thick smoke began to dissipate. Hancock squinted her eyes for a moment before suddenly shouting, "Sonia, come back quickly." Sonia heard Hancock's voice and turned her head to glance back at him. However, due to her momentary distraction, Sib seized the opportunity to strike back. Before Sonia could finish her words, a hand emerged from the mist, swiftly and accurately grasping her. No, it was not merely a grasp. It was a vice-like grip that ensnared Sonia. This sudden turn of events terrified the women surrounding them. The hand that emerged from the smoke was more robust than the masts aboard the Nine-Snake ship. Even a single finger was nearly the size of a human figure, resembling the arm of a giant. Lady Sonia, Sister Sonia. Margaret gritted her teeth and led the charge, unleashing another volley of arrows imbued with fierce determination, which rained down upon the extraordinarily thick arm. Shibei clearly felt the pain, letting out a furious roar as he charged out from within the smoke. The surrounding women then witnessed a sight that defied all belief. Shibei now stands impressively tall, reaching over 10 meters in height. Even the sails hanging on the ship of the Nine Serpents fall short by half in comparison. This is especially true for the women, whose heights barely reach 2 meters. Not even Ephelandra, the female giant whom Shibei frequently mentions, can reach higher than Shibei's knees at her tallest. As Zybe took another step on the deck, it creaked with a resounding groan. A giant. Margaret gazed up at Zybe's towering figure, nearly gasping for breath. How could this be? Could this man truly be of the giant race? Emerging from the haze, Zybe looked down upon the astonished women, clenching his fists, perplexed at his own transformation into a giant. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a thought struck him. Could this be the second skill he had drawn from the honor maul? But what were the activation conditions? He distinctly remembered doing nothing. He had merely been pierced in the palm by Sandisoni's trident, after which he inexplicably felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, leading to this extraordinary change. Oh, yes, the palm. Shibei raised his hand to take a glance. The wound had healed, and the bleeding had ceased. Blood. Could it be? Shibei instinctively touched the back of his neck, at which point he recalled an anime, Attack on Titan. Indeed, in this series, those who have been injected with a serum possess the ability to transform into giants, with the primary condition for this metamorphosis being self-inflicted harm. As long as blood is shed, one can become a towering behemoth, measuring several meters or even tens of meters in height. I seem to remember that the tallest giant reaches an astonishing 50 meters. However, these giants harbor a fatal weakness, the nape of their necks. A single careless strike to this vulnerable spot can lead to their demise in an instant. Conversely, if one can adequately protect the nape, the giant becomes virtually indestructible. Even if a gaping wound is inflicted upon their torso, they can still continue to move. In summary, apart from this singular critical vulnerability, their entire being is replete with advantages. Their vitality is nothing short of extraordinary. Shibei suddenly smiled. This ability is quite remarkable and exceedingly practical. After all, in this world, the existence of giants is not an uncommon phenomenon. A giant possessing KOF fighting techniques would be utterly extraordinary. Shibei clenched his fist and lightly struck the mast of the Nine-Serpent ship. The stout mast snapped like a strand of noodles, astonishingly, for Shibei had exerted hardly any effort. If he were to unleash his combat technique, the Thunder Axe, he was entirely confident that he could shatter this pirate vessel into several pieces with a single kick. Power. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being. Shibei opened his cavernous mouth, bending down to bellow at the women aboard the ship. This roar pierced the heavens, encapsulating all of Shibei's wrath and discontent towards the Nine-Serpent pirate crew. He had long harbored a belly full of grievances, desperately seeking an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Marguerite hurriedly covered her ears. Sandisonia, who had been firmly grasped in Shibei's hand, now resembled a collectible figurine, struggling fiercely within his palm while shouting, "Release me, you insufferable man." Shibei turned to gaze at Sandisonia, recalling the gruesome and violent scenes from Attack on Titan. He deemed it fitting to make a reference, thus he opened his mouth and slowly brought Sandisonia close, feigning the act of devouring her. Of course, he had no intention of actually consuming Sandisonia. His theatrical display of a ravenous demeanor was merely to instill fear in these women, to frighten them before methodically dealing with them. Was there a more delightful form of retribution? It must be said, the effect was remarkably effective. Sandisonia's face turned pale. "What are you doing? You scoundrel! Let me go? Your Highness." As Sandisonia cried out, "Your Highness," Hancock suddenly sprang forth from the side. Fragrant feet. Zybe's entire left leg suddenly lost all sensation, and as he glanced down, he was astonished to find that his left leg had inexplicably transformed into stone. He struggled to maintain his balance and fell to one knee. At that moment, his petrified left leg, due to the intensity of his movements, crumbled into countless fragments. Shibei forcefully threw Sandersonia to the ground and clenched his fist, preparing to strike Hancock. In the face of Shibei's impending blow, Hancock neither flinched nor evaded. The other women of the 9 snake pirates, witnessing this, grew anxious. "Lady Snake, be cautious," they exclaimed. "That despicable man has not only injured Lady Sandersonia, but now dares to attack Lady Snake." Sandersonia, lying on the ground, cried out, "Sister Empress." Yet, in this critical moment, Hancock executed an unforeseen maneuver, resembling a playful young girl. She sucked on her finger and feigned a pitiful demeanor. "I'm so scared," she whimpered. The women aboard the ship, as if under a spell, were utterly enchanted, their eyes sparkling with hearts. How adorable. Absolutely charming. Shibei's fist suddenly halted, frozen before Hancock. My goodness. Such an adorable and enchanting goddess. Shibei had never encountered anyone like her in his lifetime. Shibei longed to embrace Hancock. Yet he was simultaneously engulfed in shame for even entertaining the notion of resorting to violence against such a beautiful woman. It was utterly disgraceful. Overwhelmed by his own audacity, he instinctively struck himself twice across the face, lamenting his lack of dignity, destined to remain single for life. He withdrew his fist, his countenance flushed with embarrassment. Observing this scene from the sidelines, Jewelry Bonnie was on the verge of an explosion in exasperation. However, at that very moment, Hancock's expression shifted dramatically. Fragrant feet. Shibei's left arm was struck by a kick, and in an instant, it became petrified. This was unfortunate. Within merely a fleeting moment, Shibei's left hand was rendered useless. Shibei, taken aback, raised his remaining arm, clenched his fist, and struck the deck with all his might. His powerful blow fractured the entire ship, fortunately. 2 colossal sea serpents supported the vessel from beneath, preventing the 9 serpents ship from sinking into the depths of the ocean after it split apart. The deck was torn asunder, creating a distance between Shibei and Hancock. The two stood facing each other on separate sections of the deck, separated by the vast expanse of the sea. Shibei exclaimed, jumping in frustration, "Vile woman. If you have the courage, let us engage in a genuine battle. Come on. What tricks are you playing? I am not swayed by your charms. And as for the 7 warlords? Bah, you resort to such despicable tactics. Do not presume that I will show you any leniency simply because you are a woman." Hancock, with a pitiable demeanor, responded, "How fierce you are." Shibei could not help but feel her heart flutter, while simultaneously slapping herself twice, lamenting her own foul tongue. What kind of skill is it to bully such a frail woman? It is a disgrace for a man to act thus. Goodness. Even if he were transformed into a giant, he would still embody such shamelessness, destined to remain single for life. Nevertheless, Shibei found herself captivated once more. Hancock made a gesture of blowing a kiss, then pointed her index finger at Shibei. A heart-shaped bullet materialized out of thin air, striking Shibei squarely on the head. As she was lost in daydreams, Shibei was suddenly hit yet again, jolting her back to reality. She clutched her forehead, infuriated to the point of seeing stars. Hancock's devil fruit ability was truly repulsive, particularly to men. In a sense, Shibei was utterly defenseless. Every time Hancock displayed her charm, Shibei fell under her spell, unwilling to retaliate. How could one possibly fight back in such a situation? It was as if she possessed strength with no outlet. Shibei stomped forcefully on the deck, exclaiming in fury, "That detestable woman, you've driven me to madness." Boa Hancock, as one of the 7 warlords, could you not engage in a fair fight? Must you tarnish the reputation of the warlords? Hancock, arms crossed, tilted her head and replied with a hint of grievance, "I have no idea what you are talking about." The women of the Kuja pirates stood firmly behind Hancock, voicing their indignation. This man was utterly barbaric. How dare a mere insect speak to Lady Snake Princess in such a manner? Lady Snake Princess is undeniably adorable. Ah, Lady Snake Princess, I am utterly enamored with you. In a fit of rage, Shibei snapped the ship's pole in 2 and hurled it towards the opposite deck, filled with an intense desire to annihilate the group of women with a single strike. He exerted nearly all of his strength, and the pole whistled through the air as it soared toward the vociferously cursing women. Hancock lightly tapped her index finger against her lips, sketching a grand pink heart in the air. Then, poised as if drawing a bow, she took aim at the ship's pole. Captivero, as her words echoed. An innumerable barrage of arrows burst forth from the pink heart, each one embedding itself into the pole. Ultimately, the pole was swiftly petrified mid-air and plummeted into the sea. At that very moment, just as the massive pole splashed into the water, Hancock suddenly somersaulted and landed right in front of Shibei. With a thunderous roar, Shibei declared, Martial arts, 9 injuries. His enormous fist descended upon Hancock. To everyone's astonishment, Hancock did not retreat but instead advanced, leaping onto Shibei's arm and sprinting up it, heading straight for his face. Given Shibei's current giant form, his arms were exceptionally robust. It could easily support not just a person, but even a small car. Unfortunately, Shibei's other arm had already been petrified, leaving him to watch as Hancock approached his shoulder. Resolutely, he raised his forehead to collide with her. Incredibly agile, Hancock seemed to anticipate Shibei's move. With a deft push off her toes, she landed atop his head. Almost immediately, she stomped several times upon his crown, seemingly irked. Leaning back, she pointed at his head and proclaimed from her elevated position, "Foolish man. Let me enlighten you. Even the warriors of Elbaf's giant race must bow their heads before me. And why, you ask? It is because I am simply too beautiful. Indeed, whatever I do is justified and will be forgiven. In this world, there exists not a single man who can withstand the allure of my beauty." At this moment, Shibei's strength was nearly depleted. His body weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Just as he settled, a wave of scorching smoke began to emanate from him once more, enveloping him as it had before. The women standing across the deck could not discern the situation within the mist and assumed that Shibei was up to some trickery again. Bonnie, resting her forehead with her hand, remarked, "Has he finally recovered? Who on earth is this young man? TSK. Is he of the giant race? No. Could he be a special ability user? A superhuman, perhaps?" As the sea breeze swept through, it dispersed the high-temperature smoke surrounding Shibei. The women of the 9-snake pirate crew then beheld him sitting cross-legged on the deck, gasping for breath, while Hancock stood directly in front of him. Notably, after reverting from his giant form to that of an ordinary person, Shibei was completely unclothed, seated at Hancock's feet, and glaring up at her with a serious expression, creating a striking visual contrast. However, the women of the 9-snake pirate crew seemed unfazed by this. On the contrary, they watched with great interest, likely eager to ascertain whether Shibei, like Luffy, possessed a certain anatomical feature. Thus, they instinctively crouched down, fixating their gaze on Shibei's bare form. Shibei's face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "Hey, what are you staring at? Is there something so captivating? Have you never seen a man before?" It is true that these women had encountered very few men in their lives. The only man they were somewhat familiar with was likely Luffy, particularly Stobby. Resembling a female gorilla, scrutinized Shibei with unwavering intensity, seemingly intent on missing not a single detail of her appearance. "Is this what men are like?" Margaret chimed in, "Indeed. Such peculiar creatures. Shibei's privacy has been egregiously violated, an affront he cannot tolerate." He crossed his legs and pointed an accusatory finger at Stobby. "Enough. Cease your incessant staring." Following this, Shibei glared up at Hancock, his voice laced with fury. "I refuse to submit. How utterly foolish of you. Not only have you trespassed into the realm of the Amazons, but you have also laid waste to my 9-snake vessel. Whatever you utter is but a path to your own demise." With a sudden burst of energy, Shibei sprang to her feet. At that moment, Hancock tossed her long hair and then extended her hands, bringing them together to form a heart shape. Upon witnessing this, Shibei was taken aback. It was Hancock's signature move. The moment Hancock assumed this posture, it signified her intent to unleash her powers. Once activated, Shibei would inevitably be transformed into a stone statue. Suddenly, Hancock exclaimed, "Sweet wind." At that critical juncture, Jewelry Bonnie unexpectedly dashed forward, colliding with Shibei and sending him soaring through the air. In a bizarre arc, he sailed over the deck and ultimately landed amidst a group of women. Led by Margaret, these women aimed their bows at him while scrutinizing his figure. Shibei, having succumbed to despair, decided to indulge these women who seemed to revel in the spectacle. He rose from the ground, completely unadorned, scratching his rear as he did so. For a moment, he and Margaret locked eyes in a silent confrontation before he shifted his gaze towards Jewelry Bonnie. Margaret, aiming her bow at him, commanded, "Do not move." At that moment, Stobby interjected with a perplexing question. "Wait, Margaret, isn't this man's arm and left leg petrified by Lady Snake? How is it that he remains unharmed? What sorcery is at play?" Margaret, equally baffled, furrowed her brow in silence. In his giant form, Shibei possessed but a singular vulnerability, the nape of his neck. Beyond that, no assault could inflict genuine harm upon him. In truth, the giant's corporeal form was merely a shell. Shibei's true essence resided within the nape, rendering any injury to his petrified arm and leg inconsequential to his true self. The giant resembled a battle mech, with the nape serving as the cockpit. Should the mech sustain damage, it could be repaired, As long as the cockpit remained intact, all would be well. Shibei naturally would not provide an explanation to these women. He shifted the topic, saying, "Do not worry. With so many of you present, I cannot possibly escape. Rather than concern yourselves with me, it would be wise to pay attention to your Lady Serpent, who is indeed formidable and not the only one of her kind." Shibei, concerned that these women might not comprehend, added, "Of course, I am referring to the Conqueror's Haki." "What?" Margaret swiftly turned around and cast a glance at Jewelry Bonnie, murmuring, "Could it be that woman possesses the Conqueror's Haki as well?" Shibei shrugged and said, "Who knows? Indeed, Jewelry Bonnie possesses Conqueror's Haki. Yet that alone is insufficient for her to triumph over Hancock. Haki varies in strength, and Hancock has honed her Conqueror's Haki to an extraordinary level. Bonnie is merely a pirate supernova, with a relatively brief period of awakening her Haki, which cannot possibly withstand Hancock's prowess." The reason Zybe resorted to alarmist rhetoric was to divert the attention of these women. Today's battle made it abundantly clear to him the extent to which his combat capabilities could be classified. Overall, he was still some distance from the warlords of the sea and likely fell into the category of supernovas. Of course, if he were to master Haki, he could potentially rival the warlords and perhaps even aspire to confront the four emperors. The distinction between possessing Haki and lacking it is fundamentally profound. Prior to Luffy mastering Haki, he nearly faced annihilation at the hands of a pacifist, but after acquiring Haki, he was able to effortlessly defeat a pacifist with a single punch, illustrating the vast disparity in power. Thus, Zybe did not feel unjustly defeated by Hancock today. At this moment, he could only hope that Bonnie could hold Hancock at bay, even for a brief period. He needed to devise a means to extricate himself from this perilous situation, even if it required a degree of cunning. Just as he was racking his brain for a strategy, he heard Hancock's sharp and commanding voice. "Since you are a pirate, why do you choose to aid that man?" Shibei understood that Hancock was inquiring about Bonnie, and he raised his gaze to glance at her. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how Bonnie would respond. Jewelry Bonnie, however, was resolute, showing no signs of relaxation. With a guarded demeanor, she retorted, "Huh? Helping someone is my prerogative, is it not? What does it have to do with the seven warlords?" It seemed she had thought it through. TCH. Suddenly, Jewelry Bonnie leaped back, distancing herself from Hancock, and shouted, "You are merely instruments of the world government's warfare. You are not worthy of being called pirates." Hancock replied coldly, "Silence." Yet Bonnie pressed on. "You thrive under the protection of the world government, don't you? Oh, by the way, you are still the reigning empress of Amazon Lily, aren't you? Without the title of warlord, your kingdom would be reduced to an ordinary pirate nation, subsequently facing the onslaught of the Navy headquarters. Boa Hancock, you are truly magnificent. I imagine the title of warlord holds great significance for you." This biting sarcasm finally provoked Hancock. In a flash, she appeared before Bonnie and executed a sweeping kick. Although Bonnie managed to block Hancock's move, she was still sent flying, rolling several times across the deck. Upon witnessing this scene, Shibei could hardly suppress a chuckle. Why provoke Hancock for no apparent reason? It seemed nothing more than seeking trouble. The world government and the seven warlords. One eager to strike and the other willing to endure. What is so remarkable about that? Both parties are merely exploiting each other. Shibei suddenly had a moment of inspiration. Wait a moment. A world government? Shibei gazed intently at Hancock's retreating figure. To elaborate, Hancock indeed shares a complex history with the world government. In fact, she may harbor a deeper animosity towards them than anyone else. Her role as a warlord of the sea was born out of necessity, as Bonnie aptly pointed out. Should Hancock relinquish her title, the Amazon Lily would inevitably transform into an ordinary pirate nation, subject to the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Thus, it is understandable why Hancock would choose to endure and compromise with the world government. Bonnie has certainly provided Shibei with a valuable insight. Shibei suddenly exclaimed, "Boa Hancock, you must harbor a deep-seated hatred for the world government, do you not?" Upon hearing Shibei's voice, Hancock turned to look at him, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Shibei, with a resolute heart, corrected, "Oh, that is not accurate. Your hatred is not directed towards the world government, but rather the celestial nobles, the Tenryubido." Boa Hancock and Boa Sandersonia, as if gripped by an unseen force upon their hearts, instantly turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They gazed at Shibei as though he were some monstrous entity. Hancock suddenly erupted in rage. "Silence. Just be quiet." Sandersonia stammered, What exactly are you?" Now that the words had been spoken, Shibei had no choice but to press on. "What am I? Do you truly wish for me to reveal it? Very well. Should you desire to know, I can divulge everything in detail, including. Shibei took the lead in the conversation, pointing at Hancock's back. Indeed. Upon Hancock's back lay a monumental secret, one that she wished to keep hidden from the world. Hancock resembled a frightened creature. Her arms crossed over her chest as she retreated a few steps. Zybe suddenly felt a pang of guilt. However, without taking such actions, he would be utterly ensnared in Hancock's grasp. At present, even with Bonnie by his side, they stood no chance against Hancock. Apart from leveraging this secret to coerce Hancock, he could fathom no alternative course of action. Would you like to hear it? I could divulge everything I know to everyone aboard this vessel. Hancock, sensing an imminent threat, was drenched in cold sweat. The women around her were utterly perplexed. The demeanor of the Snake Princess seemed rather peculiar. Stobby furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Hey, Margaret, what is wrong with the Snake Princess?" Margaret shook her head. It appears this man knows something. Hancock, now thoroughly alarmed, shouted, "Wait." Simultaneously, Sonda Sonia suddenly transformed, rushing towards Zybe. Each strand of hair atop Sonda Sonia's head morphed into vibrant serpents, all lunging towards Zybe. In a bid to silence him, Sonda Sonia felt compelled to resort to lethal measures. Serpent hair manifestation, Yamada no Orochi. In truth, Zybe had sensed her movements the moment she stirred. Hancock's shout of "wait" was not directed at Zybe, but rather a warning for Sonda Sonia. Hancock had observed Zybe's expression turn notably frigid, particularly as the distasteful aura emanating from him intensified, worrying that Sonda Sonia, in a fit of impulsiveness, might suffer grave consequences. Yet, Sonda Sonia had evidently lost her reason and disregarded the caution. Her already towering form transformed further into a hybrid of human and serpent, each strand of her hair resembling a living bamboo viper, baring its fanged maw and hissing menacingly as they surged towards Zybe. Shibei did not dodge. He placed his index finger in his mouth and bit down hard. Blood flowed out. At the same moment, the blood emerged. Intense heat and smoke rapidly emanated from Shibei's body. Just as Sonda Sonia's serpentine hair lunged toward the top of Shibei's head, when she believed he was about to be fatally bitten, an abrupt transformation occurred. A colossal skeletal structure materialized out of thin air, humanoid in form. This enormous skeletal frame completely encased Shibei at its center. Sonda Sonia's hair struck the white bones and was violently repelled. The giant skeleton possessed only an upper torso, and Shibei stood precisely within its ribcage, the position of the heart. Thick, sturdy ribs shielded him, rendering even Sonda Sonia's assault utterly ineffective. Now, he resembled a demon, a naked fiend standing defiantly within the skeletal fortress. The women of the Kuja pirates were stunned into silence, too awestruck to even murmur among themselves. Shibei now finds himself devoid of strength, unable to transform into a colossal figure. After biting his finger, he could only summon a skeletal form, and regrettably, it was merely the upper half of a skeleton. While these bones are lifeless and devoid of aggression, they possess formidable defensive capabilities, not only withstanding Sonda Sonia's attacks, but also deflecting them with ease. A complete giant skeleton would stand at an impressive height of several meters. Alas, in its current state, it measures only 5 or 6 meters, yet even at that height, it towers over the women aboard the ship. How infuriating! Sonda Sonia exclaimed in rage, charging once more at Shibei. Hancock extended her arm, calling out, "Sonia, cease at once." Unfortunately, Sonda Sonia remained deaf to her plea. She lunged towards the skeletal figure, entwining her tail around it in an attempt to crush the bones. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specifically the snake fruit, she too could transform, her upper body taking on a human form, while her lower body became that of a serpent, reminiscent of the Gorgon Medusa, as if carved from the same mold. Fortunately, Sonda Sonia lacked the ability to petrify. Shibei nonchalantly stretched his limbs within the skeleton, twisting his neck with a casual grace. Following this, he interlaced his fingers, clenched his fists, and raised them high. With the prowess of a martial artist, he unleashed a powerful strike, Nine Luo. The forceful blow landed upon the already fractured deck, which could scarcely withstand the weight of his attack. Consequently, the deck splintered further from his epicenter, eventually shattering into several pieces. The colossal sea serpent, bearing the weight of the half-submerged vessel, swayed several times under the impact of Shibei's might. Now, the nine-snake ship was divided into 5 distinct segments. On the largest remaining section, Jean Ellie, Bonnie, and Boa Hancock stood poised across from one another. Shibei and Sonda Sonia stood in the center, while the other women were positioned on 3 distinct decks. Some of them, unsteady on their feet, fell into the sea, however. Among the 9 snake pirates, only Hancock and Sandersonia possessed special abilities, while the rest were mere mortals. Remarkably, these women were excellent swimmers. Upon plunging into the water, they quickly surfaced, energetically swimming to the nearest deck. After Shibei's commotion, the women regained their composure. "Where is our Lady Snake Princess? Is she unharmed?" they murmured, realizing the cunning man had deliberately separated them. Stobby knocked an arrow and drew his bow, poised to shoot. But Margaret intervened just in time. "Do not attack. Lady Sonia is with that man. Be cautious not to harm her." What has transpired between Lady Snake Princess and Lady Sonia? I have never witnessed them so incensed. Margaret shook her head. "No, it is not anger. Now that I think of it, I did see Lady Snake Princess trembling. Could it be fear?" "What did you say? Is Lady Snake Princess afraid of that man?" Ever since Shibei had uttered those perplexing words, Hancock and Sandersonia had transformed entirely, leaving Margaret bewildered. Did that man truly possess knowledge of some secret? Margaret scrutinized Shibei in silence. The 9-snake ship was in dire straits. Were it not for 2 colossal sea serpents bracing the vessel beneath, it would have surely sunk into the depths of the ocean by now. Shibei had severed their foothold to avoid the incessant chatter of those narrow-minded women. Additionally, with fewer women around, he could concentrate better. Now, with only himself and Sandersonia remaining, the surrounding tranquility allowed him to finally engage with her. Previously, due to Hancock's interference, he had been blindfolded, unable to measure up against Sandersonia, and had even suffered a minor injury from her. This grievance must be avenged. "Damnable man, perish," Sandersonia proclaimed, raising her trident and thrusting it through the gaps in the skeletal structure. Shibei lowered his head and rolled out from the skeletal structure, seizing the tail of Sandersonia with a swift motion. Such a tail was remarkably thick. Shibei found it impossible to fully embrace it with both hands. Suddenly, Sandersonia tossed her head, and her turquoise hair transformed into a multitude of living serpents, numbering in the thousands, rushing towards Shibei. These were indeed countless serpents. For those afflicted with a phobia of dense clusters, such hair would undoubtedly evoke revulsion. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of serpents surging towards him, Shibei found it impossible to evade them entirely. He was bitten multiple times, and even his neck became ensnared by these serpents, leaving him gasping for breath. Shibei held her breath, gritted her teeth, and seized the tail of Sandersonia, executing a powerful shoulder throw. With a resounding crash, Sandersonia was caught off guard by Shibei's unexpected strength, landing against the edge of the ship. Given her considerable size, half of her body dangled precariously over the deck, and should Shibei release her grip, there was no doubt she would plunge into the sea below. Shibei was completely unclothed, embracing the immense serpent tail of Sandersonia. The sight was rather unseemly. Yet, these women remained unfazed. What reason did he have to feel any shame? Shibei, feeling unsatisfied, tugged at Sandersonia's tail and hurled her towards the other side. Bang! Sandersonia rolled her eyes, as if her consciousness had become somewhat hazy. "Bastard! Release Sonia at once!" Hancock exclaimed, her face as cold as ice, rushing toward Shibei. Shibei was obedient. Upon Hancock's command to release, he complied without hesitation. However, as soon as he relinquished his grip, Sandersonia fell limply into the depths of the sea, causing a series of bubbles to surface. But of course, being a devil fruit user, Sandersonia should not have sunk into the ocean. Shibei's simple act of letting go was akin to jeopardizing her very life. This stark reality epitomizes the peril that comes with possessing such powers. Hancock, witnessing the unfolding scene, was taken aback and swiftly called out, "Salome." No sooner had Hancock's voice faded than her pet snake darted into the water, heading towards the direction where Sandersonia had submerged. Salome, Hancock's loyal companion, was almost inseparable from her. Wherever Hancock was visible, so too was this beloved serpent. With exceptional swimming prowess, Salome could easily rescue anyone in peril, ensuring Hancock's safety even should she find herself in the ocean's embrace. This might very well be the fundamental reason Hancock always kept her pet snake by her side. Shibei spread her hands and said, "It is you who urged me to let go." Hancock, with a frosty demeanor, rushed towards Shibei without uttering a word. At that moment, Jolie Bonnie, who had been stealthily searching for an opportunity, suddenly charged in recklessly. "Hey, have you forgotten about me?" "What?" Hancock barely had time to turn around. Bonnie raised her leg in a sweeping motion. Hancock instinctively attempted a token defense, but ultimately, Bonnie's well-prepared strike sent her tumbling over the deck's edge, perilously close to plunging into the sea. Yet, Hancock, truly formidable, just as she was about to fall, lightly tapped her lips, and then aimed at Bonnie, striking a pose as if to fire a weapon. Kiss of the hand cannon. 6 bullets, shaped like pink hearts, materialized out of thin air and aligned before Hancock's eyes. With her index finger, she tapped each heart in succession, and all 6 flew forth towards Bonnie. Caught off guard by Hancock's unexpected counteract, Shibei understood that he could no longer afford to linger. He rushed to Bonnie's side, lifting her onto his shoulder. Bonnie, feeling weak, urged, now's our chance. Hurry. Shibei glanced around and spotted a small boat resting on the surface of the sea not far away. However, the distance was too great to leap across. Just as impatience began to gnaw at him, he noticed a half-broken mast lying across the Josha boat. With one hand hoisting Bonnie, he raised the mast with the other. The women aboard the Josha boat, upon witnessing Shibei's actions, cried out in alarm. The man is escaping. We cannot let him get away. No sooner had the words been uttered than a rain of arrows came hurtling towards Shibei. Shibei wielded the ship's pole, deflecting arrows with deft precision, and seizing the moment, he hurled the pole onto the surface of the sea. Before it could sink beneath the waves, he leapt from the deck, soaring several meters through the air, and landed upon the pole. With a nimble push off the tip of his toes, he propelled himself back onto the small vessel. Upon entering the cockpit, Shibei wasted no time, rushing to the control panel and slapping the green button with determination. The small boat erupted with a thunderous roar, gradually advancing forward. The 9-serpent ship, carrying the women, had deteriorated into several pieces. It was uncertain whether it could even continue to navigate the waters, let alone pursue Shibei. Were it not for the 2 sea serpents beneath the vessel holding on tenaciously, the ship would likely have succumbed to the depths long ago. Thus, the women of the 9-serpent pirate crew could only watch helplessly as Shibei drifted farther away. At that moment, an exclamation broke the tension. Lady Hancock. With that cry, the attention of all the women gravitated towards Hancock. Shibei finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he felt as though his very essence had been completely drained. Bonnie, with blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, weakly implored, put me down. Indeed. Though he was weary, the one truly wounded was Jolie Bonnie. The 6 heart-shaped bullets unleashed by Hancock were suffused with a palpable aura. Even an outsider like him could sense it. Bonnie had bravely endured all 6 bullets and emerged alive. She ought to be profoundly grateful to fate. Shibei carefully placed Bonnie in her seat, intending to examine her wounds. However, the 6 bullets had all struck her heart. No matter how fierce she might be, she was still a woman, and he was utterly exposed in his current state. How could he possibly conduct an examination under such circumstances? It would undoubtedly be awkward. Moreover, he was not a trained medical professional. Even if he were to look, it would be of little consequence. Shibei clutched his head, utterly at a loss for words. Bonnie, are you all right? How are you feeling? Terrible. Bonnie gritted her teeth and tore open the fabric at her chest, revealing an expanse of pristine white skin. Unfazed by the fact that a naked man stood in the cockpit, Bonnie was innocent and straightforward, her mind never wandering in that direction. Thus she proceeded without a shred of hesitation. Initially, Shibei intended to turn away. However, he noticed 6 heart-shaped marks on Bonnie's chest, emanating wisps of white smoke. Damn that woman. Boa Hancock, I won't forget you. As Bonnie spoke, she carefully wrapped a strip of fabric around her chest. The moment the fabric brushed against the heart-shaped marks, she inhaled sharply, her hand slipping and causing the strip to fall to the ground. What are you daydreaming about? Help me. Shibei nodded eagerly, then picked up the white cloth and gestured in front of Bonnie's chest for quite some time, contemplating how to proceed. Bonnie, with her chest held high, remarked, wrap this area up. Zybe took a deep breath and pressed against Bonnie's chest. He then wrapped several layers of cloth around her chest, securing it tightly as if to bind her. Bonnie insisted, make sure it's snug. We can't let the wind get in. With a determined grit, Zybe exerted a firm grip, tightening it several times, even compressing Bonnie's bosom by nearly half a circle. Bonnie was drenched in sweat, appearing quite uncomfortable. Shibei remains unaware of the profound impact that the heart-shaped mark has inflicted upon Bonnie, as he possesses no knowledge of the concept of domineering power. However, he is acutely aware of one thing. From this day forth, their bond transcends mere friendship. They have become sworn allies in the truest sense. In the parlance of this world, they are now companions. Indeed, companions. Shibei cast aside all the sordid thoughts clouding his mind and devoted himself entirely to assisting Bonnie in binding her chest. As he tightened the bindings, he exerted considerable force, which elicited a startled cry of pain from Bonnie. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, she instinctively bit down on Shibei's arm. Shibei exclaimed, "Oh my! The binding task was complete, and he felt his body weaken, leaning against Bonnie's feet. Beads of sweat dripped from Bonnie's nose, landing one by one on Shibei's head. A profound silence enveloped them. Neither spoke a word, and the cockpit was filled solely with the sound of their breaths. Just as Shibei felt his eyelids growing heavy. On the verge of succumbing to slumber, Bonnie gently nudged him with her foot. Positioned at her feet, Shibei's head rested entirely upon Bonnie's thigh, and with her sudden movement, he tumbled unceremoniously to the ground. Shibei blinked vigorously, then shook his head and inquired, "What's the matter?" Bonnie gazed at him and asked, "Why does the 9 Serpent pirate crew pursue you?" Shibei sits upright with a serious demeanor. "Are you a representative of the world government?" Shibei shook his head like a rattledrum. "What connection do you have with the Straw Hat Boy?" Shibei exclaimed, "What does it even matter?" This misunderstanding is growing ever more profound. Before Bonnie could pose another question, Shibei laid everything bare, stating, "Regarding the matter of the 9 snake pirates, it is, in truth, merely a misconception. You heard my previous explanation. However, that wretched woman Hancock, fearing that I might divulge any information about Straw Hat Luffy, sought to eradicate the issue entirely. In reality, it has nothing to do with me. Wait, I know what you are about to say. Let me make it abundantly clear. I have no association with the world government, nor am I a lackey of the Navy headquarters. As for the matters concerning Hancock, I shall refrain from elaborating. Do not inquire how I came to know, for everyone harbors secrets to some extent, not only Hancock, but I do as well." Shibei suddenly turned to Bonnie and added, "Of course, there's you too. TSK. Bonnie clicked her tongue, feeling somewhat displeased. Suddenly, Shibei inquired, "Do you wish to know about the Straw Hat Luffy?" "Huh?" Bonnie scoffed. "Why would I be interested in his affairs? Just ensure I do not encounter him in the New World, or I shall certainly eliminate him." After a moment, Bonnie stroked her chin and mused, "Yet, there is one aspect that piques my curiosity. After the Summit War, Luffy had miraculously preserved his life. So why did he deliberately return to the Marine headquarters and toll the Ox Bell 16 times? Does this hold any particular significance?" Leaning back, Bonnie derisively remarked, "Well, the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates are merely a bunch of lunatics. Normal individuals could hardly comprehend their actions. Indeed, those unaware of the underlying circumstances would struggle to grasp Luffy's intentions. After narrowly escaping death during the Summit War, just when everyone presumed Luffy had perished, he unexpectedly appeared at the Marine headquarters and rang the Ox Bell, a symbol of the changing times, a gesture that left countless individuals astounded. However, this series of seemingly profound and reckless actions was not as intricate as the world presumed. Luffy simply wished to convey a message to his comrades, 3D2Y, a promise once made, from 3 days to 2 years. This singular reason was what compelled Luffy to brave the peril and return to the Marine headquarters. Shibei had no intention of confiding in Bonnie, for he believed it would serve no purpose. There was a chance Bonnie might misconstrue how he came by such information, leading to a cumbersome series of explanations. Presently, he regarded Bonnie as an ally, and his demeanor reflected a newfound earnestness. He could no longer afford to be dismissive as he had been in the past. While he was willing to divulge a fragment of the truth if it might assist Bonnie, the matters at hand were trivial and tangential to her concerns, rendering them unworthy of discussion. And by the way, Shibei was still in a state of undress. "Hey Bonnie, where's that cloak of yours?" he inquired. Bonnie, glancing lazily at the ground beneath Shibei's feet, replied, "Isn't it right there? What do you need the cloak for? Honestly, I find your current state quite pleasing to the eye." Shibei chose to disregard her. This dark yellow cloak was donned by Bonnie when she transformed into a child on the Black Norsen Islands. It bore a resemblance to a trench coat. Shibei leaned closer to catch a whiff. There lingered a hint of cooking oil, suggesting that Bonnie would likely never exude the authentic charm of femininity in this lifetime. Such is the fate of a pirate. Shibei draped the cloak over himself, finally covering the areas that ought not to be exposed. At that moment, Shibei's stomach audibly protested, a rather embarrassing sound. After nearly a day without sustenance, compounded by the exertion he had previously endured, he now felt an emptiness gnawing within him. Surely, he could not allow himself to be swept along in hunger, uncertain of when land would next come into view. Zybe sighed and leaned against the wall. Life as a navigator is truly challenging. Bonnie raised her arm to glance at the indicator and remarked, "Hey, the course is incorrect." "What?" The spirit of Shibei was somewhat waning, unable to withstand further blows, having narrowly escaped from Hancock's clutches and enduring a day of hunger. Now hearing of yet another wrong turn, how could one possibly find joy in this predicament? Shibei lifted himself onto his toes, leaning against the window. and gazed intently at the surface of the sea for a brief moment. Suddenly, on the vast expanse of ocean, he spotted an island several kilometers away. "Bonnie, I see the island," he exclaimed. "What a joke. The recording pointer hasn't even budged." Shibei relinquished the position, pointing at the silhouette of the island with exuberance, exclaiming, "Hey, the recording pointer is static, but humans are alive. Just take a look for yourself." Bonnie leaned against the window as well, exclaiming in surprise, "Indeed." Shibei maneuvered the joystick, altering the course as they gradually approached the enigmatic island. Suddenly, Bonnie felt a wave of unease wash over her. She glanced once more at the recording needle, which remained utterly still. Ordinarily, each island would exhibit magnetic forces that interacted with one another. The purpose of the recording needle was to detect the direction of these magnetic fields. Yet, now the needle showed no signs of movement. Could it be that this island possessed no magnetic force? An uninhabited isle? Bonnie furrowed her brow and remarked, "This place is rather peculiar." Shibei chuckled and remarked, "Why worry? We shall not linger here for long. Once we gather the ingredients, we shall depart. You have not eaten all day, are you not famished? Look at this vast island. Perhaps we can procure some delightful local delicacies. Moreover, drifting aimlessly on the sea is hardly a solution. We must pause and rest at some point, do we not?" Bonnie found herself at a loss for words. She squinted, gazing at the island drawing ever nearer, yet it was shrouded in dense, gnarled trees, rendering it difficult to discern anything clearly. At that moment, the small boat finally reached the shore. Shibei swung open the door of the cabin, embracing the sea breeze with open arms. What a refreshing breath of air! Bonnie, irritated, kicked him from behind. "Move aside. You're in the way." Shibei flopped onto the ground and joyfully rolled over twice. "Goodness, I thought I would never lay eyes on the Lust Plateau in this lifetime." Shibei scooped up a handful of soil from the ground, held it to his nose, and pretended to say, "Ah, indeed, the scent of mud is refreshing." Just as he finished speaking, Shibei frowned. What is that smell?" Bonnie replied with a stoic expression, "It is the scent of blood." Shibei's movements froze. And at that moment, he suddenly beheld, not far away, the towering trees densely populated with countless desiccated corpses. Judging by their attire, many resembled soldiers of the kingdom. Of course, some of the bodies bore the distinctive pirate hats. Shibei, with sweat on his brow, coldly remarked, "It seems we have arrived at a most extraordinary place." Bonnie joined in with a chilling laugh. Who could argue otherwise? Shibei rose, brushing off the dust from his cloak, and strode forward with purpose. First and foremost, he needed to find something to eat. One could accomplish nothing on an empty stomach. Bonnie, with her hands clasped behind her head, languidly trailed behind him. This island bore the scars of a brutal war, and remnants of dilapidated structures could still be discerned in the vicinity. The soft earth was punctuated by an array of weapons, and shattered armor had nearly formed a small mountain. The desiccated corpses hanging from the branches suggested that these individuals had perished many years ago, perhaps even longer. This place did not resemble an ordinary island. It felt more like an ancient relic. The deeper one ventured, the more awe-inspiring ruins one would uncover. In summary, the atmosphere here was suffocatingly bleak and oppressively heavy. She stood beneath a robust tree, approximately a century old, gazing upward at the skeleton that dangled from its branches. The skull was adorned with a pirate hat, and a rapier was thrust into its ribcage. Having perished long ago and left to hang from the tree, several of its ribs had succumbed to gravity, now lying scattered on the ground. From Shibei's arrival on the island, he had followed the main road to this very spot, where each tree bore the remnants of the deceased. Those of a more timid disposition would likely find themselves paralyzed with fear at the sight. Shibei felt a chill in the air and tightened the cloak around his shoulders. At that moment, Bonnie suddenly called out from a short distance, "Hey, come over here." In front of an ancient giant tree stood a time-worn rectangular stone tablet, firmly anchored in the earth. The surface of the tablet was covered with a jumble of hasty letters, yet due to a missing corner, the inscription was not complete. Strangely, even though Shibei had never encountered these letters before, he could comprehend their meaning. Perhaps it was a gift from the system. Oh, and he had previously drawn the ability to transform into a giant from the system but had forgotten to check his honor points. Once he found a moment of leisure, he must remember to take a look at that. Bonnie inquired, "What does it say?" Shibei crouched down, gazing intently without uttering a word. As he reached the furthest corner, he discovered that a portion of the content was missing. He stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in thought. Bonnie, exasperated, remarked, "What does this even mean? Do speak up." Zybe retorted, "Do you not recognize these characters? These inscriptions are clearly from ancient texts. I am no literary figure of O'Hara. How could I possibly comprehend them? However, I perceive that this locale does not resemble an ordinary island. It is likely the remnants of a once mighty kingdom. The skeletal remains adorning the trees predominantly bear the attire of soldiers, suggesting that they may have fallen in battle following an invasion by pirates. Shibei nodded. It was recorded that this place was once a maritime kingdom known as Nisesa, and Elder III was presumably the last monarch of this nation. He was the architect of the kingdom's illustrious maritime trade. In the year 1490 of the Oceanic calendar, Elder III attended the World Conference in Marijoya. Bonnie gritted her teeth and inquired, "The World Conference from 30 years ago? And then what happened?" Zai let out a sigh, pointing at the missing corner of the stone tablet. "And then? After that, I was at a loss." Bonnie bit her fingernails, realizing, "Is it Nessus? Are you familiar with this nation?" As Bonnie caressed the broken edge of the stone tablet, a hint of melancholy crossed her expression. Shibei has long suspected that Bonnie's identity is shrouded in mystery. There have been rumors suggesting that Bonnie's devil fruit possesses the ability to alter her age, leading many to speculate that she may not be as youthful as she appears, perhaps even an elderly woman who has lived for decades. While this remains mere conjecture, it seems increasingly plausible. Bonnie suddenly inquired, "Have you heard of the sea beasts of the Grand Line?" "The sea beasts of the Grand Line?" Shibei bowed his head in contemplation, pondering the nature of this enigmatic creature. Could the term sea beast refer solely to the sea kings? Might there exist other, unknown entities beyond these? As he rummaged through the recesses of his mind, a particular image suddenly surfaced. It was the terrifying three-masted ship, indeed reminiscent of the territory once ruled by the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. After Moria's defeat at the hands of Luffy, an unsettling scene unfolded upon the misty waters. Three colossal silhouettes emerged from the impenetrable fog. To this day, Shibei remained oblivious to the true identity of those ominous shadows. Could this be connected to the sea beast that Bonnie had mentioned? Such a creature would be an unfathomable monstrosity, dwarfing even giants by hundreds of times. The contemplation of Shibei is profoundly unsettling. Bonnie, unaware of the thoughts occupying Shibei's mind, embarked on a monologue of her own. 3 decades prior, a cataclysmic event of unimaginable horror transpired along the Grand Line, an occurrence the world government designated as the end of Nessus. The origin of this catastrophic incident was the infamous Ely Pirates, led by Captain Nolanscore Burili, known as the Sea Beast of the Grand Line. Shibei was taken aback. "Ah? A pirate crew? Is that so strange?" Indeed, incidents of pirate crews seizing kingdoms are far from uncommon. They are hardly matters of great astonishment. However, the term sea beast evokes a plethora of vivid imaginations. Shibei had anticipated a formidable creature, only to discover it was merely a nickname. Shibei subtly criticized himself for being overly dramatic. Wait a moment. 30 years ago? That was during the era of the Pirate King, Roger. Shibei's brows furrowed increasingly tighter. Mariehua, Celestial Dragons, World Conference, War. By heavens, Shibei couldn't shake off the sensation of an impending conspiracy. Zybe could not help but inquire, "Surely the Ely pirate crew must be quite renowned. How is it that I have never heard of such a figure?" "Are you out of your mind? The Ely pirate crew obliterated an entire kingdom. How could the world government possibly tolerate their existence? They must have been imprisoned and impelled down. It is said that it was only through the personal intervention of Sengoku that the Ely pirate crew was subdued. You were not even born at that time." Bonnie clenched her fists and cursed once more. Damn it, that was nothing short of a nightmare. The cannon fire echoed around the seas of Nessus for 6 long days and nights. The Navy could have arrived, yet the world government, Bonnie could not continue, striking her fist against the stone tablet. Infuriating. A conspiracy theory. An utterly outrageous conspiracy theory. Shibei possessed an instinctive understanding that during the World Conference, something significant transpired involving Elder III, ultimately leading to a breakdown in negotiations. Shortly thereafter, the Ely pirate crew launched an invasion. While the world government turned a blind eye to the plight of the Nazis' kingdom, utterly disregarding its fate. After the destruction of the Nazis' kingdom, the world government would then feign righteousness in their pursuit of the Ely pirate crew. Indeed, this was unmistakably the case. Furthermore, this tactic was characteristic of the world government's modus operandi. It exemplifies the age-old adage of the mantis stalking the cicada, oblivious to the lurking sparrow. Shibei slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I am truly brilliant. Wait a moment. Has the sea beast Ely been imprisoned in the underwater penitentiary?" Shibei was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. "Hey, Bonnie. Would you consider the sea beast Ely to be a felon of the highest order?" Bonnie tilted her head, snorted, and replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? Just take a good look around. The sins he has committed are sufficient for him to face death 1,000 times over." Shibei continued to inquire, "Have you heard the news of his execution?" Bonnie fell silent, her head bowed. "No, I suppose. What do you think are the chances of his survival?" Bonnie was puzzled by Shibei's relentless questioning, but took a moment to contemplate. "I do not know. But the sea beast Illy would certainly not perish so easily and impelled down. When he was captured by Sengoku, he was still quite young. He belonged to the same era as Gold Roger, a time marked by unparalleled madness. However, as long as he remains imprisoned and impelled down, he shall never see the light of day again." Shibei took a deep breath. "Let us suppose, for the sake of argument, that he is still alive and has escaped from the underwater prison." "Huh? Are you joking?" Shibei stated solemnly, "I am not joking." Sweat beaded on Bonnie's forehead. Shibei continued, "He will undoubtedly return here, for the new world lacks a vessel capable of bearing him." Bonnie squinted and inquired, "What do you truly mean by that?" Shibei paced back and forth, consumed by anxiety. "This is quite troublesome," he muttered. According to Bonnie, the sea beast Eri was a notorious and malevolent felon, undoubtedly confined within the 6th level of the underwater prison. However, therein lies the gravest peril. The once impenetrable underwater prison known as Impelled Down had been rendered vulnerable following a tumultuous upheaval instigated by Luffy, after which the nefarious Blackbeard intervened and freed the inmates of the 6th level. To prevent widespread panic, the Navy headquarters had effectively suppressed all information regarding these events. Indeed, Bonnie remained oblivious to this reality. Impelled Down, also referred to as the Underwater Great Prison, consists of 6 descending levels, akin to a basement. The deeper the level, the more formidable the inmates housed within. The deepest level, LV6, is shrouded in mystery, known to very few, even Luffy, who only uncovered its existence through the guidance of the formidable Ivankov. The prisoners confined in the 6th level are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Shibei could readily name several, including Portasti, Ace, the former warlord Crocodile, the former warlord Jinbei, and the chief warden, Magellan. Moreover, from an even earlier epoch, there was the formidable Shiki, who once contended with Roger himself. In the words of Sengoku, any one of these individuals, should they set foot in any nation, could unleash catastrophic devastation. It is evident that the 6th level harbors some truly ruthless characters. Setting aside their malevolence, their sheer power is unparalleled. It is no exaggeration to assert that nearly every inmate of Impelled Down LV6 possesses strength comparable to that of the warlords. And now these formidable individuals have been released en masse, all thanks to the misdeeds of that scoundrel Blackbeard. Suddenly, a cacophony of Blackbeard's boisterous laughter echoed in Zaibe's mind. How absurd. Shibei kicked the stone tablet fiercely, declaring, "I shall undoubtedly carve you to pieces. Prepare yourself." Bonnie suddenly furrowed her brow and remarked, "What on earth is wrong with you?" At that moment, Shibei recalled that Bonnie harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Blackbeard as well. Were it not for him, her pirate crew would not have been decimated, and she had endured his lewd advances, ultimately leading to her capture by Akainu. Now, Shibei and Bonnie had forged a genuine alliance against a common foe. Why not form a coalition? Very well, let us unite and vanquish Blackbeard, that scoundrel, recklessly toying with lives. Shibei clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Bonnie, let us embark on this venture together, father." Bonnie's teeth chattered. Although she could not comprehend Shibei's words, an unsettling feeling coursed through her, raising goosebumps across her skin. Just as she was about to utter a few choice words to Shibei, she was abruptly interrupted by the growling of his stomach. The sound of hunger was disheartening for Bonnie, a true gourmand, as it felt like a torment to endure hunger while meandering leisurely in this place. She circumvented Shibei and boldly ventured deeper into the forest, her thoughts solely fixated on encountering 1 or 2 delectable beasts. Do not doubt it. Even if a bizarre creature were to leap forth at this very moment, as long as it possessed flesh, Bonnie would certainly consider roasting it for a meal. Upon entering the woods, Shibei's ears perked up at the sudden rustle of leaves, as if something was crawling through the tall grass. He stepped forward, grasped Bonnie's arm, and signaled for silence, gesturing toward the underbrush on their left. As a seasoned pirate captain, Bonnie had endured countless trials. With just a glance from Shibei, she sensed that something was amiss. She stood still, her gaze fixed on the foliage, while cautiously surveying her surroundings. Shibei and Bo and I stood back to back. Bo and I inquired, "How many?" "1. At that moment, a small stone lay at Bonnie's feet, and she glanced down. "To the right." Shibei nodded and said, "I will go to the left." Just as the two finished their conversation, a gunshot echoed from the grass. Instantly, Shibei turned and threw himself over Bonnie, shielding her with his body. As the shot rang out, a shadow leapt from the underbrush with astonishing speed. Even at such close proximity, Shibei could not discern the figure's identity, nor could he determine whether it was male or female. With a fierce shout, the shadow vanished in an instant. Shibei, with his acute hearing, discerned the location of the shadowy figure above him. Without raising his head, Shibei unleashed a powerful punch towards the sky. Martial technique, mountain collapse. As their fists collided, the surrounding grass bowed under the force of the gusts generated by their clash. The shadowy figure, having gained no advantage, withdrew swiftly. Taking advantage of the moment, Shibei swiftly scooped up Bonnie and leapt to a distance, creating a small gap between them and the shadowy figure. Concerned for Bonnie, who was already injured, he feared that the recent skirmish had exacerbated her wounds. Hastily, he lowered his head to gaze at her. However, to his astonishment, Bonnie had inexplicably transformed into the appearance of a young girl. Now, she lay in Shibei's embrace, curiously surveying her surroundings. Shibei inquired, "Hey, Bonnie, are you all right?" "Shoo. You fool," Bonnie retorted, "keep your voice down. Don't let him know I possess abilities. In my current state, I can lower his guard. Have you discerned who it is yet?" "Not yet." Shibei suddenly recalled that when the shadow sprang out from the grass pile, it had shouted a single word, "Shave." This seemed reminiscent of the martial arts employed in the Navy's sixth style. Could it be that the assailant was a member of the Navy? No, not necessarily. Shibei rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. At the same time, he perked up his ears to listen intently. The sound of breathing emanated from the grass pile on his left. Shibei, with an expressionless demeanor, inquired, "Who are you?" The shadow clicked his tongue and replied, "TSK. Have I been exposed?" As soon as the words left his lips, a man emerged from the thicket. He was a middle-aged individual with a shock of light red hair, clad in a coffee-colored jacket. His face was adorned with a scruffy beard, suggesting he was in his 40s, exuding an air of seasoned experience, likely accustomed to the rigors of combat. Standing at a height comparable to Shibei's, approximately 1.7 meters, he was not particularly tall, yet his physique was remarkably robust, embodying the essence of a formidable presence. The moment this man appeared, Bonnie clicked her tongue softly and murmured, "Humph. So it's this fellow." Shibei expressed a hint of surprise and deliberately lowered his voice to inquire, "Do you know him?" "The bounty hunter from Donghai, Dottie Masterson." "A bounty hunter? Dottie?" Shibei suddenly recalled Daddy, the one who usually takes care of children. How could this fellow, who seemingly neglects his parental duties, appear here? Although Daddy is not a particularly renowned individual, Shibei would not dare to underestimate him. Once a sharpshooter in the Navy, Daddy was part of the same elite group alongside Smoker, the infamous Smoker. However, due to personal reasons, he resigned from the Navy. This reason is tied to Jesus Burgess. Who is Jesus Burgess? He is none other than Usopp's biological father and a marksman for the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Daddy has even engaged in a shooting contest with Jesus Burgess. Although he lost, his skills earned him the respect of Jesus Burgess. It was through Jesus Burgess's words that Daddy came to understand the significance of family. After his resignation from the Navy, he devoted himself to being by his daughter's side, earning a living through bounty hunting. For Daddy, his daughter represents his entire world. Yet, what brings him here alone now? Shibei felt somewhat bewildered. What exactly is a bounty hunter? There exists a subtle distinction between bounty hunters and pirate hunters. Bounty hunters do not discriminate. In addition to capturing pirates, they are willing to undertake any lucrative task, regardless of its nature, including potentially nefarious activities such as murder and arson, depending on the moral compass of the bounty hunters themselves. Dottie is considered an anomaly among bounty hunters, as he rarely takes risks. Even when capturing pirates, he only targets minor ones with bounties ranging from several 100,000 to a few million berries. His cautious approach stems from his concern that should any misfortune befall him, there would be no one to care for his daughter. If Shibei recalls correctly, Dottie's daughter is named Kayla, a little girl of about 10 years old, who possesses a somewhat cunning disposition. Shibei glanced around, but found no trace of the little girl. It was indeed perplexing that Dottie would abandon his beloved daughter to venture alone to this secluded island. As Shibei confronted Dottie, Bonnie softly cautioned, "Be careful. Dottie is concealing numerous firearms." In truth, even without Bonnie's warning, Shibei was well aware that Dottie was a renowned marksman, never parting with his weapons. Beneath his brown leather jacket lay no fewer than 30 handguns, rendering him a veritable mobile armory. Dottie cast a surprised glance at Bonnie and remarked, "Little girl, you actually know who I am." Bonnie feigned innocence and then pointed to Shibei, for he too was a bounty hunter of the East Sea. Shibei raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Bonnie, exclaiming, "Hey." Shibei positions himself as a pirate hunter of the East Sea, while Dottie is renowned as the most famous bounty hunter in Logtown of the East Sea. Consequently, Bonnie shifts the blame onto Shibei. Since they both hail from the East Sea, it is hardly surprising that one might have heard of the other. Fortunately, Shibei is indeed familiar with Dottie. Dottie, perplexed, inquires, "Are you a pirate hunter?" Seeb seized the opportunity to deliver a playful tap on Bonnie's forehead, a light reprimand for her careless discarding of the pot. "Indeed, I am Seeb, the pirate hunter from the village of Zillabu in the East Sea." Following this declaration, Seeb gestured towards Bonnie, introducing her with pride. "This is my sister, Bonnie. We have lost our way upon the vast sea and, by mere happenstance, found ourselves here. Thus, we thought to take the opportunity to replenish our provisions." Zillabu village? It is indeed the birthplace of Jesus and Usopp. Dottie's expression softened considerably as he murmured, "The pirate hunter, Sabai? I have not heard of him." He continued, "I sincerely apologize. I initially thought you were pirates from this region, which is why I acted. However, since you are also a pirate hunter, I urge you to leave swiftly before you are discovered. This island is not a place for you. Observe the surrounding devastation. There are no ingredients here for you to collect." Zybe frowned and inquired, "Are there pirates on this island?" Dottie ceased to speak further and turned to depart. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he abruptly halted and remarked, "In the eastern harbor of this island, there remain some provisions that I collected from the pirate base a few days ago. You should take them and leave this place swiftly." Could it truly be the sea beast, Ely? Once Dottie had distanced himself, Bonnie tugged at the hem of Zybe's garment, then beckoned with her finger. With a face full of suspicion, Shibei bent down. Suddenly, Bonnie playfully thumped him on the forehead, hands on her hips, adopting a fierce demeanor. "How dare you claim I am your sister? What am I to say then? I cannot possibly assert that you are my daughter. Alas, fret not, for with a brother like me, you are undoubtedly fortunate." Rubbing his forehead, Shibei swiftly shifted the topic. "Why is a father with a child here on this desolate island? To my knowledge, he would never abandon his daughter to embark on an adventure. Who knows?" Bonnie crossed her arms. "So what now?" Shibei pondered for a brief moment before suggesting, "Let us head towards the eastern harbor." This island was quite expansive, and the navigational pointer had malfunctioned. Were it not for Dottie's guidance before his departure, indicating a direction, Shibei would have been at a loss regarding the path to the eastern harbor. He and Bonnie traversed through the lush woods, one following the other. Following Dottie's earlier warning, both were acutely aware of the presence of other pirates on this island, thus remaining exceedingly vigilant. The forest was truly a graveyard, with bones scattered everywhere. One misstep could easily lead to treading upon human remains. Shibei felt a shiver run down his spine, prompting him to drape his cloak over his head, keeping his gaze focused inward. After traversing the dense thicket, the two arrived at the edge of an expansive ruin, where they beheld two imposing statues symmetrically positioned on either side. The statue on the left depicted a middle-aged man adorned with a horned helmet, his arms crossed resolutely as he gazed into the distance, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. Even though it was merely a lifeless statue, Shibei could sense that the original embodiment of this figure must have been a man of unwavering strength and valor when alive. Conversely, the statue on the right portrayed a warrior clad in armor, wielding a great sword in his right hand while raising a shield in his left, embodying an indomitable stance, as if to declare that he alone could hold back the tide of countless foes. Shibei stepped forward and tapped the shield held by the stone statue on his right, producing a dull thud. At that very moment, he was startled by the sound of a person's sobs. "Please, save me." Shibei was taken aback, quickly retreating as he gazed in astonishment at the statue. Upon noticing this, Bonnie inquired, "What happened?" Shibei swallowed hard. "Did you hear someone speaking?" Bonnie's expression remained impassive. "No." Shibei found it peculiar. Could it be that she had misheard? Bonnie urged, "Hurry, the port is just ahead. If I do not eat something soon, I shall perish here. Dreadful. That wretched woman, Boa Hancock, has caused me to stray from my course, and I will not let her escape my wrath. The 7 warlords can all meet their demise for all I care." Before departing, Shibei cast a skeptical gaze upon the statue once more. After traversing the ruins for approximately 10 minutes, upon emerging from the woods, he beheld the vast azure sea. Moored at the shoreline was a white sailboat, laden with enormous cuts of meat and an assortment of fruits and vegetables. The moment Bonnie caught sight of the food, She dashed forward recklessly, voraciously stuffing her mouth as if she were a famished specter. Shibei surveyed his surroundings, noting the extinguished bonfire on the shore. Beside the fire lay numerous bullet casings and even a small handgun, which had been severed in two. From the jagged edge of the break, it was evident that the weapon had been cleaved by a sharp blade. These remnants were clear evidence of a struggle that had taken place. Shibei advised, "Hey, Bonnie, we cannot linger in this place. Let us first transfer the food onto the boat." "Huh? Foolish one, what are you saying? If we do not fill our stomachs first, from where shall we draw our strength?" Shibei glanced up at the sky, realizing that night was swiftly approaching. At that moment, an eerie sound emanated from the woods behind him. Pululu, Pululu. Shibei swiftly evaded, concealing himself behind a nearby rock. However, Bonnie's mind was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of food, rendering her oblivious to the peculiarities around her. In her eyes, nothing surpassed the importance of what lay in her mouth. After all, Bonnie was affectionately nicknamed the Gourmand. Shibei had long recognized her insatiable appetite, leading him to helplessly support his forehead in resignation, just when he thought it couldn't get any worse. Bonnie puffed out her cheeks and suddenly turned, exclaiming, "What are you hiding there for?" Shibei could not help but exclaim, "You foolish woman." Bonnie pouted, clearly displeased. At that moment, an exceedingly peculiar creature emerged from the woods. One might wonder why I used the term emerged, for it was not merely a creature that walked, but rather a fish that glided through the air. Indeed, it was a fish, soaring gracefully in the atmosphere. This fish was neither particularly large nor small. Its appearance bore a resemblance to that of a dolphin. With each breath, it expelled a stream of bubbles, each bubble producing a delightful gurgling sound. In his lifetime, Zybe had never encountered a creature capable of swimming through the air. Well, this could hardly be classified as a fish. It appeared to be some unknown and peculiar being. This bizarre entity, gliding through the air, emerged from the trees and immediately spotted Bonnie. It abruptly halted, fixating its gaze upon her, while simultaneously expelling a stream of bubbles from its mouth. These bubbles bubbled forth in a continuous flow, ascending into the sky, only to gradually curve and drift towards the heart of the small island. Zybe possessed an instinctual awareness that this creature must cease its bubbling forth. He leapt from behind the rocks, seizing the creature by its head, and then forcefully brought it down against the stone. A sharp crack resonated, reminiscent of the sound of a bursting bubble. Astonishingly, at the very moment of impact, the creature vanished as if it had never existed. One would expect that even the most bizarre of beings would leave behind a carcass upon death. This perplexed Zybe further, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. Just then, in the heart of the island, an unsettling stir suggested the presence of another creature, causing the crows perched upon the branches to scatter in terror, emitting frantic caws of distress. At this moment, Zybe finally discerned that something was amiss with those bubbles. They might very well be the messengers of an impending threat. The peculiar creature that had been cast upon the rocks, leaving no trace of its remains, was likely some form of reconnaissance device. Zybe realized that he and Bonnie had undoubtedly been detected by the pirates inhabiting the island. "Bonnie, we must flee." Although Bonnie had a penchant for indulgence, she was not foolish. Upon noticing the crows soaring into the sky, she understood that a formidable beast was stirring. Without hesitation, she stuffed her mouth with all the provisions she could find aboard the ship, covering her mouth as she began to dash along the shoreline. Shibei followed closely behind, running while exclaiming, "Can't you leave me a little?" Without turning her head, Bonnie tossed a piece of succulent meat in front of Shibei. Shibei adeptly seizes the opportunity. Look, Bonnie still holds him dear in her thoughts. Shibei was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the lead runner, Bonnie, exclaimed, "Hey, what was that just now?" "It must have been a fish, right?" "I'm not certain. I merely saw that creature floating in the air, continuously expelling bubbles. I distinctly remember throwing it against the rocks, yet it inexplicably vanished." "Fish? Bubbles?" Bonnie's expression grew somewhat grim. Shibei inquired, "Hey, do you know what that is?" Bonnie shook her head. "Perhaps I am overthinking it." Shibei had further inquiries, but suddenly the ground trembled violently, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. This was not the moment for idle conversation. He quickened his pace to catch up with Bonnie. Given her injuries, after just a brief sprint, she began to sweat profusely. However, with the inexplicable events unfolding on the island, there was no time for Bonnie to pause and catch her breath. Thus, she could only clutch her chest and grit her teeth, enduring the strain. Shibei noticed Bonnie's unusual behavior and, disregarding everything, lifted her up. Bonnie exclaimed, "You scoundrel! What are you doing? Put me down at once." Shibei, with a hint of irritation, remarked. "You are injured. Do not force yourself. Mind your own business," retorted Bonnie defiantly. "You are my sister. If I do not care for you, who will?" Bonnie leaned on Shibei's shoulder and playfully kicked her with the tips of her toes. "Who do you think you are calling my sister? Dare to say that again, and I swear I will take you down." Shibei, in a moment of frustration, delivered a sharp slap to Bonnie's backside. "You are so stubborn. Behave yourself. Now is not the time for bravado." Bonnie retorted angrily. "You bastard. Remember this. I will have my revenge on you sooner or later." Just as her words faded, a figure suddenly emerged from the nearby woods. Shibei turned to see that it was the bounty hunter Dottie, though his expression was rather grim, as if he had just endured a fierce battle and lost. Clutching two pistols, Dottie was covered in leaves, and as he stumbled out of the forest, exhaustion overtook him, causing him to collapse to the ground, the firearms slipping from his grasp. Shibei came to a halt, instinctively offering a word of comfort. "Hey, are you all right?" Dottie lifted his head, weakly exclaiming, "Why are you still here? Hurry and leave. That guy has awakened. It will be too late if you don't go now." Bonnie replied in a low voice, "I have a foreboding feeling. Let's not concern ourselves with him and quickly depart from this place." "Bonnie, you just consumed all of someone else's food," came the retort. "So what?" Shibei wore a stern expression, taking a deep breath, realizing that it was time to repay a debt of gratitude. "Hey, he is a bounty hunter," Bonnie exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Do not forget, I am also a pirate hunter." "TCH." Bonnie bit down harder, conceding, "Do as you wish." Shibei rushed to Dadi's side, hoisting him onto his shoulder. With Dadi on one shoulder and bow and eye on the other, he strode forward with determination, just as he had not ventured far. Shibei heard a noise emanating from the woods behind him. As he ran, he could not resist the urge to glance back. Suddenly, he spotted two strangers bursting forth from the thicket. "The bounty hunters are here. Ah, it appears that fellow has companions. Do not let them escape. Hurry back and inform the boss." Shibei furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Daddy, inquiring, "Are those the pirates you speak of?" Instead of directly addressing Shibei's question, Daddy replied, "Release me. Carrying this burden, you cannot depart from the Nasi's ruins. They seek only me, and it is of no concern to you. If we leave this place like this, I will have no means to continue living." As he spoke, Daddy suddenly broke down in tears, his sobs echoing through the air. It was difficult to fathom that Daddy, a man in his 40s, could weep so profusely. What had he endured? Why would leaving this place mean the end for him? Was this truly the same man who shared a brotherly bond with Smoker? It is worth noting that he had not displayed such vulnerability even when he lost to Jezeb in a marksmanship contest. Shibei spoke in a low voice. "What on earth has transpired?" Dottie covered her eyes, stammering, I, my dear Kair Wawa." Before she could finish her words, Dottie burst into tears once more. "Kaio, Dottie's beloved daughter? That cunning little girl of around 10 years? Shibei has finally gained some clarity. The presence of Daddy, who is accompanied by a child, undoubtedly stems from concerns regarding Kair. What has become of Kair? Has she been captured by pirates? It is highly plausible. If that is the case, her chances of survival appear exceedingly slim, for Shibei is well aware of the nature of the pirates that roam these waters. What could possibly lead a mere 10-year-old girl to provoke such ruthless marauders? Given Daddy's current expression of deep sorrow, it seems unlikely that any answers will be forthcoming. Shibei gritted his teeth, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Suddenly, he ceased his flight. Bonnie sensed that something was amiss with Shibei. "Hey, are you serious?" At that moment, the pirate trailing behind finally caught up with Shibei, wielding a large machete with several chips missing. Upon witnessing Shibei's halt, he let out a sinister cackle. "You bastard! Since you made me chase you for so long." Before the pirate could finish his taunt, Shibei abruptly turned around, rushing toward him. With two individuals slung over his shoulders, he had no free hands, so he leaned in close to the pirate's ear and then, with a sudden bite, sank his teeth into the pirate's ear, subsequently chewing with ferocity. He literally tore the pirate's ear off. The pirate let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground. Shibei raised his leg and placed a foot upon the pirate's head. In a chilling tone, he uttered, "I always feel somewhat constrained." Shibei has been in this world for several days now. Whether it is the misunderstanding from the women of Nine Serpents Island or the provocations encountered in the Black Norsen archipelago, he has never felt as infuriated as he does at this moment. Is it typical for a bounty hunter to flee in terror upon encountering pirates? Can such behavior truly be deemed as that of a hunter? We have not yet even reached the New World. Are we to cower and submit? The feeling of scurrying away in fear is quite unbearable. Dottie exclaimed in shock. You all? Shibei furrowed his brow, his expression devoid of emotion. As a pirate hunter, he ought to engage in the tasks befitting his role. Dottie did not respond with the anticipated gratitude. Instead, he erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any notion of the kind of pirates that inhabit this island? You stand no chance against them. Hurry and take your sister away from here. Do not involve me. I cannot entangle you siblings in this mess." At that moment, Bonnie leaped down from Shibei's shoulder, now appearing as a child. She only reached halfway up Shibei's waist, forcing her to look up at him with a visibly angry expression. However, in her childlike form, her anger exuded a sense of naive adorableness, lacking any real intimidation. Are all you pirate hunters a little daft? Shibei gave Bonnie a playful tap on the head and, with a crooked smile, remarked, "You little rascal." Bonnie was utterly infuriated. She pressed her hands against her forehead and, without hesitation, sank her teeth into Shibei's arm. This excruciating act caused Shibei immense pain. He discarded Dottie onto the ground and forcefully tugged at Bonnie's delicate face. The slender-limbed Bonnie, resorting to crude language, unleashed a torrent of curses before launching into a relentless assault of punches and kicks. Shibei and Bonnie were engaged in a fierce struggle, completely disregarding Daddy. In that moment, Daddy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Please, the two of you, cease this commotion." After Shibei wiped away the blood from his nose, he pointed at Bonnie and said, "You better watch out. I will settle scores with you sooner or later." After giving Shibei a good beating, Bonnie felt considerably better. She couldn't be bothered with him any longer and instead approached Daddy. She crouched down and exchanged glances with him for a brief moment. Bonnie, appearing to be around 10 years old, was of a similar age to Daddy's daughter, which elicited a certain fondness from Daddy. However, Bonnie's pretentious demeanor made him somewhat uncomfortable. Sweat dripped from Daddy's forehead as he feigned seriousness and asked, "What's the matter?" Suddenly, Bonnie's expression darkened, taking on a devilish look. "Speak everything you know." Daddy swallowed hard and replied, "Well, I suppose that could be arranged, but..." Bonnie, with her audacious attitude, slapped Daddy on the head, raising her chin defiantly with a look of disdain. "Huh, but what?" Daddy rubbed his head, unbothered, and said earnestly, "But you must promise me to leave this place as soon as possible." "Do you really need to say that?" "I've been wanting to leave this dreadful place for a long time," Bonnie retorted, suddenly turning her head to glance at Shibei with a scrutinizing look, and then, feeling somewhat frustrated, asked, "Are you going to leave or not?" Shibei brushed off the dust from his hands. If he left now, he would avoid the pirates. Without encountering them, he could not earn money, and without money, he could not move forward. Bonnie gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Are you courting death?" Shibei found her reaction rather peculiar. "On what grounds do you assume I would meet my demise?" Before Bonnie could respond, Daddy interjected. He propped himself up, sitting on the ground, expelled a long breath, and gazed intently at Shibei. "The young lady speaks the truth. That individual is no ordinary pirate. 30 years ago, his bounty was already a staggering 96 million. Back then, I was merely an intern soldier in the Navy, hearing numerous tales of his infamy. Even GOLD, Roger, a pirate of repute, could not tolerate him until the occurrence of that significant event." Bonnie and Shibei exchanged glances, and Bonnie involuntarily murmured, "The end of Nessus? You are aware of this matter?" Daddy was astonished. How could a girl of merely 10 years know about events from 30 years past? Moreover, this incident had long been suppressed by the world government. In recent years, Ness's name had scarcely been mentioned. It was only because Daddy had spent time in the Navy that he had some inkling. He continued, "Since you both are familiar with the end of Nessus, you must also know of no Lanscord Barreleye, the captain of the Ely Pirates, the sea beast of the Grand Line. 30 years ago, he was imprisoned and impelled down by the warlord of the sea, but just a month ago, he reappeared in Logtown. Why? Daddy slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. "Damn it, it was during the time that Kaler was abducted by him. I have pursued him all the way here. But I am too weak, too feeble to even rescue my own daughter." With that, Daddy buried his head in despair. Bonnie listened intently, her heart filled with shock. "No Lanscord Barreleye? The sea beast truly escaped from prison? Hey." Bonnie turned to Shibei, her expression frostier than ice. "What on earth is happening? Your earlier hypothesis seems to be coming true. Stop feigning ignorance. I do not believe your mention of that hypothesis was mere coincidence. Upon closer inspection, it appears you have never even heard of the Ely Pirates. How, then, could you know that the sea beast has escaped from Impel Down? Damn it, such a monumental event, and I was completely oblivious. By the way, How is it that you can comprehend the ancient texts regarding Nessus? Bonnie's curiosity grew. Just who are you? Due to Bonnie's soft voice, Daddy could only hear her intermittently and not quite clearly. However, observing the way the siblings glared at each other, he understood that their relationship was far from harmonious. In such circumstances, what could he, as an outsider, possibly say? Thus, Daddy remained seated on the ground, gazing up at the dim night sky. Around Daddy's neck hung a pocket watch, its inner lid adorned with a photograph of Kayla. He fixated on the image, which depicted a golden-haired girl with a gothic hairstyle, porcelain skin, and a pair of sea-blue eyes, a quintessential beauty with a hint of mischief. Bonnie, next time you have a question, ask them one at a time. Do you understand? Shibei cast a furtive glance at Dottie and added, moreover, this is hardly the moment for such discussions. You are still injured, while I, being robust and resilient, shall remain here to see if I can locate Dottie's daughter. You should take him back to the ship. Bonnie replied with impatience. Huh? I am a pirate. Why should I assist a bounty hunter? As Shibei sought to further persuade, a sudden twitch of his eyelids signaled an impending crisis. Without a moment to spare, he seized Bonnie and Dottie, preparing to flee. Just as he took his first step, a shell hurtled from the forest, grazing the crown of his head. Instinctively ducking, he heard a deafening explosion behind him, followed by a rush of gunpowder that engulfed him. Shibei's ears began to buzz. Immediately, he steeled his resolve, grasped the bodies of Bonnie and Dottie, and hurled them into the distant woods. Bonnie, this fellow is temporarily entrusted to you. TCH, what a nuisance. Bonnie gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath. As Shibei finished speaking, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from the thicket ahead, pursuing the direction of Bonnie. At this moment, Dottie had lost the will to fight, and Bonnie was already injured. If they were ensnared by these pirates, it would spell disaster. Shibei had to thwart that shadow. Fortunately, there were numerous fragments of stone scattered on the ground. He gathered his strength and hurled these stones towards the lurking figure. Just as the shadow was about to soar overhead, it was struck by the stones and plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, a resounding noise echoed from the woods, and a cannonball was fired. Shibei kicked a stone, which collided with a cannonball, resulting in an explosion in midair. Now, Shibei still perceives a faint buzzing in his ears, rendering his hearing far less acute than before. He can scarcely discern how many individuals are concealed within the forest, launching cannonballs. However, one certainty remains. Whether they are hidden among the trees or have recently been struck by the falling stone, these individuals are certainly not of ordinary caliber. Shibei harbored a profound apprehension towards underhanded tactics, particularly when wielded by those of formidable strength. Thus, he resolved to unearth the grandson lurking in the woods, who had been launching surprise attacks. He charged straight into the thicket. Almost immediately, he sensed the presence of individuals concealed behind two towering trees on either side. To safeguard himself, he propelled himself into the air with great force. At that very moment, two gaunt men emerged from behind the trees, wielding machetes with an uncanny synchrony, and advanced towards Shibei in unison. Fortunately, Shibei had remained vigilant. He soared over the heads of the two armed men and, seizing their hair, brought their heads crashing down to the ground from behind. These two individuals were truly formidable, making not a sound as they succumbed into unconsciousness. At that moment, Shibei suddenly spotted a black cannon not far away, its barrel as thick as a thigh and less than a meter in length. Beside the cannon were two baskets of ammunition. However, what truly astonished Shibei was not the mere scrap metal, but rather the creature loading the ammunition. It was a rabbit, a tall, large black-furred rabbit that, in terms of size, surpassed even Shibei himself. Yet, no matter how large, it remained merely a rabbit. Goodness, has even a rabbit learned to wield gunpowder? As the rabbit completed the loading of the ammunition, Shibei realized that this was not the time for astonishment. With a swift motion, he propelled himself towards the cannon and, with a powerful kick, shattered the barrel in two. Just as he exhaled in relief, the enormous black-furred rabbit's expression shifted dramatically. With a left hook, it sent Shibei flying across the area. Standing upright, the rabbit assumed a fighting stance. Its furry paws raised before its face, exuding an air reminiscent of Muay Thai, while its hind legs danced restlessly back and forth. Shibei rubbed his face and rose from the ground. This clever black-haired rabbit, upon seeing Shibei stand up, swiftly propelled itself forward, leaping directly in front of him. With its remarkable agility, the rabbit's speed rivaled that of the swiftest maneuvers in the Navy's Type 6. Shibei tilted his head slightly, evoking a conditioned reflex. The black-furred rabbit delivered a powerful punch against the tree behind Shibei, creating a substantial hole in the trunk. Such force should not be underestimated. The black-furred rabbit, taken aback by Shibei's ability to evade the strike, disdainfully curled its lip and spat on the ground, a clear manifestation of its dissatisfaction. Shibei cast a glance back at the hollow in the tree. Is this truly a rabbit? Or could it be a person cloaked in rabbit skin? The black-furred rabbit afforded Shibei no respite. With a powerful leap, it pursued him relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts, and jabs, culminating in a decisive straight punch. For the very first time in his life, Shibei found himself pursued and attacked by a rabbit. Now, he had his back against a grand tree, with no escape in sight. This dark-furred rabbit was relentlessly pressing him, and should he continue to show mercy, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Shibei suddenly extended his hand, signaling for a halt. The black-furred rabbit obediently came to a stop, gazing at Shibei with a face full of bewilderment. Shibei raised his arm and, in the presence of the black-furred rabbit, gradually clenched it into a fist. Shibei delivered a powerful punch to the head of the black-furred rabbit, which immediately began to sputter and flail about like a kite severed from its string, soaring out of the forest and crashing into several trees. After loosening his arm joints and assuming a horse stance to stretch his legs, he gazed disdainfully in the direction the rabbit had flown, muttering, "How audacious! A mere rabbit dares to display combat prowess against me? Such folly!" However, this raised a question. What exactly was happening on this island? Could it be that the black-furred rabbit was a pirate as well? Shibei's curiosity deepened. What could the sea beast, Ely, possibly look like? Alas, he nearly forgot. There was still one more adversary left to deal with. Shibei hurriedly dashed out of the woods. Yet outside, there was no one in sight, only a black-furred rabbit sprawled on the ground. After a brief moment of respite, Shibei's hearing had nearly returned to full capacity. He closed his eyes and listened intently to the subtle sounds of the island's breeze rustling through the grass. Approaching from behind were a total of 17 individuals, approximately 1,300 meters away. To the left, 3 figures moved with steady breaths and agile grace, suggesting they belonged to the ranks of the elite. Positioned 800 meters distant. To the right, 2 individuals exhibited hurried breaths and erratic steps, likely nursing injuries, merely 600 meters away. But wait, behind these 2, a third figure trailed silently, moving with an eerie grace akin to that of a venomous serpent. Shibei suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, Bonnie and Dottie were in the direction to his right, pursued by someone, most likely that rascal who had been struck down by falling debris. It seemed that Bonnie and the others were about to be caught. Shibei dared not delay. He sprinted towards the right with an unprecedented swiftness. Suddenly, he heard a muffled growl emanating from the center of the island, a sound that did not resemble that of a human. Could it be that the legendary sea beast, Ely, which had annihilated the entire Nisa's kingdom 30 years prior, was indeed a creature of the sea? It seemed implausible. Could there be other ferocious beasts lurking on this island? No, he needed to hasten to Bonnie's side. With a cold expression, Shibei leaped onto the branches of a towering tree. Propelled by sheer force, he shot forth like a rocket, snapping a branch beneath his foot. The great tree swayed, and the skeletal remains that hung from its limbs fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. In a mere 6 seconds, Shibei broke 2 branches and sprinted a distance of 700 meters. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. At that moment, Shibei emerged from the forest, and his gaze fell upon Bonnie. Yet, standing before her was a towering stranger, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a gun aimed at Bonnie, smoke still curling from the barrel. Fortunately, Bonnie remained unscathed. Alas, Dottie, who stood protectively in front of her, was struck by a bullet. As Shibei leaped from the woods, he had not yet touched the ground when he paused mid-air, instinctively inserting his pinky finger into his mouth and biting down hard. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips, and almost immediately, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. Bonnie seemed to sense the smoke and looked up. The unfamiliar man holding a gun, propelled by inertia, turned to glance as well. Unfortunately, before he could discern what was happening, a chilling voice emerged from the searing smoke. Martial arts, no form. A colossal fist unexpectedly emerged from the mist, catching even Bonnie off guard. The fist, akin to a small mountain, cascaded down from the heavens, nearly overwhelming Bonnie with its fierce gusts. The stranger, still clutching his firearm, instinctively aimed and fired 2 shots at Shibei's descending fist. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger for a 3rd time, the fist struck with precision, landing squarely on the unfamiliar man. The entire island quaked beneath Shibei's formidable blow. Who would dare shoot at a giant's fist? Undoubtedly, The nameless stranger was thus crushed by Shibei's might, sinking into the earth and leaving behind a large imprint. Dottie, who had been shot but was still alive, gazed in astonishment at Shibei's transformation into a giant. His face reflected sheer disbelief, yet he was losing blood rapidly and lacked the strength to move. With great effort, he propped open his eyelids, staring at Shibei's towering figure. Clearly struck by the visual impact, he gasped, "No, it can't be." Earlier, in an attempt to protect Bonnie, Dottie had shielded her and taken a bullet at close range. Fortunately, it had missed any vital organs, embedding itself in his shoulder. Yet, Dottie was a tough man. Most would have cried out in agony from such a wound. But he remained silent. Enduring the pain, Dottie attempted to rise from the ground. "Don't move," Bonnie shouted, swiftly growing in stature, transforming from a petite girl into a formidable woman standing at 1.74 meters. This was Bonnie's true form. She hoisted Dottie onto her back and cast a stern glance at Shibei, saying, "Who told you to meddle? That sort of thing could never harm me." First, Shibei had transformed into a giant, and now Bonnie had matured into adulthood. Dottie, in sheer shock, could hardly comprehend the scene before him. Yet, being a man of experience, he quickly deduced, "Are you both ability users?" "Huh, do you have a problem with that?" Bonnie retorted, her fiery temperament ignited. As a formidable pirate, she was not accustomed to being underestimated, and her patience was wearing thin. "Who told you to stand in front of me, to confront such filth? Even a child like me suffices." Now, Dottie has finally come to a realization. No wonder Saib and Boney roamed the island with such audacity. Is that so? So it is. From the punch Saib just unleashed, Dottie must concede that Saib's prowess surpasses his own. In that moment, it seemed as though a glimmer of hope appeared before him. If it were Saib, perhaps he could indeed assist in reclaiming his daughter. Although it feels somewhat unjust to involve Saib without cause, Dottie finds himself utterly cornered. Enduring the pain, he struggles free from Boney's grasp, then kneels before Saib. "I implore you, save my daughter. If you can rescue her, I shall agree to any terms you set. She is but a 10-year-old girl. The mere thought of her being with pirates rends my heart with agony." After uttering these words, Dottie bows deeply. "I beg of you." Boney's gaze reveals a flicker of sympathy, yet she stubbornly retorts, "And what of pirates? It is the world government that bears the blame." A classic case of a sharp tongue concealing a tender heart. Shibei now finds himself in a predicament, unable to assist Daddy to his feet due to his considerable size. And thus he can only acquiesce. "Rest assured, provoking pirates is precisely my passion as a bounty hunter. Your presence here is merely a hindrance. I suggest you return to the ship swiftly. With such a commotion, the main event should be arriving shortly. And I am eager to behold the true visage of the sea beast, Illy." Suddenly, Daddy interjects, "Hold on. You possess a superhuman ability, do you not? One must not be careless. No Landscored Burley, known as the sea beast, owes his title to his powers. He too is a wielder of a devil fruit, specifically an exceedingly rare ancient zoan type. Remember this. Do not allow yourself to be bitten by the sea beast Illy." An ancient zoan type? At this revelation, Shibei recalls a certain individual, the fallen Marine Rear Admiral Drake, a fellow supernova alongside Bonnie. He remembers that Drake's power derives from the ancient zoan type of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, given the rarity of ancient types, Shibei is uncertain whether they possess other unique abilities. One thing is certain, those with ancient type powers can indeed transform. In Shibei's recollections, it appears that Drake is the sole ancient type user he has encountered. This lack of information is troubling, rendering the situation completely uncertain. To avoid a disastrous misstep, Shibei must gather intelligence meticulously. What happens if one is bitten? He inquires. A cold sweat breaks out on Daddy's brow as he responds decisively. Assimilation. Assimilation? What does that entail? Shibei furrowed his brow. Due to the rarity of ancient species, he was entirely unfamiliar with this ability. Naturally, Dottie was aware of this as well. In order to ensure that Shibei could successfully rescue his daughter and return triumphant, he felt compelled to share all the information he possessed. The sea beast Ely, an ancient species of the zoan type, was the wielder of the giant blue whale fruit. Once transformed, he became an enormous sea blue whale, capable of soaring through the air, as if the land were merely an extension of the ocean. Anyone who fell victim to his bite would be assimilated into a fish-like state. I witnessed, with my own eyes, my daughter being bitten by him in Rog Town, after which she transformed into a bubble fish. As he recalled this sorrowful moment, Dottie could not help but choke back tears. It was nothing short of a nightmare. After becoming a bubble fish, My daughter completely forgot about me. She swam alongside the sea beast Ely, as if he were her master. Bubblefish? Ah, yes. Shibei suddenly remembered the peculiar fish he had seen by the shore, which had been expelling bubbles. Could it be that this fish had also been assimilated by the sea beast Ely? If that were the case, then this ability was truly bizarre. Capable of not only assimilating humans, but also erasing their memories. How was this different from brainwashing? No, it was even more chilling. At that moment, Bonnie interjected. 30 years ago, the so-called largest maritime trading kingdom in the world, SARS, was utterly devastated within a mere 6 days. This was something no pirate crew could achieve. Yet the sea beast Ely accomplished it, precisely because of this formidable ability. Shibei was taken aback. Could it be that all the inhabitants of Nisus had been assimilated? Bonnie's expression darkened considerably as she turned her head away, unwilling to speak further. Shibei gazed upon the ground strewn with corpses, perplexed, and inquired, "Why are there so many bodies here?" Bonnie lifted her gaze and surveyed the surroundings before responding gravely. "Take a closer look. These long-dried corpses, aside from soldiers and pirates. Do you see any common folk dressed as civilians? Nisus is one of the wealthiest kingdoms in the world. How could it possibly lack inhabitants?" Indeed. From the moment they landed on the ruins of the kingdom until now, Shibei had observed nothing but the bodies clad in military uniforms and those of pirates adorned with tricorn hats. There had been no sign of ordinary citizens at all. In such a vast kingdom, it seemed implausible that only soldiers existed. Shibei suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that his analysis had been rather superficial. Shibei continued to inquire, "What about the bubblefish I just fell upon on the rocks?" Bonnie, gritting her teeth, remained silent. Indeed. It seemed that the bubblefish previously discovered by Shibei on the shore might very well have been an ordinary person assimilated by the sea beast, Ely. Consequently, he had inadvertently caused the demise of an innocent creature. However, Shibei felt little remorse. He merely pondered that everyone was a victim in this scenario, leaving him somewhat unsettled, akin to having swallowed a fly. He clenched his fists tightly, casting his gaze back towards the heart of the small island. Standing now at a height of over 10 meters, nearly comparable to the towering trees around him, his line of sight extended further. In the very center of the island, he beheld a grand palace steeped in the history of the Nisus kingdom. Despite its dilapidated state, Shibei could still sense the remnants of the kingdom's former glory. Surely, the sea beast Ely resided within that palace. Bonnie, too, sensed the turmoil within Shibei. "Hey, have you thought this through? Nolan Barreleye is not an ordinary pirate." Shibei cast a sidelong glance at Bonnie and retorted, "Do you consider my current appearance ordinary?" Bonnie suddenly laughed and replied, "Well, perhaps not. Since none of us are ordinary, why should I hide from him?" She refrained from further chatter, reaching into her neckline and retrieving a palm-sized white piece of paper. Bonnie tore the paper in half and handed one half to Shibei. "This is my life card. Keep it safe." Shibei thought to jest about how women in this world seem to enjoy tucking things away in their bosoms, but the atmosphere felt rather inappropriate for such banter. He held the paper in his palm, scrutinizing it closely. So this is the legendary life card, quite unremarkable, resembling a plain sheet of paper. Yet, Shibei understood that this seemingly ordinary piece of paper was indeed extraordinary, as its name suggests, a life card. It is impervious to blades and fire, and it is intrinsically linked to its owner's vitality. It is said to be crafted from the owner's fingernails and certain materials, though Shibei was uncertain about the specifics. This life card belonged to Bonnie, which meant that as long as he held onto this half, he could always discern Bonnie's direction, alleviating any fear of losing her. Furthermore, should Bonnie encounter any danger, the card would exhibit unusual signs. Quite practical indeed. As Zybe gradually collected himself, a sudden commotion erupted as a group of individuals leapt forth from the thicket. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 20 of them, drawn to the disturbance that had transpired. The tremors on the island had startled them, leading them to believe that some monstrous creature had emerged. Now, upon catching sight of Zybe, they could not suppress their exclamations of astonishment. How could this be? Why would the giant race manifest in this place? Shibei suddenly turned around, looking down from his elevated position at the diminutive pirates, who appeared as small as mere beings. He strode forward, positioning himself in front of Bonnie and Daddy, and then cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp, resounding pops. Immediately after, he turned his head and uttered, "You all go ahead." He promptly added, "Daddy, you cannot leave without your child. Rest assured, I shall rescue your daughter, even if she has been transformed into a bubble fish, as long as I draw breath. I will bring her back to you." Daddy bowed deeply once more, overwhelmed with gratitude. Bonnie hoisted Daddy onto her shoulder, running while shouting, "Hey, don't you dare die. I still have so many questions for you." Shibei coldly scoffed, "Am I so easily perishable?" At that moment, Dottie could not help but inquire, "Is everything truly fine?" Bonnie darted through the woods, exclaiming, "Who knows? Are you really siblings?" "Huh, certainly not." Dottie let out a sigh of relief, as expected. "You seem rather heavy," he remarked as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, remaining silent otherwise. In a hushed tone, Bonnie muttered, "Humph, why must I assist a bounty hunter? That scoundrel dared to claim I was a hindrance. How infuriating. I shall have my revenge." After her outburst, Bonnie quickened her pace, surging ahead. Suddenly, the pirates erupted into a cacophony of shouts. "Hey, the bounty hunter has escaped. And that woman too. We cannot allow them to leave. Otherwise, the boss will be furious." Shibei forcefully stomped his foot, sending a cloud of sand swirling into the air, causing the very ground to tremble beneath him. In a cold voice, he declared, "This path is impassable." A pirate, emboldened by folly, taunted, "Cursed giant race. They may be larger in stature, but how dare they underestimate us? We are members of the Ely pirate crew, and our captain is the legendary sea beast Ely. Have you heard of him? He is the infamous pirate who obliterated a nation 30 years ago, a contemporary of the pirate king Gold. Roger. Huh. Are you afraid now? If we eliminate this giant, perhaps our captain will elevate us to higher ranks." What a pitiful band of cannon fodder, their intellect seemingly limitless in its absence. If sea beast Ely truly cared for their lives, why has he yet to make an appearance? With such a commotion erupting on the island, even a fool would sense something amiss. Given Ely's formidable prowess, if he had any intention of coming to their rescue, he would have arrived long ago. The truth remains, sea beast Ely has utterly disregarded the fates of these individuals. Aspirations of promotion are nothing but a delusion. A single spit from Shibei landed amidst the throng of people. Several unfortunate pirates, caught in its trajectory, were drenched as if doused with a bucket of water. One particularly dim-witted individual even brought the spit to his nose for a whiff. Immediately, chaos erupted among the crowd. "What have you done, you scoundrel? How disgusting. Brothers, let us take him down." However, not all pirates were fools. Hey, this is a giant we're dealing with. Are we sure this is wise? Perhaps we should wait for the captain to arrive." At that moment, a shadow suddenly leapt from the branches, landing directly in front of Shibei's face. Shibei's eyes flickered as he beheld the sudden apparition, a man with bare shoulders, seemingly of a similar age to Daddy, his face adorned with a thick beard. However, this individual possessed a physique even more robust than Daddy's, marked by several prominent scars that crisscrossed his body, a terrifying sight. With bare fists, he aimed a powerful punch at Shibei's cheek. Shibei stood his ground, unflinching as he was struck by a punch. The surrounding pirates erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Look! It's Brother Lianhu." He was the X-class boxer of the New World Fighting Tournament, Baikuan Lianhu, whose fists could penetrate even steel. Serves him right. His skull must be shattered. Upon hearing the praises from the pirates, Baikuan Lianhu smirked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before him, rendering him incredulous. Shibei turned his head, seemingly unperturbed, and then gazed at the figure suspended in midair with a nonchalant demeanor. "It hurts quite a bit. Are you a participant in the fighting tournament?" The expression on whose face changed dramatically. Shibei clenched his fists and spoke in a deep voice. "Just so happens that I possess some knowledge of martial arts. Would you care to test my punch?" As soon as the words left his lips, Shibei unleashed a devastating blow towards Lianhu. The sheer force of his punch sent a wave of pressure that chilled Lianhu to the core. However, in midair, Lianhu found himself utterly unable to evade the impending strike. In a desperate move, he raised both arms to shield his face. Moments later, he was propelled several kilometers away by the force of Shibei's punch, crashing into the palace situated at the very heart of the island. Shibei whispered, "Ah, I almost forgot to remind you, brace yourself." Remarkably, the group of pirates who had been incessantly shouting moments ago fell utterly silent. Shibei's eyes darted towards them. "Oh, a monster. Even Brother who was sent flying. He is an X-class powerhouse from the Central Fighting Tournament of the New World." The pirates shouted in panic as they fled, and within just a short moment, they had all vanished from beneath Shibei's gaze. Shibei sensed that something was amiss. Among the pirates of the cadre level, he had previously detected the presence of 3, however, now only a single one, the tiger, had revealed itself. The remaining 2 must surely be lurking somewhere, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Shibei carefully surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, due to the elevated altitude and the setting sun behind him. His shadow was cast upon the ground before him, creating a visual blind spot. Preoccupied with examining the peculiarities around him, he overlooked what lay beneath his feet. Consequently, as he took a step forward, he felt as though he had stepped onto something soft and yielding. Shibei looked down and discovered a net of ropes beneath his feet. He found himself standing within this web, as if he had fallen into a trap. Shibei was somewhat astonished by the sudden emergence of a tangled web of ropes in a place that had previously been desolate. Just then, the ropes began to slowly contort and twist, ensnaring Shibei's legs and immobilizing him in place. In an instant, the front half of the rope web transformed into the silhouette of a man, obscured by a black cloth veil. This man was gaunt and clad in a black vest. His hands adorned with black gloves, enveloped entirely in darkness, as if he were merging seamlessly with Shibei's own shadow. The veiled man cackled ominously, hee. A member of the giant clan, are you? It has been nearly 30 years since I last hunted giants. Now that you have ventured into the ruins of Nessus, under the dominion of the Illy pirates, you might as well surrender. Our leader would certainly relish the opportunity to transform you into a colossal bubble fish. Shibei stirred slightly, attempting to lift his leg. It was futile. I am the possessor of the net fruit's power. Anything ensnared by my net, even a giant, cannot extricate itself from my black web. Although I am unaware of how you arrived here, your reckless antics have provoked our leader's ire. Prepare to be assimilated. I never anticipated that beneath the sea beast Illy, there would be subordinates not only skilled in combat but also endowed with abilities. It is no wonder that Dottie, renowned for his sharpshooting, found himself at a disadvantage. The net fruit must belong to the Paramecia category, possessing a tangible form. As long as it is corporeal, Shibei still holds a glimmer of hope. Shibei's forte lies in close combat, engaging in direct confrontation with a formidable giant who excels in hand-to-hand combat is undoubtedly an imprudent decision. Shibei had no intention of indulging in meaningless banter with this arrogant figure. Therefore, he decisively clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the haughty masked man. Shibei was utterly confident that this punch would leave the masked man questioning his very existence. However, the masked man displayed an air of unwavering confidence, as if he regarded Shibei's fist with complete disdain. Shibei suddenly felt a jolt of realization, halting his fist mid-air. Something was amiss. There were 3 officials in total, and with Baikwan being sent flying, the masked man had ensnared him. This left only one adversary remaining. Just then, a figure leaped forth from the thicket. Aha! Success! The man who emerged was clad in a striking ocean blue robe, his chest hair thick and unruly. Wielding an oversized iron hammer, he leapt high into the air and brought the hammer crashing down upon Shibei's forehead. A sickening crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing. Shibei instinctively leaned back and collapsed to the ground, as wisps of white smoke began to rise from the impact site. It was astonishing that a fellow like him had managed to send Baikwan flying. It seemed he had grown sluggish due to inactivity. One could only wonder what the leader was thinking in recalling him from the New World. The hammer-wielding man let out a derisive laugh, scoffing, "Hey, Haas. The remainder is yours to handle." The figure cloaked in black, known as Haas, seethed at the remark, retorting, "Dagov, if you dare to command me again, do you believe I want to unleash the full might of the binding fruit upon you?" Dugov merely snorted in response, resting the hammer on his shoulder, clearly dismissing Haas' words. "I shall pursue that bounty hunter." As Dugov stepped toward Shibei's head, Shibei suddenly opened his eyes, extending his hand to grasp Dugov firmly in his palm. Dugov was caught completely off guard, and even Haas wore a look of bewilderment. They had both distinctly heard the sound of Shibei's skull shattering, yet he still moved. Could it be that this man was immortal? In a certain sense, Shibei indeed possessed an unyielding vitality. Dugov felt as though he might be crushed, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Haas, upon hearing Dugov's agonized cry, regained his composure and shouted, "Binding nets!" Transforming once more into dark tendrils, Haas lunged toward Shibei, intent on ensnaring both of his arms. Aware of Haas' abilities, Shibei resolved not to be caught off guard. With a mighty heave, he hurled Dugov away, sending him crashing into the oncoming ropes. The force of Shibei's throw was immense, propelling Dugov and the ropes far from the scene. While the 2 men were still reeling from the encounter, Shibei had already risen to his feet and approached them, eager to test the strength of the ropes conjured by the binding fruit. With a swift motion, Shibei seized Haas from the ground. As Haas was currently in a state of transformation, his body had become a series of deep black ropes, with only a rounded head at the forefront of the tangled mass. Gripping the ends of the ropes, Shibei exerted a tremendous force, tearing the strands apart with a decisive pull. Haas could hardly anticipate such brutality from Shibei in his transformed state. The lower part of Haas' body transformed into an enormous net of ropes, thus, severing them would inflict harm upon him. However, if he could significantly reduce his physical form and concentrate it onto a single rope before the others were torn, the severed strands would become mere ordinary ropes, sparing his essence from injury. In other words, to truly harm Haas, one must ascertain which rope contained his concentrated being. Once that rope was identified and severed, Haas' life would be in jeopardy. Consequently, upon witnessing Shibei's actions, Haas was struck with terror. He concentrated his essence onto the rope leading to his head, thereby avoiding a gruesome fate. Seizing the moment, Haas tilted his head, held his breath, and feigned death with remarkable authenticity. Shibei was unaware of the peculiar abilities inherent to the net fruit. Upon witnessing Hor's motionless state, he mistakenly believed that Hor's had met his demise. With a swift flick of his hand, he unceremoniously cast Hor's aside. Hor's tumbled twice upon the ground before stealing a furtive glance at Shibei. Subsequently, he cautiously maneuvered his body, preparing to abscond from the battleground. Although Hor's possessed powers, his offensive capabilities were rather limited, primarily focusing on control. Given Shibei's current condition, which resembled that of a control-immune entity, remaining in the vicinity served little purpose. It would be far more prudent to hasten back and inform the sea beast, Ely. One must admit, this fellow was exceedingly cunning. Shibei heard a sound and turned his head to take a glance. Huaz immediately lay still, remaining completely motionless. Shibei scratched his head, feeling an inkling that Haas might still be alive. It is worth noting that Shibei has always been cautious and slightly paranoid. Hence, he turned and approached Haas, intending to strike again just in case. Haas remained in his powered state, yet the ropes below his head had been torn away halfway, presenting him as a rounded head trailing a half-torn net, creating an illusion of dismemberment. Upon hearing Shibei's footsteps, he crawled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Dugov swung his hammer and leapt from the ground. Since Shibei had his back to Dugov, and given that Dugov's jump reached over 10 meters, he landed right at the nape of Shibei's neck. If that hammer were to strike, it would surely hit Shibei's corporeal form, prompting him to become alert and turn around, throwing a punch at Dugov. At this juncture, Haas finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is indeed good to have companions. Haas swiftly retracted his powers, transforming into a human, and dashed away into the distance. Dugov, hold off this giant, while I fetch the boss. Shibei, in a fit of rage, bellowed, how dare you feign death? Do you have no shame? Haas hurriedly glanced back, tearing away the black veil, and with a tongue protruding, exclaimed, fool, just you wait, the boss will arrive shortly. He will undoubtedly transform you into a bubble fish, and then we shall see how audacious you remain. Shibei was nearly bursting with fury. Hey, you giant jerk, what are you staring at? Your opponent is me. Dugov resembled an indomitable cockroach, having endured several solid punches from Shibei, yet still remaining remarkably vigorous. This clearly demonstrates Dugov's prowess, which is undoubtedly among the elite, even surpassing that of the formidable by Quan Lianhu. The state of the giant within Zybe has persisted for quite some time, and his energy is nearly depleted. Each transformation into a giant results in an overwhelming loss of stamina, akin to a cascading waterfall, and his eyelids feel particularly heavy, inducing a profound desire for slumber. This may be attributed to the adverse effects of giantification. Now that Haas has fled, the sea beast Eily may soon arrive as well. He must conserve his strength. Shibei plopped down onto the ground, exhaling a long, deep breath. As this breath escaped him, his entire being seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, with hot vapor billowing from his form. Gradually, his body began to shrink, and within mere seconds, he returned to the size of an ordinary person. Notably, upon reverting to his normal shape, he appeared once again radiant. Shibei waved his hand in front of him, dispersing the sweltering smoke. Subsequently, he brushed off the gravel that clung to his backside and pointed at Dugov. What is the bounty? Dugov noticed that Shibei had suddenly returned to a normal human size, and he inexplicably chuckled. He then dropped the iron hammer in his hand onto the ground, shedding his sea blue coat, joining Shibei in bearing his arms. Dugov remarked, you are not of the giant race. You possess the power of a devil fruit. Do you not? Before Shibei could respond, Dugov continued, I see. You are also a bounty hunter. Shibei swiftly extended a finger, interrupting, indeed, I am also a hunter. But not a bounty hunter. Rather, I am a pirate hunter. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shibei charged directly at Dugov, delivering a powerful punch. Dugov, undeterred and unyielding, raised his hammer and struck toward Shibei. Shibei's fist struck the hammer, causing a twinge of pain. However, Dugofu was not in a much better position, as he staggered backwards several steps. Shibei seized the momentum and advanced a step, colliding shoulder to shoulder. Dugov relished this visceral sensation of impact. He grounded himself, crossing his arms, and met the charge head-on. The two men, bare-chested, stood shoulder to shoulder, their faces mere inches apart. A bead of sweat trickled down the tip of Shibei's nose. With a determined stride, he lunged forward and exerted all his strength in a powerful shove. Drink! At that moment, Dugov faltered for merely an instant, only to be sent sprawling several meters away, ultimately crashing against a colossal rock face. The sheer force of the impact left a significant dent in the unforgiving stone. Blood spurted from Dugov's mouth. Yet he swiftly regained his footing, executing 2 backflips before landing deftly on a branch. Coincidentally, at the precise moment Dugov leaped away, it seemed as though Zybe had foreseen Dugov's next move as he charged straight towards the trunk of the tree. With a swift and powerful kick, he struck the massive tree, causing it to splinter and break apart. At that moment, Dugov also descended from the branch. However, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he capitalized on the momentum of his fall, wielding his enormous iron hammer and striking towards Zybe's face with great force. Shibei's figure flickered, barely evading the blow. TSK. Dugofu clicked his tongue, remarking, "A troublesome fellow." Shibei crouched on the ground, gazing intently at Dugov. This was indeed his first encounter of such intensity with another. Dugov was undeniably formidable, and just moments ago, Shibei had distinctly noticed that the hammer in Dugov's hand had suddenly hardened. It was this realization that compelled him to evade the sharp edge of the confrontation. It was the manifestation of haki. Dugov had actually mastered the armament haki. Shibei chewed thoughtfully and muttered, "What a troublesome fellow." Dugofu scoffed, "A pirate hunter? With such meager abilities, do you truly believe you can capture our leader?" Zybe gnawed his teeth, rendered speechless. "Ha ha ha, stop mocking others, you can't even surpass this challenge." Dugov's eyes flickered, and he continued, "So, what do you think? Are you interested in joining our elite pirate crew? With your skills, you could undoubtedly rise to a position of authority within our ranks. Our captain has been dormant and impelled down for 30 years, but he has finally returned. As long as you stand by his side, it won't be long before we dominate the new world. Whitebeard, that monstrous figure, has perished. Who else possesses the strength to thwart our captain? No one. Presently, the most talked about figures are the Straw Hat Kid and Blackbeard, yet the Straw Hat Kid has vanished without a trace. If we annihilate the Blackbeard pirates, the reputation of the Ely pirate crew will once again resonate throughout the Grand Line. Our captain is the sea beast of the Grand Line. Only he is worthy of the title of Pirate King. Look at this Nazis, once one of the most prosperous kingdoms in the world, now transformed into the palace of the Ely pirate crew. There is nothing our captain desires that he cannot obtain. So, Pirate Hunter, what is your response?" Shibei stood tall, tilting his head slightly as he spat onto the ground, too indifferent to utter a word. Dugofu's gaze turned icy as he spoke sternly. "It appears you have yet to grasp the grandeur of the Ely pirate crew. What a pity." Shibei stood bare-bodied against the wind. He raised his arm and beckoned to Dugov, expressionless as he uttered a phrase. "Beware of dying from excessive chatter, come forth." Dugov charged out wielding a hammer, roaring in response, "It is you who shall perish, Pirate Hunter." With a powerful stomp, Shibei shattered the ground beneath him. Martial arts, the entrance to life. Shibei's fist shattered Dugov's hammer with unwavering force, subsequently crashing into Dugov's cheek. Dugov's eyes slowly rolled back, revealing the whites, and in the next moment, his entire being soared into the sky, the exact destination unknown. However, one thing is certain. Dugov has certainly distanced himself from this small island. The fist of Shibei, having shed a layer of skin, was stained with the blood of Dugofu, which dripped relentlessly onto the ground. Shibei murmured, "Fool, the era of the sea beast, Illy, has long since concluded, over 30 years ago." Whitebeard loomed like a colossal mountain before the eyes of pirates. Now that the mountain has crumbled, the myriad of malevolent beings have emerged in full force, including many notorious pirates who had once suffered under Whitebeard's dominion. He was indeed an anomaly among pirates, for he did not engage in the deeds typical of his kind. More than just a mountain, he stood as a beacon between the old era and the new. Throughout his life, he devoted himself to seeking companions, embracing them as family, and together they safeguarded the new world. Countless nations in the latter half of the Grand Line thrived under his protection, with Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea, serving as a prime example. In Shibei's eyes, Whitebeard was undoubtedly a hero. Alas, heroes are often steeped in tragedy. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Not long after Whitebeard closed his eyes, his pirate crew began to disintegrate, and even the territories he once held were fragmented. Most alarming was the resurgence of the pirates he had once suppressed, now collectively reawakening. A new world without Whitebeard becomes a lawless domain, one that even the world government cannot adequately oversee. It remains unclear whether Whitebeard's demise is a blessing or a curse. Remarkably, just a month after the Battle of Marineford, individuals have begun rallying the remnants of their former crews, setting their sights on the new world. Should a horde of heavy criminals converge there, one cannot fathom how many kingdoms might transform into a second Nessus. Of course, those kingdoms are likely intertwined with the world government in some manner. Yet Shibei found no inclination to concern himself with their fates. He merely lamented that Whitebeard's death was ill-timed. Had he perished a day earlier or later, the dynamics of the new world might not have unfolded as they do now. In the past, Shibei merely observed from the sidelines, but now, fully immersed in this era, he increasingly perceives that Whitebeard, in the years following the death of his old rival Roger, has been tirelessly rectifying the aftermath of Roger's legacy. The man, renowned as the strongest in the world, willingly engages in such laborious tasks, which leaves Shibei feeling a profound sense of frustration merely at the thought of it. It is no wonder that Ace cannot bear to hear anyone speak ill of Whitebeard. Even someone like Shibei, an outsider, feels an undeniable weariness in witnessing it. Shibei draped the cloak over his shoulders once more and let out a gentle sigh. He lifted his gaze towards the ancient palace, which appeared somewhat weathered under the hues of twilight. Since the venerable Whitebeard, a paragon of the bygone era, had passed away, was there still a need for others of that time to stir up trouble? Both Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters and the heroic Garp were aware that the tide of time had shifted. It was time to step aside and allow new talents to emerge. This sea beast, Eri, truly seems to be regressing with each passing day. Zybe grasped tightly the fragile piece of paper that represented Bonnie's life. The mess left behind by Roger could be managed by Whitebeard. Yet who would tend to the chaos left by Whitebeard himself? Luffy? That would be a matter for 2 years hence. Moreover, given Luffy's personality, he hardly seemed like someone inclined to clean up after others. Shibei murmured, "Allow me to take on the role temporarily." After Shibei finished muttering to himself, he suddenly felt a presence behind him, and at that moment, he found himself entirely enveloped by the shadow of that figure. His heartbeat quickened, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The palpable sense of oppression was unmistakable. It could only belong to the main individual. It had only been 2 minutes since Shibei had sent Du Gufu flying, yet the main figure had arrived with astonishing swiftness. Clearly, the sea beast Ely held considerable concern for these 3 officials. After all, for the sea beast Ely, these 3 were the only ones who could be regarded as combatants at present, and it was only natural for him to be somewhat invested in their fate. Shibei took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and then he saw a fist, calloused and battered, hurtling towards him, with no place to evade. He raised his hands to block, shielding his face. The figure of Shibei remained obscured, as he was swiftly sent flying by a single punch. "Hey, Haz, where's Dagov?" The man, towering nearly 3 meters in height, could hardly be described as merely large. His physique was robust, almost grotesquely so, in stark contrast to his massive frame. His head resembled a mere yellow bean affixed atop his body, completely bald. A scar traced the corner of his mouth, and he was missing a tooth. The most jarring aspect of his appearance was the black and white bodysuit he wore, prison garb from the underwater penitentiary impelled down. Haz, clad in black, displayed a palpable subservience to this colossal man, refraining from putting on airs in his presence. With a swift motion, Haz tore away the black veil, exclaiming, "He was just here." He quickly added, "Could he have been sent flying like that scoundrel Lianhu?" The massive man in prison attire shot Haz a fierce glare. Startled, Haz retreated several paces and pointed toward the distant Shibei, embellishing his account. "Boss, that's the one. I swear, I saw him with my own eyes. He is undoubtedly a giant." Lianhu was indeed knocked away by him. They are in cahoots with the bounty hunter. "Oh, and boss, he must be planning to capture you for a bounty. That wretched bounty hunter has been wreaking havoc in our territory these past few days, and several of our brothers have suffered. Dugov has undoubtedly been captured by them." Indeed, this colossal man, still clad in his prison garb, was none other than the notorious captain of the Illy pirates, Nolanskord Birili. the mastermind who dismantled the kingdom of Nessus 30 years prior, known as the Sea Beast of the Grand Line. He bore a bounty of 296 million, an abandoned titan of the new era. The Sea Beast illy fixed his gaze back upon Shibei, stating, Haas, you should be aware of the consequences of deceiving me. All I see before me is a mere boy, not a giant. Haas, in a panic, insisted, Boss, I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. He truly is of the giant race. But how could he appear so diminutive now? Suddenly, the Sea Beast illy raised his arm and delivered a resounding slap to Haas. Caught off guard by illy's abrupt aggression, Haas had no chance to evade. Thus, he was propelled against the rock wall, deeply embedded within it. It was evident that Haas had lost consciousness. I told you, he is not a giant. Those who dare oppose me meet such fates. The Sea Beast illy squinted, scrutinizing Shibei, and coldly remarked, a user of superhuman abilities? Intriguing. He began to stride purposefully toward Shibei. Due to the relentless battles following his transformation into a giant, Zyb's concentration and energy have significantly diminished, rendering him far less formidable than in his prime. Moreover, the Sea Beast, illy, is no ordinary adversary, which has exacerbated Zyb's burden. He had intended to take a brief respite before confronting his foe, but to his astonishment, the Sea Beast illy appeared without warning, leaving him no time to prepare. At this moment, the words of Roronoa Zoro resonate profoundly. Calamities often arrive in swift succession. Zyb leaned against the tree roots, gazing at the discordant form of the Sea Beast, illy, and remarked with a hint of mockery, indeed, a true monster. With a swift motion, illy propelled himself forward, his expression icy as he charged at Zyb. The minions were inconsequential, easily dispatched with a mere flick. In this new world, they were abundant. However, you nearly obliterated my palace, and for that alone, there is no forgiveness. Let me witness your capabilities, bounty hunter. As illy's words lingered in the air, his fist came crashing down upon Zyb once more. Zyb observed with clarity as illy's fist transformed into a deep ebony hue, akin to being coated in a layer of paint. No, it was more accurate to say it resembled a fist enveloped in iron. The power of armament hockey solidified. Shibei dared not confront directly, deftly leaping to the left. The mighty fist of the Sea Beast, illy, struck nothing but air. Simultaneously, Shibei sprang to the side of the Sea Beast, instinctively retaliating with a punch that landed squarely on illy's face. However, to his astonishment, illy did not stagger back, for, unbeknownst to Shibei, the entire visage of the Sea Beast had transformed into a deep, obsidian hue. Indeed, illy had employed the formidable technique of armament hockey, hardening his face to withstand the blow. After Shibei unleashed his punch, it felt as though it struck a block of iron. In terms of combat skills, Shibei was confident he surpassed the Sea Beast illy. However, his current defeat stemmed from a lack of hockey. What disgusted him the most was precisely this armament hockey, for it not only allowed one to strike against those with natural abilities, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities, achieving a perfect balance of offense and defense. In this world, who could dare to call themselves a strong warrior without the mastery of hockey? Shibei's overall strength has become quite formidable. The only aspect it lacks is a commanding presence. Without such authority, setting ambitions in a world teeming with formidable adversaries is nothing short of folly. Suddenly, the Sea Beast, illy, interjected, Kid, are you looking down on me? Shibei clenched his teeth in silence. Are you not a capable one? If you do not take this seriously, you may never have another opportunity. I have no time to converse with someone as naive as you, who does not even comprehend the essence of battle. Has the profession of bounty hunter fallen to such a lowly state? Indeed, it is the fault of this era. I could scarcely contain my desire to overthrow this wretched new age. Suddenly, the Sea Beast, illy, let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Roger, Newgate, you two scoundrels. Open your eyes and behold. This is the youth of the new era, inferior to even the filth, utterly unworthy of traversing the vast seas. The Grand Line will forever belong to us. At this juncture, the Sea Beast illy paused, then amended, No, the Grand Line belongs to me, it is mine. I am the Pirate King. Shibei chuckled softly. It seems I can hear the lamentations of a forlorn hound. The Sea Beast, illy, pointed at Shibei, speaking in a detached tone. How unpleasant. I shall ensure that your foul mouth will never utter another word. In such a tense atmosphere, Shibei typically refrained from engaging in idle chatter, perceiving excessive words as a sign of weakness, much like illy at present. However, there were sentiments that Shibei could no longer suppress, not out of a desire to persuade illy, but merely to vent his frustrations. Do you know? I am a bounty hunter of pirates, having lived aimlessly until I encountered you, who now serves as a clear beacon for me. A heavy criminal like you, forsaken by the tides of time, will undoubtedly become my primary source of income. As for the great ships of the New World, you shall likely never set foot upon them again. The departure of Whitebeard Newgate is testament to this. Behold, you still cling to that prison garb. Ely glanced down at his prison attire, a flicker of anger mingled with embarrassment crossing his face. Is that so? So you are a bounty hunter of pirates. Then tell me, bounty hunter, answer me this question. Shibei spread his hands, adopting an attentive demeanor. Pray, speak. Here I stand before you, so tell me, do you still envision a future? Shibei declared with unwavering certainty. Indeed, there is. The sea beast, Ely, burst into a fit of laughter, tears of mirth streaming down his face. He exclaimed, a brash and arrogant little imp like you can be quite to my taste at times. However, since you have chosen the path of a pirate hunter, you ought to be thoroughly prepared, wouldn't you agree? Shibei spoke in a deep voice. Of course. Young one, reveal your name. Donghai Shibei. The sea creature, Ely, was momentarily taken aback, then touched the scar at the corner of his mouth. His expression gradually darkened as he ground his teeth and stared intently at Shibei, saying with a heavy tone, I see. You are also from Donghai. No wonder I have felt a vague pain at the corner of my mouth since earlier. As soon as the words left his lips, the sea creature Ely suddenly began to grow larger, and slowly, his hands transformed into fins. In the blink of an eye, he morphed into a colossal blue whale, measuring several dozen meters in length. This enormous creature, resplendent in deep ocean blue, soared through the air before facing Shibei and spoke in human tongue. I shall now show you what true despair means. Ely's earlier demeanor had been quite stable. What had caused such a sudden shift to rage upon hearing Shibei's name? Did Shibei harbor some deep-seated enmity with him? It seemed unlikely. Upon further reflection, Shibei realized that the name itself was not the crux of the issue. Rather, it was the mention of Donghai that had provoked Ely's emotional outburst. At that moment, Shibei recalled the scar at the corner of Ely's mouth. Zyba remembers that Daddy, who has a child, once mentioned that 30 years ago, the pirate king Roger did not tolerate the sea beast Aerie. From this statement, one can infer that the sea beast Aerie must have been dealt with by Roger in the past, and that scar is likely a testament to Roger's handiwork. With this thought in mind, many things begin to fall into place. The sea beast Aerie harbors a profound hatred for Roger, which explains why, upon escaping from prison, the first thing he did was rush to Logtown, Roger's hometown. It seems Aerie intended to wreak havoc, and that is how he encountered Daddy, leading to Daddy's daughter being transformed into a bubble fish. Indeed, Daddy is truly a victim of circumstance, facing a calamity that is utterly unjust. Shibei hurriedly steadied his thoughts, scrutinizing the magnificent whale before him. Indeed, this whale was impressively large, exuding a striking cerulean hue that rendered it quite beautiful. It was utterly inconceivable that such a creature was conjured by the sea beast Ely. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. It was evident that the sea beast Ely was serious in its intentions. If he continued to stand there in a daze, he would be little more than a mere morsel. Without uttering a word, Shibei swiftly turned and dashed into the depths of the forest. Above him, a colossal blue whale soared, relentlessly pursuing him. The small creature, Shibei, stood no chance against such a colossal whale, especially one that soared through the skies. Within a mere few hundred meters, Shibei narrowly evaded the whale's powerful approach multiple times. Had it not been for Shibei's diminutive size and remarkable agility, it would undoubtedly have suffered grave consequences. Just as Shibei skillfully dodged another of the whale's ferocious bites, the whale suddenly swept its powerful tail, obliterating an entire grove of trees in one fell swoop. At that moment, Shibei found itself with no refuge left. The immense azure whale plummeted from the heights, its cavernous maw agape lunging towards Shibei with terrifying intent. Shibei was also enraged. Let us proceed. He bit his pinky, and blood gushed forth. The whale spoke human words. Humph, a giant? Nearly larger in stature. I am, after all, a magnificent beast of the Grand Line. Shibei retorted with a hint of defiance. You're large? We are quite evenly matched. As soon as the words left his lips, the giant and the colossal whale collided with tremendous force. The entire island trembled under the impact of these two titans, unleashing a tempestuous wind. Nolan Scott Barilli truly embodied the title of sea monster upon transformation. His skin became smooth and viscous. Shibei understood that this was characteristic of whales, yet he was troubled by the sheer size of Ely in his whale form, which was extraordinarily robust, larger even than Shibei in his giant state. In terms of sheer physicality, Shibei was already at a disadvantage. With the momentum of his charge, Ely crashed into Shibei, toppling him to the ground, where he landed upon a thicket of trees, crushing them beneath his weight. Die! Ely exclaimed as he swung his tail and lunged forward, sinking his teeth into Shibei's left shoulder. Ely possessed a unique assimilation ability, a peculiar trait of the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit. Anyone bitten by him would be transformed into a bubble fish, losing their autonomy. This ability was indeed a formidable challenge. It was precisely this power that instilled in Ely an overwhelming arrogance. Thus far, none who had fallen victim to his bite had escaped the fate of assimilation. Consequently, when he bit into Shibei, he believed the battle had reached its conclusion and naturally let his guard down. Just as Ely contemplated releasing his grip, Shibei suddenly embraced him, and then with a swift motion, sank his teeth into the fin on his back, forcibly tearing it away. Ely emitted a heart-wrenching roar, attempting to withdraw, but how could Shibei so easily allow him to create distance? Close combat was Shibei's forte. If he did not seize this opportunity to thoroughly wear down Ely, once Ely grew wary, such an exceptional chance would likely never present itself again. With a vigorous twist, Shibei embraced Ely, and together they tumbled onto the ground. The two colossal beings rolled across the terrain, crushing numerous trees in their wake. Ultimately, they reached the water's edge, teetering on the brink of plunging into the vast ocean. In a moment of quick thinking, Shibei clamped Ely's body with his legs. Given that Ely had transformed into a whale, devoid of limbs, he lacked the agility that Shibei possessed, despite his considerable strength. Shibei expended considerable effort to gain the upper hand over Ely. The recent skirmish between these two was reminiscent of a child's playful tussle. Ely lay on the shore, belly up, tail rhythmically striking the ground, utterly perplexed. Despite having bitten Shibei, he could not fathom why Shibei had not been assimilated. His gaze shifted to Shibei's left shoulder, where the evidence of his bite remained. Confusion filled Ely's eyes. Surely, you ought to have been assimilated by now. Shibei remained silent, staring intently into Ely's eyes before delivering a powerful punch. Ely, capable of wielding armament hockey, combined with the tough, resilient skin of the colossal blue whale, would find it challenging to sustain significant damage if struck elsewhere. Comparatively, the eyes present a more vulnerable target. Shibei relentlessly struck Ely's eye socket with over a dozen blows, each infused with his utmost strength. He was determined to incapacitate Ely before succumbing to exhaustion himself. Evidently, Shibei's assault was effective. Ely's eye socket had sunk deeply, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. It must be noted that Ely had indeed encountered a downfall. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, only to find himself now rendered blind in one eye. As for why Shibei, despite being bitten, did not undergo assimilation, this can be attributed to the unique traits of giants. There is a saying that understanding oneself and one's opponent leads to unassailable victories. Had Ely known from the outset that Shibei's weakness lay in the back of his neck, Shibei would likely have met his demise. However, Shibei was a remarkably cautious individual. Would he divulge his vulnerabilities to Ely? Not only Ely, but even Bonnie, with whom he currently shared a harmonious rapport, would not be privy to such secrets. This giant physique proved immensely practical, though Shibei lamented its lack of regenerative abilities. Now that he held the upper hand, it was customary for him to mercilessly strike a drowning opponent. While he still possessed some energy, he aimed to render Ely incapable of self-sufficiency. Shibei was indifferent to Ely's character and actions. He harbored no particular hatred. What mattered to him was the clear understanding that Ely sought his demise, and Shibei had always been unyielding towards anyone with such intentions. Ely, the sea beast, had a penchant for biting? How fortuitous. The current colossal form of Shibei, aside from its immense strength and towering stature, boasts an impressive set of teeth. It is important to note that this giant physique was inherently designed for the purpose of consuming humans. Without a doubt, when it comes to biting, Shibei prides itself on being unparalleled. Shibei slowly opened his mouth, and given his current appearance, he could easily frighten a multitude of timid souls. His mouth was stretched to an absurd proportion. Under normal circumstances, whether one were a giant or an ordinary person, the mouth could only be opened to a quarter of the face's size. Yet, at this moment, the ratio of his mouth to his entire face was 1-to-1. In other words, the size of his mouth mirrored that of his face. Even the notoriously malevolent sea beast, Ely, was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Shibei now had its mouth wide open, making it improbable to utter a word. Thus, Shibei resolved to respond to Ely's inquiry with tangible action, which would appear more courteous. Consequently, Shibei swiftly lowered its head and sank its teeth into Ili's body. The taste was somewhat briny and metallic. Shibei spat out a piece of putrid flesh from his mouth. Once again, he ground his teeth and opened his jaws wide. It seemed as though he was intent on devouring Ili alive. Although Ili was no stranger to malevolence, he had never encountered such a terrifying display. This was hardly an act of mere biting. It is unmistakably a tale of cannibalism. To reason it out, as a pirate, Eri had long accepted the inevitability of his demise, given his numerous misdeeds. Yet, despite his meticulous calculations, he never anticipated that he would one day be devoured alive. Imprisoned and impelled down for a full 30 years, his once formidable prowess had waned, and age had taken its toll. However, his ambition only swelled, particularly upon hearing the news of Whitebeard's death during the Marineford War. He naively believed that no one could impede his progress across the seas any longer. Little did he know that the very first battle he faced upon escaping prison would lead him to such a dismal fate. Indeed, the tides of time have shifted. Eri slowly closed his eyes, as if resigning himself to his fate. Just then, a vision of the pirate king, Roger, surfaced in his mind. Roger proclaimed, "Nolan Scardbur Eri, as a sea beast, you ought to remain beneath the waves." Eri abruptly opened his eyes, roaring with all his might, "Roger!" With a roar from Ili, he seemed to transform into a different person. His eyes reddened, and with a gaping maw, he lunged at Shibei. However, Shibei had been startled by Ili's earlier roar and was already on high alert. Upon witnessing Ili recklessly charge towards him with an intention to bite, Shibei also noticed that Ili's teeth were entirely fortified with a hardened coating. Shibei was taken aback, raising his hand in a futile attempt to shield himself. Ili sank his teeth into Shibei's arm, severing it cleanly. Shibei fell backward in pain, and it was precisely this fall that allowed him to disengage from Ili. With a flick of his tail, Ili soared into the sky, finally creating distance from Shibei. At this moment, Shibei had lost his entire left arm, and his strength was utterly depleted. If Ili were to charge at him again, he could do nothing but await his fate. However, reality often defies expectations. Ili did not launch another attack. Anyone witnessing Shibei's earlier menacing demeanor would be struck with terror, and Ili was no exception. He dared not approach Shibei again. Although somewhat ashamed, Ili had to concede that, in comparison to his biting, Shibei indeed possessed a remarkable set of teeth. The colossal blue whale floated in the air, its body a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. Shibei stood at the water's edge, one arm severed and his mouth stained with blood. At present, neither party holds the upper hand. No one dares to make a rash move. At last, Ili has managed to escape from Shibei's clutches. Should Ili choose to flee now, Shibei would be powerless to stop him, for Shibei is not endowed with the ability to fly. This, however, is of secondary importance. The crux of the matter lies in Shibei's utter exhaustion. He has maintained his giant form solely through sheer willpower. Ili, still hovering above, is watching intently. Should he perceive an opportunity, Shibei may find himself in dire peril. Shibei forced himself to remain calm, gazing up at the majestic blue whale soaring gracefully in the sky. At present, Ili neither advanced nor retreated, which left Shibei feeling somewhat anxious. Was Ili truly intending to prolong this stalemate indefinitely? With Ili currently holding the upper hand and possessing the freedom to maneuver, Shibei was relegated to a position of passive defense. Merely maintaining his current stance was already exhausting him. It would not be long before he reverted to an ordinary state. When that moment arrived, Shibei would find himself at a loss. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency began to envelop him. Shibei seized a towering tree from the ground and hurled it towards Ili. With a swift flick of his tail, Ili sent the tree crashing into the sea, continuing to glide through the air with an unruffled demeanor. Shibei, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Come down if you dare." "Ha! With your timid demeanor, how can you aspire to be the pirate king?" Ili let out a roar. "You brat, do not become too complacent. Although I am unaware of why you have not been assimilated, with only one arm remaining, what can you truly accomplish? I wonder how long you can endure this tedium. Very well, I shall have those little ones keep you company." As soon as he finished speaking, Ili let out a soft murmur. A cascade of vibrant bubbles erupted from his mouth, each one a kaleidoscope of colors, leaving Shibei bewildered. Uncertain of the trickery Ili was about to unfold, Shibei gazed intently at the bubbles, waiting as they drifted closer to him. At that moment, he finally discerned that within each bubble, each the size of a palm, resided a fish, all of which were gaping with mouths agape, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Shibei exclaimed in astonishment, "Bubblefish?" With a pop, The bubbles burst, and a multitude of bubble fish surged forth. Shibei incessantly waved his hands to shoo them away. However, these little creatures were akin to a fearless battalion. Those in the front were swatted away, yet the ones behind immediately surged forward. Thus, in this back-and-forth skirmish, Shibei found himself covered in bites and bruises. He leapt and dodged in every direction, but no matter where he fled, the bubblefish relentlessly pursued him. Shibei's current state of panic and retreat has provoked a fit of uncontrollable laughter from Ely. Zibbet seized a towering tree and hurled it once more towards Ely. Caught off guard by laughter, Ely was struck squarely, nearly plummeting from the air. Enraged, Ely commanded, "Tear him to shreds." Following this direct order, the bubblefish intensified their ferocious attacks. At that moment, Zibbet suddenly heard an eerie wail. "Save me. I have had enough. I do not wish for this." Shibei suddenly realized that these bubblefish might also have been assimilated by Ely. Could it be that they were once human? How unsettling it is to think of so many humans being absorbed and concealed within. Doesn't Ely find this horrifying? Ah, and what of Dottie's daughter? She is quite likely among this school of fish. Shibei, gritting her teeth against the pain, softly called out, "Hey, Kaya, are you there?" A relatively small bubble fish swam in front of her, circling briefly before it opened its mouth and bit down on her forehead. At that moment, Shibei heard the faint cry of a little girl, a sound so delicate that it mingled with the soft whimpering of the fish school, nearly imperceptible unless one listened intently. Shibei cradled the diminutive bubble fish in the palm of his hand, observing it with great care. Suddenly, he noticed a droplet of tear glistening at the corner of the fish's eye. How peculiar. Can fish truly shed tears? Such a profound question was beyond Shibei's comprehension. Instinctively, he turned the fish over, attempting to discern its gender. However, to his dismay, he found himself utterly unable to tell. Shibei experienced a slight headache. Although he distinctly heard the soft whimpers of a little girl, he could not ascertain if it was indeed Kaya. What purpose does mere weeping serve? Even a spoken word would suffice. Wait a moment. Shibei suddenly found himself puzzled. Why was he able to perceive these faint sounds? This phenomenon had also occurred when he was observing the statue amidst the ruins. Shibei grasped the back of his head, pondering intently. Gradually, a glimmer of understanding began to emerge. Could it be the power of the devil fruit? Ever since he consumed the devil fruit, his hearing had become extraordinary, allowing him to discern even the distance between himself and his adversaries. It was strikingly similar to the ability of observation haki. Wait a moment, observation haki? Shibei was taken aback, recalling the various signs from his past, which strikingly resembled the template of observation haki, particularly not long ago, during his confrontation with the officer Dagoth. Shibei found that by concentrating his focus, he could effortlessly anticipate Dagov's next move. Was this not a manifestation of observation haki? In this world, every individual possesses haki, for it is an innate potential power that resides within each person. With sufficient training, it manifests itself. Shibei, fortunate enough to consume the hearing fruit, honed his ability to listen, using it as a catalyst to channel his inner potential, thus awakening his observation haki. To be precise, after consuming the hearing fruit, he had already touched the threshold of observation haki. However, he had always believed that these abilities were merely the powers of the devil fruit. Hence he did not devote much thought to understanding them. Much like Monkey D. Luffy, who possesses haki yet remains oblivious to it. The more one engages in battle, the more the value of haki becomes evident, and its presence is most prominently showcased. Shibei was uncertain whether he possessed the latent potential for Conqueror's haki, yet he had come to a definitive realization. With the aid of the listening fruit, he had finally stepped into the realm of haki. Presently, his greatest proficiency lay in observation haki, which allowed him to perceive his surroundings and attune to the whispers of hearts. Amidst the overwhelming swarm of bubble fish, Shibei gradually closed his eyes, meticulously listening to the trajectories of the fish as they swam. He then deftly maneuvered his body, evading the multitude of fish. Having once been frantic and scattered, he now found tranquility, skillfully avoiding the nibbles of the aquatic swarm. Ely also noticed the transformation within Shibei and, with a hint of unease, remarked, "This lad, could it be that the listening fruit leans towards support, and what Shibei currently lacks is precisely that support?" Shibei has finally begun to recognize the significance of his devil fruit abilities. This power encompasses far more than merely enhancing auditory perception and siphoning potential. Let us not forget that the capabilities of a devil fruit can indeed be developed and awakened. Shibei grinned, evading the school of fish, and gazed longingly at the distant horizon. Sea beast, you have truly put me through torment. I owe you my gratitude this time. With a sharp bite of his teeth, Ely muttered, Damn it, I shall let you linger a few more days. Having uttered these words, Ely turned and swam towards the sky. Not so fast. Perhaps you should take my life while you still can, Shibei scoffed, whispering, Fleeing? Is it wise to turn your back on me like this? Shibei seized a colossal tree, aiming it directly at the retreating figure of Ely. He then squinted his left eye, taking careful aim for a moment before emitting a low grunt and hurling the ancient tree towards Ely. The century-old giant soared through the air with a piercing sound, racing toward its target. Just as Ely turned to glance back, the tree pierced through him. A mournful cry escaped Ely's lips as he coughed up blood. Simultaneously, the sea creature Ely involuntarily reverted to his human form and plummeted from the heights, ultimately plunging into the depths of the ocean. Shibei faced the sea, extending a middle finger in an international gesture. Suddenly, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground, feeling his eyelids grow heavier, unable to maintain his giant form any longer. Gradually, Shibei shrank to the size of an ordinary person, the only thing unchanged being his nakedness. There was also a perplexing matter that troubled Shibei. Even with his awakened Kinbunchika haki, it should be impossible to comprehend the sounds of the fish shoals. What could this mean? Regrettably, he now lacked the strength to ponder such questions. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he beheld the crescent moon and countless twinkling stars above, an exquisite sight. The sea beast plunged into the depths, yet shortly after, the winds surged upon the waters, and the night air turned sharply cold. A fierce gale swept through, and myriad columns of water erupted from the ocean, reaching for the heavens and stirring tumultuous waves. The climate of the Grand Line was notoriously unpredictable. No one could foresee when the winds would change. The Narcissus ruins were situated on an island, encircled by the sea, and now waves cascaded in from all directions, crashing upon the shores of the island's harbor, akin to the tide rising. Consequently, Shibei's small boat, anchored in the harbor, was at risk of being swept away by the surging waters. Fortunately, Bonnie was present. Hey, you lot, hurry up and pull the boat ashore. If it gets swept away, I'll sink all of you to the ocean floor. Bonnie secured a rope to the boat's stern and, embodying her role as captain, issued commands with authority. Indeed, she was the captain, displaying formidable leadership skills. She tossed the front end of the rope at a group of burly men, signaling them to pull swiftly, warning that disobedience would lead to dire consequences. 7 or 8 men knelt in a row on the shore, their faces bruised and battered. Upon hearing Bonnie's orders, they dared not voice their grievances and collectively tugged at the rope, striving to bring the small boat ashore to prevent it from being swept away. After all, it was merely a lightweight emergency lifeboat without an anchor, previously secured at the shore with ropes. Bonnie stood on the boat, draped in a coat, arms crossed. With a defiant expression, she embodied the quintessential strong woman. 1 foot perched on the boat's edge, she shouted, You bunch of scoundrels, don't you dare slack off, pull. Among the men, one fellow at the front began to whisper to his companion, What a day of misfortune. First, we encountered the giant race. And now this savage woman. Could she be a bounty hunter as well? She seems oddly familiar, as though I've seen her somewhere before. Immediately, someone voiced their discontent. Are you really blaming us? You're the one who led us in this direction. Otherwise, how would we have crossed paths with her? Damn, she is incredibly strong. I was hoping to capture her for a reward, and now the boss must be furious. A head popped up from behind, joining in the conversation. Hey, didn't you all hear what was said just now? The island is abuzz with commotion. Could it be our leader? The man at the forefront suddenly paused and remarked, Do not speak recklessly. Our leader is the formidable sea beast, Ely. I cannot fathom the idea of him being defeated. It is said that 30 years ago, the wise strategist of the warring states expended great effort to capture him. Our leader possesses a unique ability, one fatal strike. If he sinks his teeth into you, assimilation is inevitable. Have you all forgotten? However, the leading man muttered softly, Perhaps our leader has already assimilated that giant race. We must devise a plan to escape. That vile woman dares to treat us this way. Let her savor her moment of triumph for a while. The 8 men exchanged knowing glances, a shared smile emerging among them. In truth, these fellows were rather unfortunate. Remember when Shibei sent Lin Hu flying, instilling terror in a band of expendable pirates? At that moment, everyone was eager to flee, resulting in chaos and disarray as they scattered in all directions. Now, these 8 pirates, in their frantic haste, driven by fear, had abandoned their comrades and surged ahead, unwittingly finding themselves at the harbor, coincidentally the very spot where Shibei had moored his small vessel. At that time, Bonnie had already parted ways with Shibe and was returning to the boat. Consequently, these 8 pirates collided unexpectedly with Bonnie. They were initially elated, seeing a lone woman and assuming she would be easy prey, intending to capture her to redeem themselves and gain some recognition. Yet reality proved to be harsh. In the end, they were soundly thrashed by Bonnie and found themselves kneeling in a row, now ordered to tow the ship. Conversely, one might argue that fortune smiled upon these 8 pirates. Had it been an ordinary day, Bonnie would have indeed sent them to the depths of the sea. The reason she spared their lives was due to the sudden shift in weather. Bonnie had been acutely aware of the disturbances on the island and could sense that 2 monstrous beings were engaged in combat. However, the distance prevented her from discerning which one was Shibe. Only moments ago, the outcome had been decided. Bonnie felt a flicker of hope mingled with anxiety. She knew the battle was over, yet remained oblivious to the victor's identity. Frustrated, she kicked the side of the boat, exclaiming, "Damn it." At that moment, Daddy emerged from the cabin, his gunshot wound freshly bandaged, the cloth still wrapped around him. Upon seeing Bonnie's furious demeanor, he felt a pang of guilt and lowered his head slowly. "I apologize. I have dragged you all into this." Bonnie abruptly turned, gripping Daddy's collar. Perhaps in her fierce grip, she inadvertently reopened his recently bandaged wound, blood seeping through and staining the cloth. Seeing this, Bonnie felt a twinge of compassion and released him. With a fierce glare, she declared, "You better understand that." Dottie clutched his wounds and inquired, "Are we to remain here indefinitely? The battle has concluded. Yet we remain oblivious to the situation on the island." Bonnie, equally troubled, suggested, "Shall we not return for a brief glance?" With a dismissive punch against the cabin door, she quipped, "It appears I am on the verge of madness. Hey, bounty hunter, you are quite the nuisance. Stay put on the ship and do not follow me." "I shall venture forth," Bonnie declared as she leapt from the small boat and dashed into the woods, muttering to herself, "What a joke. I am a pirate." Following her previous route, she raced back to the spot where she had parted ways with Shibe. Upon seeing the surrounding trees askew and scattered, she recalled Shibe's giant form and surmised that this location had indeed witnessed a fierce battle. Navigating through the disarray of foliage, she finally beheld the coastline. The sea breeze enveloped her, carrying a faint briny scent. The surroundings lay in utter disarray, utilizing her extensive experience in adventure. Bonnie deduced that this stretch of shore was likely the main battleground. Until she could ascertain the victor, she was reluctant to reveal herself. Many large trees had toppled in the vicinity, providing her ample cover as she concealed herself among the scattered trunks. Guided by the moonlight, she stealthily approached the shore. Suddenly, Bonnie noticed a group of individuals carrying Shibe retreating into the distance. Did he emerge victorious? She sighed in relief. Yet, a tinge of confusion lingered. From whence had these people appeared? Why were they transporting Shibe? Were they pirates? No, they did not seem to fit that description. Pondering this, Bonnie bit her finger and contemplated for a moment. Regardless, the sea beast Ely had been vanquished, and the remaining foes posed little threat. Though injured, Bonnie felt confident in her ability to handle some lesser adversaries. In a flash, she sprang from the thicket, intercepting the group. Her sudden appearance startled them, inciting a flurry of anxious chatter. "Who is this? Could she be another from the Ely pirate crew?" An elderly voice suddenly interjected, "Wait, it's merely a young girl." Observing their attire, Bonnie quickly discerned that these individuals were humans who had been assimilated by Ely. Now that Ely was defeated, they had reverted to their human forms. Indeed, as Shibe triumphed over Ely, he simultaneously liberated them. In other words, Shibe was their savior, and it was inconceivable for them to neglect his well-being. Naturally, they intended to take him back for proper care. Currently, Shibe lay in a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. Bonnie gazed at him and remarked, "I underestimated you." The currents flowed like a pillar, continuing throughout the night. It was certain that once the waters calmed, another splendid day at sea awaited. Shibe reclined upon a soft cotton bed, enveloped within the interior of a grand palace adorned with around 10 golden pillars, ivory-hued jade bricks, and delicate pink gauze windows. The floor was elegantly laid with verdant oak, complemented by a deep crimson carpet that extended from the entrance to the side of Shibe's bed. Each palace of the kingdoms is a testament to the meticulous craftsmanship of skilled artisans. The kingdom of Nisus, once heralded as one of the wealthiest realms in the world, boasts a palace that stands in remarkable comparison to those of other kingdoms, even after 30 years, although the palace walls bear the scars of war. The internal structure remains unscathed. Yet, a singular palace cannot encapsulate the profound heritage of the kingdom of Nisus. It is merely the tip of the iceberg. Indeed, this is the palace of the Kingdom of Nisus. Exhausted from battle, Shibei was carried into this palace and laid upon the king's private quarters, enjoying royal treatment for his valiant efforts in liberating Nisus from the dominion of the sea beast Ely. As a revered benefactor of the kingdom, he undoubtedly deserved such honor. By his bedside stood two fair-skinned nursemaids who, with their expertise, diagnosed him with a singular conclusion: extreme fatigue. Upon hearing their words, the anxious crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. The nursemaids glared at the raucous men, admonishing, "Silence. What if you awaken him? You all must leave. Lilith and I will watch over him. By the way, could someone fetch more bandages? His muscles are slightly strained." Now, Sana, do not be angry. We are merely concerned for him," one of them reassured. "Surely, when he awakens, he will desire sustenance. Is there still food in the storeroom?" They recalled Haas, a member of the Ely pirate crew, a wielder of the net fruit's powers, clad entirely in black. Previously, he had been struck into the rock wall by Ely and, during his unconsciousness, had the misfortune of being discovered by these individuals, who subsequently bound him. Now, he lay tightly tied in a corner, his iconic black veil missing. The current circumstances unfavorable for him. Yet, he dared not act impulsively, and thus replied with a forced grin, "Hee, there are plenty of ingredients in the storeroom. Oh, and alcohol as well. If you release me, I shall lead you there." "Release him? What nonsense. He is one of Ely's men," they retorted. "Indeed. He must not be set free." Haas suddenly turned fierce, exclaiming, "Damn it, you lot. Remember this. Do you know who I am? I am but one of the 3 lieutenants of the Ely pirate crew. Since you dare to treat me in such a manner, I shall ensure that you..." Suddenly, a foot came crashing down upon Haas's face. Haas strained to turn his eyes, desperate to discern the identity of his assailant. Such brutishness could only belong to none other than Bonnie. With hands on her hips and a sardonic twist of her lips, Bonnie looked down at Haas, her expression devoid of emotion. "Oh, so you are a lieutenant after all. How careless of me." From Bonnie, Haas felt an extraordinary pressure. It was no wonder, for as she spoke while standing on him, an aura of dominance emanated from her being. As a lieutenant of the Ely pirate crew, Haas was no stranger to such presence and recognized that Bonnie was no ordinary adversary. Yet, in a desperate bid for survival, he forced himself to remain composed, attempting to intimidate Bonnie with his silver tongue. With a sinister laugh, Haas declared, "Now that you know, it is not too late. Do not think a mere rope can bind me. Release me before I unleash my wrath." Bonnie, gritting her teeth, unleashed a kick akin to a soccer strike, sending Haas crashing against the wall once more, embedding him within it. The onlookers were drenched in cold sweat at the sight. Truly, she was a brutish woman. Bonnie suddenly turned and shouted, "Quickly, fetch me some food." "Yes." A group of individuals echoed, promptly turning to flee. Bonnie cast a glance at Submarine, then at the 2 beautiful nurses. The nurses, startled, stood frozen in fear, drenched in perspiration. Bonnie pressed her forehead, murmuring, "What am I even doing?" Then, tossing a roll of cloth upon the bed, she dragged the incapacitated Haas out of the bedroom. The 2 nurses finally exhaled in relief, exchanging glances before unwrapping the cloth to bandage Subai's arm. They wrapped the bandage around his arm until it was thoroughly covered, wiping the beads of sweat from their brows. Finally, having done what they could as they awaited Subai's awakening, the slightly shorter nurse, named Lilith, dressed in common garb, was a darling girl. She gently prodded Subai's arm, exclaiming, "Sister Sana, what kind of battle has he endured? His muscles are injured to such a degree. Wouldn't an injection be advisable?" Sana shook her head, responding, "There are no potions available here. We can only do our utmost. After all, the enemy was that sea beast, Ely. Just muscle strains are a stroke of luck. I feared he would never return to humanity. Lilith, remember this man's visage. Never forget it. He's our great benefactor, and no matter the cost, we must ensure that all his wounds are healed." Lilith leaned over the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed intently on Shibei without a blink. A mysterious smile played upon her lips, suggesting thoughts unknown. Then, this adorable girl extended a slender finger and playfully poked Shibei's cheek. Sana, exasperated, admonished, "No more fooling around." Just as Lilith had barely risen to her feet, she suddenly felt a firm grasp on her wrist. Startled, she glanced down to see Shibei's eyelid fluttering slightly. Shibei suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "What the hell?" The 2 beautiful nurses were momentarily taken aback. Then they screamed in unison, "Ah!" Shibei was startled by the shrill screams of the 2 nurses and instinctively joined in the cacophony. "Ah!" At that very moment, Bonnie entered through the door. "Hey, what is happening?" Bonnie's arrival finally calmed the two beautiful nurses. The primary cause of the commotion was Shibei's sudden outburst, which would have startled anyone. This led to the nurses' high-pitched cries, which in turn greatly startled Shibei, who had just regained consciousness. The mutual instinct to scream loudly is what attracted Bonnie's attention from outside the door. Bonnie pushed the two nurses aside and rushed to Shibei's bedside, only to find him completely unharmed. With great indignation, Bonnie bellowed, "Why are you making such a racket?" Shibei propped himself up from the bed, gazing at the two beautiful nurses with a look of bewilderment. "Who are they?" he mused. TCH. Bonnie, uninterested in further conversation, turned away and remarked over her shoulder, "If there's nothing important to discuss, refrain from making a fuss. I'm quite hungry and intend to step out for a bite. You seem rather lively, which is good. At dawn, we shall leave this wretched place. Do refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. I have no desire to attract the attention of the Navy headquarters." Shibei glanced at the fabric strap adorning his body, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he uttered, Thank you. It seems I just had a rather unsettling nightmare." Bonnie exited the bedroom, clarifying, "I did nothing. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards those two." The door closed behind her, leaving Shibei alone with the two enchanting nurses. Shibei gazed at the two enchanting women, somewhat at a loss for words. Was there truly a woman on this island? Could they also be pirates? No, that seemed unlikely. The sea beast, Ely, had already been vanquished and cast into the depths, leaving the Ely pirate crew utterly defeated. The pirates themselves had barely managed to flee. How could they possibly come to his aid? So, who were these two women? Regardless of their identities, they likely bore no ill intentions. Shibei struggled to rise from the bed. Nurse Sana suddenly intervened, saying, "Please remain lying down and do not move. Food will be brought to you shortly, so there is no need to rush." Shibei glanced at the plush blanket, feeling rather exposed. With two beautiful women standing by the bedside, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to rise in his natural state. Although he had grown accustomed to nudity, parading around in front of women while unclothed felt undeniably awkward. Shibei reclined back onto the bed and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Sana, a nurse from Rogtown," she replied. Afterward, Sana gestured towards Lilith and introduced, "This is Lilith, also from Rogtown, and she is an intern nurse." Rogtown. Shibei clutched her head, attempting to organize her thoughts. The only plausible explanation for the presence of the people from Rogtown here was that they were undoubtedly humans assimilated by the sea beast, Illy. Now that Illy had met its demise, the powers it had imposed upon these individuals had become ineffective, resulting in their restoration to human form. Could it be that she had indirectly saved them? To be certain, Shibei inquired, "Were you also brought here by the sea beast, Illy?" "Indeed," replied Sana, her arms crossed and shivering. "The sea beast Illy appeared in Rogtown a month ago, destroying the execution platform and injuring naval soldiers. When Lilith and I were out tending to the Navy, we encountered Illy, and thus destroying the execution platform." Shibei pondered, recalling that the pirate king, Roger, had been executed in Rogtown. Was that the very platform? It seemed that Illy harbored a profound hatred for Roger, unwilling to spare even the sight of his execution. Lilith continued, "Not only Sana and I, but many others in Rogtown were bitten by the sea beast Illy. At that time, no one understood its powers. After being bitten, we were compelled to follow its commands, utterly incapable of resistance. Wherever it went, we followed, ultimately being led to this place." Sana steadied her emotions, stating that Illy had even compelled them to scout the surroundings, monitoring every movement on the island. As Sana mentioned, the first bubble fish Shibei encountered must have been utilized for reconnaissance, though at the time, Shibei had been unaware of its purpose and had carelessly thrown the bubble fish against the rocks. Zybe suddenly recalled an important matter and inquired, "Since you are also from Roger Town, you must know a little girl named Kaler, correct? Where might she be?" Sana and Lilith exchanged glances and shook their heads in a gesture of uncertainty. Shibei continued, "Daddy, the one with the child, is a bounty hunter from Rogtown. Kaler is his daughter, and she has also been captured by the sea beast Ely. Are you all completely unaware of this?" Lilith, stroking her chin with her index finger and tilting her head, murmured, "Ah, indeed, Daddy with the child is the most renowned bounty hunter in Rogtown. It seems he has indeed arrived here. I thought he was merely here to collect a bounty. But it turns out his daughter was also seized by the sea beast Ely." Sana inquired, "Lilith, have you seen him?" "Yes, once, but I know nothing of his daughter," came the reply. Sana lowered her head, expressing regret. "I'm sorry, we are not acquainted with the little girl you mentioned." "Oh, what a predicament. However, Ely's powers have already waned. As long as Daddy's daughter was truly brought to this place, she must still be on this island. Now, Shibei has done all he can. It is now a matter of fate for that little girl. Let us hope she is still alive. Earlier, due to a nightmare, Shibei uttered the command for the honor maul, which now hovers above his head. Yet, with two nurses closely watching him, he finds himself unable to converse with 007. After a moment of contemplation, Shibei remarked, "I find myself somewhat parched. Might I trouble you for a refreshment?" Sana replied, "I apologize for the imposition. Since our benefactor has requested, Lilith, do fetch some drinks and inquire with those outside about the preparations for the ingredients. Inform them that our benefactor has awakened." Benefactor? This title felt somewhat awkward, and Shibei responded, "Please refrain from addressing me in such a manner. I hail from the East Sea and am, in fact, a hunter of pirates. Given that Illy is a pirate, I cannot overlook him. My actions are not out of a desire to assist you, but rather a stroke of good fortune on your part. Henceforth, you may call me Shibei." Sana smiled and said, "Regardless, it is indeed because of you that we find ourselves saved." Lilith raised her hand and exclaimed, "Brother Bebe." "Brother Bebe?" Shibei pressed his forehead. His face flushed with embarrassment. Sana followed Lilith out of the bedroom. Before departing, Sana remarked, "Well then, Bebe, I shall step out to urge them along. You must rest well, your muscles are strained. Although we have attended to it somewhat, you should refrain from frequent activity for now. Anything you need can be entrusted to us." It was evident that the mature Sana found it somewhat difficult to utter the affectionate title Bebe. Once the two beautiful nurses had departed, Shibei stretched his limbs, finding no significant harm. He turned and rose from the bed, walking bare to the window, where he glimpsed a throng of people bustling about outside. He drew the mesh curtain and turned his gaze towards the floating honor maul. The bountiful harvest had commenced. The sea beast Ely had a bounty of 296 million. Just how many honor points would be awarded for defeating him? Shibei rubbed his hands together, filled with impatience. His gaze wandered to the bottom right corner of the honor maul. Honor balance, 990, transfer opportunities, 0, free transfers, 0. 1,000 honor points are required for a single transfer. What is this 990? Only 10 points short? How could the bounty of 296 million on the sea beast Ely be worth merely 990 honor points? That cannot be right. Previously, after capturing the Swiftblade Seer, who held 67 million berries, he successfully executed a skill transfer with an honor balance of 320. Thus, Swiftblade Seer must have earned Shibei at least 600 or 700 honor points. How is it possible that the nearly 300 million bounty on the sea beast Ely yields only 990 points? Shibei, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, 007. You must explain to me what is happening. Why do I only have 990 honor points? Have you consumed them all? Amidst Shibei's furious outburst, a gentle voice emanated from the honor marketplace. Greetings, may I assist you? Shibei interjected, enough of the nonsense. You must explain this to me. According to your account, I clearly triumphed over the sea beast Ely, so why is my honor so minuscule? Have you perhaps siphoned it off? Suddenly, Programmer 007 responded with a sardonic tone. Oh, come now, while we may be familiar with each other, let us not speak recklessly. Pray tell, what is this grievance? In the face of Shibei's inquiries, Programmer 007's demeanor noticeably soured. To accuse him of dishonorably appropriating accolades was nothing short of slander, should the higher-ups catch wind of such allegations. 007 would not only be besmirched, but also face the peril of unemployment. In severe cases, he might even find himself embroiled in legal proceedings. As merely a programmer within the mall system, his capabilities were limited to urgent repairs and maintenance updates. He toiled tirelessly each day, hoping for a simple acknowledgement from Shibei, yearning for an enjoyable experience. Alas, instead of gratitude, Shibei maligned him with accusations of dishonesty. Programmers possessed their own sense of pride, and 007 was incensed. Thus, his address shifted from a respectful you to a more casual you. 007, with a slightly affected tone, articulated, honor is the privilege bestowed upon you as a traveler, and it serves as the sole currency within the Utopia honor mall system. The data regarding honor is transparent, devoid of any underhanded dealings. To facilitate your inquiry into the data, I have organized the backend for your reference. Furthermore, I must inform you that in this world, the ratio of Bailey to honor is strictly regulated at 100,000 to 1. 100,000 Bailey equates to a single point of honor. Your previous honor balance was indeed 320, correct? The bounty for the Quickblade Sayo is a staggering 67 million, which translates to 670 honor points, bringing your total to 990. Shibei pondered for a moment. He had long been aware that earning honor points was no easy feat. 100,000 to 1 was indeed not excessively expensive. This equated to a pirate with a bounty of 100 million, valued at 1,000 honor points, sufficient for a single skill extraction. From the perspective of acquisition difficulty, Shibei found this acceptable. Yet, the more he comprehended this, the more bewildered he became. After capturing the Swiftblade Sire, he had extracted a skill, which had cost him 1,000 honor points. According to the explanation provided by 007, he had only possessed 990 honor points at that time, which was clearly insufficient for the extraction. How, then, had he managed to obtain the skill? Furthermore, why did he currently possess only 990 honor points? If one were to factor in the bounty for the sea bestially, it would convert to at least 2,960 honor points. Alas, it seemed that no matter how he calculated, something felt decidedly amiss. Shibei pondered. Is it possible that the second skill I acquired did not cost any honor? He retrieved the back-end data for your examination, urging you to closely observe the lower left corner of the honor shop. Just as programmer 007 finished speaking, a series of mechanical sounds echoed from within the honor marketplace, reminiscent of someone furiously typing on a keyboard. In the lower left corner of the honor shop, a small array of data was displayed, showcasing the transactions of honor that Shibei had engaged in over the past few days. Shibei squinted his eyes and scrutinized the past. Honor received, 670 honor received, 200 honor paid, 1,000 honor received, 800. Shibei murmured softly, I don't understand. The demeanor of programmer 007 has softened considerably. He patiently explained, initially, your honor balance stood at 320. Upon capturing the Swift Knife Sire and delivering him to the Navy to claim the bounty, you acquired 67 million berries, alongside an additional 670 points of honor, bringing your total to 990. In the Tavern conflict, by eliminating 2 non-bounty captains from the 5th Fleet of the Pirate Dispatch Organizations, your actions, influenced by the reputation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, earned you 200 points of honor. At this juncture, 007 emphasized a crucial point. Remember I mentioned the methods of acquiring honor points? The most significant factors are fame and reputation. The greater the renown, the more honor one receives. In this world, the most renowned pirates are the 7 Warlords and the 4 Emperors. As the Pirate Dispatch Organization operates under the command of the 7 Warlords, by vanquishing a small squad of the 7 Warlords, you effectively trampled upon their prestige. Thus the system granted you 200 points of honor. Shibei slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Indeed, indeed. I nearly forgot about that. Thus, adding 200 to the base of 990, the honor balance amounts to 1190. Shibei was suddenly enlightened and then pointed at the data, inquiring, where did this 800 points of honor come from? I had already mentioned that the most renowned pirates in this world are the 7 Warlords and the 4 Emperors. You have merely eradicated a small detachment of the 7 Warlords, and the system has already rewarded you with 200 points of honor. Furthermore, you have also destroyed the vessels used by the 7 Warlords. It is only natural that you should receive a more substantial honor for your efforts. The vessels of the 7 Warlords? With a decisive strike of his palm, Zybe finally grasped the situation. Upon claiming his bounty on the Black Noisen Islands, his honor points were credited simultaneously. Just before his departure from the islands, a commotion erupted in a tavern involving the Pirate Dispatch Organization, which he subsequently obliterated, thereby earning additional honor. His original balance of 320 honor points, combined with the 670 points from the Swiftblade Seer and 200 points from the Pirate Organization, culminated in a total of 1,190 honor points. While aboard his ship, Zybe inadvertently activated a skill, expending 1,000 honor points, leaving him with a mere 190 points. However, due to the tumultuous currents at that moment, he neglected to check his honor points and remained unaware of this deduction. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Hancock. Regardless of the circumstances, Hancock was indeed a formidable warlord of the sea. After a brief altercation, Zybe left Hancock's S9 Snake ship in ruins, undoubtedly inflicting significant losses, which rewarded him with an additional 800 honor points. This brought his total to 990 honor points. At last, he found clarity. The honor system was truly marvelous. Yet, a sudden realization struck Zybe, prompting him to inquire, what about the account with the sea bestially? Its bounty amounts to 296 million berries, which should convert to 2,960 honor points. The programmer 007 chuckled softly. teasingly responding. But did you capture the creature? Of course, Zybe retorted. Then where is it? Shibei was taken aback, instinctively raising a finger to point outside, and blurted out, perhaps it's in the sea. Oh, so that means it hasn't been caught? Shibei scratched his head, wearing a bewildered expression. How on earth should he articulate this? He indeed sent the sea beast Ely flying. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he had already dispatched Ely. So, does this mean he has captured it, or has he not? Oh, this is a perplexing dilemma. Shibei tilted his head and insisted, I truly emerged victorious. Just look at my battered body. 007 pondered for a moment before replying. If you were to inform the Navy that you have defeated the notorious Nolan Scott Barreleye, who carries a bounty of 296 million berries, do you believe the Navy would reward you with the bounty? They would not. Shibei promptly interjected, is it absolutely necessary for the Navy to witness this firsthand? If I were to inform them that not only have I bested a warlord, but I have also capsized their vessel, they would undoubtedly dismiss my claims. So, where do the honor points I earned from confronting the warlords originate? You are not unfamiliar with this world. You understand the status of the warlords. They are recognized as legitimate criminal entities by the world government. Therefore, provoking them does not require the Navy's endorsement, unlike bountied criminals. 007 sighed and meticulously elucidated. Allow me to clarify. Honor is synonymous with your reputation. Should you challenge a warlord, word of your audacity will surely circulate, bestowing upon you a certain prestige. With prestige comes fame, and once you possess fame, can honor be far behind? Conversely, should you vanquish a bountied criminal, you must claim the bounty as validation to achieve both fame and fortune. Do you grasp my meaning? From a young age, Shibei exhibited an unwavering stubbornness. Upon hearing 007's words, he expressed his dissent. Provoking the 7 warlords may enhance one's reputation, and I am well aware that prestige brings honor. Thus, defeating a bounty hunter would equally garner respect. Why then is it devoid of honor? In a fit of rage, 007's voice escalated several decibels. Impatiently, he retorted, how can you be so obstinate? The 7 warlords and bounty hunters are not comparable. In any case, I refuse to take responsibility for the matters concerning the sea beast Ely. The rules are not of my making, so why are you arguing with me? If you possess the courage, confront our leaders directly. I am merely a programmer, working for others. The system's regulations have long been formalized. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards the manufacturers. Shibei kicked the wall in frustration, realizing the futility of his efforts. He vowed to remember this lesson. Encountering a bounty hunter was not an excuse to recklessly engage in combat. Upon reflection, capturing a bounty hunter seemed far less straightforward than provoking the 7 warlords. Yet, the mere thought of the warlord's formidable power left Shibei feeling somewhat disheartened. Progress must be made gradually. Taking too large a leap could lead to undesirable consequences. Suddenly, 007 interjected, acknowledging his own oversight in not conveying this information sooner. You merely wish to spin the wheel, correct? Allow me to assist you from the back end. However, do not misinterpret my intentions. I cannot grant you honor points. I will, however, offer you a complimentary opportunity. But remember, this is both the first and the last time. Shibei's eyes suddenly sparkled, and with a tender call, she softly uttered, shout she. 007 quickly intervened, saying, please stop, don't nauseate me. Shibei closed his mouth and patiently awaited. Before long, the page of the honor mall suddenly refreshed. Shibei gazed intently. Honor balance, 990, transfer opportunities, 0. Free chances, 1. Well, I must not let 007's good intentions go to waste. I must draw an astonishingly spectacular skill. Next comes the moment of the lottery. Shibei cleared his throat and, with a resounding shout, exclaimed, wow. The honor mall began to spin, completing 2 full rotations before gradually coming to a halt. 3 squares aligned perfectly in a row. A winning moment. Shibei's eyes widened as he gazed at the skill name within the grid, Transformation Magic. Shibei has explored more than just the illustrious One Piece among the realm of anime. He has delved into a plethora of popular series, one of which is Fairy Tail, a realm steeped in pure magic. When the topic of transformation magic arises, Shibei instinctively thinks of Fairy Tail. However, it is essential to recognize that transformation magic is categorized by elemental distinctions, such as ice transformation magic or wood transformation magic. How can one wield magic effectively if they are unaware of their own elemental affinity? For instance, when comparing abilities in One Piece, the Admiral Aokiji evokes the essence of ice transformation magic, embodying the ice element. This leads us to a pressing question. What elemental affinity does Shibei possess? There lies an uncertainty. With 007 still present, it would be prudent to clarify this matter now to avoid future misunderstandings that could lead to embarrassment, especially as it pertains to Shibei's potential enhancement in strength, which should not be taken lightly. Xiaoqi, do you possess knowledge of how to wield this transformation magic? In response to the appellation Xiaoqi, 007 clearly found it unacceptable, yet he did not wish to engage in a dispute over titles with Shibei. Thus, in an effort to expedite Shibei's departure, he divulged all that he knew in a rush. Transformation magic is a form of magic that accentuates individuality, extending beyond mere natural elements. Let me analyze this for you. From the moment you entered the academy to the trials you faced, your life has been nothing short of legendary. Do you understand why? Shibei scratched his head, feeling rather embarrassed. Being regarded as a legend must indeed be a delightful sensation. However, it appears that throughout his life, he has accomplished little, spending his days confined at home indulging in anime. The origin of such a legendary title remains a mystery. 007 recounted, from your kindergarten days, you engaged in plagiarism for your assignments and examinations, even resorting to hiring others to level up in games. In my view, this too constitutes a form of imitation. After graduation, you stepped into the workforce at a private company as a copywriter, embroiled in allegations of creative theft. Following your dismissal, you penned a couple of essays, which were also marred by plagiarism. What astounds me is that even your book reviews and responses were mere acts of copying and pasting. Your life is, without a doubt, a tapestry woven with the threads of legend. Shibei's words increasingly fell amiss, prompting an immediate halt. Hold on, could you please get to the point? 007 sighed. The crux of the matter is, what I perceive in your memories is nothing but plagiarism. Shibei's face flushed with embarrassment as he said, can we please return to the topic of shape-shifting magic? You've wandered off course. Have you not grasped the essence of it? Shape-shifting magic emphasizes individuality, and you possess an unparalleled talent for imitation. Perhaps imitation sounds a bit harsh. Let us refer to it as replication. You have the ability to perfectly replicate the forms you observe, based solely on your memory. This is the element you currently possess and excel in. Academically, this is termed memory shape-shifting magic. Shibei recalled that in fairy tale, there exists a character proficient in memory shape-shifting magic, said to be an ancient form of magic that enables one to manifest the magic they witness through memory. Theoretically, as long as one has keen eyesight and ample magical energy, the entire process of recreating any magic can be flawlessly replicated. This is undoubtedly a remarkably powerful form of magic. If this memory shape-shifting magic could also replicate the abilities of nature-based magic users, oh my, Shibei shuddered at the thought. Shibei slowly closed his eyes, delving into his mind to explore the abilities and techniques of Admiral Qingji. The temperature within the room plummeted abruptly, beneath Shibei's feet. The floor swiftly froze into ice, gradually spreading outwards, reaching every corner of the chamber. Even the flickering flames of the candles were encased in frost, as the pristine layer of ice continued its relentless expansion. Just as this icy veneer began to creep up to the ceiling, Shibei's breathing suddenly quickened. Feeling as though he had performed thousands of squats in a single breath, his calves trembling uncontrollably. Consequently, he wavered unsteadily, leaning against the wall before sliding down to the floor. Now, his legs quaked violently. The memory-shaping magic was exceedingly exhausting. He had merely envisioned the youthful prodigy's ultimate move, the Ice Age, and it felt as if all the blood had drained from his body, rendering him utterly incapable of controlling it. At that moment, 007 remarked, do not attempt to swallow a hefty morsel in one gulp. The magical energy required for shaping spells is derived from your own vitality, and your current vigor has yet to reach the strength needed to replicate a nature-type adept. However, shaping an ice sculpture is still within your capabilities. Shibei now finds even speaking to be a strenuous endeavor. Hence, he leans against the wall, gasping for breath. At present, the magical element of his transformation is replication, yet this enchantment is solely effective within the realm of nature. Shibei possesses the capability to emulate the abilities of Qixi, but he is unable to mimic the traits associated with the animal or superhuman categories. For instance, while he may remember Luffy's rubbery physique, he cannot transform into a rubber man. Comparatively, the natural category is tantamount to magical attributes. As long as it pertains to magic, Shibei can replicate it. However, the exertion required to cast the memory transformation spell is beyond Shibei's current capacity to endure. Observing the scene before him, He has merely conjured a thin layer of ice upon the floor and already feels utterly exhausted. It is uncertain how long it will take for him to achieve the prowess of Chishire, who can completely freeze the surface of the sea. At this moment, one thing is certain. Aside from his inability to harness his powers, Zybe possesses all natural abilities in this world, albeit limited to those he can recall. For instance, he can invoke the freezing powers of Akiji, the fiery abilities of Ace, the smoke powers of Smoker, and the thunderous capabilities of Inal, merely by relying on his memory. The cost of such feats, however, is an immense reservoir of magical energy, equating to his life force. While this may sound extraordinary, its practical application in combat may not prove overwhelmingly beneficial. Currently, his magical energy is scarce. Thus, rather than exhausting himself with a plethora of intricate spells, he finds martial arts and the transformation into a giant much more pragmatic. Yet, if Zybe could gradually enhance his life force, he would emerge as the sole omnipotent being in this realm. As for methods to augment his vitality, what alternatives exist beyond combat? Through relentless fighting, one may transform into an indomitable force, and upon achieving such a state, vitality flourishes, allowing for the effortless wielding of natural abilities. Indeed, this encapsulates the essence of the matter. Shibei gently caressed the icy surface beneath him, seated upon it in his nakedness. The ice beneath his form gradually melted away. Yet he felt no chill. He simply lacked the energy to move. Leaning his head back against the wall, he slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the restoration of his strength. As he rested, the honor maul vanished automatically, for 007 understood that Shibei required time to recuperate and thus refrained from disturbing him. He was eager to distance himself from Shibei's presence. The room was enveloped in silence, with only Shibei leaning against the wall in a deep slumber. At that moment, Sana and Lilith entered the room. As the two beautiful nurses stepped inside, they were immediately startled by the cold air, which had chilled them due to the low temperature within. They soon noticed the ice covering the floor, which alarmed them greatly. Sana, upon not finding Shibei on the bed, scanned the room and finally discovered him lying exposed in the corner. Sana, why has it suddenly turned to ice in here? It's freezing. It was indeed peculiar. They had left the room in good condition, and in the blink of an eye, it had become an icy chamber. Moreover, how could Shibei be resting against the wall? Confused, Sana, holding a tray laden with food and drink, passed the tray to Lilith before rushing to assist Shibei. Lilith, quickly go outside and summon some help. Lilith hurried away. After Sana helped Shibei onto the bed, she gazed at the ice covering the floor. Her expression, one of perplexity. She murmured, "This is truly strange." Sana conducted a thorough examination of Shibei's body, finding him to be in the same condition as before, with no apparent ailments. Just as she tucked him under the blanket, Lilith returned with a group of burly men. Upon witnessing the icy layer in the room, they expressed their disbelief. "Hey Sana, why is it freezing in here? Didn't you say he was awake? What happened?" Sana gestured for silence. "It seems he has fallen asleep again. I have no idea what transpired. Lilith and I were outside fetching him some food, and upon our return, we found the room frozen. It's strange, there's no one else here. Could it possibly be pirates?" Sana merely shook her head in silence. At that moment, Bonnie suddenly pushed through the crowd, holding some food in her hands, and strode confidently to Zybe's bedside. She gazed at Zybe for a brief moment, among everyone present. Only Bonnie comprehended Zybe the most. Ever since their first encounter, she had sensed that Zybe harbored many secrets. However, Zybe remained taciturn, and Bonnie refrained from inquiring. Now, observing the icy state of Zybe's room, she confidently deduced that it must be Zybe's doing. Yet, Bonnie was at a loss regarding how Zybe had achieved this, though she was not particularly concerned about it. Having satiated her hunger, she simply wished to depart from Nessa as soon as possible. For Bonnie held a profound disdain for this place. Under the watchful eyes of all, Bonnie stuffed her mouth with food and, without further ado, hoisted Zybe onto her shoulder, seemingly unwilling to wait for Zybe to continue her slumber. As Bonnie proceeded towards the door, Sana was the first to react, exclaiming, "Wait." Bonnie turned back, her expression one of impatience. "Huh? What is it?" With the sea beast IRI defeated and the IRI pirate crew disbanded, they had finally extricated themselves. Zybe had accomplished all that she could, leaving no reason for her to linger. Yet, Sana believed that Zybe had not fully recovered and needed more rest, especially since Zybe had yet to eat. Even if they were to leave, it should be after Zybe awakened. Regrettably, Bonnie's domineering nature, coupled with her camaraderie with Zybe, silenced Sana from speaking too plainly. "Are you all leaving already?" Bonnie remained still, casting her gaze out the window, and remarked expressionlessly, "This place is utterly dreadful. I can smell the acrid smoke even from here. It is merely a ruin, completely unfit for harboring. In any case, you all should hasten to vacate this wretched place." Sana hesitated, struggling to find her words. Bonnie waved her hand dismissively as she exited, saying, "I thank you on his behalf." The intern nurse Lilith watched Bonnie's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She found Bonnie to be incredibly cool and strong. Lilith had always been timid and cowardly, thus she deeply admired Bonnie's assertive and formidable demeanor. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward to inquire, "Sister, are you also a pirate hunter?" Bonnie paused momentarily, then responded with a mischievous grin, Hey, don't misinterpret. I am a bona fide pirate." This revelation exceeded everyone's expectations. Sana covered her mouth, pulling Lilith closer, and dared not speak further. The surrounding gentlemen gasped in astonishment. Unperturbed, Bonnie laughed heartily as she left the room, turning her head only to call out, "Goodbye." At that moment, Lilith struggled to escape Sana's embrace and rushed after Bonnie. Seeing this, Sana gasped, "Lilith." As the crowd finally comprehended the situation, Lilith had already darted behind Bonnie, clutching the hem of her garment. The notorious pirates of the Illy Sea had instilled a profound psychological trauma in these individuals, causing them to instinctively shun anything associated with piracy, even if it meant turning away from their benefactors. However, what was truly unexpected was Lilith's audacity to pursue them upon discovering their pirate identity. What could possibly be going through the mind of this mere 15-year-old intern nurse? The onlookers, paralyzed by trepidation, could only observe from a distance. With a determined resolve, Sana gritted her teeth and followed suit. Bonnie, equally astonished by Lilith's boldness, halted her steps, feigning indifference. Given Lilith's height disadvantage, she was a full head shorter than Bonnie. Bonnie deliberately tilted her head back, casting a cold gaze upon Lilith, eager to discern her intentions. Suddenly, Lilith beamed and said, "Thank you for your help, along with Brother Beebe." Bonnie opened her mouth in surprise, then bit her lip and turned her head away, pointing disdainfully at Sibby resting on her shoulder, and retorted, "Humph, you fool. If you wish to express gratitude, do so to this creature. I have done nothing and will do nothing." Lilith's laughter rang bright and cheerful. Bonnie chose not to spare Lilith another glance, striding ahead while muttering under her breath, To think she would think a pirate like me utterly foolish." Shibei could not restrain herself and laughed. In truth, Bo and I had long been aware that Shibei had awakened, so upon hearing Shibei's laughter, she felt no surprise. Instead, she was somewhat irritated. It was precisely because of Shibei's meddling that she was reminded of some unpleasant memories. With a stern expression, she inquired in a low, deliberate tone, "What is it that amuses you?" Shibei rested on Bonnie's shoulder, tilting her head slightly. It is nothing." Bonnie gritted her teeth. Shibei immediately remarked, "Hey, Bonnie, now that we are so familiar with each other, could you refrain from your whimsical antics?" "Whimsical antics? What do you mean?" Bonnie shot back, her demeanor shifting abruptly. "You're rather tsundere, exhibiting a princess syndrome." In an instant, Bonnie halted, then forcefully threw Shibei to the ground, nearly causing him to cry out. This fierce woman, not merely embodying the traits of a princess, seemed to possess a rather severe sadistic tendency. Was it truly necessary to take a jest so far? The journey ahead is long, and one cannot afford to be consumed by Bonnie's whims. Otherwise, this little giant might meet his demise not at the hands of his foes, but rather through the capriciousness of Bonnie herself. Zybe hastily rose from the ground, exclaiming, "Enough of this nonsense. Hand me the cloak. It feels rather awkward to be exposed like this." Bonnie tossed the cloak into Zybe's hands, then turned to gaze at the palace standing solemnly beneath the night sky, a hint of sorrow etched upon her features. Subsequently, she slapped her forehead and vigorously shook her head. Adopting an air of nonchalance, Bonnie circumvented Zybe and proceeded ahead. Shibei harbors secrets, and so does Bonnie. Both are aware of this, yet they refrain from inquiring, which is what one might call an unspoken understanding. Shibei was uncertain about what the ruins of Narcissus evoked in Bonnie's mind, yet he speculated that there must exist an untold tale between her and the world government. It reminded him of a matter just as he donned his cloak. "Bonnie, we cannot depart just yet," he declared. Bonnie, visibly displeased, retorted, "Why not? I made a promise to Daddy to bring his daughter back. Until she is found, I cannot leave. This island is not as vast as one might think. With a little time, we shall locate her swiftly. Regardless of her fate, I must present the young girl before Daddy," he asserted. Without a moment's hesitation, Bonnie interjected, "There is no need to search. That young girl is no longer here. Shibei furrowed his brow. Bonnie continued. All the officers of the Ely pirate crew have informed me. Zybe harbored a foreboding sense of dread. Dead? Bonnie remarked as she walked. After Daddy pursued the sea beast Ely to this place, he repeatedly infiltrated the palace, which undoubtedly angered the sea beast. Consequently, Ely handed the young girl over to human traffickers, who departed several days ago. Daddy has been hiding in the woods and remains unaware of this matter. Human traffickers? This is no better than death itself. Shibei turned away with a cold demeanor and began to walk back. Bonnie, puzzled, asked, "Where are you going?" "To kill." Bonnie rushed forward and pinned Shibei to the ground. "Hey, I haven't finished speaking. Do you know about the underground gang?" Shibei, already depleted of strength, could hardly contend with the barbarian, Bonnie. Upon hearing Bonnie's words, Shibei stood in stunned silence. The underground gang, a shadowy organization thriving in the depths of darkness. Shibei possesses a somewhat limited understanding of the clandestine rules that govern this world. However, in any realm where the underbelly or organized crime is implicated, one cannot escape the themes of illicit activities. Violence, bloodshed, and self-interest reign supreme. If memory serves correctly, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, is also an active participant in the underworld. His web of illegal enterprises includes human trafficking, arms smuggling, and the trade of devil fruits. Speaking of human trafficking, even the slave auction houses in the Sabaody archipelago are inextricably linked to Doflamingo's operations. Shibei gradually calmed down. Once entangled with the underworld, matters could easily become quite intricate. Very well, it seems you have regained your composure. Bonnie released her grip and distanced herself from Shibei. Shibei sat cross-legged on the ground. How could the sea beast Ely, confined and impelled down for so many years, possibly be connected to the underground syndicate? Bonnie, hands on her hips, retorted with irritation. Aren't you worried about that young girl? Rather than concerning yourself with the sea beast Ely, shouldn't you first inquire about where the girl has been taken? Have you found out anything? Bonnie shook the 2 recording pointers on her wrist. Indeed, 2 of them. One belonging to Bonnie and the other acquired from Haas. With Haas' recording pointer, Bonnie could now ascertain the course of their journey. Leading the way, she remarked without looking back, "Well, let us return to the ship for now." Upon witnessing Bonnie's confident demeanor, Shibei surmised that she must have a strategy in mind, prompting him to hastily follow her. As they walked, Bonnie remarked, "The 3 officers of the Aerie pirate crew are all former subordinates of the sea beast Aerie. Ever since Aerie was imprisoned and impelled down 30 years ago, the crew disbanded. To avoid attracting the Navy's attention, these 3 officers scattered. One has been earning a living as a boxer in the Central Fighting Tournament of the New World. Another has joined an assassin organization in the West Sea. And the remaining one, known as Haas, has taken refuge in the black market. The boxer is undoubtedly Lian Hu, and the assassin must be dug off." Shibei was aware that there was more to come and refrained from interrupting. Bonnie continued, "Listen carefully. A month ago, Haas heard a rumor in the black market that the sea beast Ely had escaped from prison. Consequently, Haas left the black market, located the sea beast Ely, and, leveraging connections within the underworld, gathered 3 officials together, intending to follow Ely back to the Grand Line and dominate the New World. The escape of the sea beast Ely is a monumental event, and the news has been tightly controlled. Not even I had heard of it. If it weren't for the connections in the underworld, do you believe these 3 would have any inkling? Ely caused quite a disturbance in Log Town, abducting numerous innocent people, and the Navy is undoubtedly searching for him. Yet, he can hide here without a care in the world, secretly summoning his subordinates. It is clear that the underworld is behind this." Shibei comprehended the situation. Having spent so many years in the underworld, Haas must possess a network of connections. Thus, upon hearing of Eily's prison escape in the black market, Haas began to inquire extensively and eventually located Ely, hoping he would rally to restore the former glory of the Ely pirate crew. After all, many of their old adversaries at sea had either perished or aged, presenting an opportune moment for them to regain their former might. The reason Ely became involved with the black market was also due to Haas' intervention. Although Ely had been imprisoned and impelled down for 30 years, he still held a modicum of fame, attracting numerous individuals drawn by his notoriety. Consequently, he gradually gathered a considerable number of followers in secrecy and temporarily established the Netha's ruins as their stronghold, awaiting the right moment to set sail. However, the sea beast Ely did not anticipate that among the crowd he captured from Lowtown was a little girl who happened to be Daddy's daughter. Daddy, a bounty hunter, relentlessly pursued Ely to rescue his daughter, repeatedly infiltrating their stronghold. Frustrated by the disturbances, Eiley decided to hand over Daddy's daughter to a human trafficker in the black market. As for why Eiley did not simply eliminate Daddy's daughter, but rather took the extra step to send her into the black market, it is highly plausible that Eiley sought to seize this opportunity to forge closer ties with the illegal organizations in the black market. After all, having just returned to the sea, Eiley required the assistance of these underground entities for information channels and recruitment. While ordinary humans may hold little monetary value, Eiley's actions undoubtedly conveyed to the organizations of the underworld that the Eiley pirate crew was worthy of collaboration. A small gift carries significant sentiment. Unexpectedly, the sea beast Eiley, who appeared rather simple-minded, demonstrated a degree of cunning. Shibei exhaled deeply and lamented, "Pirates and gangsters, they are all cut from the same cloth." Humph. It's not as simple as you might think. Shibei pondered. "Oh? Is there some significant news?" Bonnie replied with a cold smile. "How did you come to know about Eiley's escape? Did you not hear it from the black market? It is rare to encounter a bounty hunter like you. Surely, your knowledge rivals mine, does it not? If you are genuinely interested in those individuals, you might inquire with Capone Beach should you have the chance to meet him." Capone Beach, like Bonnie, is one of the 11 notorious pirate supernovas of the worst generation, known as the Godfather, and is also one of the 5 leaders of the West Blue Mafia, possessing the powers of the castle fruit. Shibei had a faint recollection of this individual. Just at that moment, they happened to reach the shore, and Shibei seized the opportunity to conclude the conversation. Dottie, who had been vigilantly stationed by the small boat, rushed over upon seeing the two. Upon encountering Dottie, Shibei was suddenly at a loss on how to face him. Previously, without any clarity on the situation, he had confidently patted his chest and made solemn promises. Now, having been faced with the harsh reality, he realized he had only himself to blame. This experience served as a lesson. In the future, he must refrain from making absolute statements, for plans are always subject to unforeseen changes. As Dottie approached Shibei, he looked around in search of his daughter, but found her absent. Noticing the bandages wrapped around Shibei, he suppressed his inner impatience and inquired, "Are you injured?" Shibei forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. It is I who have brought you trouble." "Nonetheless, thank you." Before Dottie could finish his sentence, Bonnie abruptly interjected, "What about the others?" Before her departure, 8 pirates from the Eiley pirate crew had assisted with the boat, yet now they had vanished, leaving only Dottie behind. Which prompted Bonnie's inquiry. Dottie, looking despondent, replied, "I'm sorry. You left only a short while ago, and they all took the opportunity to escape while I was distracted." With a huff, Bonnie strode over to the edge of the boat and called back, "Hey, come here and lend a hand." Shibei gently patted Dottie's shoulder, opting for silence, before stepping forward to push the small boat. Observing this, Dottie joined in to lend a hand. In a short while, the 3 of them managed to propel the boat onto the sea's surface. Bonnie, with unrestrained enthusiasm, leaped aboard and made her way directly to the cockpit, leaving Dottie and Shibei outside, exchanging bewildered glances. Were they to remain in this state of limbo indefinitely? Though a sense of guilt tugged at her, Shibei finally spoke up. "Kaylor was taken away a few days ago. She is no longer here." Dottie was momentarily rendered speechless. In truth, he had sensed something amiss in Shibei's expression earlier, so he had mentally prepared himself for this moment. Yet he was unwilling to relinquish even the slightest glimmer of hope. Now, having heard Shibei's words, his last vestige of hope was irrevocably shattered, leaving him standing frozen. A sight that made Shibei feel quite uncomfortable. Shibei hastily added, "Do not worry just yet. I will undoubtedly find her." Dottie inquired in a dazed manner, "Can you tell me who took her away?" Shibei opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. He feared that Dottie might not withstand the blow. Suddenly, Bonnie popped her head out from the cockpit and shouted, "Hey, let's go." Shibei firmly grasped Dottie and declared resolutely, "Let us proceed. We have already made some progress. Now, we shall seek out Kaylor. I have given you my word, and I shall fulfill it, regardless of the underground gangs. We will ensure that the living are found and the dead are accounted for." As dawn broke, the small boat bathed in the gentle morning light, gliding slowly across the surface of the sea. Seb sat before the control console of the cockpit, one hand gripping the joystick while the other pressed a button. He turned and inquired, "Bonnie, you have yet to inform me of our next destination." Bonnie glanced at the recording pointer and then pointed to the left at the 9 o'clock position, responding matter-of-factly, "Is that even a question? Of course. We are bound for the New World. However, I must first introduce you to the nobles of the world government. Enough with the trivialities. You'd best heed my instructions closely, for we are about to traverse the red line. Meet the nobles of the world government? Cross the Red Line? To reach the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, there are two obligatory routes. One leads through Fishman Island, and the other ascends to the holy land of Mariewa atop the Red Line. Pirates cannot set foot on Mariewa, for it is the residence of the celestial beings known as the Tenryubido. Thus, every pirate must take the long detour around the depths of 10,000 meters to Fishman Island. Though Sebe claims to be a hunter of pirates, neither pirates nor hunters possess the right to unlawfully land on Mariewa. From Bonnie's remarks, Zybe discerned an underlying implication. Surely you do not intend to set foot on Mariewa? Bonnie flashed a smile, remaining reticent. This further solidified Zybe's suspicions, and he incredulously exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? To attempt to land on Mariewa? That is the stronghold of the world's nobility. Are you courting death? Is there not another route? Why not circumvent through Fishman Island?" Bonnie raised two fingers before Zybe, swaying them gently as she replied, "Firstly, this ship, even if reinforced, cannot dive to depths of 10,000 meters. Thus, we must traverse through their territory. Secondly, are you not concerned about that young girl? To take the detour via Fishman Island would consume a considerable amount of time." At this juncture, Bonnie gestured towards Dottie, who was seated against the wall, and continued, "The time you have left is limited." Indeed, Dottie's daughter, Kaler, had been taken just days prior. Should they choose the direct route through Mariewa, there remained a chance to catch up with those human traffickers. Otherwise, once Kaler was sold, it would be too late. By then, they might not even know where she had been taken. Zybe had boldly vowed to assist in locating Kaler, vowing that the situation must not deteriorate beyond redemption. However, traversing through Mariewa was no trivial matter. It was evident that the stronghold of the world's nobility would be heavily fortified and teeming with formidable foes. The greatest fear was that before they could even successfully land, the Navy headquarters and CP departments would catch wind of their intentions. If such a scenario were to unfold, they would risk losing everything without gaining anything in return. Shibe cast a glance at Daddy, who was leaning against the door of the cockpit, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between Shibe and Bonnie. He appeared utterly consumed by his grief. The only solace lay in the fact that the traffickers were driven solely by monetary gain and would not easily harm Kaler. However, if Daddy were to discover that Kaler had already been taken by the traffickers, it would likely drive him to the brink of madness. Thus, Shibe chose to withhold the grim truth from Daddy. Shibe was acutely aware of the significance Kayer had in Dottie's life. In his days as a naval officer, Dottie had ample opportunities to ascend the ranks, yet he chose to forsake a promising future for Kayer. Although Dottie is renowned as the most famous bounty hunter in Rogue Town, the criminals he apprehends are often mere small-time offenders. With bounties in the hundreds of thousands of Berry, those with rewards in the millions are a rarity, let alone those with tens of millions or even billions. Dottie refrains from any risky ventures, all for Kayer's sake. It must be said that his once indomitable spirit has been nearly extinguished. Rather than being a true bounty hunter, he has become an ordinary man who reluctantly resorts to capturing criminals as a means of sustenance for his daughter. Regardless of his past as a formidable man, witnessing Dottie in his current despondent state makes Shibe feel quite uneasy. Shibe slammed his palm against the console, his expression resolute. "It's about time I encountered those scoundrels." Bonnie crossed her arms, leaning against the wall. "It seems you are prepared for what lies ahead. However, rest assured, the Marine headquarters is currently preoccupied with numerous troubles. The admirals are all quite busy, thus they will not be present at Mariewa. We merely need to remain vigilant against the secret intelligence agency of the world government, Cypher Paul. Furthermore, we must avoid creating too much commotion. We are merely passing through. Strive to evade any conflict, and please, refrain from stirring unnecessary trouble. I have no desire to be captured and enslaved by that wretched bunch." Shibe swallowed hard and gave a deliberate nod. Bonnie tilted her head and glanced out the window. Shibe suddenly inquired, "By the way, given that Marie Joyce is perched atop the red soil continent, how on earth are we to reach it? This ship cannot fly." Bonnie's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, "I have a plan. Do not keep it to yourself. Hurry and share it with me, lest I remain in ignorance and something goes awry," Shibe urged. Resting her chin on her hand, Bonnie pondered for a moment. Every 4 years, the world government convenes a world conference, during which the kings of various nations travel to Marie Joyce. There exists a clandestine passage specifically reserved for these dignitaries. Within the cliffs of the Red Soil continent, there lies a hidden door leading to a river that flows upstream, capable of elevating vessels to the pinnacle of the Red Soil continent, directly into Marie Joyce. However, This secret door opens only once every 4 years. Shibei was aware of the world government's quadrennial meetings, yet he had never heard of a hidden door within the cliffs of the Red Soil continent. More importantly, the existence of a secret passage leading directly to Marie Joyce must be one of the most closely guarded secrets. From where did Bonnie acquire this information? It was unlikely that even the Navy headquarters had many who were privy to such a revelation, let alone pirates. Shibei increasingly perceives that Bonnie is far from ordinary. She escaped from the naval headquarters, instilling terror in Akainu, and she is fiercely determined to avenge Whitebeard against Blackbeard. Furthermore, she possesses knowledge of the secret passage leading to Mariewa. All these signs suggest that Jewelry Bonnie is undoubtedly not a typical pirate. Could she possibly be the illegitimate daughter of Whitebeard? If that were true, it would be utterly sensational. However, even if she were Whitebeard's daughter, it would be implausible for her to elicit such fear in Akainu, let alone possess knowledge of the secret passage to Mariewa. Moreover, during the World Summit, kings must traverse through these hidden doors. Given Bonnie's profound understanding of the secret passage, including the fact that the river within flows upstream, could it be that Bonnie has actually ventured through that hidden entrance? Shibei was startled by his own wild conjectures, and he quickly cleared his throat, sitting up straight. Bonnie frowned and asked, "What on earth is wrong with you?" Shibei swallowed hard, a flush of crimson spreading across his face. Since the hidden door only opened once every 4 years, how were we to gain entry? Suddenly, Bonnie approached Shibei, wrapping her arms around his neck with a mischievous glint in her eye, and remarked, "Aren't you a giant?" Shibei was taken aback. Bonnie declared resolutely, "Smash it." He retorted, "But you just said we must not attract attention. If we shatter the hidden door leading to Mariewa, it will undoubtedly alarm those pampered aristocrats of the world. What shall we do then?" Bonnie scoffed. Mariewa perches atop the Red Line. The hidden door, designed for the convenience of transporting kings from various nations, is situated on the rocky cliffs above the sea. Once we approach the cliff and demolish the hidden door, as long as we destroy the surveillance snail concealed within, who will know we have breached the entrance? Indeed, the Red Line resembles a colossal mountain, with the celestial dragons, the world's nobility, residing at its summit. However, the hidden door lies at the foot of the mountain, so even if we were to obliterate the door at the base, how could those nobles at the peak possibly be aware of it? The sole threat to consider is the surveillance snail, a device akin to a monitoring system. If we can dismantle the surveillance snail before it captures our actions, we can infiltrate Mariewa undetected. Shibei was drenched in cold sweat. Bonnie continued to incite, "What's the matter? Are you afraid? Do you no longer wish to assist that young girl? Will you proceed or not?" Shibei gazed at the face of Bonnie, so close that he could almost touch it. Gritting his teeth, he scoffed, "Am I afraid? Come on, let us do this." With the course of their voyage now firmly established, Shibei found no reason to hesitate any longer. In truth, he was quite eager to witness the grandeur of Marie Joa, the residents of the world's aristocracy. Those individuals were so conceited that even while strolling the streets, they couldn't bear to share the same air as commoners, enveloping themselves in a bubble that separated their breath from that of the ordinary folk. Shibei yearns to broaden his horizons and discover the kind of environment in which such a self-important group of individuals resides. Shibei approached Dadi's side and then sat down on the ground. "Rest assured, Kair will be fine. We shall find her soon." Dadi, holding the pocket watch that hung from his chest, gazed intently at the photograph within, remaining silent. Although Shibei had seen Kair's appearance before, the current atmosphere was rather awkward, prompting him to utter a few compliments. "Is this your daughter? She is quite adorable." Dadi sighed, clutching the pocket watch tightly in his palm. "When I was younger, I joined the Navy and captured numerous pirates, incurring their enmity. Consequently, Kaya's mother lost her life, which drove me to strive even harder for a prominent position within the naval headquarters, from private to corporal, then to sergeant, and ultimately being promoted to second lieutenant. Indeed, I have allowed hatred to cloud my judgment, yearning for greater strength and higher status to apprehend more pirates. I devoted all my thoughts to the naval headquarters, entirely neglecting Kair. During my time in the Navy, there was a fellow named Smoker stationed in Low Town, who often took it upon himself to look after Kair. What a meddlesome fellow he was. I heard he has now applied to join the G5 branch of the Navy in the New World. His ambitions are soon to be realized, I suppose." Dadi suddenly turned to Shibei, smiling as he remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to him." Shibei merely shook his head, neither affirming nor denying. Dadi gazed tenderly at the photograph within his pocket watch and, without raising his head, inquired, "Since you are a pirate hunter, you must have heard of the red-haired pirates, correct?" The little chick pecked at the ground with a persistent rhythm, echoing like thunder. Daddy, with a touch of self-mockery, remarked, "How ironic it is that I, who aspire to ascend the ranks of the Navy, not only suffered defeat at the hands of a pirate during a contest, but also uncovered an invaluable truth that I had long overlooked. The members of the red-haired pirates differ greatly from those I have encountered before. Perhaps this is one of the reasons they dominate the New World." With gritted teeth, Daddy declared, "I shall not allow Kaler to endure any further harm, even at the cost of my own life." Shibei gently patted Dottie's shoulder, then rose to his feet and approached the window, gazing out at the scenery beyond. "You must harbor a strong disdain for pirates, do you not?" Dottie shook his head, and surprisingly uttered a single word, "No." Perhaps the emergence of the red-haired pirates had altered Dottie's perception of the few pirates that exist. Shibei was not taken aback. For the captain of the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors, Shanks, possessed an indefinable charisma that distinctly set him apart from the majority of pirates. Shibei cast a furtive glance at Bonnie, who sat comfortably, her legs draped over the console, cradling her head with her eyes closed in utter stillness. It was likely that even if Daddy were to discover Bonnie's true identity as a pirate, his reaction would be rather subdued. Of course, Shibei had no intention of bringing it to light. There was simply no need to do so. Regardless of whether Bonnie was indeed a pirate, it would not alter the tasks that lay ahead. Therefore, why complicate matters by exposing the truth? After all, Bonnie herself seemed indifferent to being mistaken for a pirate hunter. So it was best to let things be. At that moment, Daddy suddenly recalled something. He looked up and inquired, "By the way, are we truly all right to leave like this? What about the other civilians captured by the Ely pirates at the Nessus ruins? Have we located them? Are they safe?" Indeed, Daddy was unaware that those civilians had already been transformed back into humans, a fact that had yet to be disclosed to him. Shibei carefully organized his words and spoke softly. "The Ely pirate crew has disbanded. Those civilians assimilated by the sea beast Ely have returned to their human forms. Rest assured, they are all safe. Only Kyre was taken away." Dottie let out a sigh of relief. "Is that so? That's wonderful." Little did he expect. Bonnie suddenly turned her head to look at Dottie and teased, "Bounty hunter, do you still have time to worry about others? Shouldn't you first inquire about where your daughter has been taken?" "Humph. This is why I dislike people like you, unable to save anyone yet yearning to rescue all. Ultimately, just causing more trouble for others." Dottie's expression grew uncomfortable as he gritted his teeth and turned his head away. "Hey, Bonnie, please stop talking," Shibei hastily interjected, steering the conversation away. "By the way, those civilians apprehended at the Nessus ruins have no boats. How on earth will they return to Rock Town? They can't possibly wait there indefinitely, can they? The small sailboat that Dottie left in the harbor can carry at most a few individuals." Bonnie, still with her eyes closed, leisurely replied, "Those folks found a transponder snail at the base of the Ely pirate crew and have already notified the Navy. They will be coming to retrieve them shortly. I certainly do not wish to linger there. If the Navy happens to stumble upon us, it would spell trouble indeed," Shibei murmured. "No wonder you are in such a hurry. I haven't even had a bite of my food, while you seem to be fully satisfied." Bonnie shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Huh? Do you have a problem with that?" Shibei retorted sharply, "Hey, there really is." Just then, Dottie, having overheard their conversation, interjected, "Aren't you pirate hunters? Why are you hiding from the Navy?" Before Shibei could respond, Bonnie swiftly interjected, "Hey, when did I ever claim to be a pirate hunter? You're not a pirate hunter?" Bonnie scoffed, "Of course not." Just as Bonnie was about to elaborate, she abruptly sprang to her feet, as if stirred by some unseen force. Her demeanor suddenly tense and alert. Shibei, too, felt the shift, bracing himself for confrontation. The two exchanged a glance, and the unexpected scene left Dottie bewildered. "What is wrong with you two?" Bonnie remained silent, dashing to the door and flinging it open, revealing a figure on the water's surface indeed. A woman standing atop a sea serpent, hastening towards them. "What an insufferable woman," Bonnie exclaimed in frustration. "Hey, hurry up, we need to run." Shibei sat before the cockpit, commanding the control panel, propelling forward at full speed. Bonnie called out to Shibei's back, "What exactly do you know about this woman's secret?" Shibei exclaimed, "Silence." Indeed, gliding across the ocean's surface was none other than Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. She stood atop her pet snake, Salome, skimming the waves as if surfing, relentlessly pursuing the small vessel that Shibei and his companions occupied. It was only natural to ponder. Having uncovered such a significant secret about Hancock, how could she possibly allow him to escape unscathed? Although her pirate ship had been destroyed, Hancock still possessed her pet snake. Frankly speaking, it was preferable for fewer individuals to be privy to her affairs, as they pertained to the secrets she harbored. Thus, the destruction of the Kuja pirate ship might very well serve Hancock's interests, providing her with a pretext to distance herself from her crew, allowing her to pursue Shibe with singular focus, accompanied only by her serpent. Moreover, unencumbered by her crew, Hancock could act without hesitation. She pursued relentlessly throughout the night, and at last beheld Shibe's small vessel. Bonnie shouted, "Hey, we're about to be caught." Shibe let out a low growl at the console, cursing, "Damn it. Don't even think about escaping." Hancock made a gesture of blowing a kiss, directing it towards the small vessel that Shibe and the others occupied, declaring, "Gunshot kiss." As the door of the small boat swung open, Hancock unleashed a flurry of heart-shaped bullets that sped towards Bonnie, who stood at the entrance. Upon seeing these heart-shaped projectiles, an inexplicable pain pierced Bonnie's heart. She instinctively clutched the spot that Hancock had previously struck with the same bullets. Her mind engulfed in cold sweat, forgetting to evade. In truth, evading these bullets would have been an effortless task for Bonnie. Yet, the prior harm inflicted by these heart-shaped bullets lingered in her memory, creating a psychological shadow. This influence caused her to hesitate momentarily upon seeing the bullets again, leading to her delayed reaction and ultimately forgetting to dodge Hancock's heart-shaped projectiles. Just as the bullets were about to strike Bonnie, the sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The collision of Hancock's heart-shaped bullets with the hard projectiles resulted in a mutual cancellation. Daddy, gripping a pair of handguns in his hands, calmly remarked, "Though I cannot fathom the situation, our priority is to keep that woman at bay, correct?" Nearly forgotten. Daddy is indeed a sharpshooter, a formidable talent who dares to rival the marksmanship of the red-haired pirates. While Daddy may not excel in close combat, when it comes to firearms, he is undoubtedly proficient. What is the prerequisite for mastering firearms? Precision. Thus, in terms of long-range harassment and sniping, Daddy is a wholly reliable ally. Shibe nodded solemnly. "I leave it to you." Daddy unbuttoned his coat, revealing an array of firearms scattered within. Standing resolutely at the cockpit door, he was a formidable barrier, his body adorned with weapons and a gun in hand. Upon hearing Shibe's instructions, he replied without turning, "It's a trivial matter." Bonnie may have felt some reluctance, yet she recognized that she could not contend with Hancock's long-range capabilities. At that moment, Daddy perfectly compensated for this shortcoming, prompting Bonnie to step back and cede the remaining space entirely to him. "Hey, Bonnie, how much longer until we reach the Red Earth continent?" Bonnie glanced at the indicator. "Just keep heading in this direction. If that woman follows closely behind, even upon reaching the Red Earth continent, there will be no time to sabotage the secret door. What on earth is her issue? Don't worry, as soon as we arrive at the Red Earth continent, Hancock will depart." "Why?" Shibe smirked. "Because she desires to distance herself from Mary Geos more than anyone else." Bonnie narrowed her eyes. "Oh, it seems you truly possess some knowledge regarding the secrets of Empress Boa Hancock, to the extent that even I am intrigued." Shibe remained composed. "I am quite curious about how you discovered the existence of a hidden door leading to Mariawa. How about this? When you feel inclined to share, we can arrange a trade?" Bonnie erupted into laughter. "A trade? Since you mention a trade, I am certain that what piques my interest will certainly not be the trivial matters concerning Boa Hancock. The secrets you harbor must be far more fascinating than those of that woman. Less talk, fewer mistakes." Shibe chose silence, wary of being ensnared by the enigmatic Bonnie. Standing by the window with a bemused smile, Bonnie observed the unfolding battle. In Daddy's left hand rested a 10-shot revolver from the South Sea, while his right hand wielded the most common flintlock pistol from the East Sea. Despite the disparity in their designs, each bullet flew with unwavering intent towards the same target, compelling Hancock to navigate cautiously, evading the onslaught. Frustration etched across Hancock's forehead. How infuriating. From her vantage point by the window, Bonnie witnessed the entire scene unfold. "Oh, quite impressive, indeed." Upon hearing Bonnie's commendation, Shibe finally exhaled in relief. Bonnie's nature rarely allowed for casual praise. If she acknowledged someone, it was a testament to their merit. At the very least, it signified that Daddy's marksmanship had earned her approval. Though not a particularly glorious accolade, it promised that during their forthcoming ventures through Mariawa, he would have at least one reliable comrade to rely upon, an undeniably fortuitous development. Yet, unexpectedly, Bonnie added, "However, at this rate, the ammunition will inevitably be depleted." Shibe retorted with irritation, "That is one of the 7 warlords. It's remarkable if we can merely hold them at bay. Do you honestly expect Dottie to take down Hancock with a single shot? Look at him. He bears wounds just as you do. We must exert ourselves further. We cannot allow the marksman to toil in vain. TCH. Bonnie rolled her eyes in exasperation. After pondering for a moment, Shibe remarked, Bonnie, please refrain from targeting him in the future. Although his well-intentioned actions may occasionally cause trouble for others, he is, at the very least, a man of audacity and determination. He has struggled hard to attain the rank of second lieutenant, yet he is capable of relinquishing it at a moment's notice. His wife was slain by pirates, and while he claims to harbor no hatred, one can only imagine the turmoil within him. Kayla, his sole source of solace, has now been captured. It is remarkable that he has not succumbed to madness. Consider it from a different perspective. If he were not a bounty hunter, he might possess certain redeeming qualities. Bonnie slammed her palm down on the control panel, feigning a fierce demeanor. Focus on steering the ship properly and do not stray from the course. Shibe was taken aback. Then vigorously tapped his head. Be gentle, or you might inadvertently damage the console. He sighed deeply and began to hum to himself. A man must be a strong man. Resolute. Resolute. Zaboni, irritated by the noise, raised a leg and pressed it firmly upon the console. Shibe sighed. Alas, I shall not sing any longer. Shall we proceed? This wretched vessel is satisfactory in every regard, save for its lamentably sluggish speed. One must surely take the time to refurbish it adequately. If we could install 2 wind turbines at the stern, it would elevate our status significantly. However, the wind turbines are a product of the Sky Island. I wonder if they exist in the New World. By the way, Bonnie, let me ask you something. What if Bonnie were to stomp her foot with great force? Bonnie, in a fit of fury, retorted, silence. No, Bonnie, please listen to me. I have just conceived an excellent idea. Bonnie seized Shibe by the collar, threatening. Do you believe I will toss you out right now? This vessel belongs to me. Bonnie then released Shibe and clutched her head, tousling her hair into disarray. At that moment, Bonnie bore a striking resemblance to a madwoman. Shibe was startled, swallowing hard and obediently closing his mouth. Soon, Shibe suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right. Bonnie, unable to contain herself any longer, kicked Shibe against the wall and then sat down in front of the control panel, taking matters into her own hands. Shibe curled up in the corner, ready to hum a few notes, but upon witnessing Bonnie's long legs quivering, he promptly focused his gaze, choosing silence. During the brief exchange of glances between Daddy and Hancock, Daddy finally discerned Hancock's true visage, as well as the sea serpent coiled beneath her feet. The reputation of the 7 warlords of the sea is formidable. Having resigned from the Navy, and now a bounty hunter, Daddy could not be unfamiliar with their notoriety. Therefore, upon recognizing Hancock, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. Wait, isn't that the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock? Why is she pursuing you? How on earth did you offend a warlord? Damn, our ammunition is nearly depleted. At this rate, we'll inevitably be caught. He quickly pondered a solution. Bonnie gave Shibe a thumbs up and feigned enthusiasm. This guy destroyed that woman's ship, the Kuja pirates. Daddy gasped in astonishment. What? Shibe crawled from the corner to the cockpit door, peering cautiously over the edge to steal a glance at the surface of the sea. Although Hancock maintained a certain distance from them, the speed of this small vessel was evidently no match for the sea serpent beneath Hancock's feet. Once Dottie exhausted his ammunition, it was only a matter of time before Hancock would catch up swiftly. Shibe inquired, how much longer can we hold on? At that moment, Dottie's feet were surrounded by numerous steaming bullet casings, and even the firearms concealed within his coat were nearly depleted. With only a handful of loaded weapons remaining, perhaps a mere 10, enough for a few more minutes of resistance, Dottie aimed at Hancock and fired twice more. Indeed, Boa Hancock is a formidable ability user. If only I could incapacitate her for even a second, I might find a way. Ordinary bullets are ineffective against the 7 warlords. Do you have any means to make her halt? As Dottie spoke, he retrieved a pitch-black flintlock pistol from the inner side of his coat. The moment Dottie brandished the dark firearm, Shibe sensed an intensely unpleasant aura, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. Even Bonnie, seated in the driver's position, seemed to react, turning her head to gaze at the black pistol. Bonnie clicked her tongue. Is that sea prism stone? Indeed, both Shibe and Bonnie were ability users, and the sea prism stone is the bane of their kind. Thus, they could both acutely perceive the unsettling sensation it imparted. However, this was Shibe's first time witnessing the sea prism stone in person and at such close proximity. Any ability user who has consumed a devil fruit, whether a warlord or an emperor, would be rendered powerless upon contact with the sea prism stone. Even a tiger would become a mere cat. Therefore, when it comes to countering ability users, nothing is more lethal than the sea prism stone. Yet, the critical condition remains: it must make contact. Hancock, being exceptionally powerful and agile, could evade bullets with ease, making it a daunting task to strike her with the sea prism stone, which is precisely why Dottie required assistance. Shibe gazed intently at the dark gun, pondering why it appeared so peculiar. It was, after all, crafted from Hylu stone. Bonnie let out a derisive chuckle, exclaiming, "Fool. I'm referring to the bullet." Dottie opened the chamber, and a smooth black stone tumbled out, resembling a colored bead. The repugnant aura that Shibe found so distasteful emanated from this small, obsidian-hued orb. The flintlock pistol itself was merely an ordinary firearm, devoid of any abnormalities. The true source of revulsion lay in this polished Hylu stone, now fashioned into a bullet. Shibe instinctively reached out to touch it. However, the moment his fingertips made contact with the black stone, he felt as though all the strength within him had been drained away. His legs weakened, and he collapsed forward, nearly tumbling into the sea had it not been for Dottie's quick reflexes to support him. For those with abilities, nothing is more repugnant than the sea stone. Although Haki can indeed affect Logia-type users, it does not strip them of their powers, whereas the sea stone can genuinely render an ability user powerless, transforming them into a mere shell of their former selves. It is akin to an overpowering cheat. Truly, it is quite sinister. Bonnie retorted with irritation. What made you think it was wise to touch that thing? I almost forgot that you're also a user. You cannot come into contact with sea stone. That was my oversight. Dottie carefully reloaded the sea stone bullet into his gun and gazed at the figure of a man and a snake racing across the ocean's surface. I knew that the sea beast, Eiley, possessed abilities, which is why I brought numerous specially crafted sea stone ammunition when pursuing him to the ruins of Nessus. However, one of Eiley's 3 subordinates is a user of the Nita fruit. I have nearly exhausted this specialized ammunition dealing with him, leaving only this final bullet, which I initially intended to reserve for Eiley. It appears that may no longer be necessary. The last sea stone bullet. This implies that if this bullet is fired and Hancock is not subdued, a fierce battle may be imminent. To be honest, Shibe truly wishes to avoid a direct confrontation with Hancock unless absolutely necessary. Bonnie tilted her head and asked, "Hey, isn't it about time for you to show your skills?" Shibe expressed his astonishment, questioning from where does this notion arise. He continued, "I found it peculiar during my time at the Nessus Palace. Why did the room suddenly freeze? Pray tell, do you truly know nothing?" For a moment, I suspected that Kazan might also be on the island. Dottie inquired with confusion. Kazan? The formidable Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters? Is he not currently embroiled in a contest with Sakazuki for the position of Fleet Admiral? Moreover, they have arranged to duel at Punk Hazard, in such a critical moment. How could he possibly appear at the Nessus ruins? Bonnie shrugged lightly, casting a playful glance at Shibe, and remarked, "Who knows?" Shibe is certainly aware of Bonnie's intentions. She simply wishes to compel him to reveal his true abilities. Let him do so. After all, this matter cannot be concealed indefinitely and will eventually come to light. Shibe took a deep breath and then pulled Dottie aside. "I can only hold that woman for a second at most. Dottie, the next move is up to you." Click. Dottie chambered around, standing resolutely behind Shibe, ready for action. That will suffice. Shibe steadied himself, crouched down, and gently tapped the surface of the sea with the tip of his index finger. At that moment, Shibe shut his eyes, delving into his memories to retrieve the formidable technique of his youthful prowess. The appearance of Shibe finally provoked Hancock. With a furious roar, Hancock exclaimed, "Despicable man. This time I shall not allow you to escape." No sooner had the words left her lips than the sea serpent beneath her surged forward, charging directly at Shibe. Shibe suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "The Ice Age." With a flourish of his fingertips, the surface of the sea began to freeze, the icy expanse gradually extending forward. The ice swiftly encased Hancock, though the area was modest, scarcely 100 meters. Nonetheless, the surface was undeniably solidified, causing the sea serpent beneath Hancock to come to an abrupt halt as it neared the impending ice. The boundary was distinctly defined by the small vessel carrying Shibe and his companions. The ice advanced solely towards Hancock, leaving the waters ahead of the boat unaffected, allowing it to continue its voyage. As for Hancock, he found himself thwarted by the suddenly frozen expanse. At that moment, Dottie took aim at Hancock and fired a shot. Clearly startled by the abrupt formation of ice, Hancock was momentarily paralyzed, failing to react promptly. However, instinctively turning at the sound of the gunshot. He narrowly avoided the sea-floor stone bullet that whizzed past him. Though it didn't strike Hancock, it did tear away the modesty cloth draped across his chest. Indeed, the greater the chest, the larger the target. Hancock quickly covered his exposed front, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Sea-floor stone? Isn't this fellow a superhuman? He pondered, a look of disbelief etched across his face. At that juncture, Shibei could no longer sustain himself. His body weakened, and he fell backward. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, entirely beyond his command. In mere seconds, he was drenched in sweat, lacking even the strength to turn his head. Shibei was rendered speechless, merely rolling her eyes in bewilderment as she gazed at Daddy. With gritted teeth and a sense of despair, Daddy lamented, "I apologize, she has eluded us." Shibei tightly shut her eyes, a look of reluctance etched upon her face. Suddenly, Bonnie spoke up. "You truly astonish me. Leave the rest to me, do you see? Ahead lies the Red Earth continent. You mentioned earlier that woman would not approach Mary Geos. If your words hold true, then she should no longer pursue us. Hey, do you still have strength left? There's another secret door that awaits your attention. At present, Shibei is in such a state that not only is it difficult to destroy the hidden door, but even the mere act of standing up poses a formidable challenge. Bonnie appears intent on exhausting Shibei to the point of collapse. However, now that we have approached the Red Earth continent, the residence of the world's aristocracy, Mariewa, Shibei possesses complete confidence. Hancock will undoubtedly refrain from following. For this place is one that she finds far more terrifying than hell itself, a locale she would prefer to never recall throughout her lifetime. Shibei finally felt a sense of relief as he exhaled deeply. While Bonnie had somewhat anticipated the extraordinary powers Shibei had just displayed, Daddy was caught off guard. He only knew that Shibei could transform into a giant, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Shibei could also freeze the surface of the sea. What perplexed Daddy even more was Shibei's murmured phrase, "Ice Age," which unmistakably referenced Admiral Akiji's freezing abilities. Having spent some time within the Navy, Daddy was not unfamiliar with Akiji. His curiosity piqued. He questioned, "Who exactly are you?" Bonnie, crossing her legs nonchalantly, replied, "Huh? Didn't I already tell you?" She then shouted at Shibei, "Hey, how long are you going to rest? Hurry up and destroy the Dark Gate. Otherwise, how will we land on Mariewa?" Shibei weakly exclaimed, "Oh dear Buddha, I have only just lain down. Why the urgency? If you ask me, it would be best to take action once night falls. In broad daylight. Even if we manage to scale the secret entrance to Mariewa, how can we evade the clandestine intelligence of the world government? Do you think this is a mere game? That place is the stronghold of the celestial nobles, the Tenryubito. To present ourselves as slaves in such glaring light is simply absurd." Bonnie, lowering her head in contemplation, found some merit in his words. Suddenly, Dottie erupted, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Mariewa? Are you truly planning to go there? Have you all lost your minds? That is the residence of the nobility. What if Cypher Pole discovers us? Ultimately, why on earth would you wish to venture into Mariewa? It is not a place for mere sightseeing." Bonnie responded with indignation, "Why? Of course, it is to rescue your daughter." Dottie retorted incredulously, "How could that be? What nonsense are you spouting? How could Kaluo be in Mariewa?" Soon, Dottie was drenched in a cold sweat, trembling as he asked, "Wait, what is going on? Is Kaluo to be enslaved?" Bonnie, plugging her ears, refused to listen to Dottie's incessant chatter. "Have you finished? Fool, your daughter was taken to the New World days ago. So naturally, we must head to the New World. Do not fret, we are merely passing through Mariewa." Dottie, in despair, exclaimed, "Passing through Mariewa? You are utterly insane. Just be quiet and watch." Propping her chin on her hands, Bonnie carefully elucidated, "Mariewa is indeed the territory of the world's nobility, a fact we are all aware of. However, it is also the sole shortcut to the New World. If we were to circumvent it via Fishman Island, we might very well miss your daughter." Bonnie rose, fixing her gaze upon Dottie, and inquired, "So, do you have anything more to say?" Dottie, with a dark expression and furrowed brow, pressed, "Tell me, who took Kaluo away?" Bonnie opened her mouth to respond. Shibei swiftly interjected, articulating each word with precision, "Human traffickers." This response was succinct and unequivocal. Dottie, akin to a deflated balloon, collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, Bonnie chuckled. "Well, those ruffians must be en route to the New World, undoubtedly passing through Fishman Island. Judging by the timeline, they should have just arrived there, and if we borrow a route from Mariewa, we can intercept them before they proceed, thereby rescuing your daughter. Following this, Bonnie elaborated with fervor. Ever since the Straw Hat Lad dispatched a celestial dragon at the auction house in Submarine Archipelago, the shadowy figure of Don Quixote da Flamingo has been summoned by the Navy to partake in the Marineford War, thus abandoning the auction house. Without Da Flamingo's backing, the slave auction in Submarine could no longer sustain itself, leading to its relocation to the New World. If all goes as anticipated, your daughter ought to be sent there. Therefore, we must act swiftly to rescue her before she is adorned with a collar. Of course, she is your daughter. The choice of how to proceed rests solely with you. Bonnie raised 2 fingers, emphasizing her points. 1. We can linger here, slowly awaiting the moment your beloved daughter is collared and condemned to a lifetime of servitude. 2. We can seize the moment, borrowing a passage from Mariewa to rescue her ahead of time. As Dottie listened to Bonnie's words, he pondered the horrific fate that awaited Kairouo. By the time Bonnie concluded her discourse, Dottie had reached a decision. His expression was resolute, his eyes devoid of any trace of confusion. What must I do? Bonnie nodded approvingly. It's quite simple. Shatter the hidden door and destroy the transponder snail. Dottie rose to his feet. I shall follow your lead. Excellent. Bonnie beamed, then playfully kicked Shibe, who lay on the floor, exclaiming, Hey, did you hear that? You will be among the first hunters to land in Mariewa. So remember to thank me. Zybe extended his middle finger, an international gesture. Shibe initially engaged in a fierce battle at the ruins of Nessus, resulting in a slight muscle strain. Before he could sufficiently recover, he was dragged away by Bonnie, only to encounter the relentless Hancock, who employed a memory-shaping magic that demanded a considerable expenditure of vitality. This sequence of misfortunes is indeed a testament to the adage that troubles seldom come alone. Consequently, Shibe found himself utterly exhausted, and tragically, he had yet to savor even a warm cup of tea. In order to conserve his energy, Shibe sprawled across the cockpit floor. He fell into a deep slumber, untroubled by dreams, and awoke only in the late hours of the night. As he groggily opened his eyes, he discovered the cockpit utterly deserted. Bonnie and Daddy had vanished without a trace, leaving him in solitary isolation. This sensation mirrored the solitude he experienced while ensconced in his home. The surroundings were eerily silent, so still that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Shibe sat on the floor, contemplating for a brief moment before rising to approach the window. Upon peering outside, he discovered that the small boat had finally reached the shore. His current position was situated directly beneath the Red Earth continent, with the vessel docked in a quaint harbor at its edge, surrounded by numerous rocky outcrops. Through the window, he observed a barren stretch of land devoid of trees, yet adorned with oddly shaped stone formations. As it was now nighttime, Shibe's vision was somewhat obscured, but he could faintly discern flickering flames, suggesting that someone had kindled a fire on the shore. Stretching languidly, Shibe confidently exited the cockpit, leaping onto the land and making his way towards the source of the light. Shibe wandered along, casting curious glances at his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay cracked earth, while peculiar stones dotted the landscape, and a small boat rested against the dark reefs. It evoked a vivid sense of a deserted island. It was hard to fathom that beneath the red earth of the world's aristocrats, such a place existed. After traversing the stone forest, Shibe finally approached the flickering flames, where he beheld Bonnie and Daddy seated around the campfire, ravenously devouring their meal. Above the fire, a substantial piece of roasted meat sizzled, dripping with juices. Shibe twitched his nose, savoring the delightful aroma. He swallowed hard and stepped forward. Oh, are you eating? He inquired. Bonnie, without so much as a glance in his direction, busily consumed her meal with a ferocity that was quite striking. In stark contrast to Bonnie's wild demeanor, Daddy exhibited a far more courteous disposition. Ah, you have finally awakened. Just moments ago, while Bonnie navigated the ship here, we encountered a sea king. It was quite perilous, I assure you. I anticipated your hunger upon awakening, so I prepared some ingredients for you. Do not underestimate my culinary skills. I often cooked for my daughter in the past. As soon as Daddy mentioned his daughter, a heavy silence enveloped him. Meanwhile, Shibe, feeling the pangs of hunger, made his way to the campfire and began to eat without hesitation. As he chewed, he fixed his gaze on Bonnie, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. In retaliation, Bonnie playfully struck Shibe on the head with a piece of meat, and they exchanged fierce glances. Amusingly, despite her glaring at him, Bonnie continued to shove food into her mouth, causing her cheeks to puff out like a squirrel's. Shibe was taken aback. This boorish and wild woman possessed an unexpectedly endearing side. Shibe, unable to restrain herself, reached out and pinched Bonnie's face. Little did she know that this seemingly innocuous gesture would lead to trouble. Bonnie opened her mouth and sprayed Shibei's face with food. Enraged, Bonnie pushed Shibei to the ground, mounted her, and shouted, "What on earth are you doing, you fool? Didn't you see me eating? How can I possibly continue with your behavior?" After speaking, Bonnie delivered 2 punches to Shibei's face. Shibei does not shy away, vigorously tugging at Bonnie's face. The two then joyfully engage in a playful scuffle on the ground. Daddy promptly steps in as a mediator, separating the two. Shibei returned to the campfire. Pointing at the bandages adorning his body, and with a grave expression, he exclaimed, "Do you not see the injuries I bear? Whose fault is it that your strikes were so severe? If you encounter any issues, why not take the initiative to address them? How surprising it is that you are a woman. I found you quite charming just moments ago, yet your true nature has swiftly emerged." Bonnie remains unfazed. "Huh, charming? What does that even mean?" Shibei shook his head, remarking, "It seems I can no longer treat you as a woman." Suddenly, Bonnie reached out and struck Shibei's face with a sharp punch. Following this, Bonnie stood up, gazing into the pitch-black night, and said earnestly, "Hey, you've had enough rest. Hurry up and finish eating. We must prepare to act swiftly, ensuring we cross Mariewa before dawn. If Cipher Pole discovers us, it would be disastrous. Intruding into Mariewa makes Daddy somewhat uneasy. Do you have any plans?" Bonnie tossed a chunk of meat into her mouth, chewing it along with the bone, before licking the grease from her fingers. The world nobles, known as the Celestial Dragons, are regarded as descendants of the creators, as they are the progenitors who established the world government. Even the highest authorities of the Navy must heed the whims of these aristocrats, rendering their lives and fortunes exceedingly precious and intolerant of any error. That goes without saying. Shibei and Daddy were already aware of this. Bonnie continued. Mariewa is the residence of these nobles, making its defenses exceptionally stringent. The Special Department of Cipher Pole, under the world government, is responsible for the safety of the nobles, while the Navy maintains a visible guard. Even if the admirals are absent, they meticulously select formidable rear admirals to guard Mariewa. This is indeed intriguing. Both Shibei and Daddy nodded in agreement, signaling Bonnie to elaborate further. As far as I know, the rear admiral currently dispatched for security patrols in Mariewa is a woman. Do not underestimate her. Should you encounter her, do not entertain any thoughts. Just run. She is not a mere rear admiral. She is one of the top candidates for the highest combat power in the Navy, meaning she could very well ascend to one of the 3 admiral positions in the future. I need not elaborate on the strength of an admiral, do I? A rear admiral? A woman? I have no particular impression of Shibei. Shibei pondered. Are there women among the vice admirals? Of course there are, came the reply. Don't you know about Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit? Hey, I truly had no idea, Shibei admitted. Suddenly, Daddy exclaimed, "It's actually her." Zibidon found himself momentarily bewildered. You know her? Dottie pondered. I am aware of this individual. It is said that she shares an extraordinary connection with the Chief of Staff at the Navy headquarters, Crane. I am not entirely well-versed in the specifics, but Admiral Toad's reputation has always been commendable. Her prowess is indisputable. Quite frankly, if she were to ascend to the rank of Admiral, it would not surprise me in the least. In any case, this woman is quite formidable. Who would have imagined that the guardian of Mariewa would be her? This complicates matters significantly. Bonnie smirked. Admiral Toad has traditionally maintained a close relationship with the world government. Furthermore, her frequent visits to Mariewa, where her work primarily revolves around the nobility, means she rarely engages in the pursuit of pirates. Thus her reputation has not been widely disseminated. After hearing this, Zybe felt a slight headache. Bonnie continued to emphasize, on the leg of the woman known as Tattoo, there exists a tattoo in the shape of a spider. Remember, upon encountering her, exercise utmost caution. Our sole purpose for landing on Mariewa is to venture into the New World. We must avoid unnecessary trouble. A tattoo? What a peculiar woman. Why a spider? A venomous widow, perhaps? Humph. Shibei let out a satisfied burp and then stood up. Is that all you've got? Bonnie shrugged. Well, that's about all I know. Shibei cracked his knuckles and tilted his head, declaring, Let us commence. Lead the way, for I find myself increasingly enamored with destruction. Bonnie took the lead, guiding him back through the stone forest they had traversed earlier, turning left after passing the campfire. They walked for nearly 10 minutes until they finally arrived at a rock wall. This wall stood in a corner of the red Earth continent. A part of its rugged terrain, its hue undeniably red and exuding an air of formidable strength. Shibei stood before the rocky cliff, with the vast ocean to his left. A small boat anchored not far behind him. To his right lay the barren land they had traversed, and if he turned back, he could behold the bizarre stone forest. In essence, the concealed entrance to Mary Geos was situated along the coastline. Zybe pondered quietly, considering how to navigate the ship through the concealed door even if it were to be destroyed. Bonnie furrowed her brow and inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "This must be the hidden entrance, but it is situated on the shore. Even if we were to smash it, how would our vessel enter? Not to mention ourselves. How would those kings manage to reach Mariewa through this entrance? Would they need to haul their ships ashore and then push them through this hidden door?" Pointing to the ground beneath her, Bonnie continued, "Who told you that you must drag the ship ashore? Have you not noticed that this coastline is devoid of any vegetation? This is an artificial coast, constructed by the world government to conceal the hidden door. Beneath this surface lies a subterranean river, though it remains obscured by this coastline and the entrance is sealed, rendering it invisible. Even so, our ship cannot traverse the earth. How would it flow into the underground river?" Bonnie retorted sharply, "Do you have any idea how thick this rock face is?" Shibe shook his head and replied, "I cannot say for certain. In any case, you should hastily shatter the hidden door, and then all will be revealed." At that moment, Dottie crouched on the ground, feeling along the surface, and then suddenly exclaimed, "I understand now." Shibe turned to glance at Dottie, who gestured to their surroundings and elaborated, "You see, to our left lies the vast sea, and directly ahead is the Red Earth continent." Dottie stepped forward, caressing the rocky wall of the Red Earth, and continued, "The hidden door is right here, merely obstructed by this rock wall. Although we currently stand on the coastline, which appears to be connected to the Red Earth continent, there is actually a narrow gap between them. However, this rock wall is too thick, sealing off the fissure. If we were to shatter this rock wall, the seawater could flow through the gap into the hidden door, and naturally, the boat would follow suit." Bonnie, taken aback, remarked, "Oh, you actually have the capacity for thought?" "Indeed, that is precisely the case," Dottie replied, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment evident. Shibe exclaimed, "To block the gap between the coast and the Red Earth continent with a single rock wall? To prevent the sea from flooding in? My goodness, how thick must that wall be?" Bonnie, cradling her head in her hands, replied, "That's precisely why we need the giant's assistance. Enough talk. You seem quite energetic now. So hurry and get to work. Hey, bounty hunter, come back to the ship to help me. Leave this to him. If our vessel is swept away by the waves, we'll be in quite the predicament." Dottie gazed at Shibe, his eyes filled with hope. The rock wall was far too thick for them to make any difference here. It was solely up to Shibe in his giant form. Once Shibe shattered the wall, the seawater would undoubtedly pour into the hidden door. If they didn't keep a close watch on their small boat, it could very well be swept into the door along with the tide, leaving them with no chance to board and rendering their efforts futile. Shibe touched the somewhat damp rock wall. Aside from the option of becoming a giant, there truly seemed to be no other choice. As Shibe turned around, he noticed that Bonnie and Daddy had already returned to the small boat. He exhaled deeply, removed his cloak, and, as was his custom, placed his pinky finger in his mouth, drawing forth blood. Then, he transformed into a giant. Daddy stood before the cockpit window, gazing at Shibe's towering figure, now several meters high. Is this fellow truly human? Bonnie found Shibe's transformative ability endlessly fascinating. Who could possibly know? Shortly thereafter, she stepped out of the cockpit and called out to Shibe, "Hey, be careful not to be swept away by the sea." Daddy, perplexed, inquired, in his current state, "Can the sea truly carry him away?" Bonnie regarded Daddy as if he were foolish. "So what if he's a giant? Don't forget, he is an ability user." Daddy was left speechless. Hearing Bonnie's words, Shibe looked down upon the two diminutive figures on the boat, instantly filled with a sense of grandeur. The feeling of looking down from such heights was exhilarating. To Shibe, Bonnie and Daddy now appeared as frail and insignificant as mere ants. Shibe was even under the illusion that with a mere stretch of his hand, he could effortlessly crush the two of them, as easily as one would squash an insignificant ant. Shibe laughed heartily without any apparent reason. Upon hearing Shibe's unrestrained laughter, Bonnie furiously retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Get a move on." Shibe feigned composure and retorted, "Silence, you wretched ant." The term wretched ant provoked Bonnie's ire, prompting her to make a move as if to leap from the vessel to confront Shibe, but fortunately, Dottie managed to restrain her. Shibe promptly adjusted his mindset, gently caressing the rock wall and tentatively striking it twice. However, the massive and solid rock wall remained impervious to his efforts. It appeared that even after transforming into a giant, shattering this formidable barrier would not be a simple task. With determination, Shibe hurled his upper body against the wall, producing a resounding thud. Thanks to his exceptional hearing and mastery of observation hockey, he He could distinctly sense a faint echo emanating from behind the wall. The presence of this echo indicated that there was indeed a considerable space beyond. Shibei took a few steps back, then turned sideways, adopting a horse stance, facing the small boat. "Have you ever heard of Baji Quan?" It was evident that Shibei was inquiring of Bonnie and Daddy. Unfazed, Bonnie replied, "Baji Quan. What is that?" "Today, I shall broaden your horizons." In the world Shibei traversed before, whether in novels or films, the essence of Baji Quan was ever present. He gradually came to understand it through various eclectic channels. Although he was an utter novice, the techniques of Baji Quan, with their grand and expansive movements, were deeply ingrained in his mind. Even without formal training, he could vividly envision the formidable stance of Baji Quan. Among its techniques, two particularly captivated Shibei's imagination. One was the fierce tiger climbing the mountain, and the other was the mountain embracing technique. To alter the current predicament, the mountain embracing technique was undoubtedly the preferred choice. Just the thought of executing the mountain embracing technique in a giant's posture thrilled Shibei. Though he had never witnessed a pig being slaughtered, he had at least seen one run. Zybe took a deep breath, then forcefully stomped his foot on the ground, sending countless fragments of stone scattering. At that moment, he harnessed the energy, aligning his shoulders and hips, uniting his waist and horse, and charged sideways toward the rock wall, generating a fierce gust of wind. The small boats anchored on the sea were tossed and swayed by this tempestuous breeze. Bonnie's hat, perched atop her head, was nearly swept away by the wind. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, pressing her hand down firmly to secure it. Leaning against the mountain, she braced for impact. In the state of the giant, Shibei collided with the rock wall, resulting in the destruction of half his body, flesh and blood scattering, and white bones laid bare. Astonishingly, he shattered even the flesh of the giant, prompting one to ponder the sheer force exerted in this impact. It could be said that a mere 200% would scarcely do justice to the effort. Yet, this seemingly suicidal collision was not without its rewards. At the very least, Shibei achieved the outcome he desired. The massive, dense rock wall, struck by his reckless charge, began to crack and fissure. Akin to a long-blocked seawater finally discovering an outlet, it began to flow slowly toward the dark door. The small vessel glided along in its wake. The already fragile rock wall, further battered by the relentless surge of seawater, finally succumbed, with fragments of stone cascading down, one piece, then two, as the debris accumulated. Seizing the opportunity to exploit the weakness, a hallmark of Shibei's character, he once again hurled his remaining half against the rock wall. Although this second impact lacked the ferocity of the first, how could the already shattered wall withstand the tumult of a giant's assault? Thus, the second collision of Zybe shattered the rocky wall instantaneously, revealing a pitch-black passage that stretched into obscurity. As the wall crumbled, seawater surged relentlessly through the dark entrance. The small vessel swiftly followed the torrent, racing forward. Dottie sat before the control console, maneuvering the joystick, while Bonnie stood by the entrance of the cockpit, calling out, "Hey, hurry back. The water is rushing too fiercely. This boat cannot withstand it for long." Due to Zybe's colossal form and lack of regenerative abilities, the damaged half of his body showed no signs of recovery. Movement was impossible. However, this did not impede Zybe's essence. He began to emerge slowly from the nape of the giant, yet he found himself ensnared, indeed, ensnared by the giant's flesh and blood, akin to an all-purpose adhesive, rendering any attempt to extricate himself futile. The drifting little boat, however, did not wait for anyone. If Shibei does not hurry onto the ship, it will be too late. Bonnie exclaimed anxiously, "What on earth are you doing?" Shibei was caught in a predicament, exclaiming, "Hey, my hand is stuck. What kind of joke is this?" Bonnie shouted furiously, rushing to Daddy's side. She swiftly seized two pistols from him and leaped to where Shibei was positioned, standing on the giant's shoulder. Bonnie spotted Shibei ensnared within the monstrous flesh at the back of its neck. Both hands firmly adhered to the grotesque tissue. "Don't move," Bonnie commanded, and without hesitation, she aimed her gun at the mass of flesh that held Shibei captive. Shibei exclaimed in astonishment, "How proficient are you with firearms?" To which the response was, "Well, I suppose I am fairly competent." However, Bonnie's complexion appeared rather unnatural. Shibei swallowed hard, suggesting, "Perhaps we should bring Dottie in. But if he comes, who will control the small boat?" At that moment, Dottie's voice echoed from the cockpit. "Shibei, Bonnie, hurry. The boat is about to be swept away." With determination, Bonnie gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and aimed the gun at the flesh and blood beneath Shibei. Shibei exclaimed, "You can't be serious. Aim before you fire. Don't close your eyes." Bonnie kicked Shibei and shouted, "Stop disturbing me." Shibei still wished to speak. Bang, 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 bang. For gunshots. Zybe instinctively recoiled. And in doing so, he extricated himself from the clutches of the giant's flesh. Remarkably, 2 of Bonnie's 4 shots struck the viscous remnants that had ensnared Zybe. A stroke of fortune indeed. The remaining 2 bullets, however, found their mark where Zybe had previously crouched. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would have surely faced the peril of 2 bullets. Shibei was drenched in cold sweat. "Are you trying to take my life?" "No more nonsense." Bonnie seized Shibei and leaped back onto the small boat from the giant's back. Just as they returned to the vessel, the small boat, along with the seawater, flowed into the pitch-black portal. The space within felt as if it were severed from the outside world. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, interrupted only by the gentle sound of flowing water. Shibei finally returned home unscathed. He glared at Bonnie and exclaimed, "Wretched woman, do not recklessly touch firearms again." Bonnie shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, "Are you not living quite well now?" He continued, "It is merely my good fortune. You fired your weapon, so why close your eyes?" Bonnie found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter his argument, and could only threaten silence. He replied, "Oh, I nearly fell victim to your gunfire. And you still deny me the right to discuss it?" Silence. Shibei pointed at Bonnie, rendered speechless by anger. Dottie, seated before the control panel, abruptly interjected without turning around. "Aren't there still imaging worms?" Bonnie chuckled, gesturing to her own head. "Do not fret, everything is stored right here. By the way, bounty hunter, your marksmanship appears to be quite commendable. Follow me. I will indicate the targets, and you shall strike accordingly." Without hesitation, Dottie rose from his seat. Bonnie shoved Shibei aside and shot him a glare. "Move aside, you're in the way." Is this, by any chance, the proverbial act of burning bridges after crossing them? Shibei exerted every ounce of strength to shatter the rock wall, and at last, the small boat has finally entered with the current. But how long has it been? Almost immediately, he was met with scorn for being a nuisance. My heavens, Shibei was nearly driven to the brink of fury, wishing to punish Bonnie on the spot. The more defiant Bonnie became, the more intense Shibei's desire for conquest grew. Shibei slowly clenched his fist. "You cannot escape my 5-finger mountain." Bonnie furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you mean?" "Ah, I meant that this place resembles a 5-finger mountain." Unfamiliar with the term, Bonnie dismissed Shibei's words altogether. She and Dottie then departed from the cockpit and climbed atop the small boat. Meanwhile, Shibei remained inside, unaware of the situation outside, only occasionally hearing the distant crack of gunfire. When Bonnie and Dottie returned to the cockpit, Shibei meticulously calculated the events. In total, there were 13 gunshots. Dottie was an excellent marksman, never missing his target. This indicated that the hidden passage contained 13 surveillance bugs, all of which Dottie had systematically eliminated with precise shots. Shibei felt a tinge of curiosity. "Is that all?" Bonnie nodded in affirmation. "That's all I am aware of. As for whether the world government has installed any additional devices, I cannot say for certain. Regardless, we have already entered, and worrying is futile. If there were any other mechanisms within, I believe the celestial dragons would have detected our presence upon our arrival. However, since nothing has transpired thus far, it suggests that we are, for the time being, safe." Shibei was filled with an overwhelming sense of emotion. Before her lay a new world, an expansive stage. Bonnie likely felt a sense of unreality as well. She had never imagined that there would come a day when she would act so recklessly, intruding upon Mary Geos. To be honest, before meeting Shibei, she wouldn't have dared to even contemplate such a possibility. Now that they had arrived, was it a blessing or a curse? Who could say? Bonnie leaned against the wall and cautioned, "Make sure you all are secure." Before Shibei could finish speaking, the small boat suddenly tilted, the bow lifting upwards. Shibei lost balance and slid down to the rear of the cockpit, colliding face-first with the wall, resulting in a nosebleed. Dottie and Bonnie, seemingly anticipating the situation, pressed against the wall, exhibiting not a trace of panic. Shibei pinched his nose and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Bonnie retorted, "Serves you right," and continued, "Mary Geos is at its zenith, hence the seawater flows upstream. The small boat will inevitably drift along with the current. It's akin to a car navigating along a vertical wall." Shibei exclaimed, "Why didn't you inform me in advance? Are you two conspiring to play tricks on me?" Alas! In his haste, Shibei inadvertently bit his tongue. Bonnie retorted, "Fool. Mariewa is situated above the Red Earth continent. One must navigate against the current of the seawater to reach its summit. Since you are already aware of Sky Island, it stands to reason that you must have visited it." You should be well acquainted with the route to Sky Island. Must I truly elucidate every single detail for you? Shibei covered her mouth and exclaimed indistinctly, Huh? Straighten your tongue and speak clearly. Shibei stuck out his tongue and retorted, Who the hell said I have been to the Sky Island? Bonnie's eyes darted show. At that moment, the small boat suddenly shook and then gradually regained its balance. Bonnie rose and stood by the window. Upon witnessing this, Shibei and Dottie rushed to Bonnie's side, gazing at the scene outside the window. Is this truly Mariewa? Dottie remarked. This is my first time here as well. Zybe once held the belief that the celestial dragons, with their extravagant spending, would reside in a place adorned with gold and precious stones. However, upon gazing upon Mary Geos, he found it far from the opulent mansions he had envisioned. Instead, he beheld a colossal palace that towered into the heavens. The pinnacle of the palace seemed to pierce the clouds, as if one could simply extend a hand from the top floor and pluck the stars from the sky. This illustrates the grandiosity of the palaces belonging to the world's aristocracy. Situated atop the red Earth continent, Mary Geos appears akin to a circular isle. The palace occupies the very center, encircled by a circular waterway. Thus, the abode of the celestial dragons is enveloped by a river that loops back upon itself. Nevertheless, the vast expanse of Mary Geos places this waterway at a considerable distance from the palace, marking it as the outer perimeter of the island. The small vessel of Shibei surged forth from the hidden portal, emerging precisely within this riverway. If it could successfully navigate downstream, a mere half-circle would lead to an exit, granting passage to a new world. Bonnie swung open the door to the cockpit and remarked, This riverway is a dedicated passage for the kings of various nations, also known as the King's Avenue. As the World Conference convenes every 4 years, the Naval Headquarters dispatches personnel to escort the monarchs for their safety. Although some choose to decline the naval escort. The King's Avenue? Bonnie inquired, leaning out from the cockpit and gesturing towards the rear of the small boat. Shibei stood on tiptoe, peering into the distance. Several warships were anchored a few hundred meters away from the small boat. Initially taken aback, Shibei gradually regained composure, reasoning that the vessels were likely devoid of personnel. Otherwise, upon their swift approach along the King's Road, they would have been detected, given the proximity to the warships. It would have been impossible to maintain such a leisurely demeanor otherwise. Along the banks of the river, known as the King's Road, towering statues, each over 10 meters high, stood at intervals. Judging by their appearance, these statues must represent the ancestors of the celestial dragons, the pioneers who founded the world government. These grand figures loomed like guardians, all uniformly facing the palace, their backs turned to the King's Road. Bonnie paused for a moment. If we simply follow the King's Road and make a semicircular detour around Mariewa, we shall soon glimpse the exit. The image bugs concealed within the secret door have been destroyed. I trust the Navy has already taken notice. They will undoubtedly send personnel to investigate. We cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly. Shibei and Daddy exchanged glances. Suddenly, Daddy inquired, I have always been curious. Why are you so familiar with Mariewa? Have you been here before? Bonnie turned back with a wry smile and replied, Well, I suppose you could say that. Suddenly, Shibei interjected, interrupting the conversation between the two. Is this truly the moment for such discussions? It appears that individuals are converging towards us, Bonnie. I hope that the Vice Admiral, Peach Rabbit, you mentioned, is still in slumber. Otherwise, our journey may not unfold smoothly. Trespassing into Mariewa is undoubtedly a path to doom. Once discovered, we may not even have the opportunity to survive as slaves. Bonnie jested, Oh, would you rather be branded with the celestial dragon's mark than face death? Of course. I would prefer neither, Bonnie replied. She then turned to Dottie, and what about you? Dottie remained silent, merely drawing his pistol, poised for combat. In the past, Mariewa had minimal military presence, with no naval forces stationed, as the aristocrats residing there were so arrogant that they believed no one would dare openly defy them. This illusion was shattered with the emergence of Fisher Tiger, the first captain of the Sun Pirates, who disrupted the status quo. He is hailed by posterity as the hero. Tiger. With his bare hands, he scaled the Red Line and liberated numerous slaves from Mariewa, including Boa Hancock, the current empress of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Jean Bay, a former warlord, who served under Tiger. Tiger's actions marked the first challenge to the authority of the celestial dragons. Consequently, the world government began to gradually allocate military resources to Mariewa, constructing a channel known as the King's Road on the periphery. After all, no one could predict if a second invader would ascend the Red Line following Tiger, and the world government would not permit such an occurrence to repeat. On the surface, the King's Road serves as a dedicated passageway, but in reality, it is designed to thwart intruders attempting to invade Mariewa. Should anyone dare to scale the Red Line again, this King's Road would serve to intercept them on the outskirts, preventing proximity to the palace, bolstered by the naval presence, a dual safeguard. Thus, Fisher Tiger's actions brought shame upon the celestial dragons and, by extension, upon the world government, which would inevitably take precautions. Ironically, despite the world government's meticulous planning, they could not foresee that someone would ascend the King's Road through secret routes. Originally intended to block intruders, the King's Road had paradoxically become the sole shortcut for Shibei's incursion. It must be said, this is indeed a bitter irony. Without the King's Road, Shibei would have found it impossible to successfully land in Mariewa. Indeed, Shibei and his companions have indirectly benefited from Fisher Tiger's legacy. Bonnie suddenly declared, "I will keep watch outside." After speaking, Bonnie swiftly ascended to the top of the small boat. Fortunately, the vessel was relatively diminutive and under the cover of night. It was quite challenging to discern the tiny craft laboriously navigating the expansive King's Avenue. However, the Navy had already sensed the disruption of the surveillance device, and once they discovered that the hidden passage had been breached, they would undoubtedly follow the trail along King's Avenue. At that juncture, the small boat would have nowhere to conceal itself. Shibei has already accelerated to the utmost, yet this small vessel still chugs along like a tortoise. This time, Shibei is resolute. It is indeed time for an overhaul. Should he manage to depart from this place and reach the New World, he is determined to make significant modifications. He does not aspire for his ship to soar through the skies or vanish into thin air like the Straw Hat Pirate's vessel. He simply yearns to enhance its speed. Shibei, feeling somewhat exasperated, kicked the console with gritted teeth. Daddy suddenly inquired, "How much longer until we can depart from this place?" Since Shibei has never been here, how could he possibly know? "You ask me? I would rather inquire of others." Dottie felt somewhat awkward and then shouted towards the top of the ship, "Bonnie, will we be able to depart before dawn?" There was no response from above. Dottie approached the door of the cockpit and peered out. At that moment, Bonnie, with her brow furrowed, gazed intently ahead and, remaining still on the ship's deck, remarked, "We could have left Mary Joa before dawn, but now it seems we will be delayed for a while." Shibei also heard Bonnie's words. He rushed to the door, looking up in confusion, and asked, "Why?" Bonnie pointed to the shore, explaining, "Because someone is chasing us." Shibei and Dottie followed the direction pointed out by Bonnie and gazed into the distance. There, a figure swiftly darted between the grand statues, racing along the shore towards the small boat. Although Shibei could not discern the identity of the individual, the agility and speed of the figure indicated to him that it was undoubtedly a formidable opponent of considerable strength. Zybe narrowed his eyes and noticed that the figure was drawing closer and closer. Shibei exclaimed, "Is it a woman?" Indeed, following closely behind the small boat was, without a doubt, a woman. Bonnie clenched her teeth and remarked, "Tao too. This is troublesome." Shibei expressed his astonishment. "Is she truly the General Peach Rabbit?" Dottie, drenched in cold sweat, drew his pistol. The Peach Rabbit donned a white naval cloak, emblazoned on the back with the characters "For Justice." At her waist, she bore a slender, elongated oriental blade. While she sprinted along the shore, a small boat traversed the river. Due to the boat's sluggish pace, within mere seconds, the Peach Rabbit had closed the distance. As she pursued the vessel, her hand rested on the hilt of her knife, though she refrained from drawing it. Suddenly, she shouted, "Moonstep!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Peach Rabbit seemed to tread upon the very air, leaping from the bank and soaring towards the small boat. Simultaneously, she unsheathed her blade. Observing this, Dottie fired his weapon. Bonnie called out to stop him, "Don't shoot." Yet, her warning came too late, and the bullet had already been unleashed from Dottie's gun. Hurtling towards the Peach Rabbit, without flinching, she deftly twisted her wrist, raising her long knife to effortlessly cleave the bullet in two. Following this, with one hand gripping the oriental sword, the Peach Rabbit dove from above. Shibei seized Dottie and hurled him towards the shore. Dottie's body soared through the air, suspended momentarily before touching down. Then he aimed at Taudu and fired several shots in quick succession. With a deft flick of her toes, Taudu executed a sharp turn in midair, evading Dottie's bullets with grace. Seizing the fleeting moment of Taudu's maneuver, Shibei cradled Bonnie and leapt onto the shore. The unmanned boat continued its calm advance. As Bonnie tumbled onto the land, she shouted, "Split up and run." Shibei rose from the ground and exclaimed, "I have no idea which way to go." Bonnie pointed towards the river path and advised, "Just follow King's Avenue. Remember, You must reach the entrance to the new world before dawn. Do your utmost to avoid entanglements with Tao 2. If she detains you and Cypherpole finds out, it could spell disaster. Additionally, be wary of the renowned blade in Tao 2's possession, the famed Jinbi Luo. Do not let that sword strike you, for it will cause unceasing bloodshed. Shibei grasped Bonnie's arm firmly. Bonnie frowned and inquired, "Is there something else?" Shibei cast a glance at Dottie, then at Bonnie, and with a determined bite of his teeth, cautioned, "Make sure you do not get caught." "Huh, do you think I am someone to be trifled with?" Dottie nodded vigorously and swiftly melted into the shadows. Shibei and Bonnie swiftly evaded each other, and the three individuals vanished into three distinct directions. Tao 2, armed with a blade, hovered in midair, intently observing the movements of the trio, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Shibei. At that moment, a group of naval soldiers hurriedly approached. "Admiral Tao 2, trouble looms. The secret door has been breached, and water is flooding into the passageway." It was evident that these naval soldiers were yet unaware that intruders had infiltrated Mariewa. Fortunately, Tao 2, ever vigilant, had sensed the impending danger upon receiving the news of the destruction of the surveillance bugs. Thus, she abandoned her inspection of the secret door and swiftly pursued along Royal Road, ultimately discovering the intruders. The secret door was equipped with a staggering 13 surveillance bugs. With such a multitude, how could they all malfunction simultaneously? It was clear that someone had deliberately sabotaged them. The very fact that an intruder had gained access to the secret door indicated that they had already breached the defenses. Tao 2, a formidable candidate for the rank of Admiral, possessed an undeniable prowess, particularly in her capacity for strategic thinking. Her intellect was undoubtedly on a different level than that of the naval soldiers. Tao 2 leapt back to the shore, instructing, "Seal the information. We must not allow the celestial dragons or Cypherpole to catch wind of this." "Why not?" one soldier queried, only to be met with a sharp glare from Tao 2, who was clearly perturbed. The world government had dispatched an extensive force from the Navy headquarters to Mariewa precisely to prevent a recurrence of the Fischl Tiger incident. Yet, despite the numerous naval personnel stationed there, intruders had still managed to infiltrate. Should the world government become aware of this, the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, and the pressure would be immense, particularly in this critical moment when Fleet Admiral Sengoku had recently resigned, and Akainu and Akiji were still vying for position. The day of reckoning was fast approaching. Regardless of who ultimately ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, the intrusion into Mariewa was a considerable embarrassment. The responsibility would inevitably fall squarely on Tao 2's shoulders, a burden she could scarcely bear. For the time being, capturing the intruders would allow her to downplay the situation, rendering it manageable and discreet. Furthermore, apprehending the intruders would provide her with an opportunity to achieve merit, potentially securing her promotion to Admiral. For both personal and professional reasons, Tao 2 was determined to keep this matter from reaching the ears of the world government, lest it become fodder for gossip. It was unconscionable that such an incident could occur under her watch in Mariewa. With gritted teeth, she declared, "This is an utter disgrace." The naval soldiers, oblivious to the psychological burden Tao 2 bore, stood frozen in place. She turned to them with urgency, commanding, above all, "Heed my words. This matter is to remain confidential. Do not alert the celestial dragons." The soldiers saluted in affirmation. "Yes, ma'am." Tao 2 sheathed her sword and continued, "Convey my orders. Lieutenant Gus is to lead the soldiers in discreetly repairing the secret door. Additionally, reposition the warships to the entrance of the new world along Royal Road, while the remainder shall remain here. Should any personnel from Cypherpole inquire, inform them that I am adjusting the military port. Understood. Leave the rest to me." Tao 2 gripped the hilt of her knife. "Let us act immediately." "Yes." The naval soldiers sprinted away. Tao 2 suddenly turned, her eyes glinting with cold light. And then she pursued the direction in which Shibei had vanished. In fact, Tao 2 and Shibei shared many similarities in their characters. Like Shibei, she was also adept in observation hockey, with a proficiency that surpassed his own. As long as she knew the direction Shibei had taken, she could concentrate her observation hockey to track his movements. Thus, she was not the least bit concerned about him disappearing without a trace. As for Bonnie and Dottie, Tao 2 felt no apprehension that they would escape, for she had already instructed the soldiers to relocate the warship to the entrance leading to the new world. Should Bonnie and Dottie dare to appear there, she was confident that she could ensure their capture. Tao 2 was destined to become the second woman, after Hancock, to become a thorn in Shibei's side. Furthermore, Shibei could not openly confront Tao at this moment. Both parties were keen to avoid alerting the celestial dragons. One was eager to flee swiftly, while the other sought a swift resolution before any commotion ensued. Although Tao was racing through the night, her eyes remained closed. She was currently utilizing her observation haki to sense Shibei's presence. Meanwhile, Shibei was likewise employing his observation haki to perceive Tao's every move. Thus, the two individuals' observation haki clashed against one another. Tao suddenly opened her eyes and declared coldly, "I found you." Despite the thousands of meters separating them, Shibei, being not only proficient in observation haki, but also a user of the listen fruit, clearly heard Tao's voice. The distance between them continued to dwindle. If pursued relentlessly by someone skilled in observation haki, mere thoughts of escape would prove futile. With gritted teeth, Shibei mustered his courage and declared, "I have been waiting for you to arrive." As soon as the words left his lips, he bit his finger, transforming into a giant. Having been cautioned by Bonnie to avoid entanglement with General Tao, Shibei was reluctant to resort to violence. His transformation was a desperate measure. Yet, there is a saying that the most perilous places can also be the safest. At that moment, Shibei found himself surrounded by several statues, fortuitously towering at a height of over 10 meters, matching his giant form. Leaning slightly, he positioned himself alongside the statues, remaining utterly still as he gazed at the grand palace of Marguerite. The night was dark and obscured, and to an unsuspecting observer, Shibei might easily be mistaken for a mere statue. Just as Shibei had stabilized his guise, Tao appeared. This was no ordinary individual. She was astute and unlikely to be easily deceived. Aware of this, Shibei remained rigid among the statues, not daring to blink, holding his breath in fear that the sound of his respiration might betray him. As Tao approached, poised to dart past the statues, she unexpectedly halted. The place where she stopped was precisely at Shibei's feet. With a mere reach, she could touch him. Immobile in his role as a statue, Shibei could not afford to move without revealing his ruse. Although Tao was mere inches away, he dared not retreat, silently praying that this woman would not discern any hint of his presence. Shibei's eyes subtly shifted as they glanced towards Tao's day. In an instant, Tao pivoted like a radar, casting a sharp gaze back at Shibei. Could it be? Shibei had merely turned her eyes slightly, and this could be detected? Shibei remained perfectly still, maintaining her poise as she observed her surroundings with an unwavering gaze. Tao found the situation perplexing. She had distinctly sensed Shibei's presence in this very direction and location. Yet, upon her arrival, she discovered nothing amiss and had even lost track of Shibei entirely. To be precise, even if Shibei possessed the ability to become invisible, it seemed unlikely that she could evade Tao so thoroughly. Before Tao's observation prowess, all concealment techniques would leave traces. Unless, of course, Shibei was also a master of observation. Upon reflection, Tao recalled their earlier clash of observation abilities. She pondered thoughtfully, her expression darkening. If Shibei could elude her observation, she must be exceptionally powerful, likely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Navy Vice Admiral. Yet, Tao was left bewildered. What was the motive of someone with such strength to intrude upon Marguerite? Was there a hidden agenda at play? It had only been a month since the conclusion of the Marineford War, and there seemed to be unrest among the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, and the pirates alike. If turmoil were to erupt at Marguerite during such a precarious time, Tao's aspirations for a general's rank would likely be dashed. Moreover, the emergence of disorder in her jurisdiction would be a profound affront to her capabilities, a humiliation she would not tolerate. The more Tao contemplated, the angrier she became. And she struck Shibei's calf in frustration. She murmured to herself, "Who exactly are these individuals?" Shibei endured a punch in silence, gritting his teeth to suppress any sound. At that moment, Tao suddenly regained her senses. The colossal statues of Marguerite, crafted from stone, should have been rigid and unyielding. Yet, in a fit of exasperation, she had struck one of the statues, only to find that it felt as if she had struck a living being instead. Confused, Tao gently caressed Shibei's calf. It had a certain elasticity and warmth. Even if her life depended on it, she could not believe that this was a stone statue. However, she did not doubt that it was Shibei. She was merely intrigued as to why this particular statue differed from the others. It seemed she had forgotten her original purpose, engrossed in examining the statue that Shibei was impersonating. Of course, the most uncomfortable position was that of Shibei. If Tao continued to scrutinize him like this, his ruse would surely be revealed. Shibei must brace herself. If escape proves impossible, she shall fight, even if it means retreating while engaging. Thus, she resolved to proceed. Suddenly, from within General Tautu's white coat, an unusual sound emerged. The peculiar pulu-pulu noise ultimately rescued Shibei from her dire predicament. Tautu ceased her scrutiny of Shibei's statue-like disguise and retrieved a small communication device resembling a snail from her coat, the source of the strange sound. Tautu pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this General Tautu? We need help. The soldiers of the 3rd Division have all turned into children." Tautu frowned, demanding clarity. "What on earth happened? Explain yourself." This palm-sized device, known as a communication bug, served as one of the primary means of communication in this world. It not only facilitated conversation but also meticulously mimicked the expressions of the speaker, rendering an experience akin to witnessing the individual in person. In her hand, the device accurately reflected the anxious demeanor of a naval soldier in distress. Before her, the communication bug exhibited a tense expression, sputtering with urgency. "It's pirates. We've spotted pirates." "What?" Tautu was momentarily taken aback. Pirates daring to intrude upon Mariehua? When had their audacity swelled to such heights? She inquired, "Did you discern who they are? Don't come any closer. What are you doing here?" The communication bug, bearing a bounty of 270 million berries, shut its eyes in fear and roared, only for its tone to abruptly shift into the wails of a child. "Wah, wah?" Tautu pleaded, "What is happening? Is anyone there?" The device echoed with the cries of numerous children, met with silence. Had the entire battalion been annihilated? A pirate with a bounty of 270 million berries. Though she remained unaware of the identity, it was undoubtedly a substantial threat. Tautu's gaze had fixated on Shibei precisely because she perceived her as the most formidable among the trio. She had assumed that Bonnie and Daddy, accompanying Shibei, were merely inconsequential underlings, easily dealt with by dispatching a naval vessel. How unexpected that matters would escalate to this extent. Tautu gritted her teeth, realizing her grave oversight. Time was of the essence. She could no longer pursue Shibei. The imperative now was to salvage the situation. Concealing the communication bug within her coat, she pivoted and executed the moonwalk, a technique from the Navy's 6 forms, gradually ascending into the air and departing. Shibei took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It must be Bonnie. Apart from her, no one else could accomplish such a feat indeed, as Shibei stated. It was Bonnie who had annihilated the 3rd Division of General Peach Rabbit, and she had even managed to sink a warship with her hands empty. However, Peach Rabbit was now rushing to the scene, and one could only hope that Bonnie would not cross paths with her, for otherwise, Bonnie would surely face dire consequences. Shibei hesitated, contemplating whether to offer assistance. However, he promptly shook his head vigorously, since Bonnie had managed to escape from Akainu's grasp. She was unlikely to be easily captured by Tontada. Moreover, given Bonnie's notorious temperament, even if Shibei rushed to her aid, she would certainly not express gratitude and might even retaliate. Shibei shivered slightly. "Perhaps it is best for me not to complicate matters further." Shibei resolved to follow Bonnie's advice and simply run straight along the King's Avenue. Shibei donned a cloak and stood upon the shore, casting a stream of urine into the King's Avenue, instantly invigorated. The surroundings were eerily quiet, which was hardly surprising, as everyone must have flocked towards Bonnie. Indeed, Bonnie had a remarkable knack for drawing animosity. Were it not for her, Shibei would likely have found himself embroiled in a confrontation with General Tautu. Upon reflection, Bonnie had indeed been of considerable assistance throughout this journey. However, Shibei understood that Bonnie's motivations were primarily centered on her own aspirations to reach the New World. Thus, in a strict sense, she was not aiding him, but rather herself. The New World lay just ahead, and it remained uncertain whether Bonnie would choose to part ways with Shibei upon their arrival there. Truth be told, Shibei felt a twinge of reluctance to part with that insufferable woman. On the banks of King's Avenue, Shibei, cloaked yet bare, gazed skyward and mused, "Ah, the woes of heroes in the face of alluring beauties." Just as he pondered, he suddenly spotted flames rising from the opposite side of King's Avenue, illuminating half the sky. Given the night's darkness, even the slightest flicker of light appeared striking, let alone the roaring inferno that now painted the night crimson. In the distance, a great fire blazed. The commotion was significant. Even if the celestial dragons were a pack of fools, they could hardly fail to notice such flames. It was likely that those within the special departments were also preparing to mobilize. Zibara tightened his cloak and leaped onto the head of a colossal statue towering several meters high, for one must ascend to great heights to behold the distant vistas. Perched atop the statue's crown, he gazed intently at the enigmatic blaze that had ignited in the distance. In pursuit of a clearer view, he sprang from the first statue to another, continuing his acrobatic ascent over several figures until he finally approached the inferno and discerned the truth. A warship had been engulfed in flames. Shibei perched upon the shoulder of the statue, observing General Tautu standing silently before the raging flames. Shibei was not foolish. He understood that Tautu was on the verge of losing control. If he were to be discovered at this moment, Tautu would undoubtedly unleash his frustration upon him. Thus, Shibei hastily concealed himself. Behind General Tautu, a group of children dressed as naval soldiers gathered. Judging by their appearance, none of them appeared to be older than 10, a mere cluster of young scamps. Shibei is aware that it must be the handiwork of Bonnie. These seemingly juvenile individuals are, in fact, adults, but Bonnie's devil fruit ability allows her to alter ages at will. It is likely that during the recent skirmish, Bonnie transformed all these naval soldiers into children. Now, with the soldiers reverted to their youthful forms and the warships incinerated, it is evident that Bonnie is deliberately orchestrating chaos. Shibei could not bear to let Bonnie toil in vain. If not now, when else? However, before departing, Shibei gazed intently at the silhouette of General Peach Rabbit for a good 10 seconds. Ever since awakening his observation haki, Shibei's intuition had become increasingly acute, bordering on the sensation of foreseeing the future. To be precise, his sixth sense was particularly potent. Shibei currently harbors a sense of foreboding. The woman known as General Tautu will inevitably become entwined with his fate one day. Shibei let out a sigh and then leapt back the way he came from the statue. Just as he departed, Tautu finally sensed his presence. She swiftly drew her blade and turned to search for Shibei's trace upon the statue, but he had already jumped far away, no longer within sight. Gritting her teeth, Tautu lamented the fact that all the soldiers of the 3rd Division had been reduced to mere children. The warship had been set ablaze, and the flames raged fiercely, undoubtedly. The palace of the Celestial Dragons was in an uproar now. This incident could not be concealed. And Tautu was acutely aware that her political career within the Navy had been irrevocably tarnished. The position of Admiral in waiting was now a distant dream. As she could not even guard a secret entrance properly, Tautu felt utterly humiliated. The hard-earned reputation she had built over time was now reduced to ashes alongside the fire. What infuriated her further was that, even now, she remained oblivious to who had intruded upon Mariewa. Was there any greater frustration than this? None. Tautu could relinquish her aspirations of becoming an admiral, but she would not let the intruders who stormed the royal road go unpunished. This was a personal vendetta, completely unrelated to the Celestial Dragons. She was determined to uncover the true identities of these individuals, lest she find herself at a loss when seeking them later. Tautu turned and called out, "Hey, listen to me." Unfortunately, she could not finish her sentence, as upon turning, she was met with a group of small children, each wailing as if they had lost their mothers, their cries heart-wrenching. Tautu rubbed her forehead, realizing these little ones were of no use. The Special Department of the World Government, Cipher Pol, would likely arrive at any moment. Please relay a message to Cipher Pol for me. I shall pursue the criminals, and I entrust the rest of the cleanup to them. Yet, the cacophony of sobbing children drowned her out, leaving her unheard. At that moment, 3 men clad in black attire approached from the distance, impeccably dressed in suits, adorned with black fedoras, and wearing polished black boots. Other than their faces, they were entirely shrouded in darkness, fitting the guise of a clandestine intelligence agency perfectly. The tailored suit and trousers resemble those of accomplished individuals. However, their smiles often betray an underlying sense of discomfort and coldness. Admiral Peach Rabbit, please enlighten us about what you have observed here. Cipher Pol, a specialized division that answers solely to the world government, possesses intelligence networks across the globe. There are whispers suggesting that this clandestine organization may have connections to the shadowy underworld. It is worth noting that all members of CP9 have previously procured several devil fruits in the black market. Without established connections, the secret intelligence agency of the world government would find it implausible to acquire devil fruits from illicit sources. Moreover, given that these individuals operate as a secretive intelligence agency, one might wonder how they could possibly gather the latest information from around the world and the Revolutionary Army without infiltrating the black market. Thus, Cipher Pol is indeed, as Rob Lucci described, a cadre of emissaries committed to the dark justice. Were it not for the alliance between the world government and the Marine headquarters, Admiral Peach Rabbit would likely not extend a cordial demeanor towards them, particularly disapproving of the secretive nature exhibited by CP0. Of course, what irks her most is their condescending attitude. Admiral Peach Rabbit deliberately states, "I have seen nothing. Since you claim to have witnessed nothing, we shall refrain from further inquiry." However, the criminal has now reached the threshold of the new world. Does Admiral Peach Rabbit not wish to rectify her previous oversight? Should she succeed in apprehending the fugitive, we would regard this as a commendable exercise on her part, without any repercussions for her. Admiral Peach Rabbit harbors a disdain for being ordered around, especially by Cypher Paul. The suited man stepped forward, enticingly remarking, "General Peach Rabbit, the outcome between Akainu and Akiji is imminent. Soon, a position of great authority will become vacant. With our backing, you could seamlessly ascend to the rank of Admiral. Therefore, we must ensure that no unforeseen incidents occur. The criminal is making their escape. Will you apprehend them, or shall we?" Peach Rabbit was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. These individuals had long been aware of the infiltration by Shibei and his companions through the secret door, yet they feigned ignorance, waiting for the moment to ensnare General Peach Rabbit. Once they secured leverage over her, they could elevate her to the Admiral's throne, making it easier to manipulate her thereafter. The Navy headquarters was in utter disarray, with uncertainty looming over its future. Although the world government supported Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku strongly endorsed Akiji, prompting the world government to retain a strategic advantage. Indeed, General Peach Rabbit was that very card. Should Akainu fall to Akiji, the world government would resolve to promote Peach Rabbit to the Admiral's rank, as she was already a candidate for such a position. In any case, the world government aimed to install an influential figure within the Navy headquarters to ensure their voice was always heard. Peach Rabbit now faced two choices. First, to become a puppet of the world government, with a bright future ahead, or second, to bear the responsibility for Shibei and his companion's incursion into Mariawa, which would likely result in her stagnation for life. Peach Rabbit did not provide a definitive response. She merely turned and walked away. The man in the suit wore a broad smile as he inquired, "General Peach Rabbit, are you off to apprehend someone?" Suddenly, Peach Rabbit halted, swiftly drawing her blade and pointing it at the man's throat. "In future conversations, maintain your distance," she declared, before sheathed her sword and departed without a backward glance. The three impeccably dressed strangers gazed at the retreating figure of Peach Rabbit, finally revealing triumphant smiles. Shibei was unaware of the clandestine transaction between the world government and Admiral Peach Rabbit, and he had unwittingly become an indispensable pawn in this scheme. As Shibei infiltrated Mariawa, Admiral Peach Rabbit, already harboring a deep-seated animosity towards him, was further incited by the machinations of three suited men, solidifying her resolve to capture him. By adhering to the instructions of the three suited individuals, Admiral Peach Rabbit believed that successfully apprehending Shibei would earn her a recommendation for the rank of Admiral. The only source of discontent for her was the impending scrutiny she would face from Cypher Pole, yet such concerns paled in comparison to the prospect of a bright future, which she was willing to accept. Even without this transaction, Peach Rabbit would have never let Shibei escape. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for Shibei's ill-timed arrival at Mariawa, as he had effectively walked into a trap. At that moment, Shibei naively presumed that with the warships ablaze and Mariawa engulfed in chaos, it was the perfect opportunity to flee, oblivious to the fact that he had already been ensnared in a web of conspiracy. Following Bonnie's instructions, Shibei hurried along the King's Road. After circling nearly halfway around Mariawa, he finally caught sight of the small vessel, moving sluggishly along the waters of the King's Road like a tortoise. Upon sighting the small boat, Shibei was instantly enveloped by a profound sense of belonging. With a swift motion, he leapt from the shore onto the vessel. Simultaneously, a rifle emerged from the cockpit, aimed directly at the back of Shibei's head. Shibei was startled into a cold sweat and turned to look. It was actually Dadi. Indeed, Dadi was now holding a rifle, pressing the muzzle against the back of Shibei's head. When their eyes met, Dadi let out a sigh of relief and withdrew the gun. "You scared me to death." Shibei, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death. The moment I stepped aboard, you aimed a gun at me. What on earth are you trying to do?" Daddy, wiping the barrel of his gun, looked apologetic. "I sincerely apologize. I mistook you for someone else. Ever since we parted ways, I saw General Peach Rabbit pursuing you, so I returned to the ship. Fortunately, this vessel hasn't been seized by the Navy. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to leave Mariawa. I am stationed here, after all, for everyone's sake." Truly, seasoned individuals possess a remarkable difference. Shibei gently patted Dadi's shoulder, saying, "You always think ahead." Dadi, Puzzled, inquired, "By the way, where is Bonnie?" Shibei shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Dottie pointed towards the distant flames, inquiring, "What is happening over there?" It appeared that Bonnie had set the naval warship ablaze. Chaos reigned in that direction, presenting a perfect opportunity for their departure. "Have we not circled around Mariejois completely by now? There ought to be an entrance leading to the New World. Have you made any discoveries?" Upon hearing this, Dottie meticulously searched the surroundings for an entrance. Neither of them had ever been to Mariejois, rendering the area unfamiliar to them. Their ability to locate the hidden entrance to Mariejois was largely thanks to Bonnie. Only she possessed the knowledge of the exact position of the passageway to the New World. With Bonnie yet to return, even if they were to find the entrance, they would have to wait for her to leave. Shibei was utterly perplexed by Bonnie's antics. Despite Bonnie's prior admonitions to avoid causing chaos, both Shibei and Daddy had adhered to her instructions, yet Bonnie herself had brazenly set a fire, creating a considerable commotion. If Bonnie did not hasten her return, that blaze would have been ignited in vain. Daddy, renowned for his sharpshooting prowess, possessed keen observational skills. Following the direction of the ocean's currents, he indeed discovered a narrow opening from which the seawater flowed out of Mariejois and returned to the vast ocean, likely the entrance to the New World. However, this fissure was currently obstructed by a massive stone door. Unless the rock was moved, escape was simply impossible. Daddy pointed towards the gap, exclaiming, "Shibei, do you see that? Could it possibly be the entrance to the New World?" Shibei squinted and gazed ahead, remaining silent. Dottie inquired, "What shall we do?" "Let us wait a little longer. Bonnie should return shortly." At this moment, Shibei's primary concern was how to shatter the stone door. After all, that door was situated at the level of King's Avenue. If Shibei transformed into a giant, he would find no foothold, forced to stand in the water. Yet, as a person endowed with abilities, he could not exert his strength underwater. Attempting to transform into a giant while perched on a small boat to break the stone door was futile, as the vessel was far too small to accommodate him. Just as Shibei found himself in a quandary, the stone door unexpectedly began to open slowly. A torrent of seawater rushed through the doorway. Dottie, perplexed, asked, "What is happening? Did the door open by itself?" Shibei gazed into the distance, pondering that it should be Bonnie. This stone door, which obstructed the entrance to the New World, was evidently a mechanism. The reason Bonnie had not arrived after setting the warship ablaze was that she had first visited the control room, effortlessly unlocking the stone door. One must admit, Bonnie's foresight was truly remarkable. With the entrance to the New World now ajar and everything in place, all that remained was for Bonnie to board the ship and embark on her journey. Shibei and Dottie patiently waited at the entrance. Due to his impatience, Shibei climbed atop the ship, gazing intently at the movements on the shore. Just as he was about to leap onto the land to investigate, Bonnie's figure finally emerged, her brow glistening with sweat as she hurried toward Shibei. Upon witnessing the scene, Shibei vigorously waved his hand. As Bonnie ran, she shouted angrily, "Fool! Why are you standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and move." Shibei called out, "Dottie, it's time to set off." Dottie, understanding the cue, set aside his rifle and dashed into the cockpit, taking his place at the control panel. Once Bonnie boarded, their mission would be accomplished. Observing Bonnie, who was running with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, Shibei's previously restless heart finally found solace. A smile spread across his face. Although his time with Bonnie had been brief, they had weathered numerous storms together as comrades, and he found her increasingly appealing. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that Bonnie was not only endowed with a stunning figure, but also possessed a charming visage, complemented by her striking long pink hair, which was a delight to behold. Thanks to her devil fruit abilities, she could manipulate her age at will, transforming into either a mature woman or a youthful girl, a sight that never grew tiresome. Most notably, Bonnie's authenticity was a rarity. Despite her somewhat wild nature, she demonstrated a remarkable capacity for care, coupled with her inherently good character and formidable strength. All these qualities made her exceedingly compatible with Shibei's tastes. Shibei jested with a raised voice. "I was just about to abandon you. Huh. If you dare to do that, I certainly will not let you off easily." Shibei glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Do you still dare to threaten me? Daddy, let us not wait for this insane woman any longer. We must depart swiftly." Bonnie's face was a tumultuous blend of blue and red as she gritted her teeth and cursed. How infuriating! That scoundrel. At this moment, Bonnie had already reached the shore. Shibei jested, "You clearly possess long legs. Yet why do you run so slowly? It is a sheer waste of such beautiful limbs." With a single stride, Bonnie leapt from the shore onto the small boat, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I shall not spare you." As her words fell, a sudden change swept across Shibei's countenance. "Beware, Bonnie!" he exclaimed. Bonnie turned her head for a fleeting moment, only to behold Major Tautu springing forth from the shadows, propelling herself through the air towards Bonnie. By the time Bonnie registered the threat, it was too late. Major Tautu extended her finger, piercing Bonnie's form with a swift jab. Finger gun. Blood erupted in a crimson spray. Gritting her teeth, Bonnie muttered with palpable resentment, "Damn it." In an instant, she plunged into the waters of King's Avenue. Shibei exclaimed, "Bonnie." At that moment, Dottie, seated in the cockpit, sensed a shift in the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst from the cockpit and leaped into the water to rescue her. With Dottie's assistance in the recovery, Shibei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shibei gritted his teeth and declared, "Dottie, I entrust Bonnie to you." After Dottie retrieved Bonnie from the sea, her eyes were tightly shut, and she was unconscious. Fortunately, her life was spared, yet upon hearing Shibei's words, Dottie was suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition. "You must not act rashly." Shibei, with a stern expression, remained silent as he suddenly stomped his foot and charged towards Tautu. Tautu furrowed her brows. Since she was currently suspended in midair, Shibei had to leap high to reach her, utilizing the momentum of his sprint to deliver a direct punch. Tautu swiftly drew her blade to parry the strike. The fists of Zybe collided with the specialized blade of Tautu. Immediately, both individuals leaped back, landing on the shore. Tautu glanced at the small boat and murmured, "Bonnie?" A naval soldier from Tautu's 3rd Division had previously called her, reporting an encounter with pirates near Mariawa, a remarkable occurrence indeed. Tautu had always been curious about the pirates capable of breaching the Royal Road, yet she had not caught their name at the time, only learning that they were a formidable crew with a bounty of 270 million berries. It was only moments ago that Zybe had called out Bonnie. Tautu suddenly awakened to the realization, could it be Jewelry Bonnie? Recalling the scene where her subordinates had inexplicably transformed into children. Tautu was increasingly convinced that the pirate they had encountered was none other than the notorious supernova who had escaped from a kind of Jewelry Bonnie. Only Bonnie's devil fruit ability could explain the transformation of her soldiers into children. A cold sweat broke out on Tautu as she darkly inquired, "Who are you? What connection do you have with Jewelry Bonnie?" Shibei is too indifferent to engage in idle chatter with Tautu. Shibei bit his finger and then transformed into a colossal giant, towering over General Tau Tuesday, gazing up at Shibei. Tautu was utterly bewildered. A giant of the giant clan? Shibei delivered a thunderous punch towards Tau Tuesday. Tautu dared not meet it head-on, flipping backward to evade, then raised her blade with one hand and dashed through the air, charging straight for Shibei's face. Shibei is unlike any ordinary giant. Although he is tall and robust, he possesses remarkable agility and swiftness. Furthermore, he is adept in observation hockey, allowing him to accurately anticipate Peach Rabbit's maneuvers. As Peach Rabbit lunged forward, wielding her blade with intent to strike, Shibei vanished from her line of sight in an instant. Of course, he did not truly disappear. His speed was simply so extraordinary that it eluded the naked eye. However, it is worth noting that the ability to utilize observation hockey is not exclusive to Shibei. While Peach Rabbit was taken aback by his remarkable velocity, she was far from panicking. The moment Shibei slipped from her view, she quickly sensed his presence above her head. Reacting swiftly, she employed the moonwalk technique to evade. The fist of Zybe, descending from a great height, failed to strike the rabbit named Tau, yet it obliterated the colossal statue standing majestically on the shore. A giant, possessing such remarkable speed, indeed posed a formidable challenge. Tau was drenched in cold sweat, grappling with a multitude of doubts. Why had the giant race allied with the notorious supernova pirate, Jewelry Bonnie? What were their intentions in Mariawa? There were countless uncertainties clouding her mind, but one thing was clear: she could not allow Jewelry Bonnie to escape, for Bonnie harbored far too much knowledge. Indeed, capturing Jewelry Bonnie took precedence over dealing with Zybe. Suddenly, Tau circumvented Zybe and dashed straight towards the small vessel. Upon witnessing this, Shibei bellowed, "Your adversary is me." However, Tautu remained singularly focused on capturing Bonnie, disregarding Shibei's furious outburst entirely, thus completely ignoring him. Shibei could not allow Tautu to pass, otherwise it would not only be Bonnie who would suffer, but also Daddy would meet a dire fate. In a moment of desperation, Shibei extended his hand, attempting to seize the slender form of Major Tau Tuesday swiftly. Tautu sidestepped, and within less than a second, unleashed a flurry of strikes. The speed was astonishing, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Shibei's fingers were severed into several pieces by Tao Tuesday, lacking the inclination to engage with Shibei any further. Tao Tu charged once again towards the small boat after dismembering Shibei's digits. Shibei was utterly infuriated, even if it meant exhausting all his energy. He was determined to make this woman experience the consequences of her actions. Zybe began to delve into the recesses of his memory. At such a critical juncture, he could no longer afford to withhold his strength. However, the memory-shaping magic would demand a significant portion of his vitality, ultimately leaving him utterly fatigued. Should he become completely exhausted, his combat capability would be irrevocably diminished, leading to a rather grim outcome. In essence, if Zybe were to employ the memory-shaping magic, he would need to swiftly eliminate General Taudu before his life force was entirely depleted. The challenge was undeniably formidable. Yet, he had to make the attempt. He could not stand idly by while Bonnie and Daddy faced peril. Just as General Taudu was nearing the small boat, the memory manifestation magic of Shibei has finally been thoroughly searched. He has discovered a rather impressive area of effect damage skill, Meteor Volcano. As soon as Shibei's words fell, flames rained down from the heavens, resembling the dazzling meteors their name suggests. However, unlike ordinary meteors, these fiery projectiles were enveloped in scalding magma, hurtling towards Mary Geos. Should these meteors strike, the entire Mary Geos would suffer catastrophic damage, potentially transforming it into a sea of flames. Peach Rabbit gazed upward in awe at the myriad of fiery lights, rendered utterly speechless, her mouth agape, as if she had forgotten how to articulate words. Her eyes, filled with shock, were now predominantly tinged with fear. This was the power of Akainu. Peach Rabbit turned to Shibei, observing him as he emerged from the nape of the giant, smoke billowing from his form. In an instant, the giant's corporeal body evaporated, leaving not even a skeletal remnant behind. After employing the memory manifestation magic, Shibei found himself devoid of the stamina required to sustain the giant's form. This meteor volcano was a skill derived from the natural-type devil fruit of Marine Admiral Akainu. Shibei was not unfamiliar with this ability, having retained it within his memory, thus allowing him to recreate the skill. However, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit remained unharmed by this technique. Seizing the fleeting moment of vitality, Shibei continued to delve into his memories, striving to refine his skills. After employing the memory manifestation magic twice in succession, he pondered the potential aftereffects, hoping he would not ultimately succumb to exhaustion, as that would indeed be a most ludicrous fate. Shibei is truly striving this time. He sneered, General Tao Tu. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? It was as if time itself had come to a standstill for Tao Tuesday. With the swiftness of light, Shibei dashed to the side of Taudu, who remained utterly still, her gaze fixated on the direction in which Shibei had vanished, showing not the slightest sign of reaction. The Lightspeed Kick, a natural ability of Marine Admiral Kizaru, belongs to the light element. In the recesses of Zybe's memory, this skill was also stored. Without a doubt, Admiral Taudu was sent flying by Zybe. Even in the very moment she was launched into the air, Taudu remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Her body soared like a kite severed from its string, hurtling towards the palace of the celestial dragons, where it collided with such force that the top floor of the palace collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air. Simultaneously, meteor volcanoes descended, scattering across the various corners of Mariewa. The colossal statues were shattered into fragments by the meteor strikes. In an instant, the palace of the celestial dragons was enveloped by molten rock, and even the royal road was nearly filled with countless meteor volcanoes. The entirety of Mariewa was left in utter chaos. Exhausted, Shibei fell from the air onto the small boat, his face pressed against the deck. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he muttered, "Go." Wounded and weary, Bonnie lay beside him. Dottie hoisted both of them onto his shoulders and rushed into the cockpit, before plopping down in front of the control panel. Without hesitation, he pressed the green button. The small boat surged forward, propelled by the waves, entering the gateway to a new world. Shibei and Bonnie lay unconscious, side by side on the cockpit floor, their faces mere inches apart, lips almost touching. The scene, at first glance, was serene and beautiful, yet it was marred by the unfortunate reality that Shibei was entirely unclothed. Mary Geos, perched atop the red Earth continent, stood 1,000 meters above sea level, featuring a broad river channel that sloped down at a 45-degree angle. It was through this channel that the sea and small boats flowed into the vast ocean, with the vessels resembling fragile skiffs, utterly incapable of halting their momentum, destined to drift with the currents. At this rate, they would soon be swept into the sea. Currently, Mary Geos was shrouded in smoke, a consequence of the meteor volcanoes. With the royal road inundated by lava, this molten rock mingled with seawater, cascading down from the entrance, closely trailing the small boats. The vessel was beyond control, leaving Daddy, stationed at the console, utterly powerless. All he could do was race against time. The once noble abode of the world's aristocrats, Mary Geos, had transformed into this dire spectacle, a notion Daddy had never dared to entertain. The architect of this calamity was none other than Shibei, who had, since their first encounter, continuously provided him with a series of visual shocks, reshaping his perception of her. Shibei not only possesses the ability to transform but also wields the powers of 3 Admiral's devil fruits. If this information were to spread, it would undoubtedly instill fear in many. Dottie, maintaining his composure, realizes the gravity of the situation. Although he is aware that Shibei is an ability user, he recalls perusing the Devil Fruit Compendium and noting that none resembled the powers exhibited by Shibei. Initially, upon witnessing Shibei's transformation into a giant, Dottie presumed he was a user of a superhuman-type Devil Fruit. However, once Shibei demonstrated his freezing abilities by encasing the sea in ice, Dottie's curiosity was piqued. He had intended to inquire further, but was interrupted by Bonnie. Now, as he observes the lava trailing behind their small vessel, accompanied by the rising smoke from Mary Geos, Dottie can no longer suppress his intrigue and asks Shibei, "What is happening? The lava and seawater are flowing into the bay, pursuing us. Isn't this the ability of Admiral Akainu? How did you accomplish this?" Shibei now feels drowsy and parched, yearning for water. He smacked his lips, swallowed his saliva, and remained silent. Initially, Zai believed he could thrive in this world by leveraging his understanding of the narrative of One Piece. However, today he committed a monumental folly. In the original story, Mariewa had never endured such calamity. His impulsive actions have irrevocably altered the course of the plot. Consequently, the future development of the new world will undoubtedly diverge significantly from the storyline he once knew. As a result, he has forfeited his innate advantage in grasping the narrative. With such a commotion erupting in Mariewa, Bonnie has also been recognized, and the world government will undoubtedly embark on an unprecedented and vigorous purge of pirates. Thus, can Trafalgar Law, also a pirate supernova, still ascend to the position of warlord of the sea as he did in the original tale? It seems highly improbable. If Law fails to attain the rank of warlord, then the subsequent plot will indeed descend into obscurity. Shibei's gaze suddenly became somewhat perplexed. Dottie spoke again, rousing him from his reverie. "We are nearing the waters of the new world. Where shall we head next?" The small vessel, having escaped the pursuing magma, finally surged into the latter half of the Grand Line, a realm teeming with formidable adversaries. Dottie swiftly maneuvered the joystick to adjust their course, guiding the small boat to glide leftward for a distance, while the magma that had been trailing behind cascaded down the river's rapid flow, plunging straight into the sea before ultimately sinking to the ocean floor. The small boat safely departed from Mary Geos and reached the waters of the New World. Once the magma settled, the surroundings were enveloped in tranquility. As the sun rose, they had unknowingly endured another night. Shibei sat against the wall, utterly devoid of strength. The sunlight streaming through the window cast a warm glow upon his face, prompting him to involuntarily blink. He then turned his gaze towards Bonnie, who lay quietly on the floor. A dark stain of dried blood marked the edge of her clothing, a grim testament to the gunshot wound that had pierced her side. Shibei joked, "It's quite unusual to see this crazy woman so quiet." Bonnie's waist was wrapped in bandages, with the bleeding long since staunched. Yet, after being jostled for quite some time in the small boat, she still showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Shibei felt a twinge of concern. Although he understood that Bonnie had endured numerous battles and adventures, exhibiting a remarkable vitality that made her unlikely to succumb so easily. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat ineffectual for being unable to protect even a woman. It had only been a few days since Bonnie had joined him, and she had already sustained injuries twice at the hands of Hancock and Peach Rabbit. As the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. Shibei secretly vowed that there would never be a next time. At that moment, Dadi stepped forward and gave Shibei a gentle push. "Rest assured, I have already bandaged her up. Though the injury is rather severe, she is unlikely to regain consciousness for the time being." On Bonnie's wrist were 2 recording pointers, all utilized by Bonnie to ascertain the course of navigation. One of them could even assist in locating Dadi's daughter. With Bonnie now in a state of unconsciousness and Shibei unfamiliar with the route, they could only rely on the recording pointers to determine their direction. Shibei pointed to Bonnie's wrist, the recording pointer. Daddy removed the recording pointer from Bonnie's wrist and observed the red arrow within it, which trembled slightly, indicating the direction of 2 o'clock. Daddy utilized the recording pointer as a navigational tool, placing it atop the console before maneuvering the joystick to advance forward. Shibei rested his head against the wall and suddenly inquired, "Daddy, after you find your daughter, what do you plan to do next?" Daddy stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. "I hadn't given it much thought, but now that you mention it, I find myself yearning to reconnect with old friends. It has been nearly a month since Smoker was reassigned to the 5th Division G5 of the Navy in the New World. I wonder how he has been faring lately. I was quite astonished to hear that he was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral at Navy headquarters. When we parted ways in Logtown, he was merely a colonel." Shibei chuckled. "The Alabasta incident has indeed earned him considerable military merit. Indeed, it is fortunate that the world government unveiled Crocodile's true nature. Otherwise, Alabasta would have completely descended into a pirate state. After all, the 7 warlords are still pirates at heart. Given that Dottie once served in the Navy, he must be privy to quite a few insider secrets." Shibei seized the opportunity to inquire, "What is your perspective on the Shichibukai system?" Dottie hesitated for a moment. The world government and the Navy headquarters have always been at odds, as the Navy not only upholds justice to the fullest, but also possesses unparalleled combat prowess. They firmly believe that, through their might, they can entirely suppress piracy. Conversely, the world government, taking into account the instability posed by the Revolutionary Army and the increasingly rampant era of piracy, contends that relying solely on the Navy headquarters is insufficient to curb the tide of change. Thus, the Shichibukai system was born, advocating for the notion of using violence to counter violence, an extreme form of justice. Shibei sighed, remarking, "For instance, Akainu?" Daddy nodded in agreement. The uproar surrounding Sengoku's resignation was well known. It was common knowledge that Akiji and Akainu had agreed to settle their rivalry for the position of Fleet Admiral in a decisive battle. I believe the reason the world government endorsed Akainu lies in his extreme sense of justice, which aligns with their ideals. While Akiji's brand of justice is perceived as excessively benevolent for their tastes. Shibei's culinary exploration. "Do you believe the Shichibukai system should be abolished?" Dottie's gaze was as sharp as a dart. "It must be abolished." Shibei nodded. "I understand. You are more in favor of Qingji becoming the marshal." Dottie sighed. Qingji's sense of justice stands in stark opposition to that of the world government. If he were to ascend to the position of marshal, it would inevitably give rise to voices advocating the abolition of the Shichibukai system. Even when Smoker was in Logtown, he was already discontent with the Shichibukai's demeanor. A pirate is a pirate. How could they possibly be deemed legitimate? The Shichibukai system only serves to embolden their audacity. Doesn't the Alabasta incident suffice as evidence?" Shibei inquired. "Are you aware of how Crocodile's true identity was unveiled?" Dottie paused, turning to gaze at Shibei with a hint of surprise. "Did the newspapers not report it?" He replied, "It was only after the world government exposed Crocodile's conspiracy that his title as one of the 7 warlords was revoked, leading to his imprisonment and impelled down." Shibei, seemingly infused with an unaccountable surge of energy, erupted into a fit of laughter, rhythmically slapping his thighs. The inefficacy of the world government in all matters is truly astonishing, except for their adeptness at concealing information and distorting the truth. Were it not for the emergence of the Straw Hat Pirates, Crocodile's insidious plot to seize the kingdom would likely have succeeded long ago. What has the world government accomplished? To put it bluntly, nothing at all. Even Smoker, the sole bearer of the truth, finds his voice stifled by the rank of a mere Navy Commodore. It is little wonder that Smoker strives so fervently to ascend the ranks. He yearns for greater authority to effect change in this absurd system. Pirates engage in battle, while the world government shamelessly steps in to claim the glory. Shibei found it utterly amusing. Dottie, appearing perplexed, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Shibei chuckled. "Am I laughing? I am not." He then composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he gestured. "Truth be told, I have a certain admiration for Crocodile, the sand crocodile. He is truly a master of crisis management. His strategies are intricately interwoven, winning the hearts of many. If it weren't for a stroke of bad luck, he would have long been the king of Alabasta. Whenever I think of him, I am reminded of Don Quixote da Flamingo. These two are simply a perfect match." Dottie, unable to grasp Shibei's rhythm, felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing Shibei express admiration for Crocodile, his brow furrowing slightly. Shibei noticed the change in Daddy's expression. "What is this? Disgust? Did you not claim to harbor no hatred for pirates?" Daddy replied in a hushed tone, resolutely stating, "But I never claimed to admire them either. Shibe, you are a hunter of pirates. How can you possibly respect one who seeks to usurp a nation? Are you not aware that Alabasta nearly faced destruction because of him? He is currently imprisoned in Impel Down, and he deserves every bit of it. He shall never escape in this lifetime. You may be disappointed, but Crocodile is no longer in Impel Down. He resides in the New World, navigating the same seas as we do. Ignoring Daddy's astonishment, Shibe continued, his hands clasped behind his head. Moreover, I did not assert that Crocodile is innocent, objectively speaking. He is indeed quite capable. Besides, do you not hold a certain respect for the red-haired pirates? Daddy was left speechless. Shibe waved his hand, dismissing the topic. You mentioned a desire to meet your old friend Smog, but do not forget the significant events that transpired in Mariawa, of which you were a witness. Would it not be somewhat reckless to venture directly to the G5 naval base? Upon hearing Shibe's mention of Mariawa, Dottie felt as though he were sitting on needles. If even Dottie were to attract the gaze of the world government, then what would become of his daughter, even if he managed to rescue her? Would he truly wander the world with a mere child of 10? Such a notion is utterly impractical. Dottie gazed intently at the recording needle, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Shibe, seizing the moment, inquired, have you ever considered joining forces with me in this dubious endeavor? Daddy was taken aback. Shibe continued to urge, it just so happens that our team is in need of a sharpshooter with exceptional marksmanship, and your culinary skills are an added rarity. Mary Geos is no ordinary place. Having stirred up such a significant commotion there, we will undoubtedly attract the attention of the world government, and you will not be spared. Even if you do not think of yourself, you must consider your daughter, Kaler. Are you truly willing to lead a young girl into a life of evasion and hiding? Dottie contemplated silently, without uttering a word. Shibe is well aware that haste makes waste. Such matters cannot be rushed, and he must afford Dottie the time to ponder. They have now arrived in the New World, yet Bonnie remains unresponsive. Once she awakens, it is highly probable that she will part ways with Shibe in these waters. Regardless of his reluctance, he has no justification to impede her departure. Therefore, he must prepare for the future, should he successfully recruit Dottie into their ranks. Even if Bonnie does indeed leave, Shibe would still possess a companion for conversation and camaraderie. Moreover, Dottie's extensive experience and adept adaptability, coupled with his commendable marksmanship, would provide invaluable support, ensuring they could mutually assist one another in times of need. Shibe leaned against the wall and made his way to the door, where he opened it to gaze at the cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. He inhaled a breath of fresh air and then settled down on the ground. First, let us rescue your daughter. Dottie smiled with reassurance, noting that this vessel seems rather small, unable to accommodate so many. Shibe also chuckled, turning back to gesture as if counting money. What is the big deal? As long as we have money, isn't that enough? The two exchanged a hearty laugh, signifying a certain unspoken understanding between them. Immediately after, Dottie inquired, can we truly reach the front in time to save Kaluo Air? Shibe shed his cloak and sat naked by the door, embracing the sea breeze. His powerful pectoral and abdominal muscles were prominently displayed as he gazed at the splashes of waves upon the surface of the sea. At this moment, he had come to a profound understanding. If he chose not to act, he would refrain from doing so. Yet, having made the decision to proceed, he resolved to cast aside any burdens of thought, refusing to look back or be encumbered by hesitation. Shibe cracked his knuckles. Are you familiar with the saying waiting by the stump for a hare? Since those traffickers, whom we have yet to encounter, intend to abduct Kair to the slave auction, let us simply await their arrival at the auction house. Daddy chuckled wryly. Are you contemplating causing another uproar? Zybe feigned a troubled expression, saying, we must devise a plan to procure some funds. Otherwise, how can we refit the small boat? As you have observed, this vessel moves as slowly as a tortoise and is quite cramped. It will undoubtedly require a significant expenditure for renovations. We currently lack the time to hunt pirates for bounties. However, if we head to the slave auction house, we should be able to acquire some money. But how shall we proceed? Shibe naturally exclaimed, why not seize the opportunity? Are we to borrow instead? Dottie erupted into a fit of laughter, acknowledging the fact that those buyers undoubtedly carried a considerable amount of Bailey. He then cast a glance at Bonnie and inquired, have you made your decision? What does she think? Yet, Bonnie lay in a state of unconsciousness, rendering her incapable of expressing any opinion. Shibe waved his hand, asserting her autonomy. She listens to me. Dottie chuckled. Aye, Captain. The small vessel chugged across the surface of the sea, rapidly advancing towards the island known as Wetland Forest. This expanse presented itself as an oval-shaped island, with a diameter of 300 kilometers, featuring harbors to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The island is divided into 3 major zones: a culinary city, a place of merriment, and a settlement for inhabitants. Beyond these principal areas lie stretches of forested land. The ambience here resembles that of a city nestled within the woods, drawing crowds comparable to those of the Hainosan archipelago, where pirates and hunters congregate. Of course, the Navy also makes its presence felt, seeking to capitalize on the situation. However, Wetland Forest stands as a neutral territory, preventing the Navy from apprehending pirates within its bounds. Those who manage to reach the New World and find themselves in Wetland Forest are far from ordinary. In summary, this peculiar locale is a melting pot of diverse characters. The crew of Shibe sailed across the ocean, guided by their navigational instruments, for an entire day. It was not until dusk that they arrived at the western harbor of the Wetland Forest. Within Shibe's line of sight, dozens of vessels, both large and small, were moored: pirate ships, merchant vessels, and even opulent cruise liners. Dottie docked the small boat alongside the multitude of ships. Shibe stood by the door and said, "Bonnie has yet to awaken, and the situation may not be very optimistic. I will head ashore to inquire and see if I can find a doctor to examine Bonnie's injuries. She is the only one familiar with this place. If she remains motionless, it will be difficult for us to seek help." Daddy handed the cloak to Shibe and nodded slightly. "That sounds reasonable. I shall stay here to care for her and will not accompany you. Given the multitude of pirate ships surrounding us, the island is undoubtedly chaotic. Please exercise caution in your actions." Shibe donned a cloak, assuring, "Fear not. Bonnie once remarked that the Wetland Forest is a neutral zone. I merely intend to inquire about the slave auction. There shall be no trouble." He entrusted Bonnie to your care, for without her, we would not have reached this point. She is indeed our great benefactor, so let us not neglect her. Dottie, polishing the barrel of his gun, replied with a smile, "Leave it to me." As a precaution, Shibe took along the half scrap of life Bonnie had given him, enveloped in his cloak. He landed in the Wetland Forest from the western harbor and ventured down a damp, rugged path, soon vanishing from Dottie's sight. The periphery of the Wetland Forest was lined with trees, encasing opulent structures within their dense embrace. Following the path through the woods, one could glimpse a throng of menacing figures, each bearing weapons, knives and guns, exuding an aura of intimidation. Even the middle-aged vendor selling snacks by the roadside wore a stern ex-Shibe, draped his cloak over his head, and ventured into the street, weaving through the throngs of people. Due to his relatively petite stature, he appeared particularly frail amidst the bustling crowd, attracting no attention whatsoever. After all, those surrounding him were towering figures, each standing well over 6 feet tall, exuding an air of ruggedness. In every regard, Shibe seemed an entirely different breed from these imposing individuals. On either side of the bustling thoroughfare, a plethora of eateries lined the streets, closely packed together, evoking the ambience of a bustling food market. Shibe's gaze swept over these modest establishments before settling on a bar, which, by mere appearance, exuded a far greater refinement than the surrounding dining venues. Shibe decided to inquire about some rumors at the bar. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a sign placed beside the door. It read Spider Bar, followed by a line of smaller text that declared, "A paradise for artists," and concluded with a pink heart illustration. Shibe scratched his head. The name Spider Bar felt vaguely familiar, yet he could not quite recall where he had heard it before. Shibe ceased to dwell on the name of the bar and strode inside with purpose. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a stage directly ahead, where a group of women performed, their melodious voices resonating through the air. Beneath the stage, a young girl clutched a handful of colored markers, diligently bringing her canvas to life with vibrant hues. Shibe chose a seat close to the stage and began to survey the surroundings. The Spider Bar exuded an atmosphere that was almost palpable. Even someone as inexperienced as Shibe could sense a profound artistic ambience enveloping the space. Shibe was filled with curiosity about what the little girl nearby was painting. After having only just settled down, he rose once more and approached her from behind, surreptitiously observing the content on her drawing board. Despite her tender age, the girl exhibited remarkable artistic talent that nearly compelled Shibe to give her a thumbs up in admiration. On the drawing board, a group of women was depicted performing at a bar named Spider. The artwork was so exquisitely rendered that it seemed as though the figures within it might spring to life at any moment. Shibe was taken aback. The petite girl, barely reaching his waist, possessed an extraordinary talent for painting. He felt a sense of admiration and decided to move in front of her. eager to behold the visage of this young, artistic prodigy. Without lifting her gaze, the little girl remarked, "You are obstructing my view." Shibei hurriedly stepped aside, intrigued yet mindful not to disrupt the young girl's artistic endeavor. Perhaps Shibei's presence diverted the girl's focus. She leapt from her high stool, stowed her colored pins into her backpack, and resolved to cease her painting. Throughout the encounter, the girl did not cast a single glance at Shibei, displaying an air of aloofness. Her face remained utterly expressionless, and she called out to the counter, "Bola, I am hungry. I want chocolate." From behind the counter emerged a head, an elegantly dressed woman adorned with a headscarf, her blue curls cascading over her shoulders and framed by black-rimmed glasses. Her name was Bola, the proprietor of the Spider Bar. She gazed at the girl and remarked, "But you still have some bay left to finish, don't you?" The girl stubbornly insisted, "I want chocolate." "Oh ho ho, you wish for chocolate? I have some freshly made right here." At that moment, another woman emerged from behind the counter, appearing even younger than Bola, likely of a similar age to Shibei. Her attire was notably fashionable. A fruit-themed t-shirt adorned her upper body, while pure white shorts graced her lower half, complemented by golden locks and large round earrings. However, her fruit t-shirt was speckled with remnants of chocolate-making ingredients, rendering it a patchwork of stains. Bola, visibly displeased, remarked, "Miss Valentine, those chocolates are meant for customers." The stylish girl, referred to as Miss Valentine, approached the young girl, cradling a box of confections, and promptly placed it into the girl's arms. "It's all right. I can make more, miss. Golden Week is our Spider Bar's grand artistic celebration, and we mustn't shortchange her." As soon as she finished speaking, Miss Valentine noticed Shibei standing motionless at the side and warmly approached, exclaiming, "Dear guest, would you care to sample the chocolates I crafted myself?" Shibei suddenly came to his senses upon hearing the appellations exchanged among these individuals. Zybe finally recalled the source of his familiarity with the Spider Bar. The Spider Bar is no ordinary establishment, as it is a joint venture owned by the Hunters of the Baroque Works organization. The proprietor, Bala, is a former senior agent under the notorious Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the esteemed partner of the #1 bounty hunter of the West Sea, Das. He possesses the powers of a devil fruit and was involved in the ill-fated endeavor to rescue Crocodile. Miss Valentine, the exclusive partner of the #5 agent of Baroque Works, wields the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit known as Float Fruit. She was among the original members tasked with the Baroque operation. The identity of the young girl artist is now emerging vividly. Miss Golden Week, an artist and the exclusive partner of the #3 agent of Baroque Works, was one of the initiators of the Baroque operation. Although she does not possess a devil fruit ability, her unique talent of altering the emotions of her adversaries through her paintbrush and colors proves to be particularly troublesome. Even Luffy was once toyed with by this little girl during their encounter in the Little Garden. Her ability is exceptional, akin to psychological suggestion. By merely applying a color to someone, she can influence their mood and actions. When she initiated the search for the Baroque operation, Crocodile had just been captured and was temporarily detained in a naval base cell, not yet dispatched to the underwater prison. She was on the verge of liberating Crocodile. In fact, she had nearly succeeded. Regrettably, Crocodile was in a foul mood that day and declined the opportunity to escape, opting instead to remain in the naval base's confines until his transfer to the underwater prison. All these individuals are high-ranking members of Baroque Works, former subordinates of Crocodile. Zybe had recently been discussing Crocodile with Dottie, and he never anticipated such an unexpected encounter with the minions of that sandy crocodile. It would be wise to vacate this establishment. He has pressing matters to attend to. There will surely be an opportunity to revisit and tend to the business in the future. Shibei waved his hand and said, "It appears I have wandered into the wrong place. My sincerest apologies." With that, he turned and departed. The young artist, Miss Golden Week, watched his retreating figure while savoring her chocolate. "Has he settled the bill, Bora?" she inquired. Bora, the shopkeeper, leaned against the counter, resting his chin on one hand, and shook his head in response. "No?" Before Shibei could exit the bar, he overheard a conversation behind him. Turning around in astonishment, he exclaimed, "I haven't ordered anything yet. Why should I pay?" Miss Golden Week, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, "You have seen my painting. You owe me 1,000 Bailey." Miss Valentine embraced Miss Golden Week, erupting into a fit of exaggerated laughter. "She is our esteemed artist at Spider Bar." Miss Golden Week pushed Miss Valentine away, frowning. "You are quite filthy." Shibei felt deceived. "Hey, I merely took a glance. Do I really have to pay for that?" Miss Golden Week extended her hand, palm open. Indeed. It is 1,000 berries. Shibei tilted his head and squinted his eyes. I have no money. The shopkeeper from Bora, with a flourish akin to magic, produced a pipe from behind him, placing it between his lips and exhaling a cloud of smoke. I see, he said, then let us settle this debt with labor. Our Valentine's Day miss is rather inept at decorating chocolates, so you shall remain here this evening to assist her. Oh, by the way, that fellow, Mr. 4, seems to have vanished today, and there's no one to deliver the pizzas. You shall take on that task as well. Decorating chocolates? And delivering takeout? Shibei smacked his forehead in disbelief. Are you serious? Miss Huang Jin stepped in front of Shibei, extending her hand once more. Pay up, 1,000 belly. Wait a moment, he interjected. Staying at the spider bar, he figured he could gather a wealth of information. After all, Shibei had entered with the sole purpose of seeking intelligence, and in this unfamiliar territory, devoid of resources, leaving now would lead him nowhere. Moreover, delivering takeout could provide him the opportunity to explore the vicinity and ascertain the situation. Very well, let's proceed with that plan. Shibei, with a sudden shift in tone, earnestly implored, please allow me to assist. Miss Valentine, drenched in perspiration and wearing an unnatural expression, pondered, what on earth is wrong with this fellow? Hey, Bora, are you truly going to let him help? I would rather not have him casually handle the chocolates I crafted with such care. The proprietor, Bora, tapped the counter with his pipe, dismissively responding, haven't you always sought someone to assist with the icing? However, Bora interrupted, enough, it is settled. Even if you refuse to let him touch the chocolates, surely someone must deliver the pizzas. The resettlement center and the amusement park have placed numerous pizza orders today at our establishment. With Mr. 4 absent, he must lend a hand with the deliveries. By the way, you handed the customers chocolates to Miss Golden Week. Do you have time to linger here? You ought to be aware of who that customer is. Should you fail to produce the chocolates, the spider bar may be forced to shutter its doors. Hurry and attend to your duties. Oh. Miss Valentine pouted and made her way into the pastry shop. Miss Golden Week stood before Shibei, still extending her hand, her expression devoid of emotion. 1,000 Baileys. Shibei lamented, I have already committed to the work, yet you still insist on 1,000 belly? Miss Golden Week, embodying the essence of a young girl, stubbornly nodded, signifying that regardless of the commitment, the payment of 1,000 belly was non-negotiable. It was utterly unreasonable. Shibei recognized the communication barrier he faced with such a childlike disposition and turned to the proprietor, Bora, in hopes that she might mediate the situation. Bora, a mature woman of understanding, perceived the helplessness in Shibei's eyes and remarked, Great artist, is it not time that you replenish your dwindling supply of paint? A spark of realization illuminated Miss Golden Week's face, and for the first time, an expression graced her features. Abruptly, she dashed out of the spider bar. Shibei was puzzled about where the young girl was off to alone. The shopkeeper, Bora, seemed to sense Shibei's thoughts and reassured him. Do not worry. She is merely going to purchase some paint. Otherwise, once the shop closes, she will be unable to create her artwork tonight. You appear to have just arrived at the Wetland forest. Am I correct? What is your name? Shibei. Bora put away his pipe and gestured towards the pastry shop, advising. You should first go inside and assist Miss Valentine's with the icing. I will prepare the pizza, and I will call for you when it is time for delivery. With that, Bora turned to leave. Shibei immediately called out, but I am unfamiliar with the way. The shopkeeper, Bora, replied without turning around, it matters not. Miss Valentine will accompany you and, in the process, deliver the chocolates to the guests. Shibei swallowed hard, then approached the entrance of the dim sum shop. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Miss Valentine's Day heard the sound, glanced at Shibei, but chose to ignore him. Inside, a delightful aroma of cream wafted through the air, mingling with a hint of pineapple. The tables were adorned with an array of chocolate molds, bowls, and thermometers, while a solitary oven stood in the corner. Shibei had never crafted chocolate, nor was he adept at the art of icing. Thus, upon entering the room, he stood transfixed by the doorway, gazing intently at Miss Valentine, who was busily engaged in her chocolate making. In the original narrative, this woman was portrayed as somewhat cruel, egotistical, and lacking in substance. However, upon encountering her in reality, Shibei discovered that she possessed certain admirable qualities. Particularly, her demeanor while meticulously creating chocolate revealed a level of seriousness and concentration that was truly captivating. Shibei increasingly marveled at the earnestness of women, finding them truly beautiful and captivating. As Miss Valentine donned a pair of exceedingly short shorts, her long, straight legs were completely exposed before Shibei. Upon careful comparison, he discerned that Bonnie's legs exuded a sense of resilience, while Miss Valentine's legs appeared overly fair, reminiscent of a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, imbued with a subtle gentleness. Shibei tends to favor the untamed beauty embodied by Bonnie. On Valentine's Day, Miss suddenly felt a gaze lingering upon her. She turned around warily. "What are you looking at?" Shibei shrugged his shoulders, tilting his head to one side, his words few and far between. "The Valentine's Day," Miss inquired. "Are you skilled in cake decorating?" Shibei shook his head. "Even if you could, I would not permit you to touch my chocolate." Shibei leisurely settled into his chair, crossing his legs, as he slowly admired the graceful silhouette of the woman before him. He remained in this position for a full half hour. Unbeknownst to him, Shibei had drifted off into slumber, even beginning to snore. Just as he had barely entered the realm of dreams, Miss Valentine suddenly nudged him, causing him to tumble to the ground. The carp, with a sudden leap, turned itself upright, assuming a battle-ready stance. "The Valentine's Day, Miss," filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Why are you sleeping in my pastry shop? Were you not here to work?" In recent days, Shibei has been in a state of heightened tension, so awakening abruptly elicited such a strong reaction from him. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that he had fallen asleep in the pastry shop, enveloped by a delightful scent of milk, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and remarked, "But you haven't allowed me to do anything." Just then, Miss Valentine opened the door and said, "Bola is calling for you." Shibei removed the cloak that adorned his head, revealing his countenance. "Are you delivering pizza?" inquired the Valentine's Miss with an irritable tone. What else could it be? Shibei slapped his cheeks, feeling considerably more awake, and then followed Miss Valentine's Day out of the dim sum shop. There, he observed the proprietor, Bora, stacking a multitude of cardboard boxes on the counter, each brimming with the pizzas ordered by customers. Every box, containing a pizza, was meticulously labeled with an address and the name of the patron. Bora clapped his hands and declared, "This is it. Everything must be delivered tonight." Shibei gazed in astonishment at the counter overflowing with pizza boxes, exclaiming, "Have those fellows nothing else to eat, considering they have ordered so many pizzas? Pray tell, does your spider bar truly require such a copious delivery of pizzas each day?" Shibei engaged in conversation as he approached the counter. The stack of pizza boxes was extraordinarily high, and he had grown weary of counting the numerous pizzas that required delivery. Merely gazing at the towering pile left him feeling fatigued, and he estimated that it would take several trips back and forth to complete the deliveries. However, the delivery addresses were distinctly categorized. The left stack was entirely designated for the Joyful Park, while the right stack was meant for the Population Resettlement Center. Shibei pondered that he could not idly toil away the night in this place, for Dottie and Bonnie were still awaiting him on the small boat. Regardless of the circumstances, he must return to Dottie to alleviate his concerns, lest Dottie suffer through a sleepless night in anticipation. Furthermore, Bonnie's injuries required urgent medical attention. "By the way, might I inquire if there is a doctor nearby?" The innkeeper, Pola, expressed his confusion. "What do you need a doctor for?" "You see, I have a friend who sustained some injuries before arriving here. I came in search of a physician. I entered the tavern merely to gather information. Given the abundance of pizzas that require delivery, you must be quite occupied this evening. My friend's condition is serious and cannot afford to wait. How about this? I will first locate a doctor and then return to assist you with the pizza deliveries. What do you think?" Pola shook his head resolutely, declining. "That will not do." Upon witnessing the proprietor Bora's unwavering stance, Shibei's expression darkened. He believed that if he were to force his departure, these individuals would be unable to restrain him. However, with the slave auction venue yet to be located and Bonnie's injuries awaiting treatment, it would be decidedly imprudent to incite trouble in this neutral territory. Just as Shibei contemplated whether to sever ties, Bora suddenly stated, "Doctors can be found at the resettlement center, but first, you must accompany Miss Valentine to deliver chocolates to our guests. Afterward, she will guide you to the doctor." Noticing a slight softening in Bora's demeanor, Shibei restrained his frustration, albeit with lingering discontent. Was saving a life truly less significant than delivering chocolates? Bora fell silent this time, while Miss Valentine interjected, "Of course. Do you have any idea what sort of clientele we cater to? This is the Wetland Forest, one of the few neutral zones in the New World, frequented by notorious pirates and naval officers from across the globe, as well as unsavory characters from the dark underbelly of society. Each faction is one we cannot afford to offend lightly." Bora, placing his pipe between his lips, asserted with conviction, "This area is known as the Culinary City, responsible for all dining within the wetland forest. Whenever a guest places an order, we must exert every effort to ensure that the food is delivered safely into their hands. Such is the rule of the culinary city. Those who disregard these regulations should not expect to thrive in this domain. Shibei was taken aback. In the vast expanse of the New World, a neutral zone is exceedingly rare, and if such a haven, populated by formidable individuals, were to operate without rules, it would inevitably devolve into a lawless territory. The repercussions for the local industry would be devastating. Given that the wetland forest is recognized as a neutral zone in the New World, it must have substantial backing. Who would dare flout the established norms? The proprietor of the Bora establishment nodded at Miss Valentine and said, "Do not worry. To find a doctor at the resettlement center, you must pass through the joyful grounds. The chocolates from Miss Valentine are destined for that very place. Accompany her, deliver the pizza along the way, and she will then guide you to the doctor." It is a win-win situation. Miss Valentine entered the pastry shop, changed into a pristine Western-style dress, and emerged from the bar with a box of chocolates, not waiting for Shibei. He was counting on her to lead the way. If she were to disappear, where would he find a doctor? Shibei did not linger to argue further with the owner of the Bora shop and hurriedly pursued him outside. Suddenly, the Bora shop owner called out, "Hey, hooded lad, don't forget to bring the pizza." Without uttering a word, Shibei hastily exited the bar with a stack of pizza boxes intended for the amusement venue, swiftly pursuing Miss Valentine. The two of them navigated the streets, one following the other, in silence. The dining district resembled a vibrant food street, bustling with bars, restaurants, and cafes, while performers showcased their culinary skills with flamboyant fried rice to capture the attention of passers-by. Meanwhile, some enterprising vendors without storefronts set up makeshift stalls along the roadside, selling cigars and coffee beans. The nightlife in the neutral zone of the New World is indeed rich and diverse. Shibei gazed at the dazzling array of snacks, unable to resist swallowing. The Valentine's Day mistreated Shibei as if he were invisible, striding ahead while he dutifully followed behind. They meandered through the bustling snack street for nearly a quarter of an hour until they finally reached its end. Beyond lay the amusement park. The dining area and the amusement park were distinctly separated. No food stalls were permitted within the confines of the amusement park. To do so would be to breach the established regulations, and once such a transgression occurred, it would be impossible to maintain a foothold in the wetland forest. Thus, those familiar with the locale would never engage in such folly. Shibei suddenly approached Miss Valentine's side, inquiring with curiosity, "Isn't the amusement park just ahead? Can't you see for yourself?" The young lady's demeanor was rather unsatisfactory. Shibei mused, "I had thought that the joyous park was merely an amusement park. Yet something feels amiss. Look around. The surroundings are festooned with decorations, casting an ethereal ambience. And can you not perceive that peculiar scent of perfume lingering in the air? Quite pungent, I must say." The Valentine's Day Miss stifled her laughter, unleashing a series of exaggerated chuckles that were her signature. As she strolled, she turned back to jest with Shibei, saying, "An amusement park? Everyone here is a cold-blooded killer. Do you truly believe this place suits them? Take a closer look. There are women aplenty surrounding us. Can you not grasp the true essence of joy?" Indeed, on the streets, clusters of heavily made-up women stood around. Shibei had just been feeling perplexed, but upon hearing Miss Valentine's words, he suddenly came to a realization. Joy surged within him. For those who spend their days battling upon the seas, what could bring greater delight than finding a woman to relieve their pent-up emotions? This is a realm of joy, a sanctuary for men. A term suddenly sprang to Shibei's mind: red light district. On Valentine's Day, the lady observed Shibei's expression with a keen eye. Any man driven by desire would undoubtedly lose himself in such a realm. The lady had encountered numerous individuals of this sort, particularly those who incessantly boasted about their quest for the ultimate treasure. Each appeared ambitious and full of vigor, yet upon entering this domain, they found themselves utterly captivated by the women on the streets, forsaking any thoughts of their grand pursuits. Those who can restrain their desires are undoubtedly exceptional individuals, true paragons of strength. However, Shibei, with his frail demeanor, hardly seemed formidable, leading the lady to conclude that he would undoubtedly succumb to the charms of the women lining the streets. Yet, throughout the journey, Shibei remained remarkably composed, exhibiting an air of indifference. It was merely a red light district, after all. Shibei was, after all, an elite individual nurtured by modern influences. How could he be easily swayed? Unless the streets were lined with the likes of the Empress Hancock, he would remain unperturbed. Shibei once again expresses his sentiment, remarking that this neutral zone is indeed remarkably impartial. Shibei continued to inquire, whom are these chocolates intended for? Miss Valentine halted her steps, standing before a nightclub known as the Haven. This establishment distinguished itself from the surrounding venues with its conventional demeanor. There were no women lingering at the entrance, and its architectural style exuded a hint of antiquity, characterized by black tiles and red bricks. Encircling the premises was a wrought iron fence, and those women standing nearby dared not approach this austere and decorous structure. Miss Valentine approached the iron gate, pushing it open. You shall know once you enter. Shibei entered while clutching a pizza in both hands. However, as soon as he stepped through the iron gate, he sensed a fleeting shadow behind him. Instantly, every muscle in Shibei's body tensed. He refrained from turning around, merely casting a discreet glance over his shoulder. The Valentine de Miss remained oblivious to any irregularity. Shibei stood still, vigilant of his surroundings. The Valentine de Miss observed Shibei's anxious demeanor and urged, "Why are you standing there like a fool? Listen to me, follow closely behind, and don't fall behind. Otherwise, if the bodyguards here catch sight of your sneaky behavior, they might think you're here to cause trouble. Your well-being is one thing, but don't drag me into it." Shibei squinted, remaining silent. The Valentine de Miss, noticing his lack of movement, turned to face him and taunted, "What on earth is your problem? Is it that you become weak-kneed at the sight of those women? I've encountered many like you. Had it not been for Bora asking me to bring you along, I would never have allowed you to trail behind. If you don't wish to walk, then be off with you, and stop standing here like a fool." Shibei coldly remarked, "If you wish to avoid death, then remain silent." The Valentine's Day Miss wore a face of fury, gritting her teeth. "Let me teach you a proper lesson." Shibei made a gesture to pause, his expression devoid of emotion as he said, "Do not act impulsively. I fear I might inadvertently strike you down. If you were to perish, who would accompany me in search of a physician? Furthermore, if you insist on admonishing me, perhaps it would be prudent to first regard what lies behind you." Miss Valentine's Day was taken aback for a moment, then swiftly turned around. There, standing just a couple of paces behind her, was a towering figure exceeding 3 meters in height, with hands clasped behind his back. Due to his imposing stature, the black suit he wore appeared as though it might burst at the seams, creating an impression of immense weight akin to a mountain. Moreover, one half of his face was concealed by a black iron mask, rendering his true visage unrecognizable. He bore an identical height to that of the marine beast, Ely. Shibei felt a sense of oppression. The shadow that had just darted past him was undoubtedly that of the burly man. With utmost vigilance, Shibei slightly tilted his head to scrutinize the burly figure before him. This bodyguard, clad in a protective guise, had unexpectedly materialized behind Miss Valentine's, causing her to startle upon her initial glance. However, once she discerned the man's visage, a sigh of relief escaped her lips, though beads of cold sweat began to form upon her forehead. She had merely come to deliver chocolates, harboring no ill intentions, and thus felt reassured that the bodyguard would not pose a threat. Yet, every encounter with this formidable guardian instilled an undeniable trepidation within Miss Valentine. She extended the box of chocolates toward the bodyguard, mustering a forced smile. "Mr. Warwick, I am here to deliver chocolates to Queen Tracy." Warwick, however, scarcely acknowledged her presence. His gaze fixated on Shibei. He responded coolly, "Queen Tracy is not here. She has gone to the resettlement center to select dancers. Before her departure, she instructed that you make another trip to deliver the chocolates. She will await you at the auction house." Instantaneously, relief washed over Miss Valentine. As long as she could evade further confrontation with the guard named Warwick, she was willing to make a few additional trips. Thus, upon hearing his directive, she retreated a few steps while clutching the chocolate box and bowed respectfully. "Of course, I shall ensure the chocolates reach Queen Tracy." Just as she turned to leave, Warwick suddenly pointed at Shibei and inquired, "Is he a new employee at the Spider Bar? I don't recall seeing him before." Miss Valentine cast a fleeting glance at Shibei, then lowered her head, responding, "Yes, our courier is unavailable, so Paula asked him to assist with pizza deliveries. He has only just arrived at Wetland Forest, which is why you may not have encountered him before." "Oh, a newcomer. Be sure your proprietor enlightens him about the rules here. The next time you see me, he ought to remember to bow his head. Well, consider this a pass. Now hurry and deliver the chocolates, lest the queen grows impatient." Miss Valentine dared not meet Warwick's gaze, merely acquiescing, "Understood. I shall proceed at once." With that, she tugged at Shibei's sleeve, signaling him to follow suit and bowing his head. Shibei remained unfazed, standing resolutely before Warwick, their gazes locked in a tense confrontation. Merely a bodyguard, yet he exuded an air of unwarranted superiority, audaciously expecting deference. Miss Valentine's heart raced at the sight of their standoff, fearing that prolonged eye contact might provoke Warwick's ire. With a forced smile, she hastily tugged Shibei away from the harbor, and even after they had distanced themselves considerably, she could still feel Warwick's discontented gaze lingering upon them. Like a startled creature, Miss Valentine quickened her pace, pulling Shibei along as they departed from the jubilant thoroughfare. In a fit of exasperation, she exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Warwick abhors being scrutinized. Are you intent on endangering my life? Should we encounter him again? Remember to bow your head." Shibei released the hand of the Valentine's Day miss and exclaimed in anger, "Nonsense. I find him rather tall." Why doesn't he crouch down to speak? Do you know who he is? Shibei let out a disdainful snort. Isn't he just a bodyguard? Suddenly, Valentine's miss halted, extending a finger to emphasize her point. Indeed, Warwick is merely a bodyguard, but do you know whose bodyguard he is? He serves as the protector of Queen Tracy of the Dark Underworld, known as Iron-Faced Warwick. He is the right hand of Queen Tracy, and to offend him is to offend her, so bear that in mind. Oh, the Queen of Joy Street? Shibei seems to have no recollection whatsoever. If the Queen of Joy Street were indeed as renowned as claimed, Shibei would surely not forget her. Before Shibei arrived in this world, the original text had yet to introduce any characters or plot lines pertaining to the Dark Realm. Thus, he was entirely unaware of Queen Tracy of Joy Street. Nevertheless, given the involvement of the Dark World, Shibei remained vigilant. Shibei pondered for a moment and remarked, "Regardless, I have not provoked him. If he intends to trouble me merely for casting a glance his way, then I shall oblige. I have no intention of lingering here. The customs of this place do not pique my interest, nor do I wish to familiarize myself with them." Miss Valentine, wishing to continue her discourse, was abruptly interrupted as a messenger bird soared overhead, dropping a newspaper that fortuitously landed upon her head. Enraged, Miss Valentine seized the newspaper and hurled it to the ground, trampling it beneath her feet. Shibei was quite curious whether any significant news had been published in the newspapers recently. Due to his actions that left Mary Jane in such a dire state, he was concerned that it might affect the original storyline. Now that he finally had access to the newspapers, he seized the opportunity to gain insight, and most importantly, he wished to ascertain if there was any bounty placed on his head. Shibei picked up the newspaper and meticulously searched for pertinent information. The front page of the newspaper featured news about the Revolutionary Army, stating that revolutionary plays incited a certain kingdom, leading to the outbreak of war. Shibei showed no interest and turned to the second page. Indeed, on the second page, he discovered sensational news. Major General Tao Tu was apprehended for colluding with pirates. Major General Cha Tun suddenly defected, and the Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, Crane, took the initiative to resign. Shibei was completely stunned. The newspaper provided no specific explanation regarding why Admiral Peach Rabbit would consort with pirates. It merely featured an illustration depicting Admiral Peach Rabbit after having removed her naval uniform, and she was handcuffed. As for Admiral T. Pig, who he was and why he would suddenly betray the Navy headquarters remained a mystery. The exact reasons remain unknown to Shibei, and the newspapers have not provided any clarification. As for Chief of Staff, his voluntary resignation, it is rather intriguing. At such a juncture, when the position of the Grand Admiral has yet to be solidified, the Chief of Staff's departure suggests that the naval headquarters has likely descended into disarray. What tricks are the high-ranking officials of the Navy attempting to orchestrate? Shibei speculated that these matters must be related to Mariewa, and it is quite possible that Tao Tu is being unfairly scapegoated. Shibei continued to read further. In the lower right corner of the newspaper was an image of Bonnie, the gluttonous woman, Joelle Bonnie, with a bounty of 500 million berries. 500 million? Wait. There were more words beneath the image, second princess of the Orai Kingdom. Shibei clutched his head, utterly bewildered. Bonnie is a princess? This just is hardly amusing. Moreover, what on earth does 500 million berries signify? Is Bonnie truly worth such a staggering sum? No, this is not the time for distractions. Shibei must hasten back to the harbor. What in the world is going on? Shibei hastily folded the newspaper and dashed out with a pizza box in hand. Miss Valentine, unaware of the reason for his sudden departure, called out loudly, "Where are you going?" "The population resettlement area is this way." Shibei paid no heed to the cries of the Valentine's Day lady, engrossed in his newspaper while fervently running. Indeed, the original storyline has been altered. This must be what is referred to as the butterfly effect. Shibei was drenched in cold sweat, muttering to himself, "This commotion has escalated rather significantly. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he ran hastily, inadvertently knocking over several individuals along the way, inciting a chorus of angry shouts behind him. He retraced his steps, navigating through the darkness back to the western harbor. In the distance, he spotted a small boat moored by the shore. Clutching a newspaper tightly in his hand, he rushed toward the vessel. However, upon entering the cabin, he found it utterly deserted. Bonnie was nowhere to be found, and Dottie had seemingly vanished as well. Shibe, filled with confusion, clutched his head and wondered, "Where is everyone?" At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he possessed half of Bonnie's life paper. Without hesitation, he retrieved the life paper and placed it in the palm of his hand. To his astonishment, the life paper began to move of its own accord, slowly shifting diagonally backward within his grasp. The remarkable quality of this life paper lay in its ability not only to indicate the vital signs of its owner, but also to accurately pinpoint the current direction of their whereabouts. In Shibe's palm rested this fragment of life paper, belonging to Bonnie. Thus, by observing the direction in which the life paper moved, he understood that following this path would lead him to Bonnie. Should Bonnie encounter a life-threatening situation, the half of the life paper would gradually ignite in self-combustion. However, judging by the intact state of the life paper in his hand, it appeared that Bonnie was not in any peril. Once Shibe determined his direction, he carefully stored the life paper and turned back towards the three major regions of the wetland forest. However, this time, guided by the life paper, he no longer had to search aimlessly like a headless fly, thus saving considerable effort. He leaped into the woods, moving swiftly in the direction indicated by the paper. When he burst forth from the trees onto the street, he realized he had arrived in an entirely unfamiliar area. Having previously visited the three major regions of the wetland forest, the dining city, and the amusement park, only one location remained, the population settlement. Shibe was uncertain about the specific functions of this settlement, but if interpreted literally, it should be closely related to the management of human traffic. The slave auction house appeared to be a significant component of this region's industrial chain. Zybe gazed at the surrounding scene, observing portly merchants with rotund features leading young and beautiful maidens along the streets by ropes. Each maiden wore a circular collar around her neck, trailing behind the merchants with faces devoid of life, exhibiting no signs of resistance, obedient as if they were mere pets. Of course, it was not only women tethered to the merchants with leashes. Men, too, adorned in attire befitting that of captains, were present. They were slaves, purchased by the merchants at the auction house. The reason Shibe feels such unwavering certainty is that these slaves share a common characteristic. Each individual bears a circular collar around their neck. If Shibe recalls correctly, this collar is rigged to explode. Should the slaves dare to disobey or attempt to escape, the collars would detonate. Those ensnared by such a device often resign themselves to their fate, and even a pirate captain is not exempt from this grim reality. At last, Shibe has confirmed that the population resettlement center serves as a stronghold for human trafficking, with the auction house situated not far away. Shibe cloaked his head and brushed past merchants burdened with their spoils. At that moment, he overheard the conversations of the traders by the roadside. "Ah, Fix. It seems you have indulged quite extravagantly today. It is but a trivial matter. I heard that there would be several captains at tonight's midnight auction, so I hurried over to take a look. Alas, who would have thought that all I would find are such lackluster specimens? I was under the impression that I might acquire some formidable pirate captains from the New World. A bounty of merely 44 million berries is hardly impressive. Did you not purchase a captain with a bounty of 70 million berries during your last visit here? Are you still not satisfied?" Among the merchants engaged in conversation, there was one named Fix who possessed an unusual obsession, collecting captains as slaves. The fortune he squandered on acquiring these seafaring commanders amounted to nearly 1 billion berries. Yet none of the captains he purchased met a favorable fate. In his idle hours, he would compel them to perform humiliating acts for his amusement. Witnessing pirate captains reduced to performing like circus monkeys before him brought him immense perverse pleasure. This was his peculiar vice. Many captains could not endure such degradation and rebelled, only to meet gruesome ends when the explosive collars around their necks detonated, leaving their faces unrecognizable. Thus, among Fix's collection of captains, none had ever survived through submission. Today at the auction house, he acquired 2 more captains. One bore a bounty of 44 million berries. Though Fix paid 54 million, an extravagant premium of 10 million, demonstrating his willingness to splurge on his morbid hobby. The mere mention of that 70 million berry captain ignited Fix's fury. That worthless trash dared defy his master and attempted to take me down with him. I had him blown to pieces on the spot. A slave should know his place, especially after I wasted 90 million berries on him. Damn it. I might be spending too freely lately. Once I return, I'll have to discipline this new batch of garbage properly. With that, Fix turned and delivered several sharp kicks to the newly purchased captain behind him, venting his rage upon this unfortunate soul. The once fearsome pirate captain, a hulking brute whose face bore 2 prominent scars attesting to countless battles, now cowered on the ground, clutching his head in submission, not daring to show the slightest resistance. How pitiful! A man who once commanded his own crew now bent at the waist under the blows of this corpulent merchant. Upon witnessing the scene, Shibei felt a sense of discomfort and strangeness. After kicking several times, Fikes, somewhat fatigued, panted heavily and then turned his gaze towards Shibei. What are you staring at, little brat? Shibei remained silent, spitting onto the ground before turning to depart. While merchants may be detestable, pirates are hardly any better. Sympathy, though present, does not ignite within him a furious wrath. He is burdened with his own troubles that require attention, leaving no room for concern regarding these individuals. Once the decision to embrace piracy has been made, one must face any peril without complaint, for such is the unwritten law of the sea. Shibei harbored no desire to meddle in others' affairs, yet some insisted on provoking trouble. As a merchant of considerable repute, Felix was accustomed to receiving smiles and warm greetings from all. However, Shibei chose to spit disdainfully onto the ground, an unmistakable act of provocation directed at Felix. Accustomed to a life of arrogance, Felix could hardly tolerate such insolence. Thus, he strode forward confidently and placed a hand upon Shibei's shoulder. Young one, it seems you harbor some discontent towards me? Sebe felt a sudden tap on his shoulder, rendering him motionless, without even a turn. Felix grasped Sebe's shoulder. Sensing the frailness of his physique, this realization only solidified Felix's hold over him. He tightened his grip, pressing down on Sebe's shoulder blade, letting out a sinister chuckle. Who would have thought a little brat like you would show up here? Do you even know where this place is? Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? How dare you exhibit such insolence in my presence? Do you have any idea who I am? With that, Felix slowly placed his hand atop Sebe's head and continued. How about this? If you kneel down and apologize, I might consider letting you go. Sounds like a fair deal, doesn't it? Ha ha ha. Another merchant quickly chimed in. Kid, since you've offended Felix, don't expect to escape easily. You should heed Felix's words and kneel to apologize. Preserving your life is paramount, is it not? As others around him flattered Felix, he laughed even more audaciously. Without turning his head, Shibei slowly raised his hand to his own crown, then seized the robust arm of Fikes. Fikes' brows arched in disdain, utterly perplexed by Shibei's intentions. Suddenly, Shibei exerted force, gripping fiercely until he shattered the bones in Fikes' hand. Before Fikes could utter a cry of pain, Shibei grasped his arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending Fikes crashing from behind to the ground before him. The concrete beneath fracturing upon impact. Fikes gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes rolling back in agony. As Fikes lay incapacitated, Shibei coldly uttered, "Do not touch me." Standing beside, another merchant's eyes gradually bulged. Felix. The merchant adorned with a tall hat pointed at Shibei and stammered, "You are finished." Fix is the economic partner of the deity Feld, and having struck Fix, Feld will not spare you. The onlooking slaves were utterly astonished by this scene. Meanwhile, the pirate captain, who had previously been kicked several times by Fix, displayed remarkable cunning. The moment Shibei knocked Fix to the ground, he scrambled towards Shibei, clutching his leg, weeping profusely and pleading loudly, "I implore you, save me. I shall never return to piracy. I long to go home. The New World is no place for a human to dwell." With the captain leading the charge, the other slaves rushed to Shibei's side as well. The high-hatted merchant, witnessing the unfolding chaos, bellowed, "You wretched fools, how dare you disregard your master? This whelp has injured Feld's associate and can hardly protect himself, yet you seek his aid? It seems necessary for me to teach you a lesson now." As soon as the words left his lips, the top-hatted merchant pressed a button. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds emerged from the throng of slaves. This sound was akin to a death knell. Upon hearing the beeping, the slaves scattered in terror. At the center stood a young woman, likely not yet 20, whose beauty, while not extraordinary, possessed a refreshing and ethereal quality. She boasted waist-length, sea-blue hair, and was clad in a semi-transparent garment that rendered her figure shrouded in an alluring haze, inviting the imagination to wander. This was the attire of a dancer, and those who could be deemed dancers typically had commendable figures. Yet, this pitiable woman was now ensnared by a circular collar around her neck. The beeping emanated from this very collar, and as the tempo of the beeping intensified, The surrounding slaves crouched down, clutching their heads. Those who had just indulged in fleeting hopes of rescue were once again starkly reminded that as long as the collar remained around their necks, escape was an impossibility. Soon, the collar would detonate, and that unfortunate dancer would be left utterly unrecognizable. Shibei could not allow such a young and beautiful woman to perish here without cause. He hurriedly rushed to the dancer's side, frantically manipulating the ring, yet it was firmly secured, proving even beyond Shibei's strength to tear apart. The top-hatted merchant laughed boisterously, declaring, "Serves you right. As slaves, if you dare to disobey, I shall make you pay dearly." The beeping intensified, signaling that the ring was on the verge of detonation. Shibei had no time to reprimand the merchant. Instead, he meticulously recalled how the underworld king, Rayleigh, had effortlessly removed the ring with bare hands. Although he could not remember the precise details, one thing was certain: it was related to an overwhelming force. Shibei closed his eyes, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from the circular device. Beep, beep, beep. Within mere moments, the ring would erupt. The dancer, her face ashen, shut her eyes, seemingly having relinquished all hope of survival. The final alarm resounded, distant yet prolonged. Once this last warning faded into silence, the explosion would follow. Shibei suddenly opened his eyes, and time seemed to stand still. Even the air ceased to flow. He found himself enveloped in a space of complete stillness, where the expressions on the faces of the surrounding slaves were utterly frozen. Indeed, time had come to a halt. Centered around Shibei, everything in proximity had ceased its motion. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world was whispering in his ear. The surrounding forest sang melodiously, while the ground beneath his feet breathed deeply. Laughter resonated in the air. Every entity in existence possessed a soul, and each soul articulated its emotions in its own unique manner. Much like the laughter that floated through the atmosphere, they reveled in observing humans perform like jesters. The furious ocean, stained with the crimson of human blood, seethed in anger. Even the earth beneath Shibei's feet mourned. This was the murmuring of all things in the world. Shibei now finds himself enveloped in a realm of complete stillness, where he listens intently to the enchanting sounds around him. With his hands clasped tightly around his head, he struggles against the cacophony that threatens to invade his mental sanctuary. He fears that if these clamorous noises successfully permeate his consciousness, he may become irrevocably ensnared within this tranquil space. In that moment, a phrase resonates within him: "Do not forget your original intention, and you shall achieve your ultimate goal." With determination, he strives to calm his mind, turning a deaf ear to the symphony of nature surrounding him. Shibei took a deep breath, slowly extending his hand to caress the circular ring adorning the dancer's neck. In that moment, he heard the ring emit a sinister chuckle, a whimsical hee-hee sound. Indeed, it was precisely this laughter that Shibei perceived with utmost clarity. Shibei suddenly exerted force, gripping the circular ring tightly. At that moment, a crisp crack echoed from the ring, silencing the laughter that had filled the air. In that fleeting instant, time resumed its flow. The alarm, with its sharp beep, had yet to fully conclude, though it was nearing its end. Shibei fixed his gaze and saw that the explosive collar had already been removed from the dancer's neck. Instantly snapping back to attention, he flung the ring away without hesitation. The moment it left his hand, before even touching the ground, it detonated midair. The blast shockwave hurled both Shibei and the dancer onto the roadside. Yet, by sheer fortune, the dancer was finally safe. The deafening explosion drew a crowd, unsettling the top-hatted merchant. His face drained of color as he stared at Shibei, voice trembling. Impossible. You removed a slave collar barehanded? How did you? Just who? What are you?" Shibei rubbed his ears, rose from the ground, and casually picked up a small stone. He could hardly muster the energy to engage with the top-hatted merchant. With a swift motion, Shibei hurled the stone high into the air before catching it in his hand. Suddenly, he flicked it away with his thumb. The stone shot forth like a bullet, piercing through the merchant's abdomen with unrelenting force, crashing into the building behind him and leaving a substantial hole in its wake. The top-hatted merchant fell, rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground. The crowd of onlookers swelled, comprising pirates, navy personnel, and even a fair share of henchmen from the underworld. Shibei was aware that she could not linger here for long. Thus, she turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the dancer, who had already removed her slave collar, knelt by the roadside and suddenly reached out to grasp Shibei's cloak. Shibei looked down. At that moment, the dancer was already in tears. Her voice choked as she expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for saving me." Shibei momentarily lost his composure, then gritted his teeth and shook off the dancer's hand, departing without uttering a word. How many more innocent women languish in the slave auction house? How many can Shibei rescue? This dancer before him was merely fortunate to cross paths with Shibei, who fortuitously chose to intervene. In truth, rescuing anyone had never crossed Shibei's mind. Had it not been for the sudden interruption by Fikes, he would have surely vanished from the scene by now. Shibei felt that the dancer had no need to express her gratitude. Just as he turned to leave, a crowd drawn by the sound of an explosion began to murmur in speculation. What has transpired? Who is that cloaked figure? Look, what has become of Lord Fix and Lord Kohler? Is it true? This is the Wetland Forest, a neutral ground in the New World. Who would dare to stir up trouble here? Furthermore, Fix and Feld, the usurer of the Dark World, are allies, now that Fix has fallen in the Wetland Forest. Feld is bound to be infuriated. As the whispers among the onlookers grew louder, they finally succeeded in attracting the attention of Bonnie and Dottie. Bonnie, appearing as a child, was being carried on Dottie's back. At that moment, they both beheld the scene of devastation. Bonnie pressed her hand to her forehead and murmured, "I have a rather ominous feeling." Dottie nodded gravely. "I feel it too." Bonnie pointed ahead and whispered after him, "If it is indeed that scoundrel, I shall not spare him. Does he still wish to save anyone?" Dottie shook his head with a wry smile, remaining silent as he carried Bonnie onward in pursuit. After distancing himself from the throngs of humanity, Shibei ventured alone towards the auction house, lost in contemplation of the peculiar sensations he had just experienced. From whence did those cacophonous sounds originate? Merely listening to those echoes nearly shattered Shibei's mental realm. Moreover, everything in proximity to him had come to an absolute standstill, instilling within him a profound illusion of being entirely severed from the world. It felt as though the entirety of existence was rejecting him, repelling him. Had he succumbed to the allure of those sounds emanating from all things, he surmised he might have been ensnared within that frozen space, gradually merging with nature. Never to escape. Certainly, the peril was palpable, yet within that stillness, he reaped immense rewards. Not only could he perceive the voices of the universe, but he also seemed to grasp the fundamental laws governing all things. From the vastness of the ocean to the minutiae of a grain of sand, all possessed life. All were breathing. As long as Shibei could hear their breaths and sense their vitality, he held the means to extinguish them. In essence, in that state, Shibei had the potential to upend the very laws of this world, making him its nemesis, which is why the world ensnared him within that timeless space, isolating him from all else. The risks he faced were proportionate to the rewards he garnered. While this world may have rejected him, he simultaneously stood at an elevated plane alongside it. In order to validate his suspicions, Shibei paused and closed his eyes to listen intently. Indeed, he endeavored once more to penetrate that forbidden realm. Yet, no matter how meticulously he strained his ears now, that stillness remained elusive. Nevertheless, Shibei did not succumb to despair, for he understood that the sanctum of the world's laws could not be traversed at will. Moments ago, in a stroke of serendipity while rescuing a dancer, he had caught a whisper from the world, granting him a taste of its sweetness. Thus, his inner world was a tempest of emotions, fear, astonishment, and exhilaration. Just as Shibei was lost in the enchanting mystery that made time seem to stand still, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Shibei immediately awoke. Shibei did not look back. He seized the hand resting upon his shoulder and executed a shoulder throw. Dottie initially wore a bewildered expression, only to be swiftly sent crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. At that moment, Shibei finally realized that the person who had patted his shoulder was none other than Dottie. He hurriedly helped Dottie to his feet. As Dottie stood up and dusted himself off, Shibei reproached him instead. "Oh dear, how careless of you. Do you walk without a sound? Why on earth did you tap me from behind?" Dottie, his face flushed with embarrassment, restrained his anger and replied, "I called your name several times, but you stood there in a daze, and I thought you had heard me." Shibei chuckled awkwardly, his expression laced with regret. "Did you call me? I didn't hear you. I was just pondering where you and Bonnie had wandered off to. I didn't see you back at the ship, and I was quite worried, fearing you might have gotten yourselves into some trouble." Dottie, puzzled, remarked, "Didn't you go to gather information?" At Dottie's prompting, Shibei suddenly recalled the news he had read in the newspaper. Bonnie's bounty had surged to an astonishing 500 million, and the article claimed that Bonnie was the second princess of some kingdom. He intended to seek clarification from Bonnie, but upon glancing around, he found no trace of her. "By the way, where is Bonnie? Isn't she with you?" No sooner had he spoken than Bonnie's voice rang out. "Are you blind? I'm right here." Upon hearing the sound, Shibei glanced down. There, she beheld Bonnie transformed into the guise of a small girl, crouching at Shibei's feet. Due to Bonnie's diminutive stature after her transformation, compounded by her crouched position, her elevation was so low that Shibei failed to perceive her presence entirely. Suddenly, Bonnie sprang to her feet, extending her finger to poke Shibei's waist with vigor, indignantly exclaiming, "Are you still concerned that we might land ourselves in trouble? You cannot even manage your own affairs. Tell me, have you meddled once more? Were those two rascally merchants your doing?" Shibei clutched his head, feigning ignorance. "I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Has someone been harmed? Stop pretending," Bonnie shouted furiously, gritting her teeth. "Aside from you, I can hardly think of anyone else who would dare to cause a disturbance in this neutral zone. You are here to rescue someone, and that young girl has already been taken to the auction house. We intended to save her on the way, but unexpectedly. This matter is entangled with the Queen of Joy Street, which complicates things." "The Queen of Joy Street again?" Shibei pondered. "Are you referring to Chartreuse?" Bonnie, resting her chin on her hand, wore a grave expression. "Indeed, this woman is formidable. She is a powerful figure in the underworld, overseeing all the red light districts of the New World. I had previously failed to comprehend why human traffickers would go to such lengths to deliver a mere human girl to the auction house. It turns out that the Queen of Joy Street seeks to replenish her dancers." Replenish her dancers? Shibei suddenly recalled that when he accompanied Miss Valentine to deliver chocolates, they encountered the bodyguard Warwick, who had indeed mentioned that Tracy intended to select dancers during the population resettlement screening. So this was the truth of the matter. Shibei exclaimed in anger, "But Kaya is merely a young girl. How can she be a dancer?" Bonnie retorted with conviction, "Every young girl will eventually grow up, and this transitional period is the most opportune time. With the guidance and indoctrination of Tracy, the girl can indeed blossom into an exceptional dancer, ultimately profiting Tracy until she is cast aside." "Enough. Stop speaking," Dottie shouted, clutching his head in desperation. "Even if it costs me my life, I will rescue Kaya. I refuse to allow her to become a commodity for those nefarious criminals. No, time is of the essence. I must act now, in the face of urgency." Shibei had entirely disregarded Bonnie's news. The paramount concern was to save Dottie's daughter. If Bonnie's analysis was correct, Shibei would need to extricate Kaya from the clutches of the Queen of Joy Street. Judging by the arrogance of her bodyguard Warwick, it was evident that the Queen of Joy Street was no ordinary adversary, likely surrounded by formidable individuals. Perhaps the Queen herself was a formidable force. To charge in recklessly to rescue her would undoubtedly spell doom for Dottie. Shibei hastily grasped Dottie's arm and declared with conviction, "Hold on. Since I have promised you, I will undoubtedly rescue Kaya. Dottie, have faith in me. Do not forget that you are now my ally. How could I possibly stand by and watch your daughter be taken away to become a dancer?" "Ally?" Bonnie inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "When did I ever hear about this?" Shibei waved his hand. "Oh dear, now is not the time to dwell on this. Hasn't the auction already commenced?" Bonnie pondered for a moment and said, "The young girl has only just arrived. The last auction has just concluded, and she is likely to be assigned to the midnight auction venue, which is about to begin. So what shall you do?" Shibei stood with his arms crossed, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, he caught sight of Miss Valentine approaching, cradling a box of chocolates. Upon seeing her, an ingenious idea sparked within him. This might be the most opportune moment to approach the Queen of Joy Street, without a doubt. Did not the Queen have a particular fondness for chocolates? Hence, Shibei resolved that he would deliver the chocolates himself, seizing the chance not only to get closer to the Queen, but also to gather intelligence. Proximity to the Queen could prove beneficial in his quest to save others. With this thought in mind, Shibei immediately raised his hand and called out, "Ah, Miss Valentine. Why have you arrived so late? I've been waiting for you for quite some time." The former member of the Baroque Work Society, Miss Valentine, was incensed upon witnessing Shibei's flippant demeanor. Previously, Shibei had fled with a pizza box, leaving the patrons at the amusement venue without their ordered pizzas, and the Spider Bar would undoubtedly face the wrath of disgruntled customers as a result. She had long perceived Shibei as unreliable, yet the owner of the Bora establishment insisted on having him deliver the pizzas. Now look where that had led. Fuming, Miss Valentine stormed up to Shibei and shouted furiously, "You scoundrel, where on earth have you been?" Shibei spread his hands nonchalantly and replied, "Am I not concerned about my companions?" Thus, I hurried back to check. The Valentine's Day Miss, observing the two individuals standing next to Shibei, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who are they?" Shibei did not intend to provide a detailed introduction, merely offering a cursory remark. "They are precisely the companions I mentioned." At that moment, Miss Valentine's Day suddenly noticed that Shebay's hands were empty. The pizza boxes from the delivery had completely vanished. Consequently, Miss Valentine's Day furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where's the pizza?" "Ah, I have finished it." "Finished it?" Shebay nodded, affirming that the flavor was indeed delightful. Previously, at the refuge in the amusement park, an unexpected spark had ignited between Shebay and Miss Valentine's Day, coupled with the intense gaze exchanged between Shebay and his bodyguard Warwick. Miss Valentine's Day found herself drenched in a cold sweat, harboring a growing discontent towards Shebay. Upon learning that he had consumed all the guests' pizzas, her pent-up fury could no longer be contained. With a darkened expression, she coldly declared, "You scoundrel, I shall make you pay for this." As she charged toward Shebay, an abrupt halt ensued before she could reach him, her courage faltering. Before her stood Daddy, brandishing an antique rifle, aimed squarely at her temple. "Do not move." Meanwhile, Bonnie, in her youthful form, exuded an aura of dominance, 1 foot perched on the elevated curb, her gaze fixed intently on Miss Valentine's Day. After all, Bonnie was an awakened wielder of the Conqueror's hockey, her strength far surpassing that of Miss Valentine's Day. The sheer pressure emanating from Bonnie was enough to instill an overwhelming dread in Miss Valentine's Day, who, by some miracle, had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Trembling, she found herself standing directly opposite Shebay. Shebay jested, "I have long advised you that if you insist on reprimanding me, you must first be mindful of what lies behind you. Yet, you chose to disregard my counsel. In your current state, how do you intend to face the Queen of Joy Street? She is still awaiting your delivery of chocolate at the auction house. Perhaps I could offer a solution, since I have already consumed the pizza you ordered for delivery as compensation. Allow me to take on the arduous task of delivering the chocolate. Surely, you would not want the Queen of Joy Street to unleash her wrath due to a delay in receiving her chocolate, would you?" At that moment, Dottie and Bonnie watched intently, their eyes fixed on Miss Valentine's Day. Under the pressure exerted by these two, Miss Valentine's Day dared not show any resistance. Beads of sweat adorned her brow as she turned to Shebay, seeking clarification. "What do you truly mean?" Shebay stepped forward, seized the box of chocolates from Valentine's Miss, and declared with noble resolve, "What I mean is, I shall deliver this chocolate for you, sparing you the trouble of running back and forth. You must find it exhausting, do you not? I can see that you might feel a bit apprehensive about meeting the Queen of Joy Street. I am merely assisting you." Valentine's Miss forced a smile, though it was rather unappealing. "Well, I truly appreciate your help." Shebay waved his hand dismissively, urging, "No, please, do not stand on ceremony. Since I have promised to assist your bar, albeit just for one evening, I am, in a sense, an employee. It was indeed my fault for devouring the pizza. I couldn't resist, as your pizza is simply too delectable. Miss Valentine's Day, please do not be angry. I shall rectify this immediately. This chocolate, I will deliver it myself. Rest assured, I will ensure it reaches the hands of Queen Joy Street, I swear." Had Miss Valentine's Day not been held at gunpoint by Dottie, she likely would have charged at Shebay to engage him in a scuffle. Although the fault lay with Shebay, his demeanor radiated an air of righteousness. To an uninformed observer, it might seem that Shebay had exerted immense effort for the spider bar, while Miss Valentine's Day's aggressive stance appeared rather petty in comparison. With fury raging within her, Miss Valentine's Day found herself at an impasse. She had come to realize that Shebay was no ordinary individual. Previously, she had thought him akin to those who incessantly clamored for grand treasures, oblivious to the world around them, relying solely on empty bravado. Now, standing beside Shebay, she recognized that even the two individuals flanking him were beyond her capacity to confront. What options did she have but to swallow her pride? Overwhelmed with indignation, Miss Valentine's Day implored, "I entrust this to you. Please ensure the chocolate reaches Queen Tracy." Shebay pounded his chest confidently, assuring, "Rest assured. A man's word is his bond." With a chuckle, Miss Valentine let out a series of exaggerated laughs before gradually turning away, careful to avoid Daddy's gun muzzle. She dared not turn her back to Shebay, opting instead to retreat cautiously, fearing a sudden strike from him. Only after maintaining a safe distance did she perceive no immediate threat from Shebay, allowing her to finally turn around, her back to him, while muttering begrudgingly, "Damn it." As Miss Valentine slowly vanished from sight, Bonnie furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who is that woman? And what did you mean by your earlier words? Were you delivering pizza for someone?" "Ah, I was merely gathering information," Shebay replied. Bonnie clicked her tongue dismissively, TSK. Such a pointless endeavor. Daddy holstered his gun, scrutinizing the box of chocolates in Shebay's hands. Shibei proactively elucidated. Ah, this is the chocolate reserved by the Queen of Joy Street at the Spider Bar. We cannot keep a queen waiting, so let us hasten to deliver the chocolate. I am rather curious to see what this queen truly looks like. However, I surmise that despite her royal title, a woman who ascends to such heights in the underworld must possess a formidable stature, perhaps 3 to 5 meters tall. Just the thought of it is daunting. She must be quite peculiar, much like the infamous Big Mom. Bonnie teased. Oh, have you encountered Charlotte Linlin? She is the notorious Empress of the Sea, the big MOM of the 4 emperors. How could you not be familiar with her? With a playful glint in her eye, Bonnie continued, but I think you might be in for a surprise. The Queen of Joy Street is quite the stunning beauty. Is that so? Now I am even more intrigued. Shall we go? The midnight auction is about to commence, is it not? Dottie took a deep breath. Slinging his gun behind him as he strode alongside Shibei towards the auction house. Meanwhile, in an effort to conserve her energy, Bonnie leaped onto Shibei's back. The 2 men, accompanied by a young girl, navigated through the crowd and approached the entrance of the auction house. Flanking the grand doors, guards stood vigilant, ensuring security. A few individuals were halted by the gatekeeper. It was evident that the midnight auction was not an event accessible to just anyone. Shibei held a box of chocolates, a radiant smile gracing his face. We are the employees of Spider Bar, here to deliver chocolates to Queen Stacy. The 2 guards exchanged glances and murmured, oh, it's merely the folks from Spider Bar. The midnight auction has commenced, and Queen Stacy is in the VIP section of the 2nd floor corridor. Hurry inside, lest that esteemed lady be kept waiting. Shibei nodded gently, acknowledging her understanding. The grand doors swung open, granting her passage into the slave auction house located in this neutral territory. As Shibei stepped through the entrance, he beheld a staircase that sloped downward, leading directly to the auction venue. Flanking the staircase were rows of seating for spectators, which could roughly accommodate over 1,000 individuals, arranged in a semicircular formation that encircled the auction area directly in front of the entrance. Overall, it bore a striking resemblance to the grand atmosphere of the People's Hall. Looking upward from the walls of the seating area, one could discern a balcony, indeed the 2nd floor section, referred to by the doorman as the VIP corridor. As the auction had already commenced, the audience seated around fell silent, their attention riveted on the auction platform. Shibei fortuitously arrived just in time for the first item of the midnight auction. The auctioneer stood at the center of the platform, gesturing towards the item as he introduced it in a resonant voice. Esteemed buyers from the Great Sea Route, welcome to the Wetland Forest. This midnight auction occurs once every 10 days, and to cater to your esteemed preferences, we have gathered the rarest treasures from around the globe. The diminutive folk, the long-handed tribe, the serpent-headed clan, the giants, and even the elusive merfolk, all of whom will be unveiled before your eyes in this auction. At this juncture, the auctioneer paused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Perhaps there will also be some special abilities on offer? Abilities from the slave auction? This revelation sent a wave of excitement through the audience, igniting a fervor that resonated throughout the hall. The auctioneer relished the uproar among the buyers, as this was precisely the reaction he sought. However, it was not yet the climactic moment. He raised his hand to signal for silence, then pointed to the first item, declaring in a robust voice, "Now, let us examine our first auction item." The diminutive folk, rumored to possess the ability to cultivate any plant in existence, are incredibly swift and possess immense strength. We have expended considerable effort to capture this little fellow, and with proper training, he is certain to become a valuable assistant to any of you gentlemen who have an affinity for rare plants. Do not let this opportunity slip by. With that, he announced, let us commence with an opening bid of 1.7 million belly. Waves of paddles rose from the audience, and within a mere minute, the initial bid of 1.7 million was swiftly escalated to 3 million belly, with the price continuing to soar, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the 5 million mark. Dottie, with a grim expression, tugged at Shibei's sleeve. Shibei gently shook his head, signaling Dottie to refrain from any impulsive actions. Beside Shibei stood a notice board, upon which was affixed a price list for the auctioned items. Humans, 500,000 berries long-handed tribe, 700,000 berries fishman tribe, 1,000,000 berries fur tribe, 1,200,000 berries little people tribe, 1,700,000 berries serpent-headed tribe, 2,600,000 berries giants, male, 70,000,000 berries, female, 30,000,000 berries merfolk, Female, 100, 000. 000 berries. Male, 10, 000 berries. Special. Ability users valued accordingly. After reviewing the price list, Bonnie leaned on She-Bay's back and scoffed. Ever since the slave auction relocated from Submarine Archipelago to here, it has amassed quite a fortune. The starting bids have escalated remarkably. She-Bay chuckled coldly, remarking, "Ah, the market operates in such a manner." Bonnie surveyed the audience, a playful glint in her eyes as she mused. It seems there are quite a few familiar faces among us. Dottie, unable to spot his daughter in the crowd, appeared exceedingly anxious. Observing Dottie's unease, She-Bay sensed the urgency of the situation. He feared that if they lingered any longer, Dottie might act impulsively in his desperate quest to find his daughter. A sentiment She-Bay could certainly empathize with. Suddenly, Bonnie pointed towards the balcony on the second floor, exclaiming, "Look, the Queen of Joy Street is right there." She-Bay and Dottie simultaneously raised their heads, gazing towards the balcony. However, the view was obscured by a pink veil, rendering it impossible to discern the figures within. Only vaguely could they make out the presence of 2 or 3 silhouettes behind the veil. Since Bonnie was so certain that the Queen of Joy Street was concealed behind that very fabric, She-Bay resolved to approach and make contact first. As for what would follow, they would have to adapt to the unfolding circumstances. She-Bay, clutching a box of chocolates, navigated around the audience seats, drawing nearer to the corridor. To her surprise, a row of bodyguards clad in black stood inside the corridor, each donning sunglasses that obscured their expressions. She-Bay's sudden appearance prompted the bodyguards to turn their heads in unison, their collective gaze fixated upon her. Merely being scrutinized by these imposing figures made She-Bay feel utterly uncomfortable. The closest bodyguard to her extended his hand to obstruct her path. "Who goes there?" The black-clad bodyguard, with an air of indifference and an expression devoid of emotion, stated, "I am here to deliver chocolates to Queen Tracy." He continued, regrettably, "The upper floor is reserved for esteemed guests of significant status, and entry is not permitted for ordinary individuals. Please entrust the chocolates to me, and I shall ensure they reach Lady Tracy." With that, the bodyguard extended his hand, poised to accept the box of chocolates. She-Bay, alert, retracted the box of chocolates and frowned. "Queen Tracy has instructed that we, the staff of Spider Bar, must personally deliver the chocolates into her hands. Hence I cannot hand them over to you." The bodyguard in black, lacking in patience, replied, "Is it not permissible for me to pass them on to her?" She-Bay, with a tone laced with mockery, remarked, "Of course not. Who can ascertain whether you carry any germs? Such exquisite and delectable chocolate would Her Majesty, Queen Tracy, be able to indulge if it were sullied by you? Should you provoke that esteemed individual, I trust you comprehend the repercussions? Best be swift and retreat." Were it an ordinary person subjected to such unwarranted ridicule from She-Bay, they would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Yet, the black-clad bodyguards, evidently well-trained, betrayed no emotion despite the insult. They began to weigh the consequences, acknowledging that offending She-Bay was far less severe than incurring the wrath of Tracy. The bodyguard retracted his hand and replied flatly, "Understood. Follow me." She-Bay felt a tinge of surprise. The caliber of these bodyguards was rather impressive. Bonnie lowered her voice and gently whispered in She-Bay's ear, "Be cautious. These individuals are all assassins, far more formidable than you might presume." Upon hearing Bonnie's words, She-Bay immediately heightened his vigilance. "Aren't they bodyguards?" Bonnie pointed to the man in black leading the way and remarked, "Observe his neck. He bears a tattoo of a scorpion with a severed tail, a mark of a certain assassin organization from the West Sea. And look around at the other men in black. Nearly every one of them has tattoos. The one with a red snake tattoo on his pinky belongs to an assassin group from the North Sea, while the one with a skull tattoo on his earlobe is affiliated with the hunter organization from the South Sea." Sweat began to bead on Bonnie's forehead. What an extraordinary assembly of talents. She-Bay involuntarily gave Bonnie a thumbs up, exclaiming, "It is impressive how keen your observations are. Even the tattoos on the little finger and earlobe did not escape your discerning eye. That is precisely why I call you a fool." The VIP section of the auction hall was filled with prominent figures from around the globe. It was inconceivable that only ordinary individuals would be seated there. After a moment of contemplation, Bonnie hastily advised, "Furthermore, when you encounter Stacy later, be sure to avoid any physical contact with her. She is notoriously known for her aversion to germs." She-Bay frowned and said, "Is it that grave?" At that moment, the man in black who was walking ahead suddenly inquired, "Are you from the Spider Bar? I have never seen you before." Shibei promptly adjusted his demeanor and replied, "Ah, we are the new employees of the Spider Bar, responsible for chocolate decoration and delivery." The man in black stood before a grand crimson wooden door and stated, "Lady Tracy resides within." After delivering his words, the man in black stepped aside and gradually retreated to his post. Dottie strode forward, preparing to push the door open. Shibei intercepted her and shook his head. Subsequently, he gently set Bonnie down from his back and softly tapped on the grand door. From within, a melodious feminine voice echoed, inviting, "Come in." Shibei was momentarily taken aback. The voice was truly enchanting, resonating deep within one's very soul. Shibei swallowed hard and gently pushed open the door. Before him stood a tall, imposing figure, a robust man blocking the entrance. Shibei tightened his nerves. Suddenly, the enchanting feminine voice resonated once more, "Sherman. Allow them to enter." The robust man known as Sherman, without uttering a word, stepped aside. Shibei took a deep breath and, step by step, made his way into the VIP section of the Queen of Joy Street. Bonnie and Daddy followed closely behind. This so-called VIP area was not as resplendent as Shibei had envisioned. It was simply quieter than the ordinary audience seating, devoid of the usual clamor and crowd. The space was expansive, a generous 200 square meters, adorned with numerous plush sofas. Sitting upon these sofas, one could gaze down upon the auction venue below, experiencing a sense of superiority from such a lofty vantage point. At that moment, the Queen of Joy Street was seated on one of those sofas. In front of her, there was a sheer curtain, allowing her to observe the entire auction proceedings with clarity. Behind her stood a towering figure, a man of 2 meters in height. However, in this world, such height was hardly remarkable. Upon entering this neutral ground, Shibei had noticed that nearly everyone else seemed to be over 2 meters tall, with 3 meters being quite common. Thus, Shibei was not taken aback by the man's stature. Shibei was astonished to discover that this robust man exuded an unexpectedly chilling aura. This formidable figure, known as Sherman, served as both a bodyguard and right-hand man to the Queen of Joyful Street, much like the iron-faced Warwick. Despite lacking Warwick's towering stature, Sherman emanated a sense of danger that felt even more pronounced. He was a man of few words, possessing a mane of naturally curly, flaxen hair. Clad in a blue shirt and donning oversized leather boots, he bore 2 broad-bladed steel knives slung across his back, reminiscent of a character from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Shibei took 2 steps forward, clutching a piece of chocolate, yearning to approach the legendary queen, the Queen of Joy Street. Facing the auction stage and turned away from Shibei, enchanted him with her mellifluous voice, igniting an irresistible desire to behold her true visage. A woman with such a delightful voice could hardly be unattractive. Previously, Bonnie had remarked that the Queen of Joy Street was a great beauty. Shibei's remark was likely intended as a jest. In retrospect, it seems that Bonnie was indeed speaking the truth. However, just as Shibei took a couple of steps forward, he was intercepted by the dual-blade Sherman. Shibei could only stand at a distance, observing the silhouette of the Queen of Joy Street. From this vantage point, the Queen appeared slender. No, rather, she was svelte, her delicate waist seeming to be grasped with ease. Adorned in a stylish dress and a floral hat, she exuded a distinctly fashionable aura, a veritable silhouette assassin. Without turning around, the Queen of Joy Street softly inquired, "What of the Valentine's Day miss from the Spider Bar?" Shibei relished the gentle female voice. "Ah, she remained in the shop to prepare chocolates for other patrons, thus instructing me to deliver the chocolates. We had visited the harbor, where the locals requested us to bring the chocolates here." The Queen of Joyful Street calmly inquired, "Oh, is that so?" Gradually, she turned to face Shibei and continued, "Which is of greater significance to you, delivering chocolates or assisting other guests in their chocolate-making endeavors?" At long last, Shibei has come to perceive the visage of the Queen of Joy Street. Her long lashes frame a pair of large, azure eyes that seem to possess a voice of their own. Her lips are adorned with a delicate pink hue, and her fair complexion is accentuated with a rosy glow. Especially when she wears a mischievous smile, she exudes an enchanting allure. Indeed, if one were to describe her, this woman is undeniably captivating, a true beauty. It is likely that in comparison to the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, she stands equally as impressive. Fortunately, the Queen of Joy Street lacks Hancock's extraordinary ability to petrify. Otherwise, this world might have gained yet another male adversary, for the more stunning a woman is, the more perilous she may be. While Shibei marvels at the beauty of the titans of the dark world, he is not so enraptured as to lose his bearings. He heard Tracy's inquiry and replied, "Of course, it is far more important to present chocolates to Queen Tracy." Tracy's gaze swept over Shibei and his companions. So, why did she not approach? Shibe was pondering her words when Shikuixi suddenly interjected. Well, never mind. Let's set the chocolate aside and discuss something else. Shibe and Dottie exchanged a glance, then placed the chocolate into Shimon's hands. You must have heard that the Wetland Forest is a uniquely neutral territory, where both pirates and the Navy are obliged to adhere to its regulations. For decades, anyone daring to disregard these rules has faced public consequences, with even the world government having signed treaties to ensure peace in this realm. Thus, the Wetland Forest has remained a sanctuary, where the gastronomy city, the amusement park, and the refugee center offer seafaring adventurers a rare tranquility. Shibe nodded with a smile. Quite good. Tracy tilted her head and cast a glance at Shibe. Isn't it? You think it's good too, but why? Today, someone caused a commotion on the street of the settlement, not only killing Feld's partner, but also releasing slaves. Do you know who Feld is? Do you have any idea how much the deceased merchant owed Feld? Chartreuse extended 2 fingers, 20 billion Bailey. Immediately afterward, she smiled gently. Now that the merchant is dead, who will Feld hold accountable for such a substantial sum? He must be on the verge of madness, and once he loses his sanity, this neutral zone may cease to remain neutral. At that point, the 3 major regions will suffer significant losses. Who will be responsible for compensating those losses? Chartreuse stood up and approached Shibe. Will he come for you? Or perhaps for the spider bar? Dottie suddenly jolted, raising his rifle to point at Chartreuse. At that moment, a flash of steel glinted, and Dottie's rifle barrel was swiftly severed into several pieces. 10 men wielding dual blades stood resolutely beside Chartreuse, unwavering as a mountain. Chartreuse tilted her head back and pouted. What a rude man, utterly detestable. No sooner had she spoken than the 10 men seemed to receive a signal, descending their blades upon Dottie. Shibe reacted with remarkable swiftness, his palm facing upwards as he struck the wrist of Sherman, effectively intercepting his arm. The broad-bladed steel knife finally came to a halt just above Dottie's head. Had Shibe hesitated for even a second, it is likely that Dottie would have been cleaved in two. At the very moment Shibe engaged with Sherman, Bonnie stealthily withdrew, moving to position herself behind Chartreuse, seemingly preparing for a surprise attack. Shibe squinted, signaling Bonnie to remain still. This individual named Sherman was not to be underestimated. He had likely already discerned Bonnie's movements. The news from Tracy traveled remarkably fast. She had already heard about the merchant's assault and was aware that the instigator was none other than Shibe. Despite never having crossed paths, Shibe increasingly felt that this woman wielded considerable influence in the Wetland Forest. Oh, Tracy was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed beyond her expectations that Shibe could intercept Sherman. With a sense of confidence, she turned her back to Shibe and approached the gauzy curtain. Gazing down at the auction house below, she mused, nevertheless, the dancers of the joyous hall have borrowed quite a sum from Feld. Why not share the burden with you? In the shadowy realm, everyone was embroiled in a web of intrigue and deception. Shibe was acutely aware that there were undoubtedly numerous hidden agendas at play. With a casual wave of her hand, she prompted Sherman to retract his blade. She spoke deliberately. You have slain Feld's partner. And with that comes an enormous debt of 2 billion Bailey, a burden you must surely bear. If Feld is not seeking you out, then who else could he possibly turn to? Since you have already accepted this debt, you might as well include the outstanding sum owed by the dancers of the joyful venue. In exchange for this, I am willing to overlook your transgression against the regulations of the Wetland Forest. Shibe could not comprehend the connection within. However, it was not long before Tracy elucidated the intricacies of the situation through her actions. She picked up the telephone bug and called Warwick, the bodyguard stationed at the safe haven, then instructed him to undertake an utterly ruthless task to eliminate all the dancers embroiled in financial disputes with Feld. The term eliminate here signifies obliteration. Shibe broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the more beautiful a woman is, the more sinister she tends to be. Moreover, with she reigning as a titan in the dark underworld, her exterior and inner self are entirely disparate. Beneath her exquisite and radiant facade lies a heart that is bloodthirsty and unhinged. Shibe has now come to a profound understanding of Tracy's intentions. Tracy aims to eliminate all the dancers who owe substantial debts, subsequently shifting the blame onto Shibe. Once the indebted dancers are deceased, there will be no obligation to repay Feld, the usury king of the dark underworld. If the debts remain uncollectible, Feld will undoubtedly seek retribution from Shibe, the alleged mastermind. In this manner, Tracy would be liberated from her entanglement with Feld. Shibe certainly would not be willing to take the blame. Shibe fixed his gaze on Chartreuse's retreating figure and remarked, I am merely a courier for the spider bar, and I fail to comprehend your meaning. What merchant? How is it relevant to me? Tracy smiled enchantingly. What? Are you bold enough to act yet timid enough to deny? Before me, the wetland forest holds no secrets. Shibei realized there was no escaping the situation, so he revealed his true self and said, Indeed, I have caused a stir and harmed the merchant. However, as you mentioned, the merchant owes a substantial sum to Feld, so it is only natural for Feld to seek me out. Yet, the amusement venue is your domain, and the dancers are under your purview. If the dancers were to perish, Feld would undoubtedly come after you, not me. Shiruixi covered her face with a playful laugh, but I do not wish to acknowledge this. The dancers earned their money, all of which was handed over to him. So, whose establishment is this amusement venue, his or mine? I can hardly discern anymore. Why should he come to me? Furthermore, since it was you who caused the dancers' demise, it is only fitting that Feld seeks reparation from you for the debts incurred by the dancers. Shibei coldly remarked, Kill the dancer? I could never bring myself to do such a thing. If I say you did it, then you indeed are the one responsible. Do not worry. There is no need for you to get your hands dirty, for I have already arranged for someone to assist you. Shibei, filled with rage, took a step forward. Simultaneously, 10 gates approached him head-on. Shibei and Shermin locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with tension. The mind of Shui, she was astoundingly erratic. Even Shibei, who prided himself on his advanced thinking, found it challenging to keep pace. His mission of delivering chocolates aimed at rescuing Kaluo Air. Yet she remained elusive while he found himself embroiled in chaos. It was as if Shui she had meticulously orchestrated this scenario, deliberately biding her time for Shibei's arrival. A trap indeed. Shibei found it rather perplexing that Shatruzi had been sitting there all along, aware of his mischief, and somehow knew it would be him delivering the chocolates. This woman was not merely extraordinary, she was nothing short of enchanting. Her cunning was truly remarkable. Shibei suddenly realized that his charm with women was astonishingly exceptional. Shatruzi, looking pitiful, said, Please do not be so fierce. You might frighten me. If you were to engage in a conflict with Shermin here, the individuals outside would undoubtedly not stand idly by. What would you do then? Do you intend to oppose the entire underworld? If you have any conditions, feel free to express them. Shibei spoke in a low voice. I truly wish to strip you bare and cast you into the auction. She's expression suddenly turned cold. What a man devoid of grace. She then cast a glance at Bonnie and Dottie, snorted softly, and remarked, The bounty hunter Dottie Masterson from Rog Town in the East Sea, and the pirate Supernova from the South Sea, Jolie Bonnie. Do not harbor any illusions that they can aid you. Within this auction house, pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million are ubiquitous. Look, even the infamously notorious pirate Supernova, Trafalgar Law, is seated among the audience. Should a disturbance arise here, it would be exceedingly difficult for the three of you to exit this place unscathed. Shibei exclaimed in astonishment. What? Luo is actually here as well. Upon arriving in this world, what Shibei most yearned for was undoubtedly to meet Luo. After all, there exists a profound connection between them. Had it not been for Luo's small vessel, he would have been at a loss regarding his departure from Nine Snake Island. Presently, Luo's modest boat rests conveniently in the harbor. Thus, upon hearing that Luo was indeed among the audience, Shibei felt an immediate sense of warmth and familiarity. Shibei rushed to the sheer curtain in just a few steps, intending to lift it. Shermin reached out to obstruct him, but she waved her hand, prompting Shermin to step aside. Shibei, having fulfilled his desire, lifted the veil. Following Shertsue's gaze, he looked down and indeed beheld the figure of Trafalgar Law. There sat Law alone, with his legs crossed, perched upon the audience chair, a smirk of mockery dancing upon his lips. Beside him lay a slender eastern blade, known as the Oni-Kuri, which served as Law's trusted sidearm. Shibei fixed his gaze intently on Luo's figure. Luo seemed to sense the scrutiny upon him, so he turned his head and cast a glance at Shibei. Shibei and Luo's gazes intertwined momentarily. Luo, with his eyes half closed, turned away, fixating once more on the auction venue, disregarding Shibei entirely. Indeed, seeing is believing. This fellow Luo exuded an undeniable coolness. Upon the revelation of Bonnie's true identity, she exhibited no signs of embarrassment, instead expressing her confusion. Luo? What is he doing here? Behind the sheer curtain, Shatruzi softly remarked, Who knows? It was Dottie who appeared most astonished, his eyes fixed on Bonnie. Joelle Bonnie. So, you are a pirate. Bonnie, with a slight grimace, retorted, Huh? I have always been a pirate. At this juncture, Bonnie's identity mattered little. Dottie was solely intent on swiftly extricating Kyer from the auction floor. He bellowed, Quickly, hand over my daughter. Your daughter? Tracy furrowed her brow, her expression one of bewilderment. Shibei suddenly recalled the matter at hand and spoke in a serious tone. Indeed. The reason we have come here is to seek out a certain individual. A few days ago, some traffickers brought a 10-year-old girl from the sea creature, Ely, who is reportedly connected to you, the Queen of Joy Street. You must not claim ignorance in this matter. Upon hearing Shibei's mention of Ely, she appeared to recollect something. Oh, so it is her you were searching for. Shibei suddenly turned around and urged, so she is indeed with you. Where is she? She revealed a triumphant smile and replied, so it seems you have agreed to settle the score with Feld on behalf of the dancers? Shibei found himself at a loss for words. As long as he acquiesced to take the blame, Shirtsue would release the captives. Even if he refused, the burden of guilt would remain his, yet the captives' fate would not be guaranteed. Should matters escalate, it was undeniable that they were in Shirtsue's territory, where assassins lurked in every shadow, and an enigmatic bodyguard named Sherman stood watch nearby, potentially complicating the situation. Furthermore, Shirtsue's true strength remained a mystery. Even if Shibei managed to carve a path through the chaos, what of Dottie and Bonnie? And what of Dottie's daughter? The outlook appeared grim. At that moment, Shirtsue added, do you not wish to befriend them? Shibei cast a glance at Dottie, then gritted her teeth and exclaimed, enough? Release them. Shirtsue covered her face with a playful laugh, tilting her head slightly towards Sherman. Sherman understood the cue and strode away, presumably to fetch someone. With the departure of the bodyguard Sherman, the exclusive balcony now left Shirtsue alone to face Shibei and her companions. If Shirtsue lacked genuine skill, would Sherman have been so at ease to leave her unattended? Thus, Shibei became increasingly convinced that Shirtsue's personal prowess was directly proportional to the influence she wielded in the wetland forest. Shirtsue settled back onto the sofa, swirling a wine glass filled with a modest portion of red wine. Sipping delicately, she smiled and said, please, no need to stand, do take a seat. Once the auction concludes, I shall take you all to the amusement park for a delightful exploration, and you will naturally encounter the individuals you seek. However, I must commend you for your perseverance in pursuing me all the way from the Nasus ruins. It truly has been a considerable effort on your part. Shibei, unceremoniously, settled himself upon the sofa with great aplomb. Bonnie and Dottie followed suit, but Dottie, eager to reunite with Kyer, appeared somewhat restless. Although Tracy had already dispatched her bodyguards to fetch the individual, Dottie's impatience proved futile. He was not oblivious. He had heard every word Tracy had uttered. He understood that Shibei had tacitly agreed to assume the debts of the entertainment venue to ensure their safety. This indirectly suggested that they might soon find themselves in the crosshairs of the usury king of the underworld. The realm of darkness was inherently fraught with chaos and bloodshed. Their attempt to extricate Kyer from Tracy's grasp would inevitably offend someone. Either they would confront Tracy head-on or bear the brunt of Feld's wrath. Furthermore, even if they chose to confront Tracy, Feld would still pursue Shibei, given that Shibei had dealt with Feld's associate. Rather than being targeted by two titans of the underworld simultaneously, it would be wiser to navigate the situation delicately and seek a compromise. This approach could not only facilitate Kyer's safe return, but also foster a rapport with Tracy. Nevertheless, the terms proposed were undeniably draconian. Yet, Dottie could empathize. The moment Shibei sat calmly on the sofa, he had donned the mantle of the villain. Dottie felt a profound sense of indebtedness toward Shibei, who had risked his own reputation to assist in rescuing his daughter. Gazing at Shibei's profile, Dottie was overwhelmed with guilt. At this juncture, he had cultivated a very clear vision for his future plans. Zybe felt the intense gaze of Dottie upon him, and thus turned to glance at Dottie, offering a broad smile. The two burly men were locked in a tender exchange of glances, while the boisterous Bonnie downed a drink, then stuck out her tongue in distaste. Ugh, that was dreadful, she exclaimed, before unceremoniously grabbing food from the table and shoving it into her mouth with abandon. As she munched, she took a moment to address Dottie. Hey, haven't you eaten anything either? Bonnie casually plucked a grape from the table and tossed it to Dottie, saying, we're about to meet that little girl soon, so perk up. If you're hungry, you won't be able to do anything. Not even muster the strength to cry tears of joy. Dottie clutched the grape, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Oh, truly, Dottie was remarkably straightforward. Easily pacified by a mere grape, which hardly sufficed to fill the gaps in his hunger. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Shibei reproached, is this how one behaves? Leave something for everyone. Bonnie, displeased, retorted, what? Are you jesting? You have already indulged in pizza. while I have yet to taste anything at all. This meager portion is utterly insufficient. Pray tell, does the Queen of Joy Street survive on such scant offerings? Is there no more food? Bring in more provisions at once. As Bonnie grew animated in her complaints, she even kicked the table, audaciously blaming the meager fare within the room. After finishing the fruit platter, she reached for the chocolate box, seemingly intent on leaving not a single morsel for Tracy. Tracy frowned slightly. Bonnie's manner of eating was rather unbecoming, and even she found it difficult to watch. Indeed, as rumored, she was quite the voracious eater. Witnessing Bonnie's exaggerated consumption, Tracy lost any desire to remain and even allowed Bonnie to finish the chocolates she had specifically reserved. Rising from the sofa, she strode directly to the door, flinging it open while addressing Shibei and the others. Since none of you have dined, and there is little here to entertain you, follow me. With a gulp of red wine, Shibei wiped his mouth and stood up, exasperatedly pinching Bonnie's cheek. This woman could hardly contain her emotions at the sight of food. It was a recurring theme. Their visit was not solely about indulging in lavish meals, and Shibei still lacked a thorough understanding of Tracy. He had intended to seize this opportunity to gather insights, but Bonnie's commotion led him to feel entirely manipulated, thus casting a shadow over his mood. Eat, eat, eat. One day you shall burst. Before Bonnie could unleash her fury, Shibei caught up with Tracy and inquired, "Where do you intend to take us?" Tracy, walking ahead without glancing back, replied, "What else could it be? To the amusement arena, of course." Dottie hurriedly shielded Bonnie behind him and followed suit. As Tracy led Shibei and the others down the corridor, bodyguards flanked the walls, standing tall and alert, not daring to show any signs of laxity or even glance at Tracy. It was evident that these assassins, who lived on the edge, held a deep-seated respect for her. Naturally, Shibei basked in the glory, relishing the attention that surrounded him. Just as they were about to exit the auction house, Shibei suddenly halted, casting a glance back at Trafalgar Law. Law was also observing Shibei and the group. When his gaze swept past Bonnie, a knowing smile crept across his face, one that hinted at deeper meanings. "Bonnie, even you have succumbed," he seemed to convey. Then, to Law's surprise, Shibei made a gesture. He touched his lips with his fingertips and blew a kiss in Law's direction, perfectly aimed. Upon witnessing this, Law raised an eyebrow in playful challenge, resting his long knife on his shoulder and tilting his head with a mischievous grin. The two exchanged lingering glances until Bonnie's voice broke the tension, calling out, "Are you really going to wait until the auction concludes to leave?" Shibei heard a sound and turned to leave. At the same moment, Luo also rose from the audience seating, seemingly intending to exit the auction hall. However, the doors of the auction venue had already been closed, and Shibei was oblivious to this scene. He caught up to the side of Tsueishi, unable to restrain himself from walking alongside her. As they were now in close proximity, and given Tsueishi's aversion to uncleanliness, she feared that Shibei might accidentally brush against her. Consequently, she quickened her pace, creating a distance between herself and Shibei. As Shibei gazed upon the graceful silhouette of Tsueishi, he inquired, "Are we truly departing like this? What about your bodyguard? Furthermore, the person we seek is not at the auction house." "Rest assured," Tsueishi replied. "The 10 gates will ensure that the individual is safely brought before you." However, she continued promptly, "There is one more task that requires your attention before that." Shibei furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Well, do not rush. It would be more prudent to discuss it after you have satiated your hunger and quenched your thirst." Shibei let out a long breath, then signaled to Dottie not to worry. Under the guidance of Shatruzi, Shibei and her companions traversed the street. Upon spotting Shatruzi, the surrounding crowd instinctively retreated to the roadside, creating a spacious avenue. Many male onlookers, their eyes sparkling with admiration, whistled from the sidelines. "Wow, Lady Shatruzi, you're breathtaking. Marry me." Shatruzi appeared unfazed by such attention, her demeanor calm as she walked serenely down the center of the road, exuding an aura of grace and poise. Indeed, when she remained silent and stood still, she embodied the essence of a refined lady. However, her inner world was far from the simplicity it outwardly suggested. In terms of beauty alone, she undeniably represented a striking landscape within the wetland forest. It was no wonder that a throng of men was so captivated, cheering and whistling in delight. The wetland forest is divided into 3 main regions, with the joyous realm nestled between the other 2, situated at the heart of the forest. It is the most accessible destination, easily reachable from both the culinary city and the population resettlement area. One can swiftly arrive at the joyous realm from the slave auction house, making the journey to the nightclub haven within a mere 10-minute walk along a straight path. As Tracy and Shibei approached the iron gates of the haven, the imposing bodyguard Warwick, towering at over 3 meters in height, awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Tracy, he slightly inclined his body, cautiously pulling open the iron gate for her. As soon as she stepped inside, Tracy commanded, "Quickly prepare the ingredients, the more, the better." Warwick, his face partially concealed by a black iron mask, scrutinized Shibei and her companions with a skeptical expression. Shibei fixed his gaze upon Warwick, a smile gracing his lips that did not quite reach his eyes, and said, "Ah, we meet again." Warwick found nothing more irksome than being scrutinized, and he recalled their previous encounter when Shibei had stared at him in a similar manner. At that time, he had understood that Shibei was new and unfamiliar with the customs. Out of benevolence, he had chosen not to take offense and had even offered a gentle admonition. However, Shibei's audacity to gaze at him so boldly now was nothing short of blatant provocation. Warwick cast a glance at Tracy. With her presence, he felt it prudent to refrain from expressing his displeasure. Maintaining a stoic expression, he inquired softly, "My Lady Tracy, may I ask who these esteemed guests are?" Before Tracy could respond, Shibei interjected, "Honored guests. Since Shibei has already agreed to assist the dancers of the Joyful Plaza with their enormous debts, it is certainly not excessive for him to consider himself a distinguished guest. Moreover, the Queen of Joyful Street, Tracy, and the usurer, Feld, undoubtedly have other disputes, of which Shibei is currently unaware. He has been unexpectedly thrust into the midst of their conflict, bearing the brunt of a significant burden, and in doing so, has undoubtedly rendered great assistance to Tracy. Is this not sufficient to elevate him to the status of an esteemed guest in the presence of the Queen of Joyful Street?" Shibei shouted anxiously, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring over all the delicious food and drinks. Are you waiting for me to bow to you?" The young man, however, should not be so arrogant. Warwick, enraged, could no longer contain himself and, in front of Tracy, unleashed his fury with a powerful punch directed at Shibei. Shibei was well prepared, neither retreating nor evading. He intercepted Warwick's punch with an elbow strike, intending to gauge the strength of Stacy's bodyguard. Given that Warwick was deemed Stacy's right-hand man, he surely possessed considerable skill. The collision of their fists and elbows unleashed a tempest, even toppling the hat perched atop Stacy's head. Shibei felt a slight discomfort in his arm, while Warwick took a half-step back, swiftly readjusting his stance in preparation for another strike. At that moment, Tracy unexpectedly stepped forward. She gently placed her delicate hand upon Warwick's arm and calmly said, "That's enough." Warwick immediately recognized his impoliteness and stood still, rooted in place. With both hands holding a small handbag, Tracy approached Shibei, her steps light and measured. "As a distinguished guest, you ought to be familiar with the etiquette befitting your status. I trust one need not instruct you on that matter. However, I must admit I underestimated you." "Very well. Should you prove to be too weak, it would indeed pose a considerable challenge for me. Now please follow me." As Shibei and Warwick brushed past each other, Warwick clenched his fist tightly. Suddenly, he inquired, "Hey, you there, what is your name?" "Shibei, a pirate hunter who abhors bowing down to anyone," replied. Warwick cast a sidelong glance at Shibei before striding away. Upon hearing Shibei's declaration, the woman in front, Tracy, smiled. "Oh, you are a pirate hunter? What an intriguing combination indeed. Shibei is a pirate hunter, while his companion, Bonnie, is a pirate. Daddy is not merely a hunter. He is also a former naval lieutenant. This combination is indeed quite peculiar." Shibei, wishing to refrain from delving further into the topic, inquired, "By the way, what about those dancers? Surely, you haven't truly eliminated them all? You need not concern yourself with that. Tasks beyond your capabilities will be managed by others." "Have they all perished?" Tracy covered her face, laughing delicately. "If they were all to perish, then who would be left to work?" Shibei was somewhat taken aback. "Are you implying that she is not dead? I distinctly heard you say through the phone that you would eliminate them all. What exactly are your intentions? I never anticipated you to be so righteous. Is every bounty hunter like you, brimming with a sense of justice? Do you genuinely care whether they live or die? Don't you think your concern is somewhat excessive? Elimination comes in many forms, and indeed, it could very well be as you envision." Shibei shook his head. "No, only those with strength are entitled to speak of justice. I have not yet reached that level of power. Otherwise, I would not tolerate the continuation of the slave auction. I certainly would not willingly shoulder the debts of your dancers. Ultimately, it is my weakness that binds me." She did not expect Shibei to utter such words. If one wishes to pursue their vision of justice, they must possess the corresponding status and power. Indeed, the notion of justice, when spoken by an unnamed youth devoid of strength and status, is utterly absurd. Before Shibei arrived at the slave auction, he even contemplated seizing all the funds from the auction house. However, upon arrival, he encountered the Queen of Joy Street, Shirwei Shi, and achieved nothing, finding himself inexplicably blamed. Had he possessed the ability to vanquish the entire underworld, would he waste his time conversing with Shirwei Shi? Since he has entered this world, it is imperative that he abides by its rules until he grows stronger. Shirwei Shi remained expressionless. First, recognize your own limitations, then seek to understand the world. Only then will you grasp the essence of justice. Even if you scour the world government and the revolutionary army, true justice remains elusive. Do you understand why the wetland forest has become a neutral zone? Do you know why the world government has signed treaties? Humph. The shadows of justice are never absent from the dark corners of this world. Dottie, having served in the Navy, was particularly qualified to speak on the matter. After listening to Shirwei Shi, he remarked, "This mere slave auction is but a microcosm of the world." Shirwei Shi rarely nodded in approval. Compared to the methods employed by those in power, do you not believe that most villains should exhibit a semblance of humanity? It is precisely because scoundrels control the world that they produce yet more scoundrels. Is this not a simple truth? Our ugliness, in a certain light, has become rather endearing. Has it not? Such reasoning is utterly twisted. Yet, lamentably, Shibei found himself at a loss for words. Bonnie, noticing his unusual demeanor, clicked her tongue. Goodness! What a chatterbox! Where's the food? Is it not ready yet? Shirwei Shi led them into a luxurious parlor on the second floor of the safe haven. As soon as they sat down, dancers began to enter, bringing an array of dishes. Bonnie plopped herself down at the dining table, devouring the food in front of her while eyeing the pot. Dottie, the big man, appeared much more composed, savoring his meal with deliberate care. Shibei sat up straight and inquired, "Where are the people we seek?" Shirtsueshi picked up the communicator and instructed, "Have 10 men bring them in." After hanging up, she dismissed all the idle individuals nearby. The dining table was now adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, but only the carefree Bonnie could indulge in such a feast. Both Shibei and Dottie, burdened with their own concerns, scarcely touched the food. From Shirtsueshi's attire, it was evident that she was a woman who relished the pleasures of life. Whether sipping fine wine or savoring pastries, her every gesture exuded an air of aristocracy. In stark contrast, Bonnie's ravenous consumption represented a complete antithesis. This disparity led Shibei to harbor serious doubts about Bonnie's claim to the title of second princess. Could it truly be a misrepresentation by the world government? In any case, Shibei was not in the mood to eat and asked, "You mentioned there was something else you needed me to do. What is it?" Shirtsueshi held a tall glass, gently swirling it, the red wine resembling blood, rippling within the chalice. "Have you finished your meal?" Shibei delicately wiped his mouth and sat upright in his chair. Tracy personally poured a half glass of red wine for Shibei and remarked, "Since the wetland forest has become a neutral zone, it has consistently served as a sanctuary for adventurers. As long as one remains hidden here, there is no need to live in constant fear of being pursued by the Navy. I trust you are aware of the events surrounding the Shambadi archipelago. The slave auction house has lost its backing and has only recently relocated here. In order to continue its operations, it must devise a means to generate revenue. But from where will this money be sourced?" Shibei pondered. "The usurer King Feld? Indeed, the maritime monarch Omid, who stands behind the dining district, the usurer King Feld, who lurks behind the slave auction house, and the entertainment venue I oversee, collectively form the 3 principal domains of the wetland forest. Both Omid and Feld wield significant influence within this realm, which cannot be underestimated. Although Feld is currently absent, it is certain he is already aware of the events unfolding here and will dispatch his men post-haste. Is a confrontation imminent? That seems unlikely. Given the composed demeanor of Shitruzi, she likely has devised a strategy in advance." Taking a leisurely sip of red wine, Shitruzi continued, "This Feld fellow has lent substantial amounts to my dancers, gradually encroaching upon my global enterprises. Such actions threaten to disrupt the delicate balance of the underworld. He is indeed a treacherous man. While I harbor strong disdain for him, direct conflict is not an option." Shibei abruptly stood up. "Hey, you can't possibly expect me to deal with him, can you?" Tracy shook her head and replied, "Feld's partner has been killed by you, and everyone at the slave auction witnessed it. You were taken away by me. Once Feld arrives, he will undoubtedly demand a confrontation. Therefore, After you have satisfied your hunger and thirst, you will escape from me. Shibei exhaled a sigh of relief. So that's it. It's quite simple. All we need to do is bring that little girl here, and we can leave immediately. Shirtsueshi put down her glass and spoke each word deliberately. However, you will need to set another fire. Set a fire? A smile danced across Shirtsueshi's face. You killed Felda's partner, and I caught you. Then, as you attempted to escape from me, you set the amusement park ablaze, taking with it those debt-ridden dancers. How does that story sound? After all this convoluted conversation, we finally circled back to the crux of the matter. This was indeed the focal point. The woman's cunning was profound. Those who navigate the shadowy realms are invariably complex characters. Shirtsueshi's ploy, a thorough act of self-sacrifice, was astonishingly audacious, even to the point of proposing to incinerate the amusement park. No, it could not be that simple. If Shirtsueshi were merely concerned about the dancers evading their debts, she would not have gone to such lengths to incite Shibei to burn down the entire establishment. After all, this amusement park was Shirtsueshi's enterprise. Even if the narrative unfolded as she anticipated, allowing the dancers to escape their debts, the amusement park would still be reduced to ashes, leading to inevitable losses. Shirtsueshi did not strike one as a woman inclined to suffer losses. There had to be deeper implications at play. What could it truly signify? Shibei pondered deeply, utterly perplexed by the enigmatic intentions of the woman before him. Meanwhile, Bonnie, caught in the act of savoring her meal, suddenly tilted her head and remarked with a hint of derision, "Ah, the Queen of Joy Street. Your true colors are finally revealed." In that moment, Tracy nonchalantly crossed her legs and raised her wine glass once more, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the wine. Bonnie, undeterred, propped her legs on the dining table, arms crossed defiantly, and inquired, "Let us discuss the terms, shall we? If we assist you, what advantages do we gain? Feld is no trifling adversary. If you intend to employ our help against him, you wouldn't expect us to toil without reward, would you?" Dottie seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Tracy, exuding an air of contentment, posed a question. "Do you not wish to take that little girl with you?" Startled, Dottie abruptly sprang to his feet. Shibei struck the dining table with a resounding clap and coldly remarked, "Are you threatening me?" Bonnie teased, "To exchange a single life for the lives of us all. You truly possess a knack for business. How unfortunate, for you are likely to be disappointed. I am a pirate. What I desire is not bartered for, but seized. It appears there are quite a few individuals waiting outside, 11? Or perhaps 12. Ah, no, with your 2 bodyguards, it amounts to 14. Are you contemplating a forceful approach?" As her words lingered in the air, Dottie withdrew 2 short firearms from beneath his coat, aiming them at Shirtsueshi. At that very moment, someone pushed through the door. It was bodyguard Sherman. Beside Sherman stood a blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl, impeccably clean, clad in pristine attire, her hairstyle meticulously arranged, likely groomed with care before being brought in by the bodyguard. Yet, the little girl clearly bore the weight of distress, trembling as she stood to the side, not daring to lift her head. Upon seeing the girl, Dottie was instantly overcome with emotion. "Kaler." The little girl shivered at the sound of Dottie's voice. Slowly raising her head, Dottie cast aside his weapons, rushing forward to embrace her, weeping uncontrollably. Indeed, this little girl was Dottie's daughter, Kaler. Initially, Kaler could hardly believe that her father was truly present until she was enveloped in his embrace, inhaling the scent of gunpowder that clung to him. It was then that she was certain the man before her was her longed-for father. Unable to contain herself, she wrapped her arms around Dottie's neck and joined him in a torrent of tears. Ugh! Bonnie turned her head away, her expression shifting between joy and sorrow, her gaze imbued with complexity. Shibei took a deep breath and settled back into her chair. Shirtsueshi observed the pair of father and daughter weeping inconsolably, her expression remaining unfazed. In her eyes, matters were distinct and should not be conflated. However, to express her intention, she gestured for the bodyguards to withdraw, leaving the little girl in the room. Additionally, Shirtsueshi remarked, "We can collaborate." This time, Bo and I refrained from interjecting. Shibei placed his hands on the dining table, his expression devoid of emotion, and said, "Speak, I shall listen." Shitruzi poured herself a half-glass of red wine and remarked, "Relying solely on the 3 of you to vanquish Feld appears rather implausible, especially considering you have brought along a defenseless young girl. I can offer you resources to the fullest extent. Rest assured, I shall not let you down. However, you must not let me down either." Shibei gradually calmed down. Finally, with a smile on his face, he said, "Let us enjoy a pleasant collaboration." Bonnie frowned and replied, Hey, are you serious? Shibei cast a glance at Bonnie. In Shibei's gaze, Bonnie perceived an air of indifference, coupled with a certain resoluteness. Even Tracy was taken aback by Shibei's sudden shift in demeanor, as she readily acquiesced, leaving Tracy feeling somewhat disconcerted, almost as if she had invited a wolf into her midst. Tracy narrowed her eyes, her expression betraying her discomfort. Ultimately, the question of who was leveraging whom remained shrouded in uncertainty. The negotiations concluded with Shibei's agreement to collaborate, marking the end of the discussion. Shibei had relentlessly pursued Kairoer from Noxus to the Wetlands forest, ultimately succeeding in rescuing her from the fire pit. As they exited the parlor, it was already past 4 in the morning, a time when the streets were notably desolate. As the saying goes, a dark moonlit night is a night for murder. Arson would undoubtedly be orchestrated during such hours. According to Shatruzi's plan, incinerating the joyous grounds was a crucial step. Otherwise, she could not silence Feld's incessant prattle. Shibei's timely appearance had providentially afforded Shatruzi an opportunity to act. Feld had already overstepped into Shatruzi's sphere of influence, an affront she could not tolerate. However, mindful of the rules governing the underworld, she could only employ Shibei's hand to deal with Feld. Such a meticulously crafted scheme could not have been a spur-of-the-moment inspiration for Shatruzi. It was clear that she had long contemplated a means to confront Feld, merely awaiting the opportune moment. The pot that Shibei carries seems rather oversized. However, this presents a perfect opportunity for Shibei to infiltrate the Dark Realm, utilizing the resources provided by Tracy to establish his own dominion. If he aims to venture into the shadows, the so-called titans of the underworld are unavoidable. Thus, Shibei resolves to turn the tables, following the thread upwards, systematically eliminating each troublesome adversary. Unaware of Shibei's true intentions, Bonnie expresses her discontent. Are you truly planning to collaborate with that woman? Shibei hesitated, pondering whether to fully divulge the thoughts that resided within him. Suddenly, Bonnie interjected, saying, Since we have arrived in this new world, it seems we ought to part ways. Shibei held the torch, standing before the nightclub at the harbor. Are we truly leaving? Bonnie asked, her expression grave, devoid of any jest. I have no desire to entangle myself with those from the shadows. Countless nations have been utterly devastated by their hands. Yet, as a pirate myself, I am not in a position to voice such concerns. Nevertheless, there are still matters that await my attention. Shibei suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired, Are you the second princess of the Am Kingdom? Who knew? Bonnie waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave, saying, Farewell. Pirate Hunter, oh, my mistake, Shibei. Thank you for your care during this time. Shibei called out to Bonnie's retreating figure, Are you seeking Blackbeard? Bonnie remained silent, vanishing into the darkness. Shibei humorously remarked, It is I who should be receiving care. Indeed, Bonnie has truly departed. Now, only Daddy and his daughter Kayla remain. Daddy has entrusted his entire life and fortune to Shibei. Wherever Shibei ventures, he shall follow, and whatever decisions Shibei makes, he will abide by them. He remains indifferent to Shibei's associations with others. His singular purpose has always been to provide unwavering support. Observing Shibei's despondent demeanor, he approached and gently patted Shibei's shoulder. As long as Bonnie has not forsaken these waters, there shall come a day when they will reunite. Shibei, coming to her senses, sighed, expressing her fear of the transience of people and place. Meanwhile, the recently freed Kayla, having maneuvered around Daddy, positioned herself beside Shibei. She tugged at Shibei's cloak and presented her with a lollipop, seemingly as a gesture of comfort. This confectionery, which Shibei had reluctantly agreed to accept after promising to collaborate, had been forcibly given to Kayla by Shatruzi. Though Kayla had no desire for it, she feared displeasing Shatruzi and thus held on to it, refraining from consuming it until now. Observing Shibei's melancholy demeanor, she seized the opportunity to bestow the lollipop upon her. This little girl possessed a cunning nature, indeed. Shibei gently ruffled Kayer's hair, then picked up a lollipop and popped it into his mouth. How sweet it was. Dottie gazed at the entrance of the nightclub and murmured, Is it sweet? I find it bitter, and I fear it will only become more so. Suddenly, Kayer exclaimed, Uncle Bay, is it delicious? Shibei wore a fierce expression, deliberately attempting to intimidate by exclaiming, It is Uncle Bay. Kailuo immediately sought refuge behind Dottie, provoking hearty laughter from both Dottie and Shibei. Shibei touched the cloak draped over his shoulders, exclaiming, That mad woman, Bonnie, forgot to take her cloak. Daddy cradled Kayer in his arms and remarked, If she had taken the cloak with her, you would be left utterly bare, dear uncle. Surely, you cannot jest with Kayer in your birthday suit. With a look of helplessness, Shibei soon adopted a serious demeanor. Since they were to set fire, they might as well do it thoroughly. Sure, Chue, she had likely moved on. Dottie nodded in agreement, stating, she and that bodyguard named Sherman have taken the dancers to the western harbor, where their cruise ship is docked. With the amusement park ablaze, she surely would not linger here any longer. Given her intent to covertly deal with Feld, she would likely prepare extensively, and it is probable that Feld's men will arrive by dawn. Shibei furrowed his brow and inquired, what about iron-faced Warwick? It seems he has gone to the Spider Tavern. Shibei expressed his astonishment, questioning the purpose of his visit to the Spider Bar. Do not forget, he continued, you are now the courier for the Spider Bar. According to Tracy's plan, since you have fled and set the Joyland ablaze, Tracy will undoubtedly send someone to the Spider Bar to seek retribution. If you do not at least pretend to visit the Spider Bar, Feld will surely grow suspicious. Shibei pressed his forehead, reflecting on the complexity of this woman, who seemed to have meticulously considered every aspect. It was likely that her intentions extended far beyond mere appearances. Truly, it was unfortunate for those unfortunate souls in the Spider Bar, who had to endure this unforeseen calamity alongside me. Daddy also recognized that the number of individuals caught up in this predicament had indeed become rather excessive. Zybe took a deep breath, then raised the torch and ignited it against the entrance of the harbor. Initially, a flicker of flame gently ascended, eventually transforming into a roaring blaze. The entire nightlife of the harbor swiftly succumbed to the engulfing inferno. Since the nightclubs in the amusement area were closely situated, their establishments were interconnected. Once one nightclub caught fire, the flames rapidly spread to the next. Before long, the inferno had completely enveloped 3 nightclubs adjacent to the harbor. With no signs of abating, it was estimated that the fire would continue to burn until dawn, leaving destruction in its wake. Shibei discarded the torch and turned away. Daddy held Kaler's hand and followed closely behind. Shibei remarked without looking back, there is another place that needs a spark. Dottie felt a twinge of confusion. With the joyous venue ablaze, Shibei's mission seemed complete. What other place could there be? Without hesitation, Shibei led the way across the street towards the refugee center. At that moment, the inferno at the joyous venue illuminated half the sky, and many individuals began to awaken from their stupor. The once bustling crowd grew increasingly agitated, all rushing towards the site of the disaster to discern what had transpired. A fire in the wetland forest was unprecedented, and shockingly, it was engulfing Queen Tracy's joyous venue. Too many were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Clearly, this was arson, who possessed the audacity to ignite flames in a neutral zone. The onlookers erupted in a cacophony of speculation. This cannot be real. What is happening? Someone shouted into the flames. Hey, is anyone still inside? Fool, stop yelling. Just look at the fire. Even standing here, we feel as if we might be scorched. If anyone is inside, they must have perished by now. Who could be responsible for such a heinous act? God forbid. My beloved Nina hasn't perished in there. Suddenly, someone gasped, what about Queen Tracy? Is she caught in this blaze? A hush fell over the crowd. If Tracy truly was within that inferno, dire consequences would ensue. One person forced a smile and said, surely not. After all, she is Queen Tracy. How could she be here? She must have left long ago. Her enterprises span the New World, and she only visits occasionally. Surely, she wouldn't remain here. Indeed, indeed. Others echoed in agreement. Yet, how did this fire ignite? No one knew, and thus no one could provide an answer. Amidst the throng, a familiar figure emerged, Trafalgar Law. Wielding his sword, gazing intently at the flames, deep in thought, clearly intrigued by the origin of the fire at the joyous venue. Suddenly, Law recalled the moment when Shibei and Tracy departed from the auction house. With a sly grin, he turned away. How amusing this all was. However, while the crowd remained fixated on the raging inferno, another fire ignited elsewhere. A voice cried out, pointing towards the refugee center. Hey, look over there. It seems another fire has started. Not far from where he stood, Trafalgar Law turned to investigate. Lo and behold, the refugee center was ablaze, its flames painting the remaining sky crimson. Law exclaimed, that's the slave auction house. Humph. It seemed the situation had escalated from amusing to troublesome. In the days to come, this incident would be referred to as the light of the forest of the New World. In the early hours of the morning, a great conflagration erupted in the vast regions of the wetland forest, instilling fear and anxiety among the populace. The joyous grounds fared somewhat better, as all the dancers had been discreetly relocated to the harbor by Tracy. However, the slave auction house faced dire consequences, with numerous staff perishing in the flames, including the host of the midnight auction, who met an unfortunate fate. Undoubtedly, these fires were ignited by Shibei. If the incineration of the joyous grounds was merely a component of Tracy's scheme, then the destruction of the slave auction house marked the commencement of Shibei's dark campaign. Since its relocation, the auction house had been under the protection of Feld, but due to Tracy's conspiracy, the conflict between Shibei and Feld had escalated to a boiling point, leaving no necessity for further concealment. Shibei had long been discontented with the practices of the slave auction house, and thus chose to embrace the chaos, taking full responsibility for the calamity. It was, of course, something Tracy was pleased to witness. Shibei has now thoroughly engaged with the notorious loan shark, Feld, whom he has yet to meet. Is this truly a prudent course of action? This question arises from Daddy, although the slave auction house was engulfed in flames. Bringing a sense of satisfaction to Daddy, it is inevitable that they will soon find themselves amidst the storm. If Shibei's earlier act of killing Feld's associate could be rationalized as an unfortunate accident, the destruction of the auction house undoubtedly declares war upon Feld. Even though Tracy has pledged to provide resources and support in secrecy to the fullest extent, Daddy cannot shake the feeling that Tracy is not entirely trustworthy, which leaves him with a lingering sense of unease. The blaze at the slave auction house casts a radiant glow upon Shibei's cheeks. Shibei faced the auction house, gazing at the soaring flames, and coldly remarked, "One must go all out for the performance. I never held any illusions about what that woman could offer me." For Feld, perhaps a slave auction house holds little significance, but for me, it represents the first step in dismantling tyranny. I can no longer cling to a sense of false hope. Indeed, Shibei's actions were not motivated by a desire to execute Tracy's plan. Rather, they stemmed entirely from his personal emotions. If necessary, he would even embrace a resolve akin to burning bridges. "You have made your decision." Daddy would merely offer a gentle reminder to Shibei at the appropriate moment. But he would not oppose him. Since Shibei had already made up his mind, Daddy could only follow him down the same dark path. Daddy glanced back and said, "Someone is approaching." Shibei stood motionless, urging for patience. After a brief span of 30 seconds, individuals began to arrive at the slave auction site. They not only witnessed the fierce flames engulfing the auction house, but also spotted two figures standing before the inferno, one of whom carried a little girl on his back. It was none other than Shibei and Daddy. The crowd continued to swell, with even a few naval officers among them. "Who are these two?" one inquired. "Ah, I remember now. It was this man who killed Lord Fix." "What? How dare he lay a hand on a partner of Feld?" Another gasped. "What on earth is happening? Could it be that he did this on purpose? Is he declaring war on Feld?" And the fire at the Joyous Pavilion must have been his doing as well. To simultaneously challenge the Queen of Joyous Street and the King of Usury, has he lost his mind? After Shibei confirmed that these individuals had clearly seen him, he swiftly departed from the scene. Daddy, carrying his precious daughter, followed closely behind. With Shibei's hatred level now at an all-time high, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. Thus, he and Daddy hastened through the woods, making their way toward the harbor. However, due to Bonnie's departure, Shibei lost a precise navigational direction, and without a recording pointer to guide him, he was uncertain of their next destination. Ultimately, he decided to set sail first, pondering their course once they were at sea. Along the way, Daddy wryly remarked, "Stacy has finally succeeded in her transformation. Surely Feld would no longer suspect her." Huh. If these unforeseen events were all within her expectations, she is indeed terrifying, truly deserving of her title as the Queen of the Dark World. Shibei scoffed, "A ridiculous queen, merely a chicken mother." Daddy was rendered speechless. The little girl, Carol, perched on Daddy's back, earnestly inquired, "What is a chicken mother?" Shibei awkwardly remarked, "She is simply the mother of the chick." Upon hearing Shibei's response, a vivid image spontaneously formed in Kaler's mind, a scene of Shatruzi crouching in a chicken coop, incubating eggs. Kaler found herself at a loss. It baffled her that Shatruzi, who appeared so stunningly beautiful and outshone the majority of women she had encountered, could possibly be a mere mother hen. Could it be that only by becoming a mother hen could one attain such beauty as Shatruzi possessed? Regardless, Kaler, being a girl, naturally harbored a love for beauty. She fantasized about Shatruzi's exquisite features and longed, "Oh, how I wish to be a mother hen as well." Just then, Daddy, who was running at a brisk pace, heard Kaler's words, lost his footing, and fell to the ground, eliciting a hearty laugh from Shibei. Beyond the woods lay the western harbor of the wetland forest. The little boat of Shibei is anchored in this serene harbor. Shibei and Daddy were in unanimous agreement that as long as they arrived at this location, they would effortlessly board the small boat and set sail. However, the outcome was utterly astonishing. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The small boat, which was their means of survival, had mysteriously vanished. Indeed, the boat was nowhere to be found. "Where is the boat?" Dottie exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the empty expanse of the sea before him. "I distinctly remember the small boat being anchored right here. How could it disappear so suddenly? Have we perhaps mistaken the harbor?" Zybe also remembers. The last time he returned to the small boat, it was indeed anchored precisely at the location pointed out by Dottie. Shibei carefully surveyed his surroundings, confirming that he had indeed arrived at the West Bay. But where was the ship? Why had it vanished? Dottie, suddenly struck by a realization, stammered, "Could it be Bonnie?" Shibei slapped his forehead in realization. That crazy woman. If she hadn't mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. No one else could commit such a despicable act. At the time, I found it puzzling how she intended to leave the wetland forest all by herself. It turns out she had long harbored ulterior motives. Now, without a boat, how could she possibly set sail? Daddy was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a magnificent luxury cruise ship slowly approached, coming to a halt right before Shibei's eyes. Shibei and Dottie looked up, and there stood Shichuzi with a radiant smile, perched elegantly at the edge of the boat. Shibei swallowed hard, exclaiming, "What a grand vessel." Shichuzi pointed into the distance and inquired, "Are you in search of that gluttonous captain, miss? I just saw her depart in a small boat. Why are you not together? Why did she not wait for you?" Indeed, it was Bonnie, that madwoman, so brazen in her demeanor. Shibei, with a flushed face, chuckled heartily. "Haven't Feld's people already rushed over here?" Thus, I asked her to attend to some minor matters first. After all, it is our inaugural collaboration with the Queen of Joy Street. Any mishap could jeopardize our partnership. "Oh, is that so?" Tracy appeared unconvinced by Shibei's honeyed words. Immediately, Shibei adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "Since we have crossed paths, it is fortuitous. I have a few small matters to discuss with you. Surely, such a magnificent luxury cruise liner would not mind accommodating us few?" Tracy threw him a flirtatious glance. Certainly. Tracy's luxury cruise was vast and expansive. Even if Shibei transformed into a giant, he could frolic around the deck for warm-up exercises. This cruise not only boasted grandeur, but was also extravagantly adorned, with a single section of red carpet on the deck reportedly costing millions of Baileys. Moreover, the vessel was replete with various entertainment options: a casino, a foam room, a dance hall, a gym, and a pastry workshop. This opulent cruise, known as Pink Susie, also referred to as the Joyful Number, eclipsed the amusement offerings of the Wetland Forest Joy Park by several streets. It was no wonder that Tracy felt no remorse in setting Joy Park ablaze. Shibei, who prided himself on being worldly, found himself dazzled by the plethora of gem-encrusted decorations upon boarding Tracy's Joyful Number. With all the dancers from Joy Park relocated to the cruise, the luxurious liner was suddenly teeming with enchanting women, some heavily made up, others refreshingly elegant, and some donning mere bikinis, sauntering about the deck, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance of femininity. In comparison to the battle-hardened daughters of the warrior nation, this was indeed a veritable paradise, a man's paradise. Shibei had always regarded himself as possessing considerable self-restraint. However, to his surprise, as soon as he boarded the Joyful, he nearly faltered. A bikini-clad beauty approached him, gracefully balancing a tray, and presented him with a glass of champagne. With an intentionally teasing smile, she slowly swayed her alluring waist as she sauntered away, even turning back to blow Shibei a flirtatious kiss. Within Shibei's heart, there was an insatiable itch, akin to the scratching of a cat. These enchanting little sprites possess an unparalleled talent for allure. Shichuzi beckoned a dancer and, from a tray, selected a glass of orange juice, which she graciously offered to Kaieru. Kaieru appeared to have forgotten her harrowing experience of being abducted by traffickers. She was captivated by Shichuzi's beauty and utterly enchanted by the vibrant spectacle aboard the Joyful. Thus, she leaped from Dottie's back, sipping her juice while meandering across the deck, her gaze flitting about in wonder. The sheer expanse of the Joyful, teeming with people, rendered her unable to resist wandering, and before long, she vanished from sight. Dottie glanced around, beginning his search. Observing this, Shichuzi snapped her fingers. "Fear not. I have arranged for someone to escort the little girl to the pastry workshop for a tour." Leaning against the ship's railing, facing the throng aboard the Joyful, she set her glass aside and tilted her head, inquiring, "So, is there anything else you wish to discuss with me?" Shibei took a sip of champagne, gradually regaining his composure. At such moments, one must not let fleeting desires take control. "Have you sent Warwick to confront the matter at Spider Bar?" Tracy appeared to be unconcerned, wearing a nonchalant expression. You are merely a courier for Spider Bar, albeit temporarily. However, since you've stirred trouble in the Wetlands forest, Spider Bar cannot evade responsibility. Even if I do not seek them out, Field will undoubtedly hold them accountable. Are you truly worried about them? Shibe shrugged, saying, It's not that I'm concerned. I don't have much of a connection with those individuals. However, there is one thing I believe you are well aware of. The staff at the Spider Bar are not ordinary people, and the majority possess abilities. Is it truly wise to send Warwick alone to handle this? Tracy paused for a moment. Are you referring to the Baroque workshop? She bade down the champagne in one gulp and then remarked, The Baroque workshop was established single-handedly by Clockdoll. Although those fellows have now found themselves running a bar in the marshy woods, they are nonetheless considered subordinates of Clockdoll. If pushed too far, it would yield no benefit for you. Stacy furrowed her brow and remained silent. Shibe's lips curled into a smile. You undoubtedly possess more information than I do. Even I am aware that Crocodile has escaped from Impel Down. It is impossible for you to be unaware of this. Moreover, Crocodile is currently in the New World. Should he discover that his subordinates have inexplicably caught the attention of the Queen of Pleasure Street, I believe he would not remain passive. Although that sand crocodile lacks compassion and may not concern himself with the fate of the Spider Bar, he certainly would not permit the denizens of the underworld to exploit his former subordinates as pawns in their power struggles. That would be akin to riding on his neck. There is a saying, isn't there? To discipline a dog, one must consider its master. Shibe suddenly smiled, a look of heartfelt regret gracing his features. A person as astute as you? Could it be that you had not considered this previously? Shirtsueshi bit her lip, and frankly, she had not thought of it at all. Shibe was in a splendid mood as he took a glass of champagne from the tray of a dancer, savoring it slowly. He had drunk too hastily before, failing to appreciate its flavor. Crocodile was formidable. His defeat in the Battle of Alabasta was, in truth, rather unjust. If one were to assign blame, it would be to his ill fate. After all, he was the antagonist. Yet, despite this, he personally eliminated the protagonist twice. Had it not been for Robin's covert assistance, the Straw Hat Pirates' journey would have met its untimely end in Alabasta. Thus, Crocodile's downfall was dictated by the narrative, rather than a lack of prowess. If, hypothetically, Stussy were indeed to attract Crocodile's attention, it would undoubtedly cause her considerable distress. Following Shibe's suggestion, she finally recognized the colossal mistake she had made. If she had left the Spider Bar for Feld to manage, then even if Crocodile sought retribution, he would direct his fury towards Feld. This could have served as a significant advantage for Stussy. With Crocodile's involvement, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. How could Feld possibly be overwhelmed? However, her cleverness backfired. She had already dispatched Warwick to stir trouble at the Spider Bar, which would likely draw Crocodile's focus onto Stussy. Should such a scenario unfold, the plans meticulously crafted in Stussy's mind would be rendered utterly futile. In a state of urgency, Stussy exclaimed, Color Eel, connect me to Warwick's telephone bug and instruct him to return at once. No sooner had she spoken than a woman clad in ninja attire materialized out of thin air. Shibe was taken aback. This individual, known as Kaiji, is a female ninja, renowned for her expertise in stealthy assassinations. Her mastery of the art of invisibility is strikingly akin to the ability of the transparent fruit. Shibe remains oblivious to the multitude of hidden cards that the Queen of Joyful Street might possess. Kaiji retrieved a small telephone bug and established a connection with Warwick. However, before Tracy could utter a command, a voice emerged from the device. It was a man's voice, hoarse and gravelly, likely a consequence of excessive smoking impacting his vocal cords. The iron-faced bastard chooses silence. Allow me to take over, came the unexpected proclamation. Tracy's pupils dilated sharply in response. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the telephone bug, Zybe felt a shiver run down his spine. Hello? No way. Is it really happening? Sweat glistened on Shirtsue's forehead as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Crocodile, I had no idea you had arrived in the wetland forest. What have you done to Warwick? The voice from the telephone bug was hoarse yet calm. He intended to leave after his time at the Spider Bar, so I temporarily detained him there. Tell me, Mr. 1. Have you calculated the total debt of that iron-faced bastard? A cold voice responded from the telephone bug. Mr. 5 is confirmed dead, while the other 4 are severely injured. Crocodile expressed his dissatisfaction. What? Has the bar not been calculated? Mr. 1 replied indifferently. Though the Spider Bar has been reduced to rubble, I believe that this was not the work of others, thus it is not included in the bill. Crocodile's voice grew impatient. Humph, as arrogant as ever. Are you implying that I was the one who raised the bar? One responded directly. Indeed, that is the truth. Listening to the conversation between the two, Shirtsue's expression darkened considerably. Suddenly, Crocodile shifted his tone and said, "The situation is as follows. The iron-faced bastard may no longer accompany you to sea, you wretched woman." Immediately following this, the telephone bug echoed with Warwick's anguished screams. Clenching her teeth, Shirtsue hung up the telephone bug and commanded loudly, "Sailors, prepare to set sail at once." Shibei tightly grasped Dottie's arm, whispering softly, "Crocodile." The sandy alligator had finally been unearthed. When bodyguard Warwick confronted him at Spider Bar, Crocodile fortuitously arrived, leading to an unexpected encounter. Initially, Crocodile was disinclined to engage. Yet Warwick, irritated by being scrutinized, provoked him. Regrettably, Warwick was no match for Crocodile, resulting in a chaotic brawl that left Spider Bar in ruins. With a senior member of the Baroque works dead and 4 injured, Crocodile undoubtedly intended to settle the score. Moreover, Shibei discerned a history between Tracy and Crocodile, suggesting a strained relationship. Thus, Crocodile's sudden appearance struck Tracy like a bolt from the blue, stirring considerable apprehension within her. She preferred to avoid a direct confrontation for the time being. With Warwick now in Crocodile's clutches, there was no hope of his return. Without hesitation, Tracy commanded the departure. Bodyguard Sherman ascended to the lookout to survey the situation, while the ninja, Color Leech, gradually faded from sight. "Are you not old friends? Why not pay a visit?" Shibei remarked, genuinely eager to meet the formidable sandy alligator, as he held a certain admiration for the primary antagonist from the original narrative. Of course, it was merely admiration, devoid of allegiance. The dreamlike joy had now distanced itself from the harbor, soaring above the wetlands forest, where the sun was just beginning to rise. The sky, already ablaze with the hue of a fierce fire, was further painted in vibrant red by the morning light, creating a surreal beauty reminiscent of an inferno. Tracy harbored no aversion to red. Fixating on the fiery clouds above the wetlands forest, she declared, "There is no time to linger here. For the breathtaking performance is about to commence, and the future trajectory of the new world lies within the spectacle." What performance? Shibei was completely at a loss. Beside Shatruzi lay a current affairs newspaper from a news agency, filled with prominent headlines. Shatruzi picked up the paper and gazed at the leading story. It was time to make a decision. She patted the newspaper, as if speaking to herself yet addressing Shibei. The warring states have just retreated from the front lines. And now he has unexpectedly resigned. Among the 2 candidates for the naval commander, one has been captured and the other has defected. If we do not swiftly appoint a marshal, I fear the naval headquarters may begin to crumble from within. Shibei seemed to comprehend something and swiftly snatched the newspaper. Indeed, Qingji and Akaina had commenced their battle. Last I heard from Shibei, the decisive battle between these 2 individuals was clearly scheduled for 10 days later. It has only been a mere 2 or 3 days. How could the conflict have commenced so abruptly? It must be due to the events in Mariehua that have hastened the timeline for this confrontation. Zaib began to peruse the newspapers, eager to discover any reports concerning Mariehua. Although the papers were replete with significant headlines, such as Blackbeard's latest victory over the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, there was a conspicuous absence of news regarding Mariehua. Undoubtedly, the catastrophic events that transpired there had been thoroughly suppressed by the world government. The notion that Mariehua could be so easily invaded, reduced to a sea of flames, would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the world government. If such information were to circulate, it would incite a frenzy, with everyone clamoring to reach Mariehua, leaving the world government in a state of exasperation. Thus, major incidents that pose a direct threat to Mariehua are invariably classified as confidential and are not publicly broadcasted in the press. It is precisely for this reason that Zaib's bounty notice has yet to be released, despite Bonnie's bounty skyrocketing by 500 million after the events at Mariehua. The reports made no mention of any connection to the incident. Even the circumstances surrounding the arrest of Tontada were merely attributed to collusion with pirates. Consequently, the Mariehua incident remains largely unknown, even within the Navy. Shibei finally realized that the rulers of every world are, in essence, quite similar. The news that dares to be reported is merely what can be publicly displayed. As for the information that must remain concealed, it is undoubtedly never disclosed. Therefore, Shibei's aspiration to unearth useful information regarding Mariehua from the newspapers was, without a doubt, a futile dream. Shibei took a moment to compose herself and inquired, "Has the decisive battle already commenced?" Indeed, it has, came the reply. The confrontation between Akainu and Akiji would undoubtedly last for several days and nights. Even though the battle had begun, there was still a chance to witness the unfolding events by arriving at the scene. While the timing of their clash had been accelerated, the location remained Punk Hazard. Once a naval research base, Punk Hazard fell victim to a catastrophic experiment that released toxic gas, rendering the island a desolate wasteland. It was undoubtedly the most fitting venue for the epic showdown between Akiji and Akainu. After a moment of contemplation, Shibei inquired once more. How long will it take to reach Pankasat from here? Tracy silently calculated for a while and concluded, at most, 2 days. Shibei, feeling discontented, inquired. Could we hasten our pace a bit? The confrontation between Akiji and Akainu indeed promised to be a breathtaking, world-class spectacle. Shibei was reluctant to miss the grand opening ceremony. Although Shibei was aware that Akiji might ultimately succumb, it was not an absolute certainty. Shibei's presence had infused the world with a butterfly effect, altering many narratives. It remained uncertain whether Akainu could still vanquish Akiji to ascend to the rank of Admiral. As they walked, Stussy remarked, "What's the matter? Do you wish to journey to Punk Hazard as well? Was that rather obvious?" Shibei's eyes widened with excitement. This is a decisive battle among naval generals. Surely you wish to witness it as well. Shirley closed her eyes and replied nonchalantly, "What concerns me is who will ultimately ascend to the rank of Marshal, as this is intricately linked to the future turmoil of the New World. Additionally, if you accompany me to Punk Hazard, what will become of your captain, Miss Bonnie? Are you not waiting for her?" The captain referred to by Shirley was none other than Bonnie. "Wait for her? How can I wait?" Shibei exclaimed, as Bonnie had slipped away without a word, stealthily sailing off on her own. He had no idea where she had gone. Fortunately, Shirley's luxurious cruise ship made a timely appearance, and Shibei hastily concocted an excuse, claiming he had matters to discuss, which allowed him to finally board the splendid vessel. The joyful. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to set sail. Yet, Shibei's fortune was indeed remarkable. He had merely intended to leverage the topic from Spider Bar to catch a favorable ride, yet inadvertently struck the right chord, thus prompting Crocodile to emerge. After a moment of contemplation, Shibei remarked, "Do you suppose that Feld will make an appearance at Punk Hazard?" Naturally, that man would not miss such a spectacle. Following this, Shatruzi quickly grasped the implications and continued, "This decisive battle pertains to a significant reform within the naval headquarters, drawing the attention of many and raising concerns among others. Whether revolutionary forces or pirates, all will undoubtedly keep a vigilant watch. I too am curious about the sparks that will ignite between ice and magma." Shibei was filled with exhilaration. What more is there to say? Why not hasten to see for yourself? Shirtsueishi, squinting her eyes, softly cautioned. "Do you not comprehend my meaning? That place is a battlefield for the formidable. Anyone bold enough to spectate is an extraordinary figure beyond your imagination. And you wish to charge into that arena? Are you courting death? A mere individual there could effortlessly crush you like an insect." Shibei chuckled. "It's nothing. My bones are strong. Are you really going?" Shibei nodded. "Go." Shibei had already made the decision to head towards Punk Hazard. In Shirtsue, she did not elaborate further on the matter. After conversing for an extended period, daylight had long since broken. The joyful ship sailed swiftly towards Punk Hazard, and it was anticipated that they would reach their destination before dawn the following day. At that time, not only would they encounter the naval admiral, but they would also meet numerous prominent figures, including the 7 warlords of the sea. Shibei finally felt a gradual sense of belonging in this world. Well, in any case, there was no point in rushing. It was best to indulge in the pleasures of the moment. Shirtsue, she instructed a dancer to guide Shibei around the joyful ship while she herself retreated to another area, presumably to rest in her quarters. After all, Shirtsue, she had not closed her eyes for a day and a night, and with her mind racing with thoughts and calculations, she appeared rather fatigued. Similarly, Shibei and Dottie had also been awake for an entire day and night. However, Shibei felt no weariness at all, as he was surrounded by several alluring bikini-clad beauties, which invigorated him entirely. Yet, in an effort to maintain a semblance of gentlemanly decorum in the presence of these enchanting ladies, he restrained himself from being overly forward, opting instead to feign accidental touches, gently pinching their slender waists or playfully slapping their curvaceous backsides. The result was a chorus of playful protests. "Oh, Bebe-kun, how annoying. You pinch me again. Bebe-kun, there's something even more fun over there. Come with me." Shibei, enveloped in indulgence, appeared utterly enraptured, with drool escaping his lips. The dancer grasped Shibei's hand, her voice sweetly coaxing. Come now, let us venture to the bubble house. The bubble house? The mere mention of Shibei sends one into a euphoric reverie, rendering one's legs weak and unsteady. Were it not for the support of 3 enchanting dancers, he might have found it difficult to continue his journey. Especially when Shibei brazenly indulged in the flirtations of these dancers, their coyness, a delightful blend of resistance and allure, left him utterly spellbound. Indeed, Shibei, under the sugary bombardment of the dancers, had succumbed entirely to temptation. Realizing that the situation was escalating dangerously, Dottie swiftly intervened, seizing Shibei and extricating him from the dancers' enchanting clutches. As someone with experience and a father himself, Dottie was acutely aware of the dancers' cunning strategies. After all, Shibei is young and full of vitality, so it is only natural that he cannot rein in his impulses. Therefore, in such moments, Daddy must step in to lend him a hand. Hey, Shibei, you must not be swayed by these women. They are all under the influence of Shitruzi. Shibei, with a hint of drool, remarked nonchalantly, it doesn't matter, as long as it's beautiful. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of women encircled him and Daddy, effectively trapping them in the middle. Among the dancers, some were particularly fond of older men. Upon seeing Daddy's rugged visage adorned with a full beard and a face weathered by life's trials, they instinctively reached out, exploring his form with their hands. As their audacity grew, the dancers brazenly ventured their hands into the inner lining of Daddy's jacket. It is worth noting that the interior of Daddy's jacket was laden with firearms. Thus, when they touched, their fingers brushed against the cold metal of the gun. With a swift motion, Daddy flung open his coat, proclaiming, I am a man with a daughter. You cannot ensnare me. Cease this at once. His thunderous voice resonated through the air. Shibei was finally roused from his slumber. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked, there are too many young ladies, Dottie. Quickly, stow away the gun. We must be cautious to avoid collateral damage. By the way, isn't Kaeru at the pastry workshop? Shouldn't you hurry over to see what is amiss? We wouldn't want her to vanish again. Rest assured, I can handle these dancers by myself. Kaeru was Dottie's Achilles heel. The mere mention of her caused Dottie to lose interest in remaining there. Ah, Kaeru, Dottie exclaimed, turning on his heel and sprinting towards the pastry workshop. However, after only a few strides, he abruptly halted and cast a glance back at Shibei. Shibei nodded emphatically, signaling to Dottie not to worry about him. Dottie also noticed the resolute expression on Shibei's face. Wait for me, I will return shortly, Dottie declared before dashing into the pastry workshop. Shibei clenched his fists, his expression gravely serious. You had better not return so soon. After years of solitude, Shibei finally sees a glimmer of hope for romance today. How could one allow Daddy to obstruct this opportunity? Humph, Daddy seems to be doing well. His daughter is already grown. Yet he insists on portraying himself as a repressed elder. Fine, if he chooses not to partake, that is his decision. But to think he could prevent Shibei from pursuing happiness? If Shibei does not find a way to send him away, she may never find love in this lifetime. Ladies, come, let us indulge ourselves at the bubble house for a while. The delicate flower-draped dancer lamented, your companion is quite intimidating. He seems to be hiding an arsenal of weapons. Shibei seized the opportunity to caress the voluptuous figure of the dancer adorned in floral attire, offering soothing words. As the dancers began to chatter animatedly among themselves, Shibei suddenly discerned a peculiar detail. He perceived a striking resemblance between Dottie and a certain individual. In terms of appearance and inner essence, and perhaps even the scent that lingered, the likeness was uncanny. This individual was none other than the notorious Graves from League of Legends. Indeed, both were gun aficionados, donned in long coats, sporting facial hair, and exuding a similar aroma of gunpowder. Even their visages bore a resemblance, striking a chord of familiarity. Shibei sighed. He is indeed a gun enthusiast. He must have a firearm on him. He quickly added, it's just a gun. I have one too. The dancers looked on with curiosity. Where is it? Shibei swallowed hard, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. This place is rather inconvenient. What if we frighten someone? He said. Come. Let's first visit the foam room. I assure you, it will be a feast for your eyes. 7 or 8 dancers giggled as they led Shibei into the foam room. Indeed, there were 7 or 8 of them. Ah, the foam room was truly fascinating. Inside the small chamber, aside from the bathtub, everything underfoot and on the walls was crafted from foam. The white bathtub seemed as if it were embedded within a mound of fluffy foam. Walking on the foam felt akin to treading upon soft cotton. Ah, it indeed resembled the clouds above the floating island. Shibei groped the soft, fluffy foam around her, truly an enchanting experience. She is indeed the queen of Joy Street. Possessing an exquisite flair for enjoyment, Shibei dipped his hand into the bathtub, finding the water temperature to be just right. With an air of impatience, he hastily shed his cloak, standing entirely unclothed within the foamy sanctuary, hands placed defiantly on his hips, turning with a mischievous grin. "Ladies, come and behold," he proclaimed. But his words were abruptly silenced, for upon turning around, he realized that the dancers had mysteriously vanished. Shibei was filled with perplexity as he surveyed his surroundings. After all, it was his inaugural visit to the bubble house, and the surreal bubbles captivated him, compelling him to gaze a moment longer. However, upon turning around, he found that the 7 or 8 dancers had vanished entirely. They had promised to enjoy this experience together, leaving him in a quandary. Shibei has long been overwhelmed with anticipation. The little enchantresses are simply too skilled at stirring one's desires. I cannot hold back any longer. Shibei pushed open the door of the bubble house, intent on inquiring about special services. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of 2 women standing on either side, resembling guardian deities at the entrance. Shibei called out softly, "Beautiful ladies." Simultaneously, both women turned their heads. As Shibei took a closer look at their features, his heart twisted in surprise, and he instinctively blurted out 2 words, "Oh my." The thick leg hair, sharp stubble, and resolute square faces of these 2 women boldly proclaimed their pride in being transgender. Indeed, they were transgender individuals. To phrase it more delicately, they belong to an independent group that exists between genders, characterized by vibrant personalities and the capacity to unleash their passions, which can be overwhelming for the average person. Upon merely casting a glance at them, Shibei felt an immediate chill extinguish the flames of desire within. The sudden appearance of the 2 transvestites was enough to frighten him thoroughly, leaving no room for inquiries about any peculiar services. When Shibei beheld the 2 individuals donning self-satisfied, flirtatious smiles, he swiftly retreated into the foam enclosure, slamming the door shut behind him. In a state of trepidation, he braced himself firmly against the door, fearing that the 2 transvestites might force their way inside. A cold sweat enveloped him entirely. Outside, the transvestites knocked persistently, calling out, "Bebe, what troubles you? Please open the door. We can assist you with a back rub." Shibei shuddered with goosebumps all over, his face turning ashen with horror. He would rather remain single for life than imagine the grotesque scene of frolicking with 2 transvestites in the water. There was absolutely no way he would ever allow those 2 to enter. Those dancing girls had truly led him into an utterly dreadful predicament. Shibei shouted loudly, "Don't come in. I can wash myself." The 2 enchanting figures teased him playfully. "Oh dear, Bebe-kun is shy. Indeed, let us guard against those miscreants outside." Upon hearing that the 2 enchanting figures would remain by the door, Shibei felt a wave of despair wash over him. He hastily locked the door and leaped, bare-skinned, into the bathtub. Submerging his head beneath the water, he lingered for a brief moment, gradually finding his composure. The so-called bubble room was merely a solitary bathing chamber, where one could truly unwind and alleviate fatigue. With the addition of 2 beautiful dancers attending him, it would be nothing short of paradise on earth. At that moment, Shibei suddenly recalled that in a moment of panic, he had uttered the command. He began to scan his surroundings, yet the honor mall was nowhere to be found. What the heck? The honor mall had still not appeared. However, the voice of programmer 007 emanated from all directions within the bubble room, his tone somewhat unusual and laced with sarcasm. "You certainly know how to indulge yourself." Shibei, immersed in the bathtub, surveyed her surroundings with a visage full of perplexity. Where's the honor mall? Why haven't I seen it? The voice of 007 echoed intermittently, elucidating. The utopian honor mall system is still in its trial phase, necessitating frequent maintenance and adjustments. However, you are fortunate. It is said that after this maintenance, the system will unveil a plethora of new products, including tangible goods. Tangible goods? Shibei has piqued interest. 007 continues to elaborate. Furthermore, the system will assist in uncovering one's intrinsic potential. If there are any uncertainties, simply allow the system to conduct the assessment, thereby sparing yourself the trouble of asking me one by one, only to later reproach me for not clarifying sooner. Allow me to inform you that with this update, tangible goods cannot be extracted, they can only be exchanged for honor points. Shibei suddenly stood up from the bathtub. "I have never blamed you. First, enlighten me about what exactly a tangible product is." "Oh dear." 007 muttered impatiently, then reassured, "Calm down for a moment. Quickly don your cloak." A tangible product, as the term suggests, refers to a physical entity that can be extracted from the system. The skills you draw from the spinning wheel are intangible abilities. However, following this update, the newly added items include the Death God Zanpakuto, the Development Scroll from Naruto, and the Devil Fruit from One Piece, among others, all of which can be exchanged for honor points and subsequently taken out of the system. Upon hearing this, Shibei understood that redeeming tangible products would undoubtedly require a greater expenditure of honor points. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zybe sought to inquire about internal matters. Do you have any idea how many honor points it would typically require to directly exchange for goods? 007 chuckled lightly. Having anticipated Zybe's question, I cannot say for certain, as my role merely involves routine maintenance. However, I would surmise that it is not inexpensive. For instance, while obtaining a devil fruit in this realm is not overly challenging, the honor points required for such an exchange should not be excessive. Conversely, a Zanpakuto is a unique entity in this world, and thus the honor points needed for its acquisition would, relatively speaking, be more substantial. This is simply the principle of rarity dictating value. Zybe pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping the underlying principle. That which does not belong to this world, when brought into it, becomes singular, its value multiplied, akin to a world-class artifact. Conversely, the worth of items native to this realm is contingent upon their rarity and the difficulty of acquisition. As 007 aptly stated, rarity begets value. Thus, the newly updated merchandise is unlikely to be casually exchanged for merely 3,000 or 5,000 honor points. Shibei pondered carefully and jested, Do you think I am foolish? To exchange for a single item would cost me several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of honor points. How many times could I draw skills with that? With a full repertoire of skills, why would I need to go through the unnecessary trouble of acquiring expensive items? Upon hearing Shibei's words, 007 burst into hearty laughter. Shibei was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the source of this individual's amusement. What is there to laugh about? Am I not speaking the truth? 007 stifled his laughter and remarked, From the appearance of the honor mall to the mechanism of skill extraction, you should have noticed the striking resemblance to a fruit machine. Am I wrong? Are you aware of the primary nature of a fruit machine? Indeed, it is gambling. I must admit, your luck has been remarkable, winning skills 3 times in succession. However, what guarantees that you will win every time? The honor mall, akin to the Star 97 fruit machine, comprises 9 slots. Reminiscent of a tic-tac-toe grid. The prerequisite for winning is that within these 9 slots, 3 identical skills must align in a row, be it diagonal, horizontal, or vertical. If any line is formed, the corresponding skill is awarded. Yet, if no lines are formed, skills cannot be acquired, even if 3 identical skills appear in the slots. Without a connection, it does not count as a win. Consequently, the 1,000 honor points required for skill extraction would be rendered completely futile. Shibei's 3 successive victories led him to nearly forget the fundamental nature of the fruit machine. Indeed, this is gambling. Even with Shibei's exceptional luck, he could hardly guarantee a win every time. Shibei reclined once more in the bathtub, indulging in contemplation. Following the recent update, the merchandise could now be directly exchanged for honor points. Although this might prove somewhat costly, the advantage lies in eliminating the need for random draws. Upon reflection, wielding a blade of soul-cutting prowess in this realm is undeniably exhilarating. Moreover, as honor points accumulate, the prospect of exchanging them for a plethora of ninjutsu scrolls, enabling the effortless conjuring of formidable techniques like the Earth Explosion Star, evokes a sense of immense power. Furthermore, as Shibei aims to venture into the shadows of the underworld, a flawless entry point is imperative. Should Shibei manage to utilize honor points to procure an abundance of devil fruits, thereby outpacing the scientist Caesar and establishing a black market for these coveted items, he would ascend to become the preeminent trafficker of devil fruits. This would herald a transformative leap in both his identity and status. However, prior to embarking on this venture, there remains a pressing matter that must be addressed. If Shibei aspires to become the exclusive spokesperson for the sale of devil fruits, then the scientist Caesar must not survive, for he possesses the same expertise in the creation of devil fruits. Shibei cannot tolerate the existence of 2 representatives of devil fruits in this world. Therefore, the scientist Caesar must perish. The rapid transformation of Shibei's mentality is truly astonishing. With an expressionless face, he inquired, Until when will the honor mall be under maintenance? 007 pondered for a moment, likely assessing the status of the mall's updates. Each maintenance lasts for 24 hours, and with 7 hours already elapsed, There remain 17 hours before the mall can be summoned once more. Shibei inquired once more, what is my current honor balance? Prior to the maintenance of the mall, 007 had already confirmed Shibei's honor balance. During the Mary Joa incident, an accumulation of 2,000 honor points was attained, and the Wetland Forest event triggered Dark Forces, yielding an additional 1,100 honor points. Furthermore, you also earned 100 honor points on Kale Bali Island. Consequently, you have garnered a total of 3,200 honor points, combined with the original 990, resulting in your current honor balance of 4,190. Shibei expressed his confusion. Kale Bali Island? I've never heard of it. What is it? Kale Bali Island is the current location of Buggy, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When you eradicated Buggy's battle fleet, you left behind a name that reached Buggy's ears, thus granting him a certain level of awareness about you. Buggy has already orchestrated an operation targeting you. Truly. Just as one wave recedes, another rises. Shibei curiously inquired, has this individual arranged an operation specifically targeting me? What kind of operation? As it pertains to the main storyline, I am unable to disclose further details. These matters require your own exploration and adaptability. Shibei let out a helpless sigh, truly beset by constant troubles. Moreover, he would have to wait a staggering 17 hours before he could behold the newly updated goods in the system. By the time those 17 hours had elapsed, he would likely have already arrived at Punk Hazard. What surprised Shibei even more was that the combined events of Mariewa and the Wetland Forest had only yielded a mere 3,000 honor points. His current honor balance barely exceeded 4,000. Intuition told Shibei that with just 4,000 honor points, he would certainly be unable to directly exchange for any goods. After soaking sufficiently in the bathtub, Shibei rose and draped a cloak around himself. Please remember to inform me in advance during the next system update. Programmer 007 seems to harbor some dissatisfaction with this exasperating system. His tone turned melancholic. Naturally, a system in its trial phase will exhibit some flaws. However, it has begun to improve gradually. Enough of the complaints. What can I do? I, too, am in despair. Truth be told, I have long wished to cease this endeavor. Yet I am bound by contract and must persevere, lest I incur penalties for breach. My greatest delight now lies in witnessing your gradual evolution in this alternate realm. As if I were savoring a captivating tale, Shibei was taken aback, for he discerned the subtle undertones of 007's words. Shibei furrowed his brow and asked, "What did you say?" 007 was perplexed by Shibei's sudden seriousness. "Did you just mention watching us grow step by step?" Us. Shibei lifted his gaze, seemingly trying to discern the direction in which 007 was located. But 007 was in another dimensional space, with his voice resonating from all directions, both near and far. Even if Shibei wished to inquire of 007, he could not pinpoint an accurate location. Thus, Shibei could only shout into the void. Am I the only traveler in this world? Suddenly, 007 interjected. Oh dear, I still have some unfinished business to attend to. I must take my leave now. Shibei jumped up and shouted, Don't go. Come back and clarify. An eerie silence ensued. It was evident that 007 had hidden away to evade the issue at hand. The cries of Shibei yielded no intelligence from the lips of 007. Instead, they roused the 2 sentinels outside the door. Consequently, the pair of enchantingly alluring figures burst through the entrance and stormed into the bubble room. Shibei, caught off guard, found himself encircled before he could fully comprehend the situation. Fortunately, he had already donned his attire. In that moment, he felt akin to a soldier besieged by the enemy. What do you intend to do? Inquired the one with a square-jawed visage, their voice laced with a playful lilt. Beloved Bebe, we overheard your call and came forth. Were you beckoning us? Do you desire a back rub? We would be more than happy to oblige, as long as it is your wish. The other figure produced a pristine white towel, urging playfully, Come, let us revel together in this bubble abode. Shibei's expression shifted dramatically as he seized the opportunity to slip away from the 2 transgender individuals. At that moment, he could suddenly empathize with Sanji's sorrow. Merely standing before the 2 figures evoked a profound sense of hopelessness within him. Yet Sanji had endured 2 entire years among this community, steadfast in his resolve. It was truly admirable. At this very moment, one could only wonder what kind of life Sanji was leading in Ivankov's Kamabaka kingdom. It must be a sight of utter despair. Ultimately, one must question why there were transgender individuals aboard Stussie's Pink Sunny, a glaring misstep indeed. The sun now hung high in the sky, marking the zenith of noon. Shibei had just finished cleansing himself in the bubble house, feeling invigorated and full of energy. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to meander into the casino, hoping to engage in a little luck and perhaps win some pocket money without any investment. However, just as he approached the entrance of the casino, the door swung open unexpectedly, and he collided with someone, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Shibei managed to steady himself. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen to the ground. Shibei looked up and saw the bodyguard, Sherman. Since the first time Shibei laid eyes on Sherman, he had never heard him utter a single word, leaving him to wonder whether this individual was mute. Although Sherman did not possess the towering height of over 3 meters like Warwick, he still loomed above Shibei by a significant margin. Standing before him, Shibei appeared almost like a mere child. Even if he were to rise on his tiptoes and stretch out his hand, he might still struggle to reach Sherman's face. Behind Sherman, as always, were 2 broad-backed steel knives, exuding an air of intimidation. As the two crossed paths, Sherman, taking advantage of his physical stature, cast a condescending glance down at Shibei. Shibei disregarded him and brushed past, making her way towards the casino. However, just as she took her first step, 10 guards intercepted her. Shibei finally raised his head to meet his gaze. To his surprise, the usually taciturn Sherman finally spoke. "Do you have money?" With empty pockets, how could Shibei possibly have any money? Thus, Shibei shook his head. This tin man appeared simple and honest. Not the type to intentionally seek trouble. Shibei was perplexed by his intentions. Regardless, Shibei was, after all, a guest of Shirtsuei Shi. Could it be that, due to a lack of funds, he was barred from merely strolling through the casino? Shibei gestured towards the casino, inquiring, "Isn't it possible to take a look inside?" Tin Man tilted his head. "The joyful vessel offers numerous avenues for entertainment, yet this particular place may not be suitable for you. Follow me. I shall guide you to the dance hall and gymnasium. Every individual who boards this ship has already settled their fare. Although Lord Stewie has graciously waived your tickets and arranged accommodations for you, any other expenses incurred on board are not covered by Lord Stewie's provisions." Shibei comprehended. "Your implication is that without wealth, one is devoid of freedom. Even with affluence, the liberation one envisions is not as attainable as imagined." Tin Man, leading the way, gestured towards the uppermost deck of the joyous vessel and its surrounding locales, his expression devoid of emotion, remarked, "Lady Chartreuze's exclusive lounge, the storeroom, the accounting hall, the launch chamber, the observation deck. These areas are strictly off-limits. The patrons who frequent the joyous vessel are seasoned visitors, well acquainted with the established protocols, thus refraining from encroaching upon any of the aforementioned spaces." Shibei observed Shimon's incessant chatter and remarked, "I once thought you were mute. Yet it appears that once you begin to speak, you cannot cease." Sherman, maintaining his indifferent demeanor and expressionless face, responded, "Before boarding the ship, you are an adversary, and I have nothing to discuss with you. After boarding, however, you become a guest, and it is my duty to inform you of the ship's regulations." At this juncture, Sherman abruptly paused, intrigued, and inquired, "I heard from Lord Tracy that fellow Warwick did not manage to gain an advantage over you?" Shibei retorted, "What? Is it only considered normal if he takes advantage of the situation? Oh, how intriguing." Sherman cast a meaningful glance at Shibei. Shibei waved his hand dismissively and said, "Forget it. Since you've already outlined the rules, I shall refrain from visiting those places. I haven't slept a wink all night and am utterly fatigued. I will take my rest. Otherwise, I may arrive at Pankahasi with a languid spirit. By the way, what of the father and daughter who accompanied me? Where are they?" Tin Man answered promptly, "They are asleep in the pastry workshop." Shibei stretched lazily and remarked, "Well, as long as everything is fine." Shibei approached the edge of the ship, peering into the azure expanse of the sea. Subsequently, he settled down on the deck, leaning against the boards, and tilted his head into slumber. Tin Man, sensing the tranquility, discreetly distanced himself from Shibei and ascended to the observation deck above. Numerous elegantly attired guests strolled past, and upon noticing Shibei reclining nonchalantly on the deck, draped only in a single cloak, they wore expressions of disdain. Some arrogant and overbearing affluent merchants even tossed a few coins at Shibei's feet, provoking a wave of derisive laughter from the onlookers. "Use that money to find a cleaner corner to rest in. Your presence here is quite the eyesore." Indeed, one couldn't help but wonder how such a character managed to board the vessel. Was it possible that he slipped aboard amidst the chaos of the Wetland forest fire? Such a notion wasn't entirely implausible, ha ha ha. Upon hearing the clamor of gossip, Shibei slowly opened his eyes. Shibei gazed at the 2 coins at his feet, a surge of anger swelling within him. Even taking a nap in the sea breeze could render him a spectacle for onlookers. What was more infuriating was the curly-haired merchant before him, who, in a most insolent manner, had tossed 2 coins at Shibei's feet, reducing him to the status of a beggar. Although Shibei occasionally indulged in clever schemes, he was fundamentally a spirited young man, and how could he endure such indignity? Shibei, now fully alert, rose to his feet. The curly-haired merchant, who tossed coins with abandon, was no ordinary human but a member of the long-armed tribe. With arms that nearly brushed the ground, he bore a resemblance to a gibbon, yet his physique was comparable to that of an average human. Standing at least as tall as Shibei, clad in a leopard print suit and sporting a mohawk hairstyle, with a small tuft tied at the back of his head, he exuded a sense of fashion. Accompanying him was a tall and elegant woman. Nearby, other passengers, engaged in their own conversations, seemed to sense the tension and turn their attention towards the unfolding scene, joining the throng of onlookers. It wasn't long before Shibei found himself surrounded by a crowd. Whispers circulated. Who is that cloaked figure? No idea. Do you think they will actually fight? The gathering had attracted too many spectators, and 10 men, stationed on the observation deck, surely noticed, yet he merely observed from afar, showing no intention of intervening. This was the Joyful, a luxury cruise ship owned by Queen Tracy. And the assembled guests were seasoned patrons who understood the consequences of causing a disturbance. Such actions would only lead to mutual harm, a widely acknowledged truth. The long-armed merchant, aware of this unspoken rule, felt emboldened, convinced that a seemingly impoverished cloaked figure like Shibei would not dare to act against him aboard Tracy's vessel. However, Shibei's sudden assertiveness attracted even more onlookers, causing the merchant to feel humiliated, which in turn soured his mood. While the long-armed merchant lacked the courage to instigate trouble on the ship, he sought to salvage his dignity. He wrapped his arm around the woman and stepped forward, shoving Shibei aside with a disdainful glance. "You're in the way. This is not your place." Almost simultaneously with the merchant's words, Shibei reached out, seizing the merchant by his collar, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere chick. With a couple of spins, he released him, casting the long-armed merchant into the sea. This unexpected turn of events took everyone by surprise. No one anticipated that Shibei, who appeared so fragile, could act with such decisiveness. Especially in front of so many witnesses aboard Tracy's ship. Did he truly regard Tracy as mere decoration? The crowd instinctively recoiled, unwilling to draw closer to Shibei for fear of being implicated. Those who had been vociferously cheering moments earlier now fell silent. The long-armed merchant, struggling in the water, called out in panic for a brief moment before gradually succumbing to the depths. Shibei surveyed the crowd, his voice cold and commanding, "Mind your tongues." Everyone was struck with terror, nodding in tacit agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, the long-handed merchant was, after all, a guest aboard the joyful ship. And while banter among guests was commonplace on this vessel, it should never escalate to the point of being cast into the sea to feed the fish. More importantly, it had only been a short while since Sherman had laid down the ship's rules, and Shibei was evidently challenging Sherman's boundaries. Knowing full well that this ship belonged to Tracy, Shibei dared to act in such a manner, showing no regard for her authority. Sherman, unable to contain his fury, leapt from the towering lookout, landing on the deck with a resounding thud. The crowd, gripped by fear, parted hastily, retreating to the sides. Shibei squinted as he scrutinized Sherman, contemplating the possibility of an impending confrontation. Just as he prepared himself, fully ready to engage, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation around his neck, as if ensnared by a venomous serpent. Remaining composed, he refrained from making any sudden movements, instead shifting his gaze. To his astonishment, he discovered a short dagger, its blade poised against his throat, its presence a mystery until that very moment. The wielder of the dagger was none other than the elusive female ninja, Saiji, capable of vanishing from sight. Shibei had completely forgotten her. Indeed, she was a master of assassination. Shibei remained utterly oblivious to the presence of the female ninja. Had it not been for the chilling touch of the dagger, he might have remained unaware that a living being stood beside him. The colorful leech leaned closer, whispering softly in Shibei's ear, "Do not move, do not speak." Shibei currently finds himself in a rather passive situation. However, he has no intention of simply acquiescing to it. What a ridiculous notion. Time and again, he has been threatened by women, and he is on the brink of explosion. Yet, Shibei is acutely aware that Tsueshi would never truly harm him. Her intent is merely to assert dominance for future manipulation. Let us consider, even if we take a step back, this is not a marshy forest rife with assassins. Should Tsueshi dare to sever ties, Shibei would not be overly intimidated. Once he clarified his thoughts, he felt no reservations and broke into a sinister smile. In swift succession, Shibei raised his hand and seized the short dagger at his neck, using sheer wrist strength to forcefully displace it. Kaiji inhaled sharply. Shibei's actions were brutally reckless, devoid of any finesse. Ironically, it was this life-threatening audacity that left Kaiji feeling exasperated. As a ninja skilled in stealth and assassination, she might have posed a threat while concealed in the shadows, but once revealed, the dynamics shifted. Her strength paled in comparison to Shibei's. And coupled with her limited knowledge of him, had she known he was a master of close combat, she likely would have refrained from engaging him at such proximity. The dagger was forcibly pushed away, gradually distancing itself from Shibei's neck. Gritting her teeth, Kaiji leapt onto Shibei's arm, wrapping her legs tightly around it. Unfortunately, this female ninja's form was exceedingly light, lacking substantial weight. Shibei felt as though he bore not a person, but rather a piece of clothing. With such minimal force, how could she hope to restrain his movements? In the face of various women, Shibei exhibited a myriad of sentiments of chivalry. Thus, when he swung his arm, sending Kaiji crashing onto the deck, he exerted little effort. Even so, she emitted a muffled groan upon impact. The tide of the situation had turned. Mere seconds ago, a dagger had been poised at Shibei's neck, and in the blink of an eye, it had vanished, along with its wielder, who now lay overturned. The onlookers, having witnessed the entire spectacle, were left with their brows furrowed in disbelief. Kaiji and Shirtsueishi shared not only a master-servant relationship but also the latter's role as an assassination specialist. Yet, this key figure, despite enjoying the upper hand, had failed to withstand even a single round against Shibei. Especially those who had mocked Shibei finds the demeanor of these individuals utterly distasteful. They are the quintessential fair-weather friends. Just moments ago, they were retorting against Shibei, yet upon witnessing his display of prowess, they immediately began to curry favor. The discomfort in Shibei's heart is beyond measure. He would rather endure their scorn than receive their insincere praise. For at least a direct insult would allow him to vent his frustrations. Shibei bellowed, "It's deafening. Silence, everyone." The venue fell into complete silence. At that moment, Sherman brandished his knife, his face alight with excitement as he charged towards Shibei. Among the bodyguards, Sherman possessed the most commanding presence. Shibei's initial impression of him could only be encapsulated in two words: fierce and vigorous. Shibei was indeed eager to engage with this individual. And given Sherman's exuberant demeanor, it was likely he had long anticipated a contest of skills with Shibei. Fortunately, with Shirtsueishi absent, there was no concern of interference. However, they were still aboard a ship, and it was prudent to refrain from excessive commotion. Shibei clenched his fist and assumed a fighting stance. 10 men charged forward, wielding dual blades, and then swung their swords in a sweeping arc. Shibei leaped into the air, landing upon the broad steel blade of Shimon's weapon. The blade was wide, resembling a formidable barrier, thus providing Shibei with a stable foothold. Standing upon the steel, Shibei leaned forward and delivered a swift punch directly to Shimon's face. Sherman was taken aback, not anticipating that his own blade would serve as Shibei's platform, resulting in a solid blow that caught him off guard. However, Shimon's lower body remained remarkably steady. After absorbing the punch, he did not falter or get thrown off balance, standing resolute like a mountain. He first touched his face, then erupted into an even more maniacal laugh. Shibei had long been aware of Shimon's robust physique, rendering him impervious to being easily knocked down by a single blow. However, the fact that Sherman remained utterly unfazed, not even flinching or blinking in response to the punch, was indeed beyond Shibei's expectations. At this moment, Shibei became convinced that, although both were regarded as the right and left hands of Shikiki, Warwick still fell short when compared to Sherman. Shibei swiftly leaped away from the steel blade, then crouched low to continue his assault with a sweeping leg strike. 10 men neither dodged nor yielded, simply planting the broadsword firmly beside his leg. The sweeping kick targeted the lower body, yet Tinman's stance was unshakably solid, as if rooted to the ground. Seeking to breach this defensive posture, Shibei aimed to disrupt Tinman's immovable stance. However, Tinman's combat experience proved formidable. By positioning his blade vertically beside his leg, he effortlessly neutralized Shibei's sweeping attack. Had Shibei persisted with the kick, his leg would undoubtedly have met the razor-sharp edge of that wide-backed steel saber. Shibei swiftly retracted his leg. However, the abrupt withdrawal of his attack caused a momentary rigidity in his body, a brief loss of fluidity from executing a rapid strike and then suddenly pulling back. Seizing this precise opportunity, Sherman, gripping another steel blade, brought it down upon Shibei's head with a decisive slash. In a moment of desperation, Shibei had no time to evade. With urgency, he brought his palms together, trapping the steel knife within his grasp. The blade halted just above Shibei's head. At that instant, Sherman drew the second steel knife, which had been resting by his side. Shibei silently deemed the situation dire. Now, with his hands firmly gripping a dagger and his legs immobilized on the deck due to the force exerted by Sherman, he found himself utterly unable to raise a hand to deflect the second steel blade. Evading was no longer an option, and blocking was out of the question. With a resolute heart, Shibei finally unleashed his ultimate weapon, the memory-shaping magic. This time, he aimed to replicate the frosty abilities of Qingji. The steel blade hovered perilously close to Shibei's head, less than a centimeter away. The edge had already grazed his hair. Had Shibei not pressed his palms together, pinning the blade firmly in his grasp and securing it just an inch from his forehead, he would have likely been cleaved in two by now. In this critical moment, there was no room for hesitation or concealment. Shibei murmured softly, "Frozen moment." As his words echoed, the steel blade in his palm began to gradually encase itself in a layer of ice, swiftly spreading outward. If Sherman did not hastily release his grip, he risked being entirely ensnared by the encroaching frost. Shibei remained watchful, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. The instant Sherman dared to relinquish his weapon, it would signal Shibei's fierce assault. However, the situation was far more complex than Shibei had anticipated. Sherman was a seasoned warrior with a wealth of combat experience, and he would not grant Shibei the opportunity for a counterattack. This indirectly indicated that Sherman did not underestimate Shibei. As the icy tendrils began to creep towards the hilt of his blade, Sherman wielded a second steel knife, forcefully striking it against the icy surface. The clang of steel resonated as the knife collided, dislodging the frost. A sudden ringing filled Shibei's ears. Moreover, as Shibei's palm clutched a steel knife, the shock reverberated through his arm, rendering it numb and causing his hands to tremble incessantly. Yet, fortune favored him amidst adversity, as he finally managed to extricate himself, albeit with his hand now incapacitated, unable to form a fist, necessitating a brief respite. Despite his seemingly honest and simple demeanor, Sherman was far from foolish. He would not grant Shibei a moment's reprieve. Sherman lunged at Shibei once more. Shibei found himself reluctantly dodging left and right. Sherman, now utterly exhilarated, shouted maniacally, "What's going on? Is that all you've got? Stop scurrying around like a mouse. What was that earlier? You must be a power user, right? Come on. Let me see what abilities you possess. I'm not done having fun yet. Don't be so dull." As the assassination expert favored by Tracy, Kaiji was not as fragile as an ordinary person. Although she had endured a fierce blow from Shibei, she was far from defeated. A bit of internal injury was inevitable. She had originally intended to remain concealed, waiting for another opportunity to deal with Shibei. However, Sherman's reckless interference turned the tide, leading him to engage in combat with Shibei. Kaiji surveyed the scattered, expensive decorations, all damaged by Sherman's reckless attacks. If Sherman continued in such a manner, not only would the casino and dance hall be in jeopardy, but even Tracy's exclusive lounge might be reduced to rubble by these two. Kaiji kindly warned, "Hey, if this keeps up, you'll attract Lord Tracy's attention. You need to stop." Yet, Sherman paid no heed and continued his relentless assault on Shibei. Kaiji muttered to herself, "TSK, Sherman the Butcher is rampaging again." Both Kaiji and Sherman were among Tracy's closest confidants, thoroughly familiar with each other. Though Sherman was not a power user, he wielded two steel blades, capable of dispatching the majority of power users in this new world filled with formidable foes. This feat alone earned him considerable respect and the notorious title of Butcher. Those acquainted with Sherman knew that once he was immersed in battle, he would become a bloodthirsty berserker, which was precisely the state he was in now. Under such circumstances, even Tracy might struggle to rein him in. The only way to completely stop Sherman would be to bring him down. Currently, aboard this vessel, only 3 individuals could potentially restrain the Butcher Sherman. However, given the situation, it appeared that none of those 3 showed any inclination to intervene. Kaiji recalled that it had been nearly 6 months since Sherman last went berserk. The last incident occurred when he encountered the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Hanjin Bista, leading to an actual confrontation. The outcome was inconclusive. But Sherman sustained injuries and, compounded by the aftermath of his rage, took several days to recuperate. After all, he had faced a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and managed to hold his ground without losing, which was quite impressive. Kaiji, however, did not believe Shibei possessed that caliber of strength. Suddenly, she realized that Sherman, in pursuit of Shibei, had inadvertently leaped to the uppermost deck of the cruise ship, where Tracy's exclusive lounge was located. If Sherman were to damage the lounge, Tracy would indeed be furious. Lord Tracy is still resting. We must not disturb her. Tin Men laughed heartily, proclaiming, I am merely assisting Lord Tracy in eliminating the troublemakers. The irate Kaiji bellowed, You too? Who among you is truly the troublemaker? Without hesitation, Tin Men replied, It is undoubtedly him, as he brandished his steel blade, pointing menacingly at Shibei. Shibei let out a long sigh, the tingling sensation in his palm finally subsiding. Shibei raised a thumb in admiration, exclaiming, You truly are impressive. You've chased after me for so long. Sherman brandished his blade, his expression fierce, and declared, It is not over yet. No, it must come to an end, Sherman replied, swinging his sword downward. Let me see what further skills you possess. Shibei remained motionless, merely tilting his body sideways as the steel blade grazed past his frame. Simultaneously, he seized Shyman's arm with a ferocious grin, one so sinister it eclipsed even Shyman's own maniacal expression. The laughter, dripping with malice, momentarily froze Sherman mid-rampage. He struggled to retreat, but Shibei's iron grip rendered escape impossible. Shibei asked sharply, Have you ever been struck by lightning? Sherman's pupils suddenly constricted. Shibei then proclaimed, Let us listen to the wrath of the divine. No sooner had he spoken than a pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the formidable Sherman. The natural lightning fruit, a power once deemed invincible, filled Shibei's mind with a plethora of memories that were indelibly etched in his consciousness. The ability to replicate and recreate such skills posed little challenge, though it did exact a toll on his vitality. Fortunately, Shibei managed to withstand the onslaught this time, remaining upright on the upper deck of the cruise ship, exuding an aura of triumph. Regardless of Sherman's robust physique, he could not withstand the ferocity of the celestial thunder and was rendered charred and tender in an instant, until the moment he fell. He likely remained oblivious to the origin of this divine bolt. Thankfully, Sherman's life was spared, though a period of recuperation lasting 10 days or more was inevitable. The brilliance of the lightning was so striking that it captured the attention of everyone aboard the vessel, and even those as far as 10 miles away, including Crocodile and Trafalgar Law, bore witness to the spectacle, along with various other seafarers in the vicinity. As the lightning dissipated, 3 shadowy figures swiftly emerged from different directions, encircling Shibei. Simultaneously, a gunshot echoed from the entrance of the pastry workshop. Bang! Dottie stood at the threshold, gun in hand, with Cairo behind him, taking aim at the 3 figures surrounding Shibei. The gunfire had merely served as a warning, should those sudden intruders dare to assail Shibei. Dottie would not hesitate to expend additional ammunition. Having been roused from his slumber in the pastry workshop by the commotion, he had stepped outside, only to be met with the sight of the soaring lightning and the unfamiliar assailants encircling Shibei. Though Dottie was unaware of the unfolding events, the level of destruction around him indicated that a fierce battle had transpired. He had no interest in understanding the reasons behind the conflict. His sole concern was that no one should lay a hand on Shibei, lest they be met with bullets. Do not engage, Shibei cautioned Dottie, wishing to prevent any accidental discharge. Breathing heavily, he scrutinized the 3 unfamiliar men, his instincts informing him that each was a formidable adversary, their strength rivaling that of Sherman. Should an altercation arise, the relationship between him and Shatruzi would undoubtedly deteriorate beyond repair. For now, Shibei was reluctant to sever ties with Shatruzi. This time, Zybe utilized the magic of memory to replicate his ultimate move, astonishingly without any signs of fatigue. This, in fact, illustrates that every farcical incident he has encountered has inadvertently contributed to the expansion of his vitality. Shibei sneered with cold sarcasm, taken aback by the grand display before him. To his astonishment, this luxurious cruise ship indeed harbored an array of formidable individuals. Surrounding Shibei were 3 men, each distinct in attire and appearance. One donned a floral garb reminiscent of a ninja, another wore a white robe akin to a samurai, and the last stood bare-chested like a boxer. Despite their varied exteriors, they shared a singular objective, presumably to subdue Shibei. At Shibei's feet lay Sherman, enveloped in a haze of smoke, utterly motionless and appearing particularly wretched. In all his past rampages, Sherman had never been rendered unconscious by anyone, marking this as a first. The thunderous strike he had just endured was formidable, instilling a sense of dread. Thus, the trio of lurking monsters could no longer remain passive observers and surge forward. The floral-clad ninja issued a low command. "Xiao Ji, bring down the butcher's knife." Standing stiffly before the ninja, Kai Ji replied solemnly, "Yes, master." The samurai in white surveyed the opulent surroundings, most of which had been utterly demolished by Shimon's rampage. Notably, the two emerald cat's eye stones embedded in the casino's entrance. Favorites of Tracy had also been sent crashing to the ground after Shimon's wild onslaught. As if that were not enough, Sherman had brazenly brandished a steel knife, causing chaos at the entrance to Tracy's lounge. What an audacious individual he was. With a sneer, the samurai remarked, "Does that butcher fellow know how much it costs to repair the joyous? This is ridiculous." The bare-chested boxer cracked his knuckles, cackling malevolently. "Humph, what a waste. I have long asserted that the butcher and Iron Face are unworthy of following Tracy. They can't even handle such trivial matters. Yet they dare call themselves her right and left hands? You two should stay here and refrain from meddling. Allow me to confront this cloaked brat." As soon as he finished speaking, the bare-chested boxer took a step toward Shibei. However, the white-robed samurai swiftly drew his sword, positioning it horizontally before the boxer. The boxer scowled and glared at the samurai, calmly questioning, "What do you mean by that, Yuzwajin?" Yuzwajin, with eyes closed and an air of calm authority, replied, "He is still of use to Tracy." The floral-clad ninja frowned and cautioned, "Tae Dun, temper your nature." Tae Dun, the quintessential martial artist, disregarded their warnings. Clenching his fists, he activated his haki, causing his fists to harden and turn a deep black hue. He struck lightly against the samurai's blade, sending it flying aside, and then continued his advance toward Shibei. Shibei beheld Ted-on's maniacal expression, and a surge of anger welled up within him. This individual, Ted-on, clearly intended to leave no room for negotiation. Consequently, Shibei found himself compelled to abandon all restraint. Just as he prepared to delve into his memories, the white-clad warrior, Zui-Eugene, struck once more, pressing his long blade against Ted-on's throat. A flicker of cold light flashed in his gaze, and his countenance darkened ominously. More significantly, Shibei noticed that at the moment Zui-Eugene's blade was poised at Ted-on's neck, it transformed into a deep, ominous black. Indeed, the sword was enveloped in the ominous aura of haki. Even as an outsider, Shibei felt an overwhelming wave of murderous intent. The spectators on the deck swallowed hard, too afraid to breathe. Shadows obscured Ted-on's face, rendering his expression inscrutable. Almost simultaneously as Ted-on contemplated his next move, the flower-clad ninja flickered into action. Positioning himself between the two, conjuring two shuriken-like weapons that he brandished, one against Ted-on's neck and the other against Zui-Eugene's. The flower-clad ninja stood amidst the tense standoff, his head bowed, his voice hoarse. "Do you truly wish for me to end your lives?" Ted-on snarled. "You possess quite the audacity, do you not?" Zui-Eugene, his expression impassive, retorted, "Do not interfere." Originally aimed at Shibei, the conflict among the three suddenly erupted into internal discord, leaving Shibei somewhat bewildered. In this volatile situation, with the threat of impending violence, he had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Gradually, Shibei withdrew and joined the onlookers, observing the trio from a distance. Each of these individuals exuded formidable power and an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Should a brawl ensue aboard this vessel, the joyous ship would likely require more than mere repairs. Just as the atmosphere teetered on the brink of chaos, the lounge door swung open. Stacy sauntered out, exclaiming, "Calm down, fools." Her presence jolted the nearly unruly trio back to their senses. They all retracted their menacing energies, acting as though nothing had occurred. Ted-on leaned lazily against the upper rail of the cruise ship, while Zui-Eugene sheathed his blade, his hands slipping into the folds of his white robe, the empty sleeves hanging down straight. The flower-clad ninja knelt before Stacy, one knee touching the ground. Stacy, however, paid no heed to the three, instead casting a glance toward Shibei. Shibei waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Ah, your majesty, have you awakened? How do you feel? Did you indulge in a delightful dream? This joyous vessel is truly luxurious. I have never set foot on such an opulent cruise in my lifetime, and I owe it all to you." He then added with a hint of significance, "The only drawback, perhaps, is the company aboard this ship." Shatruzi gazed at the ship, which bore the marks of time. A beautiful dream? Indeed, it was quite a dream. With a sudden shift in tone, Shibei cast a glance at the numerous guests before him and remarked sarcastically, "I merely lay on the deck, indulging in slumber. And yet it is summoned such a tremendous predicament. If you lot, having satiated your appetites, find yourselves with idle time on your hands. Why not strip down and take a dip in the sea? It would surely alleviate your boredom. A playful smirk graced Chartreuse's lips as she retorted. Are you insinuating that this matter bears no relevance to you? Shibei shrugged with a playful expression. Tae-dun leaned against the iron bars, fixating his gaze on Shibei, then let out a heavy grunt. Sure she did not intend to pursue the matter further, for what had transpired could not be undone. Moreover, she found herself gaining a deeper appreciation for Shibei's strength, which was a fortuitous revelation. The greater Shibei's prowess, the more certain their victory over Ephelandra would be. However, this brought forth another quandary. Should Shibei become excessively formidable, he might prove difficult to control. After considerable deliberation, she ultimately compromised, deciding to take a few steps back and observe the unfolding events. I hope that when you confront Ephelandra, you can maintain this same demeanor, she mused. Not wishing to linger outside, she turned and made her way back to the lounge, glancing back to issue a reminder. Ensure this place is tidied up, and furthermore, all entertainment activities shall be free for a day, allowing the guests to revel at the banquet. The ever-busy Sherman, responsible for all matters aboard the ship, had been knocked unconscious by a lightning strike. Thus, the flamboyantly attired ninja took it upon himself to step in. Very well. Tae-dun addressed the crowd below, bellowing, "You lot, do you hear me? Celebrate to your heart's content." Upon hearing the word free, the onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers. Shibei walked beside Dottie and plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "I am utterly exhausted. Allow me a moment of repose." Dottie holstered his firearm. At that moment, the slumbering Cairo was roused by the jubilant cheers of the guests. In an effort to assuage the guests' earlier fright, Chartreuse offered complimentary access to all entertainment activities aboard the joyous vessel for one day only. An array of delectable delicacies from the ship's galley was laid out on the deck, where guests indulged in a lavish outdoor feast. Hundreds of barrels of exquisite wines sourced from the Western Sea were stacked upon the deck, providing libations for the revelers well into the night. The storeroom was now half empty of provisions. The dancers' performance venue also shifted from the ballroom to the deck. In this moment, hundreds of guests from around the globe cast aside their prejudices, transforming into friends, engaging in drinking contests and romantic pursuits. While some guests showcased their remarkable talents alongside the dancers, laughter echoed across the joyous vessel, and music filled the air. This grand celebration was sparked by Shibei, yet the protagonist remained absent. Shibei had not closed his eyes for an entire day and night, and after the exhilarating battle, he succumbed to slumber early. No one dared to mock Shibei, who lay sleeping on the deck. In fact, not a soul would venture to disturb him, fearing that they might awaken him and subsequently find themselves tossed into the sea as fish fodder. Upon arriving in this world, Zybe experienced the most comfortable and prolonged slumber of his life. When he awakened, it was already the following day. In truth, he could have continued to sleep, but the pangs of hunger, having not consumed a morsel throughout the day, roused him from his dreams. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the deck strewn with over 100 individuals sprawled in various positions, each one snoring heartily. Some, even in the depths of slumber, clutched an empty barrel in their arms. There remained not a trace of food or drink, and the deck was in utter disarray. Shibei glanced up at the sky, where the sun was rising in the east. It was approximately 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. As Shibei stood up and stretched, his stomach began to rumble. Just at that moment, Dottie appeared seemingly out of nowhere, presenting a tray before Shibei. The tray was adorned with wine, rice, and an array of pastries, which instantly whetted Shibei's appetite. As Shibei dined, he inquired, "Where's Kaler?" Dottie tilted his head to glance behind, recalling how Kaler had reveled excessively at the banquet, dancing exuberantly with the performers until exhaustion claimed her, ultimately finding herself slumbering alongside them at the break of dawn. Presently, it was just Dottie and Shibei. And Dottie seized the opportunity to converse with Shibei. After a moment of contemplation, he expressed his gratitude. "Shibei, were it not for you, I might never have encountered Kaler, let alone be by her side as I am now. It has been ages since I witnessed her so joyfully engaged. I am acutely aware of the sacrifices you have made to assist me. I owe you an immeasurable debt, one that perhaps even my life would not suffice to repay." "Hold on," Shibei replied after finishing his meal and sipping on some wine, jesting, "How much is your life worth? Certainly, it remains an unpayable debt. However, you, as a person, are immensely valuable, perhaps even beyond monetary worth. My actions are not solely in service of your needs, but also for my own benefit." Shibei turned and pointed at Dottie, stating sternly, Such words should not be uttered again. Dadi, having composed himself, replied calmly. What will your next course of action be? Are you truly intending to assist Tracy? Shibei waved his finger and gazed into the distance. To wreak havoc upon this world, one must begin from the underground. Dadi, somewhat perplexed, suddenly remarked, It seems I must pay a visit to an old friend of mine. Shibei understands that the old friend mentioned by Daddy refers to Smokeman Smog. Shibei furrowed his brows and asked, Is it absolutely necessary to meet? Dadi, seemingly resolute, squinted and replied, I cannot allow Cairo to accompany me on this perilous journey. I am fully aware of the nature of the dark world. If I keep Cairo by my side, not only will it hinder your progress, but it will also restrain you from acting freely. Those individuals are capable of anything. In an instant, Shibei experienced a moment of clarity. Are you intending to entrust Cairo to Smog? Daddy smiled and replied, I am well aware of Smog's character. There is no place safer than by his side. Indeed, this statement revealed a significant truth. Daddy had resolved to liberate himself and accompany Shibei in a grand escapade. If he were to keep Cairo by his side, it would not only expose her to various unforeseen dangers, but it would also severely distort her growth. Furthermore, prolonged exposure to those from the dark world could potentially alter Cairo's worldview and values, a scenario Daddy would never permit. His sole wish is for Cairo to lead a life of ordinariness and happiness, for she is, after all, his one and only daughter. After a moment of contemplation, Shibei remarked, In truth, you possess another option. Daddy shook his head and replied, Shibei, refrain from speaking further. In your endeavor to assist me, you have already become entangled with Tracy and involved with Feld. Now that Bonnie is absent, I cannot possibly abandon you. If I were to flee with Cairo, I would be condemned to a lifetime of remorse. Suddenly, Dottie straightened himself and proclaimed, Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Dottie Masterson, a bounty hunter from the East Sea, formerly a naval lieutenant and a sharpshooter. Anything within my sight, be it soaring through the skies, running upon the ground, or swimming in the sea, can be brought down with merely a gun and a bullet. Permit me to stand behind you, Captain. Upon hearing Dottie's self-introduction, Shibei felt a surge of fervor. I implore you, he said. Dottie shook his coat and replied in a low voice, That suits me perfectly. Shibei delivered a playful punch to Dottie, chuckling as he scolded, Look at you. Why so serious? You are making it seem like a solemn oath. Let us drop that act. What we truly need at this moment is a ship. Bonnie has taken off with our only means of maritime transport. We can't very well remain aboard the Joy of Tracy indefinitely, can we? Without a vessel, we are bound to remain stagnant. Can this truly be called a captain? Dottie, puzzled, replied, Didn't Tracy promise to provide us with resources? It seems there was such an agreement. Realization dawned on Shibei as he exclaimed, Exactly. That woman is extraordinarily wealthy. Just look at this luxurious cruise liner. Even a mere decorative gemstone is worth a fortune. I would wager that the pure cotton carpet beneath our feet is far from inexpensive. If we request a ship from her, she surely wouldn't be unwilling to oblige. Dottie scratched his head, signifying his silence. After savoring a hearty meal, Shibei eagerly exclaimed, Let us find her and have a word. However, as soon as Shibei turned around, he was confronted by the imposing figure of Teton, his expression dark and foreboding, as if he intended to swallow Shibei whole. In truth, Shibei harbored little fondness for this archetypal martial artist, and it seemed that the other two individuals working alongside Teton also shared a profound dissatisfaction with him. The primary reason for such discontent was Teton's excessive eagerness for quick results. His pervasive flaw was his self-centeredness, leaving no room for others. Teton took the initiative to speak, stating, Do not be alarmed. I have merely come to inform you that ahead lies Pankasad. Furthermore, Tracy has asked me to remind you that Feld is also present. It would be wise for you to behave. This is not the right moment for you to meet. If Tracy attracts the attention of the Navy, your days of ease may come to an abrupt end. Shibei maintained an impassive demeanor as he brushed past Taedon. Nervous? You have yet to reach a level that could induce any anxiety in me. The other two are nearly the same. Shibei's words essentially imply that Taedon is inferior to the other two, which undeniably tramples on Taedon's pride. Taedon, being an arrogant individual, could hardly tolerate such provocation, and thus he erupted in fury, poised to engage in a brawl. Suddenly, a kunai flew from a distance, embedding itself beside Taedon's feet. It was Wu, the flower-clad ninja, who stood upon the railing and cautioned, Punk Hazard is just ahead. Do you wish to attract the attention of those monstrosities from the New World? Taedon gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing his rage. As Wu had pointed out, A confrontation here would undoubtedly cause a commotion, and ahead lay Punkhazard, a place teeming with renowned powerful beings. Any disturbance would surely reach their ears, and to be targeted by them would be quite troublesome. Hence, Shibei refrained from further aggravating the situation. He and Dottie proceeded towards Tracy's lounge, unimpeded by Wu. Given Tracy's obsessive cleanliness, she seldom allowed outsiders into her private quarters. Therefore, when Shibei knocked on the door, Tracy emerged promptly. After a period of rest and her meticulous grooming, she now appeared flushed with vitality, looking considerably more radiant and alluring. Shibei had originally prepared a plethora of retorts, but upon catching sight of Shirt Sueishi, he found himself at a loss for words. Shirt Sueishi was in high spirits that day, a smile perpetually gracing her face. And with a teasing tone, she addressed Shibei. "Have you had enough rest, my hero? It was quite the ruckus last night. And you managed to sleep through it all, even missing out on a complimentary feast, which could very well have been your last supper." Shibei lingered beside Shirt Sueishi, eyeing her slender waist for quite some time. Given that Punkhazard lay ahead, shouldn't we prepare ourselves? Are we truly going to proceed without any forethought? The prospect of encountering those renowned powerhouses stirred a slight excitement within Shibei, especially with such a stunning beauty accompanying him, evoking the sensation of a date to the cinema. Unbeknownst to Shirt Sueishi, who misconstrued Shibei's silent contemplation as sudden trepidation, she laughed exuberantly, reminiscent of the courtesans of ancient brothels. In truth, Shirt Sueishi was indeed a courtesan, and a remarkably beautiful one at that, exuding an uncommon grace in her every gesture. With a teasing remark, Shirt Sueishi said, "It's not too late to be afraid." "I am not afraid," Shibei retorted. Shirt Sueishi cast a pointed glance at Tae-dun, who seemed to receive some unspoken cue and promptly turned away. Continuing, Shirt Sueishi elaborated, "The joyous ship is far too conspicuous. We cannot simply sail past. Besides, the joyous ship serves solely as an entertainment venue for guests. How could we possibly take them along to Punkhazard? If we involve our guests, who would dare to visit us in the future?" On the lower deck of the joyous ship, there resided a dock housing 5 submarines and 3 vessels, alongside various maritime rescue equipment. The submarines were designated for reconnaissance, while 2 of the 3 ships functioned as shopping vessels. The remaining one served as a backup for navigation at sea. Following Shirt Sueishi's directive, Tae-dun prepared the backup ship. Shirt Sueishi was the first to board the auxiliary vessel, explaining, "The joyous ship will continue its voyage ahead, while we shall take this ship to Punkhazard. Rest assured, although it is a backup, it is sufficient for our needs for quite some time. It is equipped with an aquarium, a kitchen on the 2nd floor for fresh meals at any time, and a health room adjacent for any ailments. Furthermore, the measuring room contains numerous nautical logs and a measuring device to prevent us from losing our way at sea, and a bathroom is indispensable for me. Now, is there anything else that displeases you?" Shibei leaped onto the auxiliary boat, surveying his surroundings. This vessel was divided into 2 levels, with the deck adorned in lush green turf, creating an ambience reminiscent of nature itself. The upper deck featured 4 doors leading to rooms, half of which were designated as male and female sleeping quarters, while the remaining 2 were a kitchen and a health room. The lower level housed a granary and a measurement room, alongside an aquarium designed for the storage of marine life. The bathroom was a separate entity, located directly opposite the measurement room on the 1st floor. Although merely an auxiliary vessel, its spaciousness was considerable, at least 10 to 20 times larger than the diminutive boat Shibei had previously boarded, embodying his ideal concept of a ship. The only lament was the overly feminine design of the bow, resembling a mermaid blowing a kiss. However, given that this boat originally belonged to Tracy, a woman with a penchant for beauty, the mermaid motif at the bow seemed entirely fitting. Shibei pondered whether he could reach out and ask Shirt Sueishi for permission to board the vessel. At that moment, Dadi, carrying Cairo Air on his back, also leaped onto the ship. Now that everyone had gathered, they were poised to embark at any moment. Shibei turned and asked, "Does this ship have a resounding name?" Shatruzi raised a finger to her lips, closed one eye playfully, and replied, "Princess of Joy." Shibei graciously bent down, performing a gesture reminiscent of noble etiquette from the West. "Your Majesty, I humbly request that you bestow your princess upon me." Shirt Sueishi, perplexed, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Shibei chuckled lightly and said, "As you are aware, our vessel has been taken away by Bonnie, and we find ourselves devoid of navigational instruments. Otherwise, we would not have the audacity to impose upon your joyous ship. Moreover, you had pledged to provide us with resources to the fullest extent. Without a ship, how can we venture out to sea?" not to mention dealing with Feld. This princess vessel is quite to my liking. I wonder if Her Majesty would be willing to part with it? Tracy furrowed her brow slightly. Shibei hurriedly added, rest assured, I am a person who values gratitude and reciprocation. If you grant me the hand of the princess, we shall be family. Your affairs will become my own. And when it comes to dealing with Feld, I will exert every ounce of my strength. Not only Feld, but I shall also assist you with various other matters. Upon hearing Shibei's words, Dottie was somewhat astonished. To sell oneself for the sake of a mere vessel seemed utterly shameless. Shatruzi tilted her head and remarked, You seek to gain from me without any effort. I despise such individuals. However, I have indeed made a promise. So I shall patiently await to see what surprises you will bring me. Just do not disappoint me too much, dear Shibei. Shibei feigned calmness and inquired, So, what do you imply? Leaning against the side of the ship, Tracy smiled and asked, What shall we do next, Captain? Suddenly, Dottie burst into laughter. With a jubilant cheer, Shibei leaped onto the prow of the ship, mounting the neck of the mermaid, and pointed ahead. Set sail. Our destination is Pankasad. Stacy, covering her face with a playful smile, gently corrected him. Captain Shibei, you are pointing the wrong way. Pankasad lies in the opposite direction. Zibit's face flushed with embarrassment as he swiftly rose from the neck of the mermaid and dashed to the stern of the ship. With unwavering confidence, he reiterated, Set sail. Destination, Punkhazard. After uttering these words, Zibit cast a glance at Tracy, ensuring that this time he had not misdirected them. The subsequent tasks fell to the crew. Each member engaged in their duties, except for Tracy, who stood idly by, gazing at the sky above Punkhazard as if untouched by the urgency around her. Dottie ascended the main mast to unfurl the sails, while the others who had accompanied Tracy on board included the female ninja, Saiji, the fighter, Tiden, the samurai, Ziyujijin, and two helmsmen responsible for navigating the vessel. The male ninja, Wu, remained aboard the Joyful, tasked with overseeing the large ship in light of Tinman's unconscious state. Wu called out from the Joyful, Saiji, the rest is in your hands. Understanding Wu's intent, Saiji's expression turned serious as she replied earnestly, Yes, master. I shall uphold the honor of the Kamigawa family and ensure the safety of Lady Tracy. Tiden interjected with derision, What can a mere girl accomplish? Humph. Wu. Have you not heard? A worthless apprentice is ultimately just a waste, and if you entrust Lady Tracy to a girl, those Dark World scoundrels will surely be laughing. You should focus on guarding the gate and refrain from boasting. Wu, a paragon of composure, remained unfazed by Tiden's taunts. However, Saiji could not tolerate any disrespect towards her revered master. With a short blade in hand, she moved with the agility of a serpent. Swiftly positioning herself behind Tiden and mounting his shoulder, her blade poised at his eye. Her fury was palpable. Please retract your previous statement, Saiji demanded coldly. Tiden, unperturbed by Saiji's threat, scoffed, Very well, I take back my words. Wu is indeed a waste. As Saiji prepared to relent, Tiden hastily added, Merely refuse. Scoundrel. Saiji spat in anger. Tiden effortlessly cast her aside, their strengths clearly mismatched. Amidst their skirmish, Zibit regarded the spectacle with indifference. As the conflict between Saiji and Tiden unfolded, the princess ship steadily advanced toward Punkhazard. Each time Saiji was thrown to the ground, she readied herself to rise and continue the fray when suddenly, something fell from the sky. Looking up, she beheld a meteor shower descending upon their location. Tracy, her expression devoid of emotion, stated, We have entered the battle zone of the generals. Cease this nonsense. Tiden sprang up the mainmast, preparing to intercept the falling meteors, while the samurai, Ziyujijin, unsheathed his long blade with a thumb's motion. Shibei also leaped onto the main mast, standing side by side with Tuten, one to the left and the other to the right. Although Shibei was reluctant to be in close proximity to Tuten, the main mast represented the pinnacle of the princess ship. There was no vantage point more advantageous for intercepting the meteor shower before it struck the vessel. Thus, Shibei had no choice but to temporarily set aside all prejudices against Tuten. Shibei is no stranger to these magma meteor showers, having employed this tactic during his time in Mariewa. Indeed, this is Akainu's meteor volcano. The battle between Akainu and Akiji has been raging for a day, and it has undoubtedly reached a fever pitch. Thus, drawing near to the vicinity of Punkhazard inevitably exposes one to its repercussions. This encounter with the meteor volcano is merely on the periphery. Venturing further ahead will likely lead to even greater peril. After all, the island's climate has been utterly transformed due to the fierce clash between the two formidable adversaries. One can only imagine the sheer brutality of this unprecedented duel between the titans. Tedon glanced at Shibei with a smirk, tauntingly remarking, "Kid, I advise you to swiftly take refuge indoors. Should you obstruct me, I would not hesitate to eliminate you on the spot." The confrontation between Shibei and Taedun was palpable. "Whom are you addressing?" Shibei asserted. "This vessel belongs to me now. I am the captain. Do you dare to challenge me and risk being thrown overboard?" Taedun scoffed. "You certainly possess audacity." No sooner had he spoken than both leapt simultaneously, colliding with a shower of magma meteors. Taedun struck a meteorite with a powerful punch, causing it to explode. Shibei delivered a powerful kick to the side of the magma meteorite, propelling it into the sea. With a swift motion, he drew his blade from either side and soared into the air. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the vegetation. The magma meteorite was instantaneously bisected, one half to the left and the other to the right, plunging into the ocean. Shibei returned to the main mast and turned to shout, "Dottie, take Kaler inside the house. Leave this to us. Stacy, don't just stand there foolishly. Hurry and lend a hand. If the princess's ship is struck, you will suffer the consequences too." Stacy, with a playful tone, replied, "I don't want to. You're the one about to be hit." Upon hearing the sound, Shibei turned around, only to witness a massive meteorite hurtling towards him. The searing heat enveloped him, nearly rendering his eyes unable to open. Even his cloak was caught in the tempestuous winds generated by the meteor, flapping violently as if it might be whisked away at any moment. Ultimately, the cloak's buttons were gradually torn open by the ferocious gusts. Shibei, clad only in a cloak, stood bare before the world, his form fully exposed. At this moment, he was perched atop the mainmast, facing a massive flow of magma meteorite, evoking an extraordinary sense of superhuman presence, with an unparalleled visual impact. At that instant, Kaiji and Shitruixi caught sight of a certain appendage swaying between Shibei's legs, and to their astonishment, a peculiar smile emerged on the faces of the two women. Without hesitation, Shibei decisively removed his cloak and hurled it towards Shatrice and Kaiji, the garment landing perfectly atop the heads of the two women. Shatrice reacted vehemently, slamming the cloak to the ground and exclaiming with a scowl, "It's filthy, utterly filthy." Simultaneously, from either side, Zhuyu charged forth, skillfully cleaving the falling magma meteorite aimed at Shibei into 4 separate pieces. Shibei awkwardly chuckled, "I apologize." This apology was directed both at Zhuruajin and at Shitruixi. Zhuruajin, unfazed, coldly remarked, "Young man, you have grown complacent. There are still numerous meteors to contend with, and now is not the time for idle chatter." Shibei felt compelled to demonstrate his uniqueness to the group. He boldly leaped away from the main mast and plunged into the torrent of magma meteors, shouting to the others, "Do not intervene, or you will hinder me." Teton was furious, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Zhuruajin furrowed his brow in silence. Suddenly, Shibei bellowed amidst the meteor storm, sandstorm. In an instant, a fierce wind surged forth, and dust coalesced in midair, forming an expansive wall of sand that completely obscured the princess ship. The falling magma meteors landed harmlessly atop this sand barrier, leaving the vessel unscathed. Teton and Zhuruajin were spared the need to rush forward to shield themselves from the onslaught. Shitruixi gazed at the sand wall looming above her, gradually narrowing her eyes. "Is this a sandstorm?" she pondered, recalling a recent conversation with a certain individual. Indeed, it was Crocodile, the wielder of the sand fruit, a natural-type devil fruit. The sandstorm was indeed one of Crocodile's signature techniques. One thing Shitruixi understood was that it was impossible for there to be identical devil fruit users in this world. Hence, the question arose, why was Shibei able to wield Crocodile's natural abilities? This left Shitruixi perplexed. At this moment, the meteor barrage had been entirely neutralized, and the sand began to disperse. "Shibei has finally returned to the lawn." Taking the opportunity, Tracy inquired, "What has happened?" Shibei spread his hands and replied nonchalantly, "As you can see, I am a wielder of a devil fruit, capable of mirroring the abilities of others. The sandstorm you just witnessed was a power I replicated from Crocodile. However, not all abilities can be duplicated. There are certain conditions involved." Shibei, fearing that Shitruixi might continue to press for answers, swiftly diverted the conversation. "Let us set this aside for the moment. The battleground between the generals has already encroached upon this area. How can we proceed? I suspect that the waters ahead may well be under the control of Akiji, rendering any landing on Punk Hazard utterly impossible." Shitruixi retorted, "Who said I intended to land on Punk Hazard? If not to land, then how shall we observe the battle?" Shitruixi approached the edge of the ship, gazing at the sky, now ablaze with hues of crimson. Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this confrontation? Who will truly manifest their justice through strength? Is it Aokiji or Akainu? Regardless of who prevails, it bodes ill for us. My utmost desire is to maintain the current state of affairs. This journey is not merely to observe, it is to gain a deeper understanding of the situation, allowing for appropriate adjustments to the rules in light of the new fleet admiral of the Navy. This clash not only signifies a transformation within the Navy, but also heralds an inevitable shift in the era, for Aokiji and Akainu are two individuals of starkly contrasting natures. Shibei's eyes turned, filled with disbelief. Could it be that the Dark World must also cater to the naval headquarters? Tracy mused wryly, pondering the possibility. Shibei pouted. No wonder so many people are concerned about this confrontation. You fear that without an early analysis of the situation and inadequate preparation, you might fall prey to the new commander's ruthless example, correct? However, I suspect that more than half of the 7 warlords of the sea are aligned with Akainu. For if Aokiji were to emerge victorious, it is rumored that the system of the warlords would be abolished. Upon hearing Shibei's words, Tracy was taken aback. Abolish the warlord system? Who have you heard that from? Shibei shrugged, remaining silent. If this is indeed the case, Tsueishi pondered for a moment. The 7 warlords system was proposed by the world government, and the Navy headquarters initially opposed it. No wonder the world government fervently endorsed Akainu, even going so far as to pit 2 admirals against each other. It all makes sense now. Suddenly, Tsueishi exclaimed. Could it be that Akainu has already aligned himself with the world government? Shibei feigned ignorance, exclaiming, What are you joking about? The Navy is under the jurisdiction of the world government. We are all part of the same family. Why draw such clear distinctions? Tsueishi shook her head. She was no fool and recognized that Shibei was feigning ignorance merely to provoke a response, so she deemed it unnecessary to engage in a debate. The reality was precisely as Shibei had surmised. The closer they approached Punk Hazard, the more dire the situation became. The sea had frozen into solid ice. Unmistakably the handiwork of Admiral Aokiji. No one else possessed such formidable abilities. Although Shibei could replicate Aokiji's powers in terms of strength and effectiveness, he would undoubtedly fall short of the original. Dottie, holding a telescope, stood atop the main mast surveying the area. It was simply unbelievable. The waters surrounding Punk Hazard were enveloped by the powers of Aokiji and Akainu, half engulfed in magma and half encased in ice, rendering it nearly impossible for outsiders to draw near. Shibei looked up and inquired, Can you see it now? What is the situation? Dottie shook his head and replied, The situation is utterly dire. Shibei leapt onto the main mast, taking the telescope from Dottie's hands. He gazed into the sky above the Punk Hazard, where even the colorful clouds had been scorched crimson. The sea was permeated with an icy chill. Moreover, Shibei noticed that 2 warships, having anchored too close to the battlefield, were completely ensnared by ice. It was reminiscent of the scenes unfolding in the midst of the conflict above. The princess vessel that Shibei is currently aboard can no longer advance. It is likely to remain stationary nearby, utilizing a telescope to observe the situation. Just as Shibei became engrossed in her observations, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction of Punk Hazard, followed by a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. Above, the atmosphere, plagued by frequent fluctuations in temperature, unleashed a torrential downpour. At this moment, Shibei finally glimpsed the figures of 2 naval generals. Below, Tracy inquired, Have you discovered anything? Shibei was reluctant to lower the telescope, watching intently as he remarked, No, we cannot discern anything just yet. Qingji and Akainu are both exerting their utmost, with no clear victor emerging at the moment. My goodness, do you see that? Above us, there blazes a fiery sun, yet over at Punk Hazard, a tempest has inexplicably begun to brew. I wish I could draw closer for a better observation. Stacy furrowed her brow and inquired, What about the surroundings? Let me take a look. Reluctantly, Shibei shifted the lens away from the battlefield to survey other areas. Aside from 2 warships ensnared by the ice, he found no other vessels. After scrutinizing the military ships, he suddenly caught sight of Sengoku and Garp. Shibei had long anticipated their presence. It was hardly surprising. In such circumstances, it would indeed be odd if Sengoku were absent. Moreover, the relationship between the naval hero Garp and Qingji is far from ordinary, ensuring his attendance as well. What's the situation? Speak up. Stacy clearly exhibited her displeasure. Shibei lowered the telescope and remarked, Along the shores of Punk Hazard, only 2 warships remain encased in ice, with no other vessels in sight. Nevertheless, we should not approach recklessly. Sengoku and Garp are aboard those ships. Did you not mention that many would be present here? Yet, I have not spotted a single soul. You are aware that one must not approach carelessly. Do you think others are less discerning than you? Indeed, if Shibei can see them, others surely can as well. Who would be foolish enough to wander brazenly before Sengoku and Carp? Being able to observe from a distance is already a significant advantage. After a moment of contemplation, Shibei pondered aloud. Do you think that the warring states and Carp are aware of the spectators observing the battle? The very fact that they dared to publish this confrontation in the newspapers suggests they are untroubled by it. Perhaps there lies an ulterior motive. It is also conceivable that they wish to leverage this duel to reshape the new world. How intriguing, it bears a resemblance to the machinations of the world government. Shibei continued to peer through the telescope, taunting, "Look at that, a naval marshal, a naval hero, basking in glory for a lifetime." Only to be subdued by the world government in the end. Despite their monstrous strength, they live in such a stifling manner. If I possessed their capabilities, I would have overturned the world government long ago. Stacy, not being a virtuous character herself, found no shock in Shibei's words and simply cautioned. You haven't even glimpsed the true history, yet you utter such foolishness. She was reluctant to engage further in idle chatter with Shibei. Pointing to the unfrozen expanse of the sea ahead, she remarked, "Let us navigate around this way. Rest assured, as long as we do not interfere with the duel, Sengoku and Carp will pay us no mind. After all, there are many spectators around." The helmsman gradually adjusted their course. Shibei suddenly exclaimed, "Hold on. There's a ship ahead." Shatruzi hurriedly trotted forward, straining her neck to catch a glimpse. Once Shibei peered through the telescope and discerned the details, he declared, "It is a pirate ship." Everyone began to brace themselves. Shatruzi inquired, "Whose pirate ship is it?" Shibei leaped from the main mast. Casting the telescope to Shuichi with a grim expression, "Take a look for yourself." Shuichi sprinted to the bow of the ship, peering through the telescope in astonishment. The Nine Serpents pirate crew? I never anticipated this. The apathetic pirate empress has actually arrived here. As far as I know, she is the least cooperative among the 7 warlords of the sea. It seems that, in pursuit of the title, she is gradually conceding. With an impassive expression, Shibei remarked. If only it were truly so. What she feared most was that Hancock's intentions were not solely focused on the wine. For Hancock alone understood that Shibei had arrived in the New World, yet due to the undisclosed events of Mariawa, she remained unaware of the dire calamity that had befallen it. Given Hancock's nature, the fact that Shibei possessed her most closely guarded secret meant that she would undoubtedly pursue Shibei with relentless determination. Such a significant matter as a confrontation between admirals would have long since circulated throughout the New World. Hence, Hancock, with a glimmer of hope, lay in wait near Punk Hazard, believing that should Shibei dare to join the fray, she could effortlessly locate her. This strategy was indeed a prudent one. Moreover, as a member of the Shichibukai, Hancock could brazenly traverse the vicinity of Punk Hazard. Even if the Navy were to spot her, they would likely turn a blind eye, perhaps even expressing gratitude for her assistance in dispatching some minor foes. For Hancock, this situation was nothing short of a win-win. Shibei and Hancock have a history. Unbeknownst to Tracy, yet Daddy is well aware of it. Leaning closer to Shibei, Daddy whispered, "Now that Hancock is also present, what shall we do?" Shibei furrowed his brow and remarked, "Let us observe the developments quietly." After a brief moment of contemplation, Daddy inquired further, "Should we inform Shuichi? It would be prudent for her to avoid any contact with the Nine Serpent pirate crew." Shibei shook his head and remarked, "Shirley is not someone to be trifled with. If we were to inform her, she would undoubtedly grow suspicious. In truth, she is already aware of what must be done. The 7 warlords are perceived by the world as mere pawns of the world government, and given her stature as a titan of the dark underworld, she certainly would prefer to avoid any association with them in this situation." Dottie wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, just as they finished speaking, Shirley, standing at the bow of the ship with a telescope in hand and her back turned to them, remarked, "The situation concerning your companion, the captain, appears rather bleak." Shibei and Dottie exchanged a glance. Shibei was the first to inquire, "Are you referring to Bonnie?" Tracy then returned the telescope to Shibei, indicating for him to look for himself. As a result, Shibei beheld a scene that left him utterly incredulous. Behind the ship of the Kuja pirates, a small boat was being towed by a rope. This very vessel had accompanied Shibei in traversing the holy land of Mariehua, rendering any misidentification impossible. It was indeed Shibei's own boat. However, during their time in the wetland forest, Bonnie had stealthily taken it away. Now, witnessing the small boat being dragged behind the Kuja pirates, Shibei's heart was tumultuous, as if 1,000 elephants were stampeding within him. Had Bonnie been captured by Hancock? Shibei cast aside the telescope and commanded, "Steer the ship forward." She expressed her discontent, saying, "Are you serious?" Shibei gritted her teeth and declared, "Ah." With an unprecedented seriousness, Jolie Bonnie must not fall into Hancock's grasp. Otherwise, I shall have no way to justify myself. Tracy, you had better not stop me. I must go and ascertain the situation. Tracy responded calmly, "It could be deadly, you know." "It's hard to say." Shibei cast a glance at Dottie. Receiving the signal, Dottie dashed to the helm, pushing aside the helmsman to take command himself. The samurai, eyes closed and seated nearby, remained silent. His duty was to protect Shichiruixi, following her wherever she went, rendering him indifferent to Shibei's instructions. At that moment, the boisterous and arrogant Taedun wore a rather displeased expression. Dottie skillfully maneuvered the princess ship, gradually approaching the Nine-Snake pirate vessel. This action, of course, caught the attention of the Nine-Snake crew. Hancock stood at the bow, peering through a telescope to discern the situation. However, she saw nothing but the figure of a mermaid at the prow of the princess ship. And noticing the absence of a pirate flag, she surmised that it likely wasn't a pirate vessel. Yet, she could not determine whose ship it was. Hancock commanded, "Nine-Snake pirates, stand by for action and replenish ammunition. A ship is approaching us." "Is it a trick?" someone questioned. "This is the Nine-Snake flag. How could another ship dare to approach?" Indeed, at such a moment, who would be bold enough to approach the esteemed Snake Princess? One of the 7 warlords of the sea? Hancock replied sternly, "Enough chatter. Act as I instructed." The fierce female crew members began to spring into action. Hancock continued to observe through her telescope as the 2 vessels drew nearer. Suddenly, she spotted a cloaked man standing atop the mainmast of the princess ship. It was this man who had caused her sleepless nights, compelling her to chase him all the way here. Finally, fate had smiled upon her, and she had the chance to confront him. This time, she could not let Shibei escape. Yes, it was indeed the man. Boya Marguerite, overhearing Hancock's murmurs, wore a grave expression. Hancock ordered her crew to advance the Nine-Snake ship. The 2 vessels sailed towards each other. The female crew members of the Nine-Snake, swallowing their apprehensions, were eager to see who dared to approach the 7 warlords under such circumstances. They sensed that the newcomer bore ill intentions. As the 2 ships brushed past one another, Shibei leaped down from the mainmast, landing aboard the Nine-Snake pirate ship, while the princess vessel continued its course without pause. Simultaneously, the Nine-Snake crew sprang to attention, drawing their bows and aiming at Shibei. The Shibei of now was no longer the same. Hancock could distinctly sense his remarkable growth. Most importantly, even with her observation haki, she could not predict Shibei's next move. Realizing that his haki had awakened, and he was no longer the naive youth she had first encountered. With a tranquil expression, Shibei solemnly inquired, "Where is Bonnie?" Before Hancock could utter a word, Boa Marigold, wielding a trident, swiftly maneuvered to Shibei's rear, poised to strike. Marigold, the 3rd sister of Hancock, had not accompanied them on this voyage due to the injuries sustained by their 2nd sister, Sandersonia, in a prior encounter with Shibei, necessitating her recuperation on Amazon Lily. Thus, it was solely Marigold who had accompanied Hancock to Punk Hazard, although she had never laid eyes upon Shibei. The counsel and warnings from Hancock had imbued her with a profound animosity towards him. This resentment stemmed not only from Shibei's knowledge of their secrets, but also from the harm he had inflicted upon Sandersonia, leading her to believe that there was nothing left to discuss with him. Shibei fixed his gaze upon Hancock, refraining from turning away, and even abstained from employing any skills. Without so much as a glance back, Shibei extended his hand, firmly grasping Marigold's trident. Shibei maintained his stance and said, "Hancock, at this moment, Qingji and Akainu are engaged in a fierce battle. I do not wish to create discord between us. Attracting the attention of others would be detrimental to both you and me. You have pursued me from Nine-Snake Island for an unfounded accusation, and you have followed me into the New World. I have endured enough. Just tell me where Bonnie is, and we shall part ways from this moment forward. What do you say?" Hancock clenched her teeth tightly. Marigold cautioned, "Your Highness, do not let this man deceive you." Hancock hesitated. "Who exactly are you?" "Your Highness." Marigold exclaimed in panic, fearing that Hancock might be misled by Shibei. However, her weapon was restrained, rendering her unable to draw it. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed a spray of venom from her mouth. This highly corrosive poison would dissolve anything it touched almost instantaneously. With Shibei now so close, escape was utterly impossible. She was confident in her ability to douse Shibei with venom. However, at the moment when Marguerite unleashed her toxic spray, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. Surrounding Shibei, an inexplicable accumulation of sand had appeared. Just as the venom was about to reach her, these grains coalesced into a formidable barrier, effectively blocking the toxic substance entirely. This spectacle unfolded with astonishing swiftness, taking merely 2 or 3 seconds from the moment the venom was expelled to the formation of the sand barrier. The ability of crocodile sand fruit lies in its capacity to extract vast amounts of moisture from anything it contacts, turning it to dust and ultimately transforming it into sand. While Shibei could not phase into an elemental form like crocodile, she was perfectly capable of replicating all his techniques, particularly this one of dehydration, which she had mastered thoroughly. After all, this technique was indeed formidable, having previously drained the moisture from within Luffy's body. The sandstorm barrier that had previously thwarted the meteor volcano attack was also crafted by Shibei through this very technique. The venom was thwarted by the sand, and Mariguerite's attempt was thwarted. Shibei remained unscathed, standing face to face with Hancock. Just as Marigold was about to launch another attack, the sand suddenly ensnared her with a deliberate intent. Hancock immediately felt a surge of anxiety and shouted, "Marigold!" The sand wrapped around Marigold tighter and tighter, constricting her breath. Shibei, with an impassive expression, demanded, "Quickly tell me, where's Bonnie?" Infuriated, he added, "Release Mary at once." Hancock, with a darkened countenance, charged at Shibei, executing a spinning kick. A wall of sand rose to defend Shibei, yet Hancock's formidable presence proved too overwhelming. The sand barrier failed to fully shield him, and Hancock's kick broke through, landing squarely upon Shibei. Zybe instinctively raised his arm to block, only to be instantly kicked away, crashing against the edge of the ship. At that moment, the entire crew of the 9-snake pirate ship surrounded Zybe, drawing their bows and aiming at him, unleashing a barrage of arrows imbued with haki that rained down upon him. Instead of retreating, Zybe advanced, crouching down and rolling on the ground, coming to rest at the feet of the women, seizing the opportunity to transform the deck beneath them into sand. A dozen female crew members were swiftly engulfed by the sand mound. Subsequently, Zybe replicated Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi abilities, extending a finger towards Hancock and emitting a laser beam. Hancock nimbly dodged, but the unfortunate Marigold, standing behind her, was grazed by the beam, sustaining minor injuries. Seizing the moment, which was characteristic of Zybe, he pressed on. Before Hancock could regain her composure, Zybe bit into his finger, transforming into a 15-meter giant and stomping down on the 9-snake ship. Although this vessel was considerably larger than the previous one, the deck had just been partially turned to sand by Zybe, significantly diminishing the ship's structural integrity. With a forceful stamp of his foot, Shibei caused the 9-serpent ship to splinter into fragments. Hancock's form swayed as she grasped the ship's plank, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the sea. However, such a self-destructive tactic, which harmed the enemy while inflicting equal damage upon oneself, caused Shibei to lose his footing as well. Just as he was on the verge of tumbling into the ocean, he swiftly relinquished his giant form and struggled to crawl out from the nape of his neck. As Shibei emerged from the nape of his neck, the concealed female ninja, Kaiji, suddenly revealed herself. She supported Shibei, using the colossal remains of a giant beneath them as a temporary foothold, leveraging it to spring into the air and leap towards the nearby princess ship. Hancock's 9-snake pirate ship had suffered destruction at Shibei's hands on 2 occasions, inciting her ire. How could she bear to watch Shibei escape from her once more? Agile as she was, Hancock had already adjusted her stance the moment the 9-snake pirate ship began to split, firmly positioning herself on the deck. She was preparing to utilize her powers to bring Shibei down. Shibei shouted, "Daddy!" Now, atop the main mast of the princess ship, Daddy, armed and poised, had long since locked onto his target. Upon hearing Shibei's call, he understood the moment had arrived. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. However, the ordinary bullets were unlikely to inflict substantial damage on Hancock. Daddy's mission was merely to force Hancock to the surface of the sea. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed. A trio of shots. Hancock, with her handgun, deflected one of the bullets with a kiss of the barrel. Although she was not particularly skilled with firearms, her accuracy was lacking. Moreover, having previously fallen into a trap, she was uncertain whether the bullets contained sea prism stone, compelling her to evade. To avoid the gunfire, she leapt into the ocean, her pet snake Salome instinctively moving ahead to catch her as she plunged into the sea. Daddy, witnessing this, smiled knowingly. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, you cannot escape now. Although Hancock was unaware of the unfolding events, her instincts warned her of impending peril. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the depths, seizing her ankle. As she glanced down, the lower half of her body was yanked beneath the waves. Salome struggled valiantly to wrap around Hancock, preventing her from being fully dragged underwater. Simultaneously, Shibei urged Saiji, "Quickly, drop me." Saiji, puzzled, replied, "Aren't you a superhuman? Enough chatter. Do as I say. If you delay, that sea serpent will drag Hancock away, and our efforts will be in vain." Saiji fell silent and promptly hurled Shibei into the sea. As Zybe fell from the heights, his fingers barely grazed the surface of the sea, the ice age. With a chilling hiss, the sea froze, exuding an icy breath. His pet snake, Salome, became encased in ice, while Hancock was similarly trapped, her lower body submerged, leaving only her upper half visible above the frigid waters. Now, Hancock felt utterly feeble, her powers rendered useless. In her current state, she was no different from being shackled by sea prison stone. The infamous pirate empress, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had finally been subdued. Alongside her, trapped beneath the ice, was Tedon. Had it not been for Tedon lying in wait beneath the waves, seizing Hancock's ankle and dragging her down, Zybe would not have easily achieved his objective. This insidious plan had been concocted by Tracy at the last moment. As the princess's ship and the snake princess's ship brushed past one another, the elusive Kaiji stealthily joined Zybe in boarding the snake princess's vessel, while Tedon quietly submerged himself to lie in ambush. Hancock had calculated every possibility. Yet she never anticipated that Zybe and his companions would set such a trap for her. Due to the hasty nature of this underhanded scheme, it was fraught with flaws, the most critical being Zybe himself. If Zybe lacked the strength to drive Hancock to the surface, all would have been in vain. To prevent Zybe from faltering, Tracy had deliberately arranged for Kaiji to remain concealed aboard the Snake Princess's ship, ready to lend Zybe a hand at any moment. However, it soon became evident that Tracy's concerns were unwarranted. During the confrontation with Hancock, Kaiji proved of no assistance, while Tedon emerged as the true hero. Yet now, this benefactor found himself trapped in the icy depths due to Zybe's powers, a rather unfortunate turn of events. Zybe acted out of necessity just moments ago. Salome had exerted tremendous effort to pull Hancock from the icy waters, and had Zybe hesitated, their collective efforts would have been in vain. There was also a crucial point that Zybe bore in mind. He harbored a disdain for Tedon, and if he could simultaneously entrap Hancock while dealing with Tedon, he would find great satisfaction in doing so, leaving him with no moral qualms whatsoever. Tracy leapt onto the frozen surface, her astonishment evident on her face. "You actually managed to achieve this?" Shibei has gradually begun to master the art of shape-shifting magic. Now, after executing his ultimate move, he is able to move about freely, unlike before when he could barely walk. The expression on Shatruzi's face is exactly as he anticipated, and he refrains from unnecessary elaboration. In such moments, it is prudent to allow Shatruzi some space for imagination. As Shatruzi gazes at Tedon beneath the ice, she turns and calls out, "It's up to you." The warriors, having received their cue, swiftly draw their blades and strike. Once the ice block is cleaved in two, Tedon is retrieved. However, the ice encasing him remains intact, leaving him in a pose reminiscent of the Statue of Liberty. Shibei instructed, "Take him to the bathroom for a warm shower. I will handle things here." Sure Shui nodded to both sides. Zui Eugene, bearing the ice block, returned to the ship. Given Taedun's temperament, it was likely that once he recovered, he would seek retribution from Shibei, especially since Shibei had caused him such embarrassment. In truth, Taedun had no intention of diving into the sea initially, as he had no desire to assist Shibei. However, with Sher Shui having already given her orders, he had no choice but to suppress his frustrations. Little did he expect that the situation would escalate to this point. Standing a short distance away, Sher Shui inquired curiously, "What will you do next?" Han Kuku, standing nearly 2 meters tall, now had only half of her body visible above the ice surface, making her appear significantly smaller. Shibei approached her, gazing down from his elevated position. The distance between them, combined with the temporary disparity in height, rendered the scene somewhat disconcerting. Hancock could easily strike Shibei's vital area with a mere headbutt. Moreover, Shibei was clad only in a cloak, leaving him rather exposed. Thus, feeling the awkwardness of standing before a woman in such a manner, he willingly lowered himself into a squat. As Shibei crouched down, he found himself nearly at the same height as Hancock. No, perhaps he was still a tad shorter. This was indeed the first time Shibei had observed Hancock from such proximity, and he could not help but acknowledge her voluptuousness. It seemed that after years of nourishment, all had been splendidly allocated to the most fitting places. Shibei slowly leaned closer. Hancock, utterly weakened and immobile, could only grit her teeth and watch as Shibei's face loomed near. "I shall ask you once more, where is Bonnie?" Hancock replied feebly, "Humph. I am the current Empress of Amazon Lily on 9 Snake Island. How could I possibly bow before you, a despicable man? Do not harbor such delusions. Since you have uncovered the secret I wish to keep hidden at all costs, I will not rest until I have avenged myself, even if it takes me to the farthest reaches of the Grand Line." How stubborn she remains, even now, reduced to a captive. Shibei was on the verge of an explosion. This matter had nothing to do with Joelle Bonnie. She was entirely oblivious. Hancock simply shut his eyes. In a fit of rage, Shibei seized Hancock by the collar. The excessive force caused a button on Hancock's chest to pop open. Shibei is currently in no mood to appreciate the splendid scenery. "Speak quickly, where on earth is Bonnie?" Hancock, unfazed, stubbornly replied, "I have nothing to say to you." Shibei gradually regained his composure and meticulously fastened Hancock's buttons, his expression darkening as he remarked, "The systems of the era vary from person to person. You are merely a flawed product of this vicious cycle. I acknowledge your status as a victim, but since communication is futile, I am left with no choice but to reveal the truth to the public. Hancock, please do not hold this against me." No sooner had he spoken than Shibei suddenly exerted force, tearing away Hancock's sleeve. Hancock, alarmed, demanded, "What are you doing?" Shibei, with an impassive expression, declared, "I shall unveil the secret concealed upon your back for all to see." "Halt." Shibei remained indifferent, extending his hand into Hancock's collar, intent on stripping away her outer garment. Hancock's pupils constricted. "Marshal D. Teach." Shibei finally ceased his movements. "What did you say?" Hancock, a towering figure, conceded, "It is Blackbeard. Jewelry Bonnie is in the clutches of Blackbeard." Zybe frowned and inquired, "What is that ship doing in your possession? What on earth is happening? Could it be that Blackbeard is nearby?" Hancock turned her head away, remaining silent. Previously, Bonnie had indeed been captured by Blackbeard, who had subsequently handed her over to the Navy under the pretext of exchanging her for a warship. This led to the narrative of Bonnie's escape from the naval vessel. Zybe was taken aback to learn that Bonnie had barely managed to flee, only to be recaptured by the very same individual. Now, any further attempt at escape seemed nearly impossible for her. What astonished Zybe even more was the revelation that Blackbeard was indeed in Punk Hazard. That man was not yet one of the 4 emperors, and the Navy was actively searching for him. How audacious of him to brazenly present himself like this. Upon reflection, Shibei realized that Blackbeard was inherently a bold, cunning, and treacherous man, possessing a shrewd sense of restraint. If he dared to meddle in the war atop the summit, then what was there that he would not dare to do? Shibei gripped Hancock's fragrant shoulder and shook it vigorously, saying, "Tell me everything you know." Just at that moment, a figure suddenly swooped down from the icy surface. Zybe leaped backward. Bang! The ice layer on the surface of the sea was severed. Shibei and Hancock have also been separated. Now, before Shibei, there stands another person. Shibei squinted and remarked, "We meet again, General Squirrel." In this place, Shibei displays an array of wonders, from ice formations to erosion, even transforming into a giant, undoubtedly capturing the attention of many. Consequently, Vice Admiral Weasel received directives to investigate the situation. However, upon approaching, he was met with the disheveled appearance of Hancock. In a certain sense, the 7 warlords in the Navy stand united on the same front, thus Vice Admiral Weasel had ample reason to assist Hancock in extricating herself from her current predicament. Yet, despite his meticulous calculations, he never anticipated that it would be Shibei who would nearly ensnare the warlord in the quagmire of defeat. The Vice Admiral's expression darkened. "I truly did not expect to encounter you here, pirate hunter Shibei. I have heard much about you. It seems you have utterly fallen from grace. Therefore, might I request you to accompany me? I wish to gain a thorough understanding of the events that transpired in Mariewa, which have resulted in a candidate for admiral being imprisoned, another candidate betraying, and even the chief of staff resigning in disgrace. My curiosity is piqued. Although the affairs of Mariewa have not been made public, those of notable status within the Navy, such as vice admirals, are certainly aware of the intricacies involved. Otherwise, the chief of staff would not have resigned. Shibei harbored suspicions that his portrait might even be displayed at the Navy headquarters. When Admiral Wushu directly exposed this notion, Shibei was not particularly taken aback. However, The idea of simply following Admiral Wushu was utterly inconceivable. It was certainly out of the question. Apologies, Admiral Wushu. But I still have unfinished matters to attend to, so I fear I cannot accompany you, Shibei replied. As for the situation with Admiral Tautu, I must admit I find it somewhat perplexing. Yet, her imprisonment seems quite reasonable to me. If one were to assign her guilt, mere negligence would suffice. Nevertheless, considering the involvement of the celestial dragons, I suspect the matter is far more intricate than it appears, and that inquiry should be directed towards the higher echelons of your Navy headquarters. Is that so? Admiral Wushu retorted, assuming a combative stance. Then I shall have to take offense. With that, Admiral Wushu brandished his blade and charged at Shibei, delivering a horizontal slash. The sable deep squats to evade. The flying squirrel general raises his blade and strikes downward. As Shibei teetered, the general of the flying squirrel stepped forward, brandishing a long blade, intending to strike upward towards Shibei's face. Shibei swiftly raised his leg, stepping onto the blade's edge, intercepting the long sword while simultaneously clenching his fist and striking the side of the Weasel General's waist. The Weasel General exclaimed in a deep voice, "Iron block." Shibei felt as though he had struck an impenetrable barrier. The Flying Squirrel General remained utterly motionless. Shibei pressed his fist against the side of the Weasel General's waist and shouted fiercely, "Fire fist." Impossible! The Weasel General's pupils constricted, and in an instant, he was sent flying by the surging flames. Due to the intense heat of the fire, the ice beneath Shibei's feet began to melt gradually. The sound of cracking ice resonated continuously. Shibei could no longer remain stationary and withdrew to the side of the ship. Rear Admiral Wussmaus, utilizing one of the Navy's 6 styles, protected himself with an iron block, rendering him exceptionally resilient. He withstood Shibei's fiery punch without losing his combat effectiveness. Though half of the Navy insignia on his uniform had been destroyed, and the 2 characters for justice emblazoned on his back had been nearly incinerated, the fire punch was a manifestation of Ace's abilities. After all, it was not without reason that Ace was renowned for his fiery prowess. Had this strike been delivered by Ace himself, it is unlikely that Rear Admiral Wussmaus would have emerged unscathed. However, Shibei was merely a replicator, his power significantly inferior to that of Ace, and with his own strength nearly depleted, it was a stroke of fortune that he even had the capacity to retaliate. Thus, unable to completely vanquish Rear Admiral Wussmaus, the Rear Admiral quickly regained his footing and wiped the corner of his mouth. In truth, Rear Admiral Wussmaus had never underestimated Shibei from the outset. During their first encounter, when Shibei boasted of pursuing Trafalgar Law, Wussmaus believed him, and to this day, he remains convinced. The very fact that Shibei claimed to possess the strength to pursue Trafalgar Law indicated his formidable abilities, prompting Wussmaus to hold nothing back from the very beginning of their confrontation. Following their brief exchange of blows, Wussmaus had gained a clearer understanding of Shibei's capabilities. Shibei's combat abilities were already formidable, and coupled with the uncertainty surrounding his powers, the likelihood of General Wuss successfully capturing him diminishes significantly. However, General Wuss has discerned that following the confrontation with Hancock, Shibei is not in his prime condition. Given Shibei's latent potential, should he be allowed to leave now, the Navy headquarters might soon find itself burdened with another formidable adversary. Thus, General Wuss intends to stall Shibei while awaiting reinforcements. He called out, "Hold on, Shibei. What exactly is your intention?" Shibei suddenly halted his steps and, with an air of ostentation, proclaimed, "Return and inform the upper echelons of the world government that this world is on the verge of collapse. The era of pirates shall be conclusively eradicated, and the disastrous events in Mariewa herald the demise of their reign." Meanwhile, General Wushu was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a sense of inexplicable awe. Trapped within the icy confines, Hancock shouted defiantly, "Damn it, do not even think about escaping." Shibei blew a playful kiss to Hancock, teasingly stating, "Oh, voluptuous Hancock, I shall miss you. In due time, I shall regale you with tales of the world before its demise." With that, Shibei returned to his vessel. At that moment, Daddy had already secured Shibei's small boat, tethered it to the back of the Sunny Princess. Admiral Squirrel was intent on pursuit. Daddy swiftly turned and fired a shot. Admiral Squirrel deftly deflected the bullet, murmuring, "What an extraordinary individual indeed." Now, Admiral Squirrel was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have imprisoned Shibei in the underwater prison, impelled down, upon their first encounter. Hancock shouted at Admiral Squirrel, "Hey, why aren't you coming over to assist me? Such a dullard. Who on earth is that man?" Do you recognize him? Admiral Squirrel severed the ice, encasing Hancock, and rescued her. Having been trapped for an extended period, she felt somewhat weak yet stubbornly attempted to chase after Shibe, only to falter and fall backward. Admiral Squirrel, quick on his feet, caught Hancock, who then leaned softly against him. This unexpected closeness caused Admiral Squirrel to blush, a faint hue gracing his cheeks. When Hancock lifted her gaze, their eyes met. He, feeling embarrassed, averted his eyes from hers. Hancock pushed him aside, exclaiming in frustration, "Move aside. You're utterly useless. Why didn't you stop him? His name is Shibe, a pirate hunter from the East Blue. I encountered him on the Black Notions Islands while he was pursuing Trafalgar Law. I cannot fathom why he suddenly appeared in Punk Hazard. Regardless, this matter is of utmost importance. I must return to report it immediately." As she spoke, Admiral Squirrel murmured softly. It seemed that the events in Mariewa were indeed orchestrated by him. Hancock inquired, "What happened in Mariewa?" Reluctant to elaborate, Admiral Squirrel cautioned, "Hancock, 2 positions in the Warlords of the Sea have now opened up. The world government is vigorously seeking suitable candidates to fill these vacancies. At this juncture, we cannot afford any more failures among the warlords. Do you understand my meaning? Take care of yourself." Hancock bit her finger, her face a mask of indignation. The Sunny Princess, towing the small boat, brazenly sailed past Admiral Squirrel and Hancock, navigating the periphery of Punk Hazard. Shibe, wishing to share a private conversation with Daddy, opted not to share a vessel with Stussy. He now sat in the cockpit of the small boat alongside Daddy. "What did you say? Bonnie has been captured by Blackbeard?" Dottie nearly gasped in astonishment. Had it not been for the presence of Tracy aboard the nearby joyful princess, he would have certainly cried out. Not only was Dottie incredulous, but even Shibe found it somewhat challenging to grasp the situation at this moment. After regaining his composure, Dottie inquired, "Is this news credible?" Zybe furrowed his brow. Hancock's words, spoken directly, could not be doubted. Ever since the Paramount War, Bonnie has harbored a grudge against Blackbeard, particularly since her crew was utterly devastated by him. Her sudden departure from our ranks likely signifies her pursuit of Blackbeard. This madwoman had previously been captured by him and handed over to the Marines, managing to escape only to leap back into the fire. It is truly perplexing. If that is the case, the Blackbeard pirates may very well be in the vicinity. Dottie, with a furrowed brow, pondered. Ever since his uproar during the Paramount War, it is said he has been hunting down those with abilities, gradually encroaching upon the territories once ruled by Whitebeard. Furthermore, 2 of the commanders from the Whitebeard pirates have fallen at his hands. What exactly this man aims to achieve remains a mystery to this day. Shibe clutched his head and remarked, "If you cannot comprehend it, then cease to ponder. He has never been quite right." Dottie, returning to the crux of the matter, inquired, "What are your plans?" "Is that even a question?" came the reply. "Of course, I must locate Blackbeard and rescue Bonnie. However, this cannot be disclosed to Stussy. She aims to exploit me to eliminate Feld, masquerading it as cooperation. Nonsense. In truth, she seeks to use me as a pawn, unwilling to confront complications directly. Should she sense my impending actions, she would undoubtedly abandon ship. I must ensure our fates are entwined. If she intends to utilize me against Feld, I too can leverage her against Blackbeard. After all, additional assistance is always advantageous." Dottie felt a twinge of unease. What if she refrains from intervening? He queried. Humph, that is no longer her choice. If Shibe recalled correctly, Blackbeard ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors after a fierce confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates, emerging victorious and thus earning his esteemed rank. Notably, during that battle, the only captain to escape unscathed was Marco, the 1st Division leader. At this juncture, Blackbeard had yet to attain the title of emperor. Thus, any encounter with him would merely constitute a skirmish among ordinary pirates, unlikely to escalate into a significant event. However, it is essential to acknowledge that, despite not yet being one of the 4 emperors, Blackbeard's prowess is indisputable. Moreover, half of his crew comprises individuals liberated from the 6th level of Impel Down, each formidable in their own right. Therefore, should a direct confrontation with Blackbeard's crew occur, the likelihood of victory for just Shibe and Dottie is exceedingly slim. Involving Stussy would alter the dynamics significantly, alleviating their burden to a considerable extent. Nevertheless, Dottie harbored reservations and expressed, "This is the battleground of Akainu and Kizaru. If we were to encounter Blackbeard nearby and engage in combat, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Even if we were to rescue Bonnie, how would we then extricate ourselves?" Shibe vigorously struck his head, plagued by a throbbing headache. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to take one step at a time. This was a high-stakes gamble. Victory would bring joy to all, while defeat would lead to irreversible despair. Dottie's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. It had been many years since he had felt such tension. However, having resolved to follow in Shibei's footsteps, he vowed to unconditionally abide by whatever decisions Shibei made. The only concern weighing on his mind was that Kaler had yet to be entrusted to Smog. To ensure that everything proceeded flawlessly, Dottie inquired, "Shibei, you have exerted your abilities so many times. Are you all right? Back in Mariewa, you could barely stand due to exhaustion." Shibei waved his arm and remarked, "Recently, I have been perplexed by an incessant cacophony of sounds. It is as if there are voices raised in prayer, and upon hearing these seemingly global supplications, I feel a profound sense of relief. Prayer? I have yet to hear such things. When did you first notice this phenomenon?" Shibei began to gradually reminisce. Perhaps it was during his time in the wetland forest. Indeed, it was after he had heard the voices of all living things. Upon listening to the awakening of the fruits, he discovered the ability to transform the sounds he perceived into power, particularly the prayers of the people. Imbued with the strength of faith, these ethereal forces of belief were wholly absorbed by Shibei, enabling him to rejuvenate his vitality whenever he heard a prayer, ceaselessly replenishing his life force. Under such conditions of abundant vitality, he could tirelessly replicate skills. In essence, he possessed boundless magical energy. However, as Shibei had yet to fully grasp the awakening ability of the fruits, the prayers echoed in his ears, fluctuating in proximity. And the faith he absorbed was but a mere trickle, rendering him temporarily unable to achieve infinite replication. Nevertheless, the effects were not negligible, at the very least. He could now restore his vitality at an accelerated pace. Of course, Shibei himself found it difficult to articulate this sensation. Upon noticing Shibei's silence, Dottie turned away from the cockpit and remarked, "In any case, as long as you are unharmed, I shall observe the surrounding situation. Should I detect anything amiss, I will promptly notify you." Shibei calmly remarked, "Ah, I appreciate your assistance." Dottie returned to the Happy Princess, ascending the main mast with a telescope in hand. However, Dottie now bore a heavy heart, a fact not lost on Shatruzi. Gazing up at Dottie perched atop the main mast, Shatruzi jested, "What mischief are you plotting? It seems rather intriguing. Do share it with me." Dottie remained seated on the main mast, unperturbed by her words. Shibei stepped out and remarked, "It's nothing. Merely contemplating whether Pankasad is a beginning or an end." "Oh?" Shatruzi, she cast a meaningful glance at Shibei. Suddenly, the bathroom door was flung open. A drenched Teton stood at the threshold, roaring at Shibei, "Damn you, cloak-wearing brat. I'm going to cut you down." As he spoke, Teton charged toward Shibei. Shibei had long anticipated that Teton, upon experiencing an improvement, would not relent easily. Shatruzi frowned and said, "Give it up." At the same moment, Shibei murmured, "The Void World." Just as Teton rushed toward Shibei, he suddenly halted, clutching his neck with a contorted expression, as though he were suffocating. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as he knelt before Shibei, his pupils gradually dilating. Shibei cautioned, "There shall not be a next time." As the words fell from his lips, Taedun finally found respite, kneeling upon the floor, inhaling deeply the fresh air. By now, Shibei had become increasingly adept at mastering the art of shape-shifting magic, a skill honed through the replication of the natural-type devil fruit abilities possessed by the scientist Caesar. This mastery allowed him to drain the surrounding atmosphere of all oxygen, rendering Taedun utterly breathless. For Shibei, who excelled in close combat, this maneuver proved exceptionally advantageous. Any creature within a certain proximity to him would be deprived of the vital air needed to breathe. With such a constraint, how could one hope to contend with Shibei? Yet, Taedun remained undeterred, rising from the ground, intent on continuing the fray. However, he was intercepted by Shatruzi. "I never imagined you could not only replicate Crocodile's devil fruit powers, but also those of Admiral Akiji and Caesar Clown. You continuously astonish me. Is there anything you cannot mimic? I recall that the Devil Fruit Compendium did not seem to include such an ability as yours." Shibei, with an unflustered demeanor, remarked, "You must be mistaken." Meanwhile, the colorful leech, who had been perched atop the main mast, seemingly discerned something amiss. She leaped down and approached Shatruzi's side, whispering a secret into her ear. Shatruzi furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you certain?" The leech nodded affirmatively. "There is no mistake." At that moment, Daddy also arrived beside Shibei, similarly whispering a secret into her ear. Shatruzi, armed with a telescope, made her way to the bow of the ship and focused her gaze. Indeed, it was him. In truth, Shibei had overheard the whispered exchange between the leech and Shirtsue. And with Daddy's revelation, she had fully grasped the situation. The he that Shirtsue referred to was Feld, whose merchant ship was gradually approaching Shibei and the others. Shirtsue held the telescope and scrutinized the scene for a moment. In the distance, on the deck of the merchant vessel, Feld was seated in a reclining chair, with a platter and fine wine before him. From the lookout tower of that ship, someone signaled with a flashing light. Shirtsue turned back and commanded, "Steer the ship closer." Shibei jested, "It wouldn't be wise for Feld to catch sight of us together. It would ruin all your plans. Do you not care in the slightest? So, just stay quietly on the ship." Shibei inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Isn't your intention to topple Feld? Why not seize this opportunity to act decisively? Allowing him a moment to breathe could lead to a regrettable miscalculation if he becomes aware and prepares adequately. Do you wish for me to be the transgressor who shatters the established rules of the dark underworld? With so many watching eyes around, including the Navy. Should the situation escalate beyond repair, even if I were to eliminate Feld now, escape would be impossible. It is vital to understand that we are intricately linked to all illicit profit chains governing the Dark Realm and the monstrous entities entrenched in the New World." Tracy lamented. "The fall of a king will inevitably ignite the flames of war." Shibei scoffed, saying, "After all that you've said, your implication is that we cannot take action. Is it not? At least not at this moment, and certainly not in a way that would reveal my involvement." Shibei turned and walked into the kitchen, remarking without looking back, "I never thought the Queen of Joy Street would be so cautious." As she spoke, the two ships gradually drew closer. Shirtsue boarded Feld's merchant vessel, closely followed by Jing He and Tae Dun. Now was the time for a meeting between the two sovereigns of the Dark World. Shibei could not accompany Shitruzi onto the ship, nor could he stroll upon the deck. For doing so would attract the attention of Field's henchmen, a scenario Shitruzi wished to avoid at all costs. Consequently, he found himself confined to the kitchen, where, fortuitously, he felt a pang of hunger and could indulge in a morsel to satiate his appetite. Daddy remained in the company of Shibei, while Kao roamed freely, currently immersed in the aquatic wonders of the aquarium. Everything appeared serene. However, just as Shibei was halfway through his meal, the Princess of Joy suddenly began to tremble violently, tossing him from his seat, while outside, the sounds of a fierce altercation erupted, accompanied by the relentless crack of gunfire. Shibei inquired, "What has transpired?" Dottie flung the door open and dashed outside. To his astonishment, he witnessed a fierce brawl unfolding on the neighboring merchant ship, which escalated right before Shibei's eyes. Shibei found it rather perplexing. Just moments ago, Shitruixi had clearly stated her desire to avoid any overt conflict with Feared, at least for the time being. Yet, inexplicably, a brawl had erupted, and it appeared far from trivial. There was a palpable sense of a life-and-death struggle. The events had transpired so abruptly that Shibei was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Dottie interjected, "Hey, what on earth is happening? Why are that boxer and the warrior engaged in a fight? Could it be a case of infighting?" Upon hearing this, Shibei rushed out of the kitchen to take a look. He beheld Zui Eugene and Tiden engaged in a fierce battle, their conflict causing the main mast of the Princess of Laughter to suffer damage and ultimately break. The merchant ship was engulfed in the cacophony of gunfire, forcing the colorful calamity to retreat step by step, yet they remained oblivious to the absence of Shirtsuxi. What on earth is this farce unfolding? Amidst the confusion, a dozen individuals leaped from the adjacent merchant vessel, brandishing knives and firearms, vociferously threatening Shibei. "We have located the target," one of them declared. "Lord Feld has promised a bounty of 300 million berries for his demise." "Huh. I shall gladly claim the head worth 300 million berries." A throng of assailants surged toward Shibei, yet before they could close the distance, Dottie swiftly discharged 3 shots, each finding its mark, and within moments, 3 lay lifeless on the ground. Although Dottie had yet to grasp the entirety of the situation, it was evident to even the dimmest of minds that these individuals were intent on capturing Shibei. Shibei harbored some doubts, wondering if Shirtsue had betrayed him. However, upon witnessing the fierce battle between Tae Dun and the adversaries nearby, as well as the perilous situation of Kaiji, his concerns momentarily faded. Shibei always feels that something is amiss. Shibei looked up at the two combatants, exclaiming loudly, "Hey, what on earth is happening?" Neither of the fighters acknowledged his inquiry. Zui Eugene, facing Tae Dun with a long knife in hand and an icy expression, declared, "I've long suspected your ulterior motives. You have consistently sowed discord between me and Wu. repeatedly arguing that the likes of Tu Dao Shermin and Tai Lian Wali Ku are unworthy to remain by Shi Chui Shi's side, urging her to cast them aside. It appears your true intention was to undermine our power, Te Dun. Why have you chosen this path? Have you forgotten how Shi Chui Shi rescued you from that wretched woman? Te Dun stood on the deck of the merchant ship. I have not forgotten. I am genuinely grateful to her, but I can no longer tolerate her indecisive nature. What of being the emperor of the dark world? Ultimately, she is merely a woman lacking a grand vision. The Navy headquarters has undergone a transformation. The new world has been reshuffled, and the dark world cannot escape its fate. It is time for a change. Te Dun struck his palm with a fist, his hockey hardening with resolve. Zui Eugene, the times have changed. That useless woman Shi Chui, she has been abandoned by power. Today, she will meet her complete downfall here, and I shall assume control of all her illicit enterprises. The dark world will henceforth be my stage alone. Zui Eugene's face was grim. Is this the nature of your pact with Fei Erda? He sheathed his blade. Inquiring, if I may ask, when did this all begin? Of course, it began the moment I first met Fei Erda. The war atop the summit. I see. Zui Eugene closed his eyes, calmly responding. So it was a month ago when Shi Chui Shi brought you to the Dark Council. You had already conspired with Fei Erda in secret. Te Dun, you will come to regret this. Fei Erda will never allow you to become the second Shi Chui Shi, and the vast web of interests she commands is far too great for you to consume. Te Dun smirked maliciously. You needn't worry about that. What say you, Zui Eugene? Are you interested in joining me? If you can persuade Shi Chui Shi to plead for mercy and serve my purpose, I might consider sparing her life. Zui Eugene pondered deeply before solemnly uttering 4 words. Words are futile. Te Dun's expression turned feral, then perish. The fists and blades, enveloped in hockey, clashed violently. A tempest surged, and the waves roared. Shibei and Dottie were simultaneously struck with trepidation. It turned out that Te Dun was the traitor. No wonder Shibei felt an inexplicable discomfort towards him. Meanwhile, on high, Jinyu and Te Dun were engaged in a fierce exchange, battling without relent. On Shibei's side, the situation was equally tense as a group of individuals began to leap off the merchant ship, their intentions clear as they glared menacingly at Shibei. Teeth gritted and weapons drawn. Although they were numerous, their caliber was questionable. They were merely insignificant characters unworthy of proximity to Shibei. Dottie, armed with a single gun, was more than capable of handling them alone. Shibei had just managed to find some time. He was intending to visit the merchant ship to ascertain the condition of Shi Chui Shi. Suddenly, Dottie exclaimed, Shibei, be careful. Shibei immediately became alert and halted his movements. He observed Te Dun darting in from the side, disregarding the others. From their very first encounter, these two had harbored mutual disdain. However, until now, the situation had not escalated to confrontation. Te Dun had been restrained by Shi Chui from engaging in any conflict. Now that the mask had been torn off, Shi Chui was struggling for her own survival, leaving no time to concern herself with Shibei. Te Dun intended to seize this opportunity to settle scores with Shibei. Additionally, Te Dun was reluctant to become entangled with the others because he was acutely aware of their capabilities. Knowing that a drawn-out confrontation would yield no decisive victor, prolonged engagement could drain his energy, placing him in a precarious position. Feld was untrustworthy, and Shi Chui must surely harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him now. If Te Dun were to exhaust himself to the point of collapse, one could not predict whether Feld would take advantage of his vulnerability after eliminating Shi Chui. Even if Shi Chui managed to escape, there would be no refuge for him. Thus, he could not afford to merely linger in this state. When it comes to selecting ripe fruit, one must first choose the softest. Shibei swiftly halted, as Te Dun's fist missed its mark, crashing into the deck before Shibei. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared on the deck. Shibei acted purely on instinct, lifting his leg to deliver a swift kick that struck Te Dun squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling away and nearly plunging into the sea. Te Dun, lacking any extraordinary abilities, would not have made a significant impact even if he had fallen into the water. In contrast, Shibei, should he lose his footing and tumble into the ocean, would likely find it impossible to recover. At that moment, Kai Ji, appearing somewhat anxious aboard the merchant ship, called out, Lady Tracy. Shibei raised his head and said to Zwajin on the left and right, Hey, samurai, the female ninja is on the verge of collapse. Go lend a hand and check on Shatruzi while you're at it. I'll handle things here for now. Before leaving, Zwajin cautioned, do take care. The opponent is quite formidable. Shibei habitually removed his cloak, striking a combat stance. The henchman, held at bay by Daddy's gun, began to voice their criticisms upon witnessing Shibei's appearance. Hey, what's up with this guy? Why is he bare-skinned? Could he be yet another peculiar ability wielder? Shibei, upon hearing the disparagement, replied for the first time with an unexpected candor, "It is not a peculiar ability. It is merely the cloak that hinders." In unison, the others retorted, "If the cloak is such an impediment, are you not a voyeur?" These henchmen possessed limited prowess, incapable of surpassing even the challenges posed by Dottie, let alone approaching Shibei to engage in combat. Dottie stood before them, rendering their retreat impossible, while advancing was equally futile. They were at a loss for how to proceed. Although there was a formidable individual aboard the merchant ship, he was the personal bodyguard of Feld, dedicated to ensuring Feld's safety and thus remaining perpetually by his side. It is worth noting that Tracy was currently in Feld's company. This Queen of Joy Street was no trivial adversary. Feld, wishing to deal with her, would find it difficult without retaining one or two formidable allies by his side. Feld was tasked with distracting Tracy. The remainder of the endeavor rested upon Teton. If Teton could not even manage this minor affair, what hope did he have of usurping authority? Teton was acutely aware of this, and thus sought to resolve matters swiftly. By eliminating Shibei and the relatively weaker Kaiji, he believed he could navigate the situation with ease. Indeed, in Teton's eyes, Shibei was merely an inconsequential weakling. Shibei had already discerned the true nature of Teton. Thus he paid no heed to the mockery reflected in Teton's eyes. Casually, he remarked, "You conspired with Feld, stirring up such a commotion here. Do you not fear the attention of those lurking in the shadows? Stacy has repeatedly emphasized the rules of the underworld. Those who instigate conflict shall be deemed sinners. If you aspire to be Stacy's successor, isn't such blatant behavior rather audacious?" Teton remained unfazed. "I am fully aware of your plot. You are the true transgressors of the rules. Well, it matters little to me, for your time is limited. I have no qualms in sharing this with you. Once I take over all of Stacy's enterprises, Feld will ally with me. Behind Feld, the four emperors will lend their support. Just contemplate this. The rulers of the dark world and the sovereign of the seas uniting to forge the mightiest legion of the new world. When that moment arrives, who will dare to meddle in this affair?" Shibei scoffed coldly. "How could Tracy raise such an ungrateful wretch like you? If I heard correctly, you were rescued from the clutches of the four empress by Tracy herself, weren't you? And so what?" Shibei scoffed mockingly. "With your caliber? Even if you were to inherit Shatruzi's empire, the four emperors would disdain to ally with you. No, perhaps even feared would not bother to cast a glance in your direction. You aspire to form a legion alongside the four emperors? You must be dreaming. And that dream can only manifest once you are sound asleep, fool." In a fit of rage, Teton hardened his fist with armament hockey and pursued Shibei. Shibei swiftly sidestepped, then replicated the powers of the gas fruit, depleting the oxygen in his vicinity. Teton found himself unable to breathe. However, having learned from a previous misstep, he was well prepared. At the moment of oxygen deprivation, he was already poised to retreat. Seizing this opportune moment, Shibei advanced forward and struck Teton's jaw with a sharp elbow blow. Teton took the solid hit, his body lifting off the ground momentarily. Shibei sprang into action with remarkable agility, delivering a powerful kick akin to striking a sandbag directly to Teton's face. As Teton appeared on the verge of plunging into the sea, Shibei extended his arm and called out, "White snake." In that instant, a white mist enveloped Shibei's arm, which then surged forward with great swiftness, ensnaring Teton. This was Smog's smoke ability, primarily employed for capture. Once the mist had ensnared Teton, it gradually began to retract toward Shibei. Shibei clenched his fist and spoke in a deep voice, "Big guy, brace yourself." Teton was gradually enveloped by the smoke and brought before Shibei. With a swift motion, Shibei unleashed a powerful strike, the fighting technique, Wolf Punch. Blood streamed from Teton's nostrils as he soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, ultimately plummeting into the sea. Shibei brandished his fist, defiantly proclaiming, "Impressive, isn't it? A new invention, specifically designed to deal with treacherous individuals like you." However, Teton's physique was remarkably resilient. Not long after plunging into the sea, he resurfaced, propelling himself from the water's surface to launch another assault on Shibei. This time, he had learned from experience. Before approaching Shibei, he took a deep breath to prevent sudden oxygen deprivation from causing temporary paralysis. Harnessing the momentum of his sprint, Teton unleashed a powerful punch toward Shibei. Shibei clenched his fist and collided fiercely with Teton. However, Teton's fist was already enveloped in the formidable armament hockey, rendering it exceptionally solid. The impact left Shibei's arm numb, and the force of Teton's punch carried considerable lethality. In this encounter, Shibei found himself at a disadvantage. Shibei stifled the pain and refrained from retracting his fist, unleashing a thunderous shout, "Fire Fist!" At that very moment, flames erupted from his fist, incinerating Teton's outer garments and propelling him through the air. Though he plummeted into the sea, Teton, truly resilient, swiftly resurfaced, undeterred in his relentless assault on Shibei. This fellow is remarkably tenacious. This time, Teton displayed newfound wisdom. Upon emerging from the water, he refrained from approaching Shibei, opting instead to maintain a safe distance while vigilantly guarding against Shibei's techniques. To his knowledge, Shibei possessed the ability to replicate the powers of the devil fruit. From what he had witnessed, Shibei could mimic various abilities such as freezing, sand manipulation, fire fists, smoke, and gas. Although the replicated techniques paled in comparison to their original wielder, they all belonged to the natural category, presenting a considerable challenge. He finally comprehended that he had somewhat underestimated this cloaked adversary. Shibei waved his hand with a playful expression, inviting, "Come again." Teton, with a scowl on his face, retorted, "Don't get too cocky, kid." Though Teton was filled with arrogance, he was not foolish. The enigmatic and unpredictable abilities of Shibei remained a mystery. No one knew if he could replicate other devil fruits. Thus, Teton refrained from approaching him recklessly. He stood at a distance, took a deep breath, and hardened his entire body with armament hockey. At that moment, Teton had completely transformed into a small, formidable figure. Remaining stationary, he launched a punch towards Shibei from afar. Shibei was somewhat perplexed. The two were separated by such a great distance, one at the bow of the ship and the other at the stern. How could Teton inexplicably throw a punch? Could his fist stretch and contract like Luffy's? Shibei stood still, curious to discern the tricks being played by Teton. Just as he pondered, a powerful gust of wind from a punch rushed towards him. Shibei swiftly sidestepped, evading the onslaught. The force of his punch pierced through the ship's kitchen, creating a gaping hole, and its momentum remained unabated as it surged forward, ultimately reaching the bow and shattering the heart-shaped kiss of the mermaid. Though Teton could not approach Shibei for close combat, the punch's wind felt akin to artillery fire. Shibei gazed at the gaping hole in the vessel, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. Fortunately, he had managed to evade it just in time. Otherwise, being struck by such a forceful blow would have been rather unpleasant. Shibei continued to wipe the sweat from his brow, while Teton, on the other side, unleashed a flurry of punches, sending waves of invisible pressure hurtling toward him without affording a moment's respite. In a desperate bid to evade these unseen forces, Shibei leapt and darted, skillfully sidestepping the lethal gusts. Indeed, Shibei exhibited remarkable agility, deftly avoiding each assault. However, misfortune befell the Joy Princess. The kitchen, measurement room, and infirmary were all ravaged by Teton's fierce wind from his punches. Should Teton persist in his destructive spree, the vessel would soon be left in tatters. Stacy had gifted the ship to Shibei as a token of their meeting, yet he had scarcely spent half a day aboard. The journey of the Joy Princess lay ahead, and it could not meet its demise here. At that moment, a figure suddenly flickered in Shibei's mind, Blackbeard. Shibei extended his hand forward and called out, "Dark water." As soon as the words left his lips, his palm seemed to transform into an unfathomable black abyss, generating an overwhelming gravitational force that drew the splintered wood and Teuton from the deck towards him. Teuton, quick to react, held his breath and, instead of retreating, surged forward, propelled by the pull of the dark water, charging at Shibei. The moment he was grasped by Shibei, he unleashed a powerful strike that landed squarely on Shibei's face. Shibei's two front teeth were knocked out. Shibei has replicated the formidable abilities of Blackbeard's dark fruit, a power characterized by its extraordinary gravitational force. It stands as the sole fruit among all devil fruits capable of countering other ability wielders, as its user has the unique capacity to nullify the powers of any touched devil fruit, akin to the effect of Seastone. In the presence of the dark fruit, all ability users are rendered as ordinary mortals. While this sounds impressive, the dark fruit possesses a significant drawback. It absorbs pain. Although classified as a Logia-type devil fruit, it is arguably the only one within this category that cannot achieve elemental intangibility. Other Logia users can transform into their respective elements to evade harm. Yet the wielder of the dark fruit is unable to do so. Not only can they not immunize themselves from damage, but the harm they sustain is also compounded. This might stem from the inherent nature of a black hole, which absorbs all. rendering the user more susceptible to external injuries while simultaneously siphoning the abilities of other devil fruit users. Regrettably, Teton is not an ability user. The dark fruit can merely attract Teton without diminishing his combat prowess. Currently, as Shibei endeavors to mimic the powers of the dark fruit, he finds himself experiencing a doubled absorption of pain. After enduring a fierce blow from Teton, losing 2 front teeth is but a trivial matter. More critically, he feels as though his skull is erupting from within, his consciousness momentarily faltering. Ultimately, Shibei experiences a tumultuous upheaval within and, with a sudden gasp, expels a considerable amount of splintered wood that had been drawn into his palm. Upon witnessing Shibei's distress, Teton bursts into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, boy. Your end is nigh. Shibei wiped his mouth, gripping Teton's neck with a firm hand, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Teton, sensing an inexplicable unease, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Shibei remarked, "Let us transform into a mummy." The body of Taedun first convulsed violently, followed by a gradual desiccation of its inner moisture. In a matter of moments, Taedun, once a robust figure of 7 feet, was reduced to a mere mummy, a hollow shell devoid of vitality. Shibei cast aside Taedun, spitting a mouthful of saliva. Taedun's earlier punch had inflicted such pain that he nearly cried out. "Lord Taedun, how could this be?" Dottie calmly directed the muzzle of his gun towards the thugs before him, stating, "Return and convey a message to Feld. Do not underestimate us. Let him come out and greet us himself." The thugs exchanged glances, each reluctant to take the lead. With Taedun now reduced to a mere mummified form, they dared not act recklessly. At that moment, laughter echoed from above. Hee, what a lively scene. What schemes are the rulers of the dark world concocting in this battleground of punk hazard? Is it not a tad premature to set things in motion? By the way, the throne of justice remains unoccupied. The thugs, hearing the voice, looked up in curiosity. Don Quixote Doflamingo? Surely, this must be a jest. What brings him here? Even Dottie took an involuntary step back upon seeing Doflamingo's figure. Suspended in midair, Doflamingo chuckled. The decisive battle between Sakazuki and Kazan commenced 2 days ago. The victor will steer the Navy headquarters as the guiding light of the New World. My presence here is quite natural. Wouldn't you agree? Dottie gradually retreated to Shibei's side. Doflamingo glanced at Shibei, remarking, "Recently, the world government has been enlisting everywhere. I have heard whispers of 2 monstrous powerhouses emerging. It seems the skilled individuals of the New World should not be underestimated." Do you not fear provoking the Navy headquarters with your antics here? Shibei merely gazed up at Doflamingo without uttering a word. Doflamingo slightly tilted his head and noticed the small boat tethered behind the Thousand Sunny. His brow furrowed momentarily, only to be replaced by his signature grin. "Look what I've discovered. Is that not Lost Ship?" Doflamingo gently flicked his fingers, and the white cloth concealing the side of the small vessel was abruptly lifted, revealing Trafalgar Law's pirate emblem in full view. This vessel indeed belonged to Trafalgar Law. While on the Black North Islands, Shibei had feared that Law's emblem would attract unwanted attention, so he had covered it with a white cloth. Sailing from the Black North all the way to the New World. Now that the cloth had been removed, Shibei could no longer conceal the truth. It was undeniably the mark of the Heart Pirates. Doflamingo, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Can anyone tell me where Law is?" Zabella's face fell. "I don't know." On Doflamingo's forehead, veins throbbed. Without any visible motion from Doflamingo, he merely flicked his little finger. And thus the rope that tethered the Joy Princess to the small boat severed as if cut by an unseen force, abruptly snapping. Without the rope to connect them, the gap between the 2 vessels, one large and one small, gradually widened. The small boat now lacked a helmsman. If it were to drift aimlessly, it was likely that Zabella would never see that small boat again. Shibei took 3 steps and then 2, preparing to leap onto the small boat, first steadying his direction. He noticed Doflamingo hovering in midair, curling his fingers. An instinct urged Shibei to crouch down immediately. In that fleeting moment of descent, he distinctly heard a faint whistling sound by his ear, as if someone were wielding a thread like a whip, aiming to strike him. Shibei understood that this was the essence of Don Quixote Doflamingo's abilities. As a user of the string fruit, Doflamingo could weave countless fine threads from within his own body. These threads could be affixed to the clouds, serving as instruments for flight, and he could manipulate the movements of others like a puppeteer with these strings. Remarkably, the sharpness of these threads rivaled that of the famed Great Blade, capable of effortlessly slicing through various large structures. This illustrates their terrifying sharpness and formidable lethality. Cutting through a person was akin to slicing through tofu. However, in most instances, ordinary individuals remained oblivious to the existence of these threats. Fortunately, Shibei had instinctively sensed the impending danger and had quickly crouched down. Otherwise, he too would have been cleaved in two like the nearby mainmast. Doflamingo was indeed a perilous individual, both in terms of power and temperament, and coupled with his true identity, which remained unknown to the world. Shibei had no choice but to approach the situation with utmost caution. Floating in the air, Doflamingo chuckled, "Little brat, you have yet to answer my question." As Zybe was about to speak, Kaler, drenched from head to toe, dashed out of the aquarium. The earlier slicing action of Doflamingo had severed the aquarium's opening, resulting in the shattering of the reinforced glass, causing seawater and fish to spill out. Trapped inside the aquarium, Kaler found herself drenched and had no choice but to flee to the deck. Upon her hasty exit, she was met with the shocking sight of Teton lying on the ground, his eyes wide open, resembling a lifeless corpse. A scream escaped Kaler's lips in terror. Doflamingo cast a puzzled glance at her, but then broke into a grin, leaping gracefully from midair to land on Trafalgar Law's small vessel, beckoning with a flick of his finger. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Shibei realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, just as Shibei comprehended the peril, he beheld Kaire's puppet-like form awkwardly retrieving a firearm from the ground, aiming it at him, and gradually advancing step by step. Doflamingo's signature laughter echoed from the small boat. Indeed, like a marionette, Kaire's body was under external control. Although Doflamingo possessed the ability to manipulate others' physical movements, he lacked dominion over their thoughts. Kaire found herself moving involuntarily, a mixture of fear and astonishment coursing through her as she aimed the gun at Shibei. Overwhelmed by the audacity of her own actions, she burst into tears, her fright causing a cascade of tears and snot to flow freely. Shibei turned around in anger and exclaimed, "Doflamingo, if you have business with me, then face me directly. Do not bully a mere child." "Little brat, who are you speaking to? Do not be so arrogant. Tell me, where is Luo? Why does his ship happen to be in your possession? I do not recall anyone like you from the Red Heart Pirates. By the way, who exactly are you? I seem to have no knowledge of your identity." As Carol's cries grew louder, Daddy could no longer endure the situation and rushed to her side. His sole desire was to reclaim control over Carol's body from Doflamingo. However, Doflamingo would not allow Daddy to have his way. With a subtle movement of 2 fingers, Carol became like a puppet with its own consciousness. As Doflamingo's fingers twitched, Carol suddenly turned the gun towards Daddy and, without hesitation, fired a shot. The bullet struck Daddy with force, and blood splattered everywhere. Carol let out a desperate wail. Shibei, in a fit of rage, extended his hand as if to grasp something intangible. "Dark water," he exclaimed. Doflamingo, initially puzzled, felt his body lean forward, slowly succumbing to an overwhelming gravitational force that drew him toward Shibei. Having replicated the powers of the dark fruit, Shibei possessed the ability to nullify the devil fruit powers of other users. However, this came with a crucial stipulation: he must make physical contact with the user. In the absence of any bodily contact, the user could still launch an attack. In the present moment, Doflamingo found himself being inexorably pulled closer to Shibei. Should he fall accurately into Shibei's grasp, his string fruit abilities would be rendered utterly futile. Nevertheless, during the process of being drawn in, Doflamingo retained the capacity to unleash his powers. His remarkable combat instincts and acute sense of danger surpassed those of many others. He could sense that the gravitational pull emanating from Shibei was anything but ordinary. He knew he must avoid falling into Shibei's clutches at all costs. With his arms crossed defiantly, Doflamingo shouted, "5 colored strings." Shibei was taken aback, swiftly retracting his hand and retreating. With Shibei withdrawing, the gravitational force he exerted vanished, causing Doflamingo to halt mid-approach. Just as Doflamingo seemed poised to plunge into the sea, he deftly flicked his fingers and soared effortlessly into the air. Such a power is indeed remarkably convenient. Perched above, Doflamingo wore his signature sinister smile and remarked, Hey, what was that just now? Was that not the ability of Blackbeard teach dark fruit? I have never heard of 2 identical fruits existing in this world. Kid, who exactly are you?" Without uttering a word, Shibei raised his hand and swung his arm towards Doflamingo, as if he were tossing something at him. However, there was nothing in Shibei's hand. Doflamingo, puzzled, furrowed his brow and scrutinized the situation closely. Suddenly, Zybe clenched his fist tightly and shouted, "Gas lasso." As soon as his voice fell, a multitude of visible gas clouds materialized around Doflamingo. These were no ordinary gases, They were toxic fumes. Should Doflamingo dare to inhale even a single breath, it could incapacitate him, if not be fatal. The poisonous gas had entirely encircled Doflamingo, and Zybe was eager to see just how far he could still fly. Foot shaving line. Doflamingo's voice suddenly emerged from within the gas. Immediately, the floating gas, as if it were a tangible entity, was effortlessly sliced into powder by an invisible thread, posing not the slightest threat to Doflamingo. He plunged down from the heights, laughing heartily. It seems that the things I wish to know are slowly increasing. It's no matter if you choose not to speak. Caesar will compel you to divulge. He will surely be astonished as well, for it is truly exhilarating that someone in this world possesses the ability to replicate the powers of a devil fruit. Shibei glanced at Dadi. Although Dadi had sustained a gunshot wound, which was not life-threatening, it rendered him unable to engage in frequent activities any longer. Shibei inquired anxiously, Dadi, are you all right? Can you move? Dadi gritted his teeth and propped himself up, replying, I won't die. Very well. The Princess of Joy is no longer safe. You must take Kaler back to our little boat. I will divert Doflamingo's attention. Once I have shaken him off, I will meet you on the opposite shore of Punkhazard, and, while there, I shall convey greetings to Tracy's people, hoping they can evade this calamity. Dadi glanced at Shibei. Are you certain this is all right? Shibei spoke in a low voice. Leave it to me. After giving his instructions, Shibei executed a somersault and astonishingly leaped onto the surface of the sea. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo held no genuine interest in the father and daughter, Shibei's blatant attempt to divert attention only piqued Doflamingo's curiosity. Since Shibei had positioned himself as bait to lure Doflamingo away, the latter resolved to defy Shibei's intentions. Zybe leapt onto the surface of the sea, freezing every inch of water beneath his feet into ice, and then he plunged forward in a frenzied dash. Doflamingo chose not to pursue Zybe. Instead, his gaze shifted to the father and daughter, Dadi, having long been engaged with extraordinary figures of the dark world. Doflamingo possessed a keen intellect and an acute sense for detecting subtle changes in his surroundings. In essence, he was exceedingly astute. Rather than wasting time chasing after Zybe, it would be far more prudent to capture Dadi. In that case, no matter how far Zybe might flee, he would ultimately be compelled to return. After dashing across the icy surface of the sea for some distance, Shibei suddenly realized that Doflamingo was no longer in pursuit, which left her feeling somewhat flustered. Not only was Daddy currently injured, but even had he been unscathed, he would have been no match for Doflamingo. Just as Shibei prepared to turn back to assess the situation, a gunshot rang out from the Joy Princess, followed closely by Kaler's piercing scream. Shibei's heart instantly sank with trepidation. Had something befallen Daddy? This predicament could not be solely attributed to Shibei's haste. She had already amassed a considerable amount of animosity from Doflamingo. In a desperate attempt to divert Doflamingo's attention, she envisioned herself as bait, aiming to carve out a path for Daddy's escape. However, despite her meticulous planning, she never anticipated that Doflamingo would so brazenly disregard her, instead targeting Daddy directly. In gaming parlance, this is referred to as an OT. At present, Tracy and her companions were preoccupied aboard the merchant vessel, contending with Feld, leaving no time to assist Shibei. Furthermore, it was unlikely that Tracy would risk incurring Doflamingo's wrath on behalf of Shibei. Thus, she was not a reliable ally. In a critical moment, Shibei had to rely on her own resolve. Initially, she could have been a formidable asset, aiding Tracy in confronting Feld. But the sudden emergence of Doflamingo, spurred by Trafalgar Law's small vessel, forced Shibei into a direct confrontation with him. Truly, the twists and turns of fate are relentless. As Saibi hurried back, he shouted, Doflamingo, are you truly so fearful that Trafalgar Law might jeopardize your schemes? Law was once your subordinate. Can you not even manage your own underlings? Perhaps it is time for the Don Quixote family to undergo a transformation. Initially sporting a cheerful demeanor, Doflamingo's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing Saibi's words. His attention finally veered away from Dottie and fixated on Saibi. Doflamingo was not particularly intrigued by Saibi's strength or identity. Rather, it was other matters that piqued his curiosity. For instance, how did Saibi come to know that Law had once served under Doflamingo? Doflamingo spared Dottie and casually walked past him, with his elongated sunglasses obscuring his eyes. It was impossible to discern the emotions behind his gaze. He stood at the edge of the ship, quietly observing Saibi as he approached. Surprisingly, Doflamingo did not hastily take action. Instead, he inquired of Saibi, have you come to learn something? Shibei sensed something amiss and swiftly came to a halt. Doflamingo suddenly spread his arms wide, emanating an intangible yet formidable aura that rendered all the nearby henchmen unconscious in sheer terror. This was Doflamingo's conqueror's haki. His evident fury compelled him to wield such power to incapacitate others. Furthermore, Doflamingo surmised that Shibe had unearthed certain unspeakable secrets pertaining to the Don Quixote family. Should these revelations come to light, they would spell immense calamity for him. The ensuing dialogue must remain cloaked from prying ears. Doflamingo leaped onto the icy surface, locking his gaze onto Shibe. What, pray tell, has that scoundrel revealed to you?